Pokemon trainers. It is time to end our season on a high note. We are here at the 2025 North America International Championships, starting our pre-show before opening ceremonies. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Kyle Sukovich, Evan Hashimoto, and Jim Lawson, covering all 4 of our competitive circuits, competitive streams you will see this weekend in NAIC. It's going to be an absolutely great time. The season started in September here in North America, and here this June, it's going to be an awesome showdown. Our final event before the World Championships this summer in August in Anaheim, California. Kyle, we'll start with you. TCG always continuing to rise, over 3,800 trainers in the Masters Division here in New Orleans. It's really incredible to think about.
It's crazy to see how much things have grown. Yeah, this room is packed with people. There's, yeah, like you said, about 3,800 players in the Masters Division alone for TCG. A massive event, and this is the summer of Pokemon, right? We're leading up to the World Championships. We are on the road to Worlds, and this is kind of the final stop before we get there. This is going to be an awesome weekend. Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many new things in all of our games, especially I would say Go is the newest with the new season, new me mentality, Jim, for your new season in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such an exciting weekend. And when you think about it, not only is there a new season going from Might and Mastery to Delightful Days, kind of the first dip into this new meta that we're going to see develop, but also there's just so much on the line, and this is for all the games, right? It's not just the champion title, but we have tons of trainers that are trying to get that final opportunity to punch their ticket for Worlds, or maybe even a travel award or travel stipend. So many storylines, so much on the line for this weekend, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, and then Evan, obviously Pokemon UNITE is continuing to grow, the competitive scene getting larger and larger by the day. Quick hit on how your scene is doing.
It's great. It's been the longest season that we've had so far. We started a little bit, I think 2 months earlier this year than we did previous years. The international competition has been amazing. We had our first Western teams go out to the Asia regions for invitationals this year. So it's really just one of the most exciting years, and our final Western team will qualify today.
Gonna be exciting. I'm an Umbreon main myself, so I'm hoping to see some Umbreon on the Unite stream this weekend. But let's get into our players to watch. For those who are joining us for the first time, maybe you're unfamiliar between all of the top trainers in each of our competitive games. We'll start with the trading card game. Kyle, there's almost too many players to count.
Yeah, there really are. We narrowed it down to 3. And these are some of the best of the best. We have Andrew Hedrick, who was last year's NAIC champion. This guy has had an incredible 3-year stretch, 4 regional wins. And the person he defeated in the finals last year was Stefan Ivanov, who is our only 2-time NAIC champion for the TCG. He won in back-to-back years, made it back to the finals last year, lost basically on a confusion coin flip, one of the closest matches we've ever seen. Stefan is synonymous with NAIC. He's a player to watch for sure. And then Brent Tonneson has really been the trendsetter for TCG this season. He's had a ton of great results, got 2nd place at an international championship already this season. A lot of players go to him for what is the optimal deck list to play. So Brent is another player we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, not just players, but commentators as well, as I borrowed his Charizard deck on TCG Live for a number of months back last year. I was using his exact 60. So Brent, certainly a force to be reckoned with this season. We head over to Pokemon GO, Jim, and obviously there's so many great trainers consistently, but there's something about the home talent continuing to succeed at their home international.
Yeah, that's right. One of the storylines that we're going to be looking at all weekend is going to be the idea of an out-of-region IC winner. In the history of Pokemon GO on the Play Pokemon circuit, we have had only in-region winners for our international championship tournaments. So we're going to take a look at some of these trainers to really spotlight here for this weekend. And these are actually our previous 3 IC winners. We had our EU IC winner from Spain, Patoman. We had our 2024 NAIC winner, Out of Pocket, as well as our 2025 LAIC winner, Marto Gaude, all competing here this weekend. And when we talk about these trainers, the one consistent theme is actually consistency. All of these trainers have had success realistically for seasons over and over and over. In fact, Marto Gaude has won 4 tournaments already this season. So if he can have a nice, tournament here, he's going to just sweep everyone as far as the global leaderboards go. So a lot to look forward to, a lot of excitement this weekend.
That's awesome to see a player have that much consistency within a game where there's so much varying playsets, varying patches, right, with the new updates and everything. We'll see how he is able to keep that success up for Pokemon Go. A lot of fun. New times in the Pokemon Go scene here at NAIC. Certainly excited for that. Personally, for myself, selfishly, talking about the video game championships, very excited as this is the capstone to our season. We've had a bunch of different regional champions. Will we get a back-to-back, someone that's a regional and IC winner? These are our players to watch, some of the best trainers in North America and all over the world. The one, the only, Wolf Glick himself, former regional champion this season, so already has the invite from the European International Championship that he won just a few months ago, trying to get 3 invites in one season. Speaking of 3, Marco Silva, the only trainer in VG history to win 3 international championships at this point. And Naoto Mizubuchi, actually one of my favorite players to watch out of Japan, the 2019 world champion, actually in attendance this weekend. Important to note for anyone out of the main North America, EUSC, LATAM, and Oceania regions, Japanese players, Asia-Pacific players, they have to achieve top 4 or higher to qualify, get that automatic invitation to the World Championship. So for Naoto, it's essentially either boom or bust, which is exciting for us.
Yeah.
So obviously going to be a great weekend, thousands and thousands of trainers here in the building in NAIC. And that's seeing the VG set up there. It's going to be a great time. We have one more game, one more play. You can't really have a player to watch, as it takes a village to win in Pokemon Unite, and good teammates at that, Evan.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about 15 individual players. We're going to have to extend this time, and every game's going to be delayed. And I think that's okay. I think we're allowed to do that. But no, I'm just kidding. 3 teams to watch. For anybody who's not familiar, our format's a little bit different. We have a league system, and this is one of our few open brackets, completely open to any team in the world to auto-qualify for Worlds. We will get our final Worlds qualifier from the West here. Of course, Luminosity is the team that we have to talk about. I know it's kind of a similar story to what we saw in some of the other games, but Luminosity, there are 2-time world champions, and there's only been 3 Worlds for Pokemon Unite. They are also now our 2-time IC champions this season. It's the first time that we've been able to be at LAIC. They won that. They won EUIC, but they have a very interesting stat. For being one of the best teams in the world, they have won every single in-person event outside of the U.S., and they have lost every single offline event inside the U.S.
Oh, so, wow.
A weird stat for a U.S. team, and they are here now to try and break that curse and sweep every single IC.
Hey, that just shows that Luminosity's level of dominance, that if they're able to win so consistently, whenever they don't win, it's essentially a news story.
Yeah. It's, I mean, and again, they've been so dominant. They're the only 2-time world champions. They've got a slightly new roster this time around, so it's going to be interesting to see how they're playing with that. We've also got some other teams that we got to see right there. I believe it was Daybreak and DreamHack that we got to see. Some teams from out of region that were qualifying for Worlds, or some of them qualified for Worlds last year, and they didn't manage to this year, just barely. So a lot of out-of-region teams are trying to get their final chance, and we haven't seen them play against the Western teams as much, or so I should say the North American teams as much. It's going to be a very, very interesting day.
Now, with obviously all of our games having different Pokemon, different strategies, different mechanics available, I think you want to go down the line real quick on what's that one thing that the people watching at home should really be focusing on for your games. Kyle, is it going to be a bunch of monkey business with Monkey Dory? Is that the thing that should really focus on this weekend?
We will certainly see a lot of Monkey Dory in the TCG this weekend for sure. Yeah, there's a new expansion for the TCG. It's a Scarlet and Violet Destined Rivals. Team Rocket returns to the TCG, kind of our first Team Rocket themed expansion in about 20 years. So very exciting, and everybody's going to be looking towards, will there be any new decks, new strategies that are going to take this event by storm? Or are we going to see more of the same with Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX, and a lot of those decks that have been doing well throughout the season?
Yeah, and then Jim, how about what's a Pokemon we should see on the Pokemon Go stage?
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. We're here in the Bayou. It's hot, it's humid, it's sweaty. We're all feeling it. And you know, the bugs are out. They're going to be out this weekend. We actually had a buff to bug type Pokemon here for this delightful day's meta. We're going to see the likes of Fortress and Scizor as well dominating the stage. So can't wait to see some of these newly buffed bug types. Bugs are back, baby. What can I say?
might need some bug spray here in New Orleans, outside the venue, and for the video game. Personally, I'm excited for anyone watching. It is Miraidon's world, and we are just living in it. One of the strongest restricted Pokemon available in the format. That Dragon Electric typing is just absolutely terrifying to deal with offensively. You put a choice specs on, you're doing even more damage. Electric terrain increases that damage as well because of the Hadron engine ability. So I don't know, in our 8 rounds of Swiss today, I'd expect to at least see at minimum 4 Miraidon going into today. It's certainly the strongest Pokemon in the field in most of the trainers' eyes, but that's always a good time. You never know, if everyone's ready to bring Miraidon, you can have a counter win the event, a team that's prepared for it. Evan, real quick on your Pokemon to watch.
We have such a wide meta right now. Honestly, they asked me for my predictions, and I was like, I have no idea, which is a great thing for the game, right? There's so many viable Pokemon right now. Everything is like being used by so many different teams. Our newest Pokemon are Suicune and Alolan Raichu. So those are both releasing, they both released within the past few months. They're extremely strong. Alcremie released like 2 days ago, not legal for the tournament, unfortunately. I'm very excited for that Pokemon, but we are in for surprises, without a doubt. And if you want to see some wild Pokemon, I think Unite's going to be a good game to watch.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very excited for Unite. Now we have, as we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies to begin, there's going to be important things that you're going to want to stay locked in all weekend on our streams. You can get rewards. You can have our drops here in Pokemon TCG Live. Use the redeem code NAIC25 Destined Rivals to get those full art cards there. Kyle, that's what you're talking about, the latest Team Rocket set.
Yeah, it's Team Rocket. You can see the Team Rocket's Giovanni. There's lots of Team Rocket's Pokemon in the TCG, but it's not just Team Rocket. There's lots of different trainers Pokemon which were just introduced or reintroduced to the TCG in that Journey Together expansion. So you see trainers like Ethan, Cynthia, Marnie. Lots of strong trainers have strong Pokemon, and we'll probably see a lot of those this weekend for TCG. But yeah, also watch out for Twitch drops. We have some kind of play accessories you can get for TCG Live. It gets, Ogerpon has kind of been the mascot for the International Championship circuit this season, so you can get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon accessories here. Yeah, just link up your account, get some Twitch drops.
Ogerpon Cornerstone, my beloved, my favorite version of the 4 masks there.
Also good in TCG
yes,
for a bit.
Absolutely, yes. So if you're watching the TCG stream for the drops, you should also head on over to Pokemon GO's stream as well, Jim, to get some well-earned, very important, very helpful drops on the Go stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier this year at EUIC, we saw an incredible championship between ZZ and our featured trainer, Patumon, who will be here at NAIC as well. But you actually have an opportunity, if you follow along with the stream, watch for 30 minutes, you can get the iconic Mandibuzz, one of the most dominant Pokemon through so many metas, as well as an elite charge TM as well. One of the more rare items in the game. I know Joe's been trying to source some of those as well
yes.
here in the great TM crisis of 2025. But yeah, make sure that you guys link your accounts, follow along. As you watch, you will get those codes that you can use to get some of those exclusive items here as you watch the North American International Championships.
Shout out to our commentary friend Butters, who actually traded me a shiny Mandibuzz.
Ooh.
Pretty cool. I don't know how great it is in battle, but I know this Pokemon's pretty good at VGC. Everyone's excited. Wolf Glick's Incineroar has finally realized Wolf's best friend used the code NAIC25 Cone Parish. Wolfie Cone Parish is real here in New Orleans. For those who don't know the story and the significance of it, Wolf, our strongest, most veteran player in the game, Typically, you do not see first partner Pokemon as the distribution Pokemon, but because the friendship between Wolf and Incineroar is so strong, Pokemon just had to do it there.
Noted #1 Incineroar fan.
Yes, exactly. Evan on Pokemon Unite, and I always have that stream up in the corner for the rewards.
Yeah, I do believe for Unite we have some as well. I believe we have a Mew emblem. I could be wrong on that one, but Unite, you're going to want to watch along for that as well. We've had some different drops. There we go. Oh, that's actually really cool. I have not seen this before. I'm going to be 100% honest. I mean, of course, I know everything about the broadcast, but we get a gold sticker for gift code NAIC 2025, and I love that they've been putting some event items in the game for Worlds. We've had some of our player jerseys as avatar customization, which is great, but also, of course, for drops, you can get that Mew emblem, so I lose 50% of it. That's pretty good for me for a day. But be sure to definitely at least get the sticker. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And those platinum emblems, they stack up. If you watch not just NAIC, all the other live streams of Pokemon Unite that happen throughout the year, you can start getting some pretty good stats for your Pokemon you're using in Unite.
Yeah, it's they're not super common to get the platinum emblems. It's pretty tough, even for people who've been playing for quite a while. So definitely a good drop, and I mean, hey, you just get a chance to see what all these teams are playing, which is always a mystery to us, what they're going to innovate with. So that's kind of a drop within itself, right, of information. That's how it works.
Now, I am actually curious to know, as we know how strong Incineroar can be in the Pokemon video game, I'm wondering Incineroar's viability within your games, Kyle. I know Incineroar EX exists as a card, but I don't know if we're seeing it on stream this weekend.
I would say probably not, if we're being honest. Yeah, Incineroar EX exists. I have seen it used before, but pretty unlikely, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
And what about you, Jim? You had a community day for Incineroar. How's he doing?
We did have a community day. I think prior to the community day, it was the spiciest of spice picks. I've seen a little bit more activity, maybe on some Twitch streams and things like that. As far as the Play Pokemon circuit, yeah, we really don't see any Incineroar whatsoever. It does run the Darkest Lariat moveset, which I think is pretty great to have a signature move featured in Go. But yeah, no real viability here for this tournament. I would be shocked if we see one.
I'd be even more shocked if we saw an Incineroar in Pokemon Unite, Evan.
Right. We do not yet have Incineroar, so for anybody out there, you know, if you want to take a break from the Incineroar, Wolf, if you're out there and you want to try Pokemon Unite, you are welcome to join us, but we do not have that quite yet. We've got a lot of other very, very cool partner Pokemon evolutions, but not that one.
And Incineroar's in the show!
Oh!
You can't even escape him on the pre-show. Exactly. That might be the best promotion. No Incineroar in Unite. But as we got just a couple minutes before we head over to the stage for our opening ceremony, just want to get your guys' last thoughts. We're here in New Orleans. We're ending the season with a bang, getting ready. NAIC is always in a nice spot because it's a capstone to the regular season, but then it's really a preview of what we are expecting to see at Worlds.
Definitely, yeah. I would say one thing I'm keeping my eye on is, you know, at the 2 ICs we've had so far, there's a small testing group from Australia who have gotten second place at LAIC and EUIC. That's Brent Tonneson, Natalie Miller. Will NAIC be their chance to break through and finally win one of these? Will that group go the distance this time?
Jim, what are we thinking?
Well, I'm just really excited because of the direct qualifiers that we have for top 4. There are some trainers that maybe haven't had an opportunity to participate in regional tournaments or fly across the pond for other ICs. This could be their breakout moment here to directly qualify for Worlds and really put their name on the map for 2025.
Evan?
We've got a chance for a first-time ever Worlds qualifier. We've got the great storylines for Luminosity Gaming. We have a bunch of different teams. We've got teams from Australia and LATAM and the Brazil region, specific in LATAM as well. So just so many different questions and so many great storylines, and we've barely even started for Pokemon Unite. I'm very, very excited for it.
Yeah, and then for the Pokemon video game, we're obviously excited. It's the last event before Worlds. That bubble, that top 75 Auto Worlds invitation in the North American region, it's been as stressful as you can get all season. People are tracking, oh, I gained 4 points here, I gained 10 points here. We had players that were in 40th place before Portland, right? They went to like 68 afterwards from one event. So
Make it sweat.
yeah, the entire Worlds landscape can can absolutely change on the drop of a dime here. But Kyle, Evan, Jim, thank you all so much for joining us here on our pre-show. It's going to be an incredible weekend. Make sure you stay tuned to all of our Pokemon streams, VG, TCG, Unite, and Go. The 2025 Battle on the Bayou begins now.
Welcome to New Orleans, y'all! A city where music haunts the alleys, colors dance through the streets, and joy itself hangs thick in the air. We are awakening the spirit of Mardi Gras Day, y'all. We are showcasing old traditions as the city bursts into full celebration. We call it Fat Tuesday, y'all. Fat Tuesday. Yeah, a day born in revelry, a crowned in rhythm. Oh, it's much more than a party. Oh, yeah. No. It is tradition. It is pride. It is the very heartbeat of the Big Easy. And today we are gonna honor that heartbeat, its majesty, its music, its masquerade, as we take you on a journey through some of New Orleans' sacred Mardi Gras Day traditions. Now it starts before the sun rises, and it doesn't end till after the sun sets. So get ready to experience the most famous day in the Crescent City, y'all! Mardi Gras Day! All right. Now I need you to close your eyes and come with me, because the day begins in the dark in a neighborhood known as the Trame. Before the sun rises, they appear. Skulls, bones, spirits. The North Side Skull and Bone Gang, led by Big Chief Sun Pie, march into the day carrying their timeless message. Live with purpose, honor your roots, respect your community. section of New Orleans we call the Bywater, the secret society of St. Anne gathers. They're masked, costumed, full of color. They're led by a mischievous jester and the Storyville Stomper brass band. They wind and weave and dance their way through the streets of the French Quarter as they make their way to meet Rex, the king of Mardi Gras. Uptown Zulu rolls with hand-painted coconuts and warrior pride. But back down in that section we call the Treme, oh, the Mardi Gras Indians are lighting up the streets. Beadwork, mass, rhythm, and the spirit of the wild magnolias, led by Big Chief Bo Dulles Jr.
Somebody make some noise, yo. Somebody put your hands in the air for me. It's in your hands, it's in your feet. If nigga wanna dance in the middle of the street, it's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody make some noise, Pokemon. Come on. That Nola thing, that Nola thing. Y'all in New Orleans right now, y'all. Them big brass bands. You got to come down on the Playboy Street. You got Slim Tag with the Voodoo Queen. You got Big Queen over the Indian team. You got Slim Gumbo and Playboy 2. That Nola thing in the middle of the street. Hey, come on, y'all, let's rock a while. You got Pokemon in the middle of the street. That Nola thing, biggest scream and shout. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. It's that Nola thing, that Nola thing. Somebody put your hands in the air for me, y'all.
Hey, Rex, the king of Mardi Gras, the king of Carnival, has presided over our sacred traditions for more than 150 years. Heck, it is the Rex Ball that brings Mardi Gras to a close with royal fanfare, pageantry, and time-honored elegance.
2025 North America International Championships. Oh, they gave us the sparks.
Let's go.
I feel underdressed for the first time ever.
No, I'm the one who
event.
didn't get the memo.
This is going to be amazing. Of course, that was incredible. Let's give it up. I'm still here and I'm talking. Let's give it up for our amazing performers one more time.
Amazing performance. Now, over 6,000 of the fiercest competitors in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE are here in New Orleans for their chance to claim the NAIC champion title.
That's right, and that is not all, folks. There's also a lot of do-re-mi on the line. $500,000 between all of our titles up for grabs. And of course, a coveted spot at the World Championships. I'm sure you could see it out there, Adam. Anaheim, California, this August.
It feels like just yesterday we were kicking off this 2025 season in Baltimore, Dortmund, and Joinville, but I guess time flies when you're having fun playing Pokemon.
Speaking of playing Pokemon, Adam, I think there are about 6,000 of you here ready to do just that.
Well, then let's not keep them waiting any longer. Competitors, get ready for round one of the North American International Championship.
All right, amazing intro video, commence.
Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokemon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another very singularity. Hyper Voice and Kilo's low blitz assistance. They're going straight for the score.
Both active on the Temple and Sinnoh. Theo Upper Energy on the pit jock. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
And the games are indeed about to begin. What an incredible kickoff to our show this weekend here in New Orleans. The North American International Championships getting underway for the Pokemon trading card game. We're excited to be taking you through this event throughout the course of this weekend. 3,700 plus trainers have gathered, and one is looking to claim that title to itch their name into Pokemon TCG history.
It's going to be an unbelievable event. Kyle Sablehouse here alongside Chip Ritchie. We are so excited to get into this event. So many competitors. I mean, this is the most we've seen in the TCG, and we are going to crown a champion at the end of this weekend.
Cannot wait to see what happens. We have had multiple international championships thus far this year. This is the final stop, though, before the World Championships in Anaheim, California. The top 4 placing players at each of these events earns that invite to the World Championships. There's, of course, the points on the line as well. I cannot wait to see who is going to claim that title. Andrew Hedrick, of course, last season's North American International Champion. Will we see the run back? Stefan Ivanov in the field, someone who has made the finals 3 times at this specific tournament. So many stories to follow.
Yeah, we started off in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We moved our way over to London, and we are here now, ready to get things started in New Orleans. We're still looking a little bit ahead over to Anaheim this year for the World Championships, and so are our players, trying to lock in some of those championship points.
Yeah, those championship points are what it is all about. The top 4, of course, earns that direct qualification to Worlds here at this tournament, but the points are still awarded. The top 125 players from the US and Canada, the top 125 from Europe, 100 in Latin America, the top 20 spots in Oceania, and the Middle East and South Africa get 10 invitations to the World Championships, plus those direct invites that happen throughout the year as well. Cannot wait to see how it all comes together. And even further down, you know, that we see the top 64 championship point payouts. There's going to be payouts all the way down to the top 1,024 players in the field. And people are going to be sweating it out for that last 125 spots.
Yeah, it is going to be a wild ride for these players, trying to lock in those final points. This is their last chance to get it done, and we'll see who comes out on top.
We got a nice little 2-month break between now and the World Championships. Players get a time to relax, prepare, but they've got to lock in that spot. It all comes down to this for so many players. What I love as well, those top 4 direct invites, direct qualifications that are awarded here. Someone could come into this event having not played much this year, you know, gone to a local or 2, or maybe nothing at all, and still spike a strong finish. It's going to be a tough field to do it in.
Yep, wouldn't be the first time it's happened. We've seen it before, and it'd be unbelievable to see it again.
Well, let's take a look at what the format is going to be for this weekend's event.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest M. Morial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokémon TCG trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earn total match points that exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as trainers continue to face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to Top Cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical Top Cut single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will then face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the NAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokemon glory. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
Talked about the points these players are competing for, but there is a ton of cash on the line as well. $25,000 being awarded to first place in the Masters division. And also juniors and seniors, man, those prize pools have gotten larger and larger for the younger divisions. Absolutely incredible. Going to be an interesting thing to watch, and those payouts go all the way down to the top 64 for the Masters as well.
You talked about the championship points these players can earn, but I mean, there's a lot at stake here as far as some cash. This can finance all your trips for the next year and so on, and we know how important that can be to these players that'll be chasing an invite for this year and years to come.
Yes, playing for it year after year, the things that players are always looking to compete for, that chance to become the world champion, every Pokemon player's dream. But to be honest, these international championships have gotten so big and so prestigious. I mean, that is a title anyone would be coveting after, undoubtedly. Let's take a look at the top end of the leaderboard for the North American region currently. These are the top 16 players, and we talked about the top 125. That's a big chase as well. These are the players we've been seeing a ton of this year. Obviously, Henry Chow leading the way, 3-time regional champion this year, a regional finalist as well. One of the strongest seasons we've ever seen in the history of the game. I'm sure many eyes are going to be on him heading into this event.
Yeah, no arrow up or down. He's staying in the top spot, and that has been consistent throughout almost the entirety of the year with this many regional championship wins. He's been playing a lot of Gardevoir. Curious to see what he goes along with this time around. But he typically has plenty of followers, a few of them on this list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Caleb Rogerson, Rahul Reddy, Owen Dalgard, all behind him. Those players have had incredible seasons, multiple top cut finishes, multiple deep runs from each of them. They've all traveled across the world as well, you know, to other regions to compete in tournaments throughout the season. But something they all three have in common, Caleb, Rahul, and Owen, they have yet to claim a title throughout this season. We'll see if they can maybe clinch that finally. You know, I know Rahul, someone who's been chasing it for a long time. Caleb, one of the great young players, and Owen Dalgard, a first-year Masters Division player.
Yeah, then with Sebastian last met as well. Some amazing young talent that we've seen. Callie White with a breakout season here too. It's just been so great to watch. Christian Labella as well. We've been calling him a youngster for a little while, but he's still in that category too.
Yeah.
He had a great win as well.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing each of these 16 players. Let's look at the top end of the European leaderboard now in Europe. The top 16 is looking pretty strong. We got Tord Reklev on the list, of course, someone who is widely regarded the best player in the game currently. You know, has had a little bit slower of a season, but still finds himself at 9th place in Europe.
Yeah, you know, well, when you take travel time to go over to Japan and China so often as he does, he goes all over the world to play the game, and it doesn't always show up on our leaderboards, but he's still doing a fantastic job. Daniel Magda has really been the story, though. We saw a great performance out of him to start things off this international season in Sao Paulo, and he has just built on that over and over again.
Yeah, Daniel is a really interesting story coming into this event. He's a first-year Masters Division player. He actually got 2nd place at this tournament last year in the Seniors Division. And since that tournament, he got 2nd. You know, he aged up into the Masters Division. He got top cut at LAIC. He got top cut at EUIC. And he's looking to do what I don't know that anyone has done before, making top cut at each of the 3 international championships in his first season would be absolutely incredible.
Alongside Miloslav as well, one of his partners who's been working alongside him tirelessly. I think it started as a coaching thing. Now they're just buddies who continue to find the optimal list for every event.
And I do want to mention Stefan, we see there at the 13th spot as well really quickly. I mean, one of the best players in Europe for years and years and years, but in North American International Championship history, his name probably stands above the rest. He has won this tournament twice. He, of course, finished 2nd place last year, just behind Andrew Hedrick, who was able to close things out. Let's look at the Latin America leaderboard now. The players we're going to be looking out for this weekend from that region, another very strong region.
Yeah.
And leading the way, another first-year master. What are they feeding these kids, man?
I don't know what it is. They figured out the internet a lot easier than we did, Chip. They've been playing so many games, and it's coming to fruition. They are seeing so much success. Over 1,700 points for Giovanni Sasso Silva. It's a fantastic way to start off your Masters season. And he's followed by some unbelievable talent. Another youngster there in Vinny Fernandez, too.
Yeah, Vinny is someone who we've always been keeping our eye on, especially with his younger brother being so dominant in the seniors division. Gabriel, of course, the 2023 world champion. He's won, what, 3-4 internationals now in the seniors division. Something just can't be done to stop that kid. Rafael Uiti there at the 2nd spot. He's had a great breakout season. You know, he's someone who I think prior to this season we weren't super familiar with, but he works with a very strong testing group. Pedro Pertusi, William Azevedo, who we see represented here at the 10th and 12th spot, respectively. You know, that power testing group there. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've come up with for this event.
Yeah, Yerko Valencia, one of the more consistent players from this region, consistently finding a way to build up on those championship points, sitting at 3rd place. And as you mentioned, William Azevedo, man, he finds really unique ways to win games. He just gives himself great opportunities with his deck building, and then obviously he's one of the best pilots we've seen as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he just won regional championships in Santiago, Chile a month ago, I think. So, I mean, he's at the top of his game right now. The format has changed, of course. We've got the brand new expansion, Destined Rivals, legal for play. And I cannot wait to see what that brings into the fray here for these players. Of course, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, I think the big deck everyone kind of has their eye on. But there's a lot of really powerful decks from the previous format as well that still hold true in this current one.
Yeah, well, it's going to be so interesting to see how these decks start to play against each other. Weaknesses start to tie in. We've seen abilities be so important this time around. All of the different stadiums that are bouncing through. There's so many interactions to follow along with, and we're going to see it all play out.
Let's take a look at the players that we're going to be watching throughout this weekend, the people we're keeping our eye on. First up from the U.S., Henry Chow. We mentioned him, 3-time regional champion this year. Andrew Hedrick, a multi-time regional champion and last season's North American International champion. And then Michael Davidson, coming off of a super hot season where he just finished in first place at the Portland Regional Championships to close out the year, defeating Henry Chow in the finals.
Yeah, Henry was going for the 4-peat this year alone, and Michael Davidson stood in his way, playing the exact same 60. These players working together and continuing to find an optimal list. Let's see if they cooked something up here for New Orleans.
Yeah, these 3 players are actually all good friends. They all work together. They don't always necessarily play the same deck. Usually Henry and Michael we expect to see on the same 60. Andrew Hedrick kind of likes to do his own thing. He'll talk and work with the group, but he knows what he wants to play and stick with. Let's take a look at the European region. Who are we keeping our eye on here? And it's the people we've been talking about, of course. Tord Reklev, Stefan Ivanov, and Daniel Magda. Tord, of course, won the first ever North American International Championships all the way back in 2017. He wasn't super well known at that time, but man, has he become a force ever since that event.
Yeah, he's earned a nickname, Tord is Lord. I guess it's Whale Lord this time around. He's going to rock that atop his head. Do you think he'll be wearing that all tournament? We'll have to find out, but he is going to be a player to watch out for. He's always found an interesting way to keep his deck consistent for these giant events and give himself the best opportunity. Stefan Ivanov, another player who finds a way to do that, especially at the North American International Championships. And Daniel Magda, I mean, he's the mad dog for a reason. We don't know what he's going to do at this event.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to seeing what will happen there. I love Stefan there holding out onto the Zoroark. That's a great callback to his 2 North American International titles where he used the iconic Zoroark GX to take down both of those events. One of the strongest cards in the history of the game, and 2 of the best users of it right there on this graphic, Stefan and Tord. Let's take a look at the Latin American region, who we're keeping our eye on coming up from the South. William, Vinny, and Diego Casiraga, the 2017 world champion and one of the most storied players in the game as well. He has been around for so long.
And so has his beanie. That thing follows him everywhere. It's a bit of good luck that he brings to every event. It was with him when he donned the crown as the world champion, playing Gardevoir years and years ago, and he's going to do it again. We'll see what he's capable of here alongside Vinny Fernandez, one of those young players we mentioned before, and William. I mean, that is just a brilliant mind inside that guy.
Absolutely. Yes, some great deck builders here. Diego is someone I'm really interested to see what he's going to choose to play. He likes to kind of go off the wall a little bit every once in a while. He'll play the best deck as well. You know, he won 2017 Worlds with Gardevoir GX, which was considered to be the strongest deck at the time. But last year at the World Championships, he played an Ancient Box deck, which nobody really was expecting at all.
He was beating the drum, man.
He had a very good run and a real shot at making top cut. Things kind of fell apart for him in those last few rounds, but I mean, I think he started, what, 8-0-1, I think, at Worlds?
Yeah, he had us really contemplating if we had made some bad choices, because this, I mean, we all discounted the drum, but he brought that through. He was drawing every card possible, and he just found great ways to stay in games and play that one prize race. We'll see if that's something to look forward to this time around.
I would be pretty surprised to see an Ancient Toolbox deck make its way onto the stream this weekend, but you never know. And players, you know, they pull out all the stops here at these massive tournaments, these international championships.
Yeah, it's always great to watch to see what surprises are available with a new set, new cards, and a lot of dreams on the line. Over 3,700 players want to be crowned the champion.
Let's move over to Oceania now. Kyle called this out in the pre-show. I mean, one of the strongest testing groups in the world comes out of the Australian region. Brent Tonneson, second place at the Latin American International Championships. Natalie Miller, second place at the European International Championships. We'll see if their collective can come together and find a way to clinch the title finally at one of these ICs.
Yeah, always finding that unique way to bring more consistency to builds, but also find ways to keep up in a meta. Find that unique tech card every once in a while that just helps establish and solidify some of those matchups. A player who's also done a great job of that, world champion Henry Brandt.
Yeah, 2019 world champ here on the right. One of the great ambassadors for the game. You know, I think he's a great spokesperson for the Pokemon TCG. Obviously an incredible player as well, and someone who is not afraid to play something unique. So I can't wait to see what he has decided to bring to the table as well. but also, of course, you know, Natalie Brent and their whole collective. What have they cooked up? I mean, Australia absolutely dominated this event last year. I think, what, 3-4 of them were in our top 8?
Yeah, it was something to watch, and I'm sure maybe if we got a walk on the beach with Henry, he could let us know a little more insight as to what it will look like this year.
Let's take a look at Japan as well, and this is something I'm always really excited to see. You know, players coming over to compete from all across the world. We've got players coming here from China as well, but let's take a look at these Japanese players. Ryuki Okada, real argument. I mean, we talked so much about Henry Chow, but Ryuki has possibly had the strongest season this year.
Yeah, I think the one thing that discredits it is it's how early it was. It's been a while in this year since we've seen it, but Ryuki started off the season hotter than anyone, taking down a regional and then an international championship. He did it with Cloth of all decks too. Everyone loved watching that and seeing how passionate he was when he won. It was just something incredible to watch. Kito Arai, Yoshiyuki as well. Some fantastic players here. So excited to see what they bring to a format that maybe Yoshiyuki hasn't been playing as frequently being over in Japan.
And that is another big factor for these players. They're a little ahead of us with the release schedule here. They've got cards that we don't necessarily have yet in our card pool, so they're having to take a step back a little bit. It's always a huge adjustment for the Japanese players to come over to our tournaments and compete. But all 3 of these players have had great success at our events, and I'm very excited to see how they will do through the course of this coming weekend. Will we see one of these players making it into our top cut? There's, I think, about 20 or so players from Japan, so plenty of people will be keeping our eye on through the course of the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable to watch. See what players will find their way to the top here. We're curious about what players will be doing great. We're also a little interested in what cards will be doing well this weekend, and we had a bit of some caster predictions to check out as well.
Yeah, we've all made our calls, what we think is going to do very well throughout the tournament. Alex Dow and I kind of on similar wavelengths, keying in on that Flareon, Sylveon, Eevee toolbox style deck, but you doubled down with your picks here. You picked Grimmsnarl without picking Grimmsnarl.
I'm all in, man. This is just one of my favorite ways to win games, is to just play a bunch of spread damage all over the place and then de-evolve. Oh, you like rare candies? Too bad. If you only get to 90 hit points, that's going to run into some trouble too. Just sneaky ways to close out games, something we love to see. Boo on a similar wavelength here, but also wants to pay homage to taking away some of those grass Pokemon, the Chi-Yu tech that's been in a lot of Charizard decks. She wants to see that work in that one prize exchange.
It's been a kind of mediocre replacement to the Radiant Charizard that Charizard EX used to be able to key into certain spots, but it works out just fine. It's able to take knockouts on some pretty important Pokemon in the format, namely Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX. Shay leaning into the Raging Bolt. I think that will be one of the most popular decks in the tournament, and then Yanmega EX, probably one of the least popular archetypes in the tournament. 2 sides of the coin there, but I know he's really excited about the potential of a Yanmega.
Yeah, no comment on Yanmega from me. It's maybe it's seen its time. It's obviously been one of the better cards throughout the history of the tournament, of the whole Pokemon TCG, finding its ways. It might not be ready yet, but obviously we know how important grass weakness can be for a lot of matchups. Raging Bolt has some interesting inclusions to help out alongside that too, but we have seen Raging Bolt fall off a little bit with the inclusion of Shaman, that baby Raging Bolt not doing as much.
And then Kyle Pukasukovic, of course, leaning into the Gardevoir EX. Probably one of the stronger picks for just the tournament in general, the format, whatever it may be. The most successful deck of the past year, without a doubt, has been Gardevoir, mainly due to Henry Chow's multiple wins, but it absolutely dominated the format that we're coming out of just now.
Yeah, it's been unreal, and we've seen players bounce back and forth between what's the best build. Do you go with this really aggressive approach, throw rare candies all left and right, or do you slow it down, TM Evolution? We've seen Badoo sneak in every once in a while as an option to slow your opponents down too. It's been really interesting and unique. It feels almost reminiscent of Mew VMAX. Just, it finds a way to persevere through every format it's in.
Kyle's other choice, though, the Team Rocket's Spidops. Now, this is an archetype, the Team Rocket's deck. I think a lot of people were really excited for, obviously pairs very well with the new Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, synergies there, but for some reason the deck, I feel like collectively has felt like it's just come up a little short for a lot of players.
Yeah, every little tech inclusion that you think would be great in this deck, you can't really include because it's not a rocket Pokemon. It just doesn't work. You can't sneak in 10 additional damage, that free retreater, whatever you're looking for. But all of the synergy that you see with Team Rocket has been unbelievable. You're drawing upwards of 10 cards a turn sometimes with this deck, just flying through, and sometimes that's enough. Just that consistent approach.
Team Rocket's Ariana into Team Rocket's Hideouts. That is meant to be the draw engine. You don't have any on-board draw unless you're trying to fit the pretty weak Porygon Z into your deck. Yeah, it's not the strongest of options, but the attacker is obviously very powerful, and the support built around it as well. Team Rocket's Transceiver, you know, the ability to fill your bench up on turn 1. You can, you know, play that supporter to go get a bunch of basic guys to get yourself set up right away at the start of the game. And then the Team Rocket's boss, the Giovanni, being able to come in and get that gusting effect that has been so powerful. Guzma's spiritual successor in Giovanni.
Yeah, as Puka would say, it's your boy, Guzma back in the game. It's great to see. It's been a really fun way to go back and look at the history of the game, but also stay pretty competitive in this new format.
Yeah, my other call out here, we mentioned the Sylveon. I'm going with the Picnic Basket. I actually like this card a lot as a tech in certain decks. I think it can fit nicely into some of the Noctowl decks. You can find it at any given time. But even in the aggressive decks, things like the Raging Bolt, I wouldn't be surprised to see Picnic Basket pick up as a one-of tech, being able to heal 30 damage from each Pokemon in play across the board, but you're really worried about your side, especially with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that's just come out, you know, spreading damage with its Shadow Bullet attack. You've, of course, got Monkey Dory spreading damage, one of the most dominant cards in the format. Speaking of which, how did none of us, between the 6 of us, and the 12 cards that we picked.
Oh, please.
How is there no Monkey Dory pick
Because
here?
we always pick Monkey Dory, and it's been called a cop-out at this point. It's not fair to pick this card. It's like picking Energy as your choice. We know we will see it. Monkey Dory all over the place, and just different ways to load up this Pokemon. I feel like that's really going to be the course of throughout the course of this tournament, something to watch out for.
Yeah, the Adrenabrain ability is just one of the strongest in the game. It's healing for your side, but also damage boosting effectively. You get to plan out future turns. You can reach for knockouts on that specific turn that you wouldn't have been able to reach otherwise. And the 2 biggest users of the Monkey Dory, for sure, are the Gardevoir EX pick from Puka and the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX from Boo.
Well, I'm sure hoping that your Picnic Basket runs into a mid-game Badoo, because I need to devolve your Pokemon and get them off the board. I'm pretty upset by the direct counter here, Chip.
I'm counter-picking you, my friend. The Picnic Basket will prevail. And then finally there for Alex Dow, I think we haven't mentioned it yet, that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Another huge potential disruption card in the format. We've seen these ability locking stadiums be very good in the past. Path to the Peak pretty recently, dating back to Silent Lab, and even all the way back to cards like Battle Frontier from the EX era. That was a big one for a long time, I know. Where do you feel like Team Rocket's Watchtower fits into the mix?
It's one of those very helpful cards in so many different matchups to just lock out a lot of those abilities, especially after an Iono. We've seen it typically as a one-of inclusion, and if you pair it alongside that card or Reset Stamp, you're going to be so disruptive and potentially shut opponents out completely for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so many cards that lean onto their colorless Pokemon abilities. All those Noctowl engine decks just being able to say, nope, you can't find the cards you're looking for. We're going to try to slow things down, and that's the advantage these decks are looking to gain. The margins are so close at these tournaments, right? Even just that 1 card slot, that 1 tech inclusion of a stadium. And that's really what I expect to see from Rocket's Watchtower. It'll be like a tech one-of in some Dragapult lists, probably mostly combining it with the Reset Stamp or an Iono, or Unfair Stamp, excuse me,
sure.
and the Iono, and trying to just slow those super aggressive decks down.
Yeah, it's similar to the Jamming Tower as well, too. Just that one-of inclusion that occasionally just wins you the game on the spot. We've seen Gardevoir players overcommit. Drifloon just gets knocked out immediately, Bravery Charm gone, and then out of nowhere, you can just take the game back. Very similar strategy here, just going after the hand instead of the board.
Well, Kyle, I think we've vamped long enough. We've set the stage, and the stage is ready. Let's get down to the table. Let's get into our very first round here at the North American International Championships.
And boy, howdy, do we have a start here. We are starting things off with Ming Wang up against Raz Volpe. Toad Scroll EX, it was not just a Portland meme. It has moved its way over to an international championship now.
Yeah, what a interesting deck. It was this big story out of Portland. Ray Chen stunned the world on stream, defeated the Latin American international champion Miloslav Posledny on our broadcast with the Toad Scroll, and showed that it's, hey, you know, this deck is something people should really kind of take a look at. Toad Scroll has been out for a long time now, and it's one of those cards that I feel like people kind of have always had in the back of their mind. It's a pretty simple strategy here, especially combined with the Teal Mask Ogre Pawnee X. Colony Rush, 80 damage, 40 more for each energy attached to each of your Pokemon, your benched Pokemon. Starts to boost up. One of the big, strong things about it in this specific new format with Destined Rivals is it does hit Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX for weakness.
Yeah, grass typing actually paying off this time around. Not often in the TCG is this the type you want to be on, but it's found a way to just take advantage of the fact that it loads energies onto the board, finds great ways to take huge knockouts throughout the course of an entire tournament, as we saw with Ray Chen. And on the other side, you have to take down one of the newcomers, that Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Raz, of course, an excellent player. You know, we see him a lot on the European circuit. He did come off of a top 4 finish at the World Championships last year, and he told our stream team as he was heading up to the stage that he prepped a lot for this tournament and landed on Marnie's Grimmsnarl as the best deck for him to play.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Raz is one of the better players we've seen throughout the course of the last few years, really starting to add some more accomplishments to his name. And this deck gives good players opportunities to show what they're made of. You can build so much damage on the board and find the perfect opportunities to take these prize cards.
Prize cards, speaking of which, going out for each of our competitors. 3 searching cards prized for Ming on the left side. Nothing too bad there for Raz. He does play 2 copies of that Technical Machine Evolution, so should be okay. There are just 2 copies of the Morgrim, so that is something that is maybe a little annoying to prize. This deck does usually like to play things slower. You're not really looking to get a turn 2 Rare Candy Grimmsnarl start swinging right away. And I would say probably especially not in this specific matchup. It'll be interesting to see how Raz approaches things here. I think on paper this is probably a pretty bad matchup for him. We'll see what opportunities and windows he can find, though.
Yeah, that little typing mark at the bottom for weakness is not pleasant when you're on that side of the board, but for Ming, this is exactly where you want to be. A great opportunity up against a great player, and gets to show off the power of this deck once more. We've only seen it that one time in Portland, and now we can see, is this going to be a new archetype to follow along with to Worlds?
Ming is a player from China coming over to compete in this event, which is a really interesting story. Looks like the handshake has been extended. We are getting into this game. Things are underway now, and Raz will kick things off with that Monkey Dory in the active spot. He's going first. Unable to play any supporter cards, but he is able to play some items, and that is the strongest one he could start off the game with, Secret Box, his A-Spec.
Yeah, this walks right into so many great plays. This is why you play this card. If you can find it early or find it with the Arvin, you walk right into the perfect opportunities here. You have Spikemuth Gym to search out more of those Pokemon to help out with this deck, specifically alongside Buddy Poffin as a one-of copy. You can search out more basic Pokemon. It just all works out a little too well as a Secret Box.
It's been pretty interesting to watch the story of Secret Box, I would say. When Twilight Masquerade came out, people recognized, like, okay, it lets you get a lot of stuff, but the cost is so high. You have to discard 3 cards from your hand, but the payoff is really so worth it for so many decks. You get to find a Pokemon item card, a Pokemon tool card, a supporter card, and a stadium card. You're effectively trading 4 for 4, but you're hand selecting what those strongest 4 cards are from your deck. Most decks will naturally play item cards, tool cards, supporter cards, and stadiums. It's going to pay off really nicely here for Raz. What a start here.
Yeah, this is not a deck that loves the discard effect of this. We've seen Gardevoir decks really lean into throwing the psychic energies away with the Secret Box, but this is why you have this payoff. The Spikemuth Gym, the Buddy Poffin, you're searching out so many resources. You can't help but find a good start when you start things off here with the box.
Now, as Raz is starting off his first turn here, he's going to take a moment, check the prize cards. This is something we'll see consistently throughout the weekend from the top players. They're going to try to figure out what those 6 cards are right away that are set off to the side that they're not going to have access to until they start to take KOs. So off the secret box, we do see Buddy Buddy Poffin, Spikemuth, looks like a Professor's Research, and that Technical Machine Evolution. Right away, Buddy Buddy Poffin will be the play, one of the best searching cards on the first turn of the game, especially for these evolving decks, searching your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and putting them directly onto the bench. Snorunt and the Marnie's Impidimp being grabbed.
Yeah, interesting for Roz to which Pokemon do you go with in this spot? You don't have much information as to what your opponent is doing on the other side. You see a Teal Mask Ogerpon, you almost immediately think, well, I'm playing against Raging Bolt most likely, and he has no clue what's waiting for him on the other side of the board.
Yeah, it is going to be a rude awakening more than likely once Raz sees what he is up against. And oh my goodness, filling the bench on turn 1. The secret box plus all of those other Pokemon, what a start.
Well, you have some work to do, Ming, and you have the bug catching set to do that. You can search out some pretty great cards. This is one inclusion in this list specifically that just works out so well. You're a full grass deck. You can search out energy Pokemon as well. This is instantly going to be an additional energy thrown onto the board. And this is how this deck works. You get opportunities to throw energies down early and often. An energy switch can lead to opening knockouts.
That is exactly what we'll see. Bug catching set looks at the top 7, finds any up to 2 basic grass energy and grass Pokemon, adds them to the hand. Ming finds that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and a grass energy. Right away, able to get more into play. There is the energy switch. Are we going to see the attachment? Yes, sure enough. Myriad Leaf Shower already taking a KO on the active Monkey Dory. And a Nest Ball will find possibly a Toad School to start getting established. No, it will be the Squawkabilly. Ming needs a little bit more from his hand.
Okay, and this is a spot for Roz you see on the other side. Ability, ability, ability. This starts to look pretty good for a Frostlass deck. You let the damage start to build up. This is something Ming knows. He is on the clock from this point forward, but taking this opening prize card has to feel great.
Squawk and Seize from that Squawkabilly EX now utilized, discarding the hand. Ming able to draw 6 cards, able to find now another bug catching set. Top 7 cards once again, looking for probably a Toad School to start to get established.
Oh boy.
Only 1 card found off of the bug catching set. You play so many energies in this deck, 12 grass energy to be exact. 18 Pokemon, the majority of them being grass. You really hope to find more than just 1 when you play that card.
Yeah, very optimistic going into the Squawkabilly to find some help there in a Toad School. Did not find that. It was down to just the bug catching set, and now it's on to Iono. We know the prize cards, multiple Nest Ball and the Ultra Ball there. It basically has to be the Toad School itself to help out here and at least establish this on board, and he does find one.
Yeah, able to find the Toad School. Raz as well, getting a new hand. Actually looks like he's got a Morgrim there, which is pretty nice. And Ming is going to start swinging here with the attack. It will be Myriad Leaf Shower. That will be a prize card, and that is one of the strengths of this deck. It can be so aggressive. It can get in there right away on turn 1 of the game. Ming able to capitalize on that strategy.
And for Roz, you're left wondering, how many turns do I have to really get a setup here? This Impidimp probably not going to stick around for too long. You typically use this opening Pokemon to search out with your Technical Machine Evolution and establish Frostlass here. He's going to use the Pheasantipity as well to just draw more resources and try to get out of this mess.
And I don't really see too much going on here for Raz. He's got a Boss's Orders as his supporter in hand currently. No way to find Frostlass, no way to draw more cards. He did have to use that Pheasantipity, flip the script, another huge card for the format. And this is going to be the slow boss stalling play, it looks like. And even
oh boy,
desperation mode, we're seeing a Filch from the Marnie's Impidimp drawing a card.
Yeah, maybe if Pheasantipity drew from the bottom of the deck, he'd be in an okay spot. All his good resources there were pushed down with the Iono, and he does not have a way to build on this board. Things are just going to get out of control here now with Ming drawing even more grass energies. Expect to see upwards of 6 energy on the board this turn.
That Teal Dance used to put an energy onto the bench. Teal Mask Ogerpon, and Energy Switch now will move these energy cards around. Debating where to put it. Looks like it will be to the Toad School, and we can see a Toad School EX potentially this turn. Ming trying to just spread those energies around, builds, of course, into that Toadscruel EX's Colony Rush attack. Does have that Area 0 under depths to spread the bench wide, 8 Pokemon in play. That is the potential of 400 damage from a Colony Rush.
Yeah, it starts to build up pretty quickly. And for Ming, now just decisions of whether you want to use another energy switch here, have that energy established onto the Toadscruel to evolve, and then maybe find energy to retreat. You also have Latios as a way to move this Squawkabilly, but that didn't work out too well.
Yeah, there's no Toadscruel. We can see the retreat and just attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon still, which is probably fine. You keep up the aggression, keep up the pressure, but not really too much going on in that hand outside for Ming. A pretty slow turn, but still is going to get off the attack.
Yeah, you don't need much other than to continue to take prize cards each turn and just try to beat this race of eventually when the Frostlass come down, the damage won't be overwhelming as you already can see your way to the game 1 closing through prize cards.
Raz has a pretty decent hand there. It looks like a nest ball to work with. And of course, we'll have the Pheasantipity to try to draw some more cards with Flip the Script, as a Pokemon was KO'd on the last turn. Yeah, for Raz here, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck does typically like to play things pretty slowly, you know, go with a Badoo for a turn, slow things down, which now is an option in the hand for Raz. But could be difficult whenever your opponent is putting on the aggression that we're seeing currently from Ming.
Yeah, you don't have time to do this, and although you want to have your Marnie's Grimmsnarl out and start attacking into this Pokemon, you're just walking into knockouts if you don't take a knockout yourself.
Yeah, Raz really wants to find some Frostlass here pretty soon, I assume. Start getting some damage into play on his opponent's side. Start getting some damage on his own side so he can move it around with that Monkey Dory, and he is able to find it now. Frostlass, one of the main components of this deck with its Freezing Shroud ability, placing 1 damage counter onto each Pokemon in play that has an ability. And that is a big Professor's Research, discarding a ton of cards.
Yeah, loses out on that Technical Machine Devolution that you could potentially see at some point to remove the Toadscruel, take a knockout on Toadscruel with much weaker hit points. It's not going to be a play this time around, and it's just continuing to look for a little more help here. Do we at least see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl? I think we see it at the edge of the hand now.
But do you want to put that in play? You're just walking into a potential KO. He is going to go for it. Gets that evolution. We will see that Punk Up ability, searching the deck for up to 5 Darkness Energy and attaching them to Raz's Marnie's Pokemon in any way that he would like. And a Shadow Bullet, 180 damage, 30 to the bench. Pretty efficient attacker. Of course, one of the strengths of this card is that it pulls the energy from the deck. It powers itself up. It can be an attacker out of nowhere, seemingly. He's starting to power things up here. What is the line? What does the path look like here for Raz? You're obviously already facing a pretty steep deficit. You're down 2 prizes. You're going to swing into this Ogerpon that's just going to return 1-hit KO you. What is his line?
Well, you're going to lose out on some prize cards, and you understand that, and that means you have to start to use some of your comeback cards in order to establish some form to win this game. We potentially could see Marnie's Grimmsnarl attack in, be knocked out, and on the following turn, counter Catcher Squawkabilly, Iono, promote Badoo, and try to lock in on an itemless board, let the damage from Frostlass build up, and maybe buy yourself a turn to establish another attacker.
Escape board, rescue board, excuse me, coming down to the Snow Runt, providing a pivot through the rest of the game for Raz. Did attach return to the Monkey Dory. We're going to start to see some damage tick up with the Freezing Shroud. And the Shadow Bullet will deal 180 damage and place 30 damage onto the Squawkabilly. I'm sure Raz would love to set up some damage maybe on the Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench, but of course that Terra effect, that Terra attribute on the card, it says that it can't be damaged on the bench.
Yeah, and I mean, this is certainly not terrible for Raz. When you see the board, it looks like there's an opportunity to close out on this at some point. You remove this Terra Pokemon with 2 prize cards, this one as well, and then if you can start to damage this Squawkabilly by way of the Monkey Dory, you can see 6 prizes pretty easily here soon.
It's going to be a race, though, to see how Ming can set up to establish that what sort of board can he get running in order to respond to what Raz is trying to get to. And honestly, just getting a bunch of Teal Mask Ogerpon in place seems like a decent strategy. I feel like if Ming can set up another energy on each of these Ogerpon, it might be tough for Raz from there.
Right. Just avoiding situations where you can be tricked by the retreat cost. As soon as the energy's down onto the Squawkabilly, you feel very good as Ming that you won't run into trouble. Maybe even the Latias as well. Just something to avoid any situation where that counter catcher ruins your board state.
And that Pheasantipity over on Raz's side as well is a pretty tasty target for Ming next turn. Something I'm sure he'll be thinking through as he's debating how to play out this turn. It will be a Super Rod, great recovery option in the format, searching the discard pile for up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy. Shuffling them back into the deck, it will be 2 Grass Energy and a Toad Scroll. Now Ming's got an interesting choice. There's an Iono in the hand. If he played that, Raz would get 6, he'd get 4. It doesn't seem very good, right? He's got Professor's Research, obviously very strong. Discard the hand, draw 7. But he does also have 2 Boss's Orders in his hand. Cards that I'm sure he'd love to have next turn, and they are the only 2 copies of the card in his entire list. Is it worth playing the Research?
Yeah, and that's just something you come to expect here. Is he might have to work through a single prize Pokemon at some point in this game now. The prize exchange is going to be a little off-kiltered here, and 7 prizes might be in his window now.
Another Teal Mask Ogerpon comes into play, but that is another Pokemon with an ability. The Freezing Shroud is going to continue to start to tick up. Bug Catching Set looks at the top 7, does find a Toad Scroll EX and a basic Grass Energy. We can see that evolution. We can start to see more Grass Energy coming into play with the other benched Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. I think 2 Energy Switch have been used so far this game, if I'm remembering correctly, so that's something else we'll have to be keeping track of.
Yeah, he was holding on to those resources earlier in the game, didn't want to use those inefficiently, and might have those to hold on to at some point to try to close out the game. See the Toad Scroll now down on the board with that protective Mycelium, and it's ready to attack with Colony Rush too at some point in this game. That is certainly one way to close out with 270 hit points.
And I do like this as well from Ming, choosing to just attach the energy to the Ogerpon that already has an energy card on it. Try to build that up around an Iono, making sure that that can be your attacker to potentially close out the game.
Well, 2 Pokemon added to the hand that are pretty tempting at this point. You could have the Pheasantipity down to prevent any bad hands post-Iono, and the Latias as well to avoid any of those slowing disruptions from the counter catcher. Do you go with both of them here? It's a lot of abilities on board.
Yeah, it does just start to tick up, but what Ming may be thinking here at this point is, I've already got a 2-prize lead. I'm going to take 2 more prizes this turn. Sure, the damage will tick up into play, but I don't think my opponent can really capitalize on that. Ming isn't worried about how many more turns Raz is going to have. He's trying to end the game in the next 2.
Let's race. He's not playing them down just yet. Will Iono find a way to punish here? I'm so tempted to see if Raz can target down that Squawkabilly and slow things down. We see so many energy already on board. We know the count is 12. So what, we're looking at, 3 more potential energy to work with throughout the course of the game?
So something that would have, in theory, I think, been pretty strong for Raz here is what he set up is the ability to counter catcher the Teal Mask on the bench that has the 2 energy on it, hit it for 180 with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and then both Teal Mask Ogerpon EX would get KO'd between turns by the Freezing Shroud. That's a super strong play. The problem is that last turn Ming was able to establish the Toad Scroll EX, and that would just be able to be promoted, sent up, and 1-hit KO the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So not a line Raz is going to be able to go for. I think it's what he was kind of thinking about and eyeing up. He's going to have to try to pivot now and find another play.
Right, can you slow down at this point? If you were to move into the Badoo strategy, we saw that discarded earlier on. It would have to be the Night Stretcher to find that Pokemon once more and try to slow down what cards could be found off Iono. We're going to see the Pheasantipity before Iono. And it does find the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it does use the Flip the Script, drawing the 3 since a Pokemon was KO'd. And yes, that Night Stretcher you called out is able to be found. Can he combine this with a counter catcher, with an Iono? And I think that's why he used the Flip the Script first. He already had the counter catcher in the hand. He wanted to find the pieces before he fully committed to his Iono play. Let's see if this is what he's going for.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel the allergies already, Chip. This is getting dangerous here. He's got a lot of great resources working for him. The Itchy Pollen will be online this turn, and Super Rod's going to help find a little more resources to potentially close the game out. We're thinking Monkey Dory, Energy, Marnie's Grimmsnarl. These are ways to see 6 prize cards on the next turn.
And Ming here perhaps getting a little punished for not putting the Latias into play. He had it in hand. He could have put it down, and that would totally mitigate the potential for the Squawk ability to get stalled up in the active spot and get stuck for a turn.
Yeah, think about the situation here now for Ming. He held onto energy switches and didn't play down the energy onto the Squawk ability. If you Iono into those energy switches into Itchy Pollen, you're just rolling into dead resources.
Things that are unable to be used. Ming will be stuck with a hand that's not playable. Raz has potentially found an opening here. We are going to see Ultra Ball, one of the iconic Pokemon TCG cards. Discard 2 cards from your hand, search your deck for any Pokemon, and add it to your hand. One of the best consistency cards in the history of the game, and this will find the second Frostlass.
Yeah, this really tells us whether Rods has done his math or not. Do you need multiple ticks of the Frostlass onto the Squawk ability to get the math perfectly, or can you move over to the Morgrim to make that Marnie's Grimmsnarl happen just a turn sooner?
And I think Raz is setting up here to be able to win on the next turn. If he can stick the Squawk ability active for even just one single turn, the combination of Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, the damage that's going to get added into play from the Freezing Shroud, and the Shadow Bullet damage placement could lead to, this turn we're going to see the Counter Catcher, bring up the Squawk ability, stick it active, and then a multi-prize KO turn by bossing up an Ogerpon to knock it out and KO the Squawk ability while it is on the bench. A really masterful line here from Raz. We'll see if it can come together. Huge 2 cards here coming in from me.
It's so scary. All of it comes down to this. Did not play safe and does not get punished this time, though. Ming finds a Professor's Research off of the 2 cards.
Still has to find what he needs off of it, but you gotta like the chances there. A Research off the Iono to 2. The Bump of the Stadium is pretty solid for Raz here as well. Spikemouth Gym, a huge card for this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. A great consistency option. Just once per turn, you're able to search your deck for a Marnie's Pokemon. Add it to your hand. Marnie's Morgrim being found out, evolving from the Impidimp. Next turn, that can find the Grimmsnarl. We'll see if the next turn is even able to happen here for Raz. And I guess it's probably guaranteed to happen, right?
Yeah.
Ming got rid of both boss's orders. We know Research is in the hand. That's going to be the supporter played. The active Pokemon for Raz is going to be Badoo. I think he's going to piece it together here, Kyle.
Yeah, you're seeing what I'm seeing. It's a safe play here. Play the damage, load it up onto that Squawk ability. Eventually, it will compound. It will lead to a knockout. Badoo, Itchy Pollen in the mix now. Prevent those item cards from assisting your opponent to some miracle play that is not there anyways. You have this additional turn. And I did want to note, with that Frostlass found off the Ultra Ball, it just leads to finding cards like that Morgrim with the Smite moves. These are ways that good players give themselves great opportunities to come out on top.
Yeah, Raz knew he had not played a Spikemouth yet. He knew he needed to get that Frostlass. He knew Morgrim would be pretty nice to have as well, but he was playing the odds there. He's getting 6 cards off Iono, and it works out. 2 cards off the Iono for Ming. Research is one of them. A bunch of cards being drawn. Item cards unable to be played thanks to that Itchy Pollen. Does have that Area 0 Underdepths, can bump the Spikemouth Gym. Has that Iron Leaves EX. That would be a way to get this Squawk ability out of the active spot potentially and take a knockout. But from here, I mean, Ming, anything he sends up pretty much just gets KO'd by a Grimmsnarl. The Toadscroll can maybe withstand a hit, but I don't even think it will. Once we get those Freezing Shrouds ticking in, once we get the Adrenabrain working as well, I feel like Raz is going to have the damage available to close this out. Does he even need the boss?
Well, yeah, at this point, if another Monkey Dory is in play with a Dark Energy, that seals it. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl, double Monkey Dory would get the job done, or a boss's orders with the board the way it currently is alongside Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Does Raz have the resources? He still has Pheasantipity to work with here as well.
Yeah, Pheasantipity has been a card that players have debated in this deck, and Raz just has the cards in hand. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Counter Catcher, Adrenabrain moves the damage over to that Squawk ability, and the Shadow Bullet, 180 to the active, 30 to the bench, 4 prize turn. What a comeback, what a line for Raz to win game 1.
And that is why you do not count out Raz or Marnie's Grimmsnarl in any situation. And look at this competitor, wants to know how much time is left. He is thinking of one thing only, and that is 3 match points.
Making sure he can get the win. 3 match points, so much more valuable than the one wins versus ties. Finding every single opportunity to capitalize on the tournament structure. Now, Ming, for that game, I mean, I think obviously you feel like as the Toadstool deck, you should have a pretty solid matchup into Grimmsnarl. Where did things go wrong for Ming?
Just some unfortunate draws. I mean, the opening setup was astounding, and to think that that Squawkabilly led to that poor of a hand. The setup did not build from there. We can take a look at exactly how things went down for him and just highlight where the prize card started to fall the wrong way.
Yeah, did take that first KO. That's one of the strengths of this deck, the aggression that it can employ, and we saw that in this game. 2 quick prizes, but Raz played it slow, played it steady, really leaned on that Pheasantipity to get consistent draw power. Pheasantipity is not a card that all these Marnie's Grimmsnarl players are using. It's actually kind of a bit of a debate on if it's worth playing in your deck or not. Raz has chosen to include it, and it paid dividends here in round 1, game 1.
What a beautiful turn here. That Badoo snuck into the mix. I mean, if you don't see the research, it's an absolute blowout, but even so, had the resources here to close things out. Did not need much. It would have been a Monkey Dory, a counter catcher. As long as that Marnie's Grimmsnarl was there, this game was ending, and he found the 4 prizes just like that.
Yeah, masterful play there from Raz. Recognized the situation, found the lines despite what he may feel like is a tough matchup. And that's why this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck can be so strong. Looks like players are set up for game number 2. Let's get to that table and get into this game as Raz is kicking things off. Ming has chosen to go second, a pretty common play from this deck.
Yeah, not only does it benefit the Toadstool player, but also your opponent really wants to use that opening technical machine evolution. You deny that opportunity, you potentially steal an opening prize card like we saw in game number 1, and things can go downhill pretty quickly for your opponent.
Yeah, it's really funny to me always to look at these Marnie's Grimmsnarl decks. There's just like no search cards in here. You got the 1 Buddy Poffin. You got the 1 Ultra Ball in the deck. There are 3 Nest Ball, which is decent, but you need to get a lot of Pokemon into play. The way that people are building Marnie's Grimmsnarl right now, they are very, very reliant on technical machine evolution.
Yeah, the prize cards have to work out well for you in order for this deck to function perfectly, and it looks like it will be the case this time around. Multiple copies of the Spikemuth, along with the technical machine evolution, and these are certainly some things you can work with here. You're not worried about prizing those one-ofs that we know can lead to a full setup and then let you focus on actual good cards that win games.
So here in game 2, Raz has started the Marnie's Impidimp. We see on Ming's side the start of the Toadstool. So it might be a little harder to get into the turn 1 Tealmask Ogerpon. You'll need to see a Prime Catcher in the mix, maybe even a Latias as an option. Yeah. But things are looking nice for Raz. He's getting set up to start things off. Nest Ball for the Snow Runs. Spikemuth Gym into play right away to get yet another Impidimp. A pretty solid going first opening, I would say.
Yeah. Nothing like the first turn we saw, game 1. That was a little bit obscene, but this will work out just fine here. Set up your Pokemon, look at a board that will have the Technical Machine Evolution next turn to get the ball rolling, and see a Frostlass earlier than we did last time. It really took a minute to get 1 or even that second one established and start to get the damage ticks up on the other side.
Sure, and yeah, the earlier you get Frostlass in play, the more damage it can cause on your opponent's side, right? That it's just a ticking ability, turn after turn after turn. So the earlier you can get it into play, the better.
Yeah, we've seen players with this deck start to go for double Snorunt and lose their Marnie's Impidimp as early as possible, and then they just build from there. They go, oh, well, I'll buy a turn with Badoo, play down my Impidimps, and then set up my attacker. But I don't care about an attacker as long as I'm building up damage with Frostlass early on.
7 cards from the top of the bug catching set. A pretty fortunate 7th card to find there for Ming. A Grass Energy, which I do believe he was missing previous to that. Pretty surprising.
Hard to believe.
There are 12 in the deck, but it's a pretty good combo. Bug catching set becomes Tealmask Ogerpon into Grass Energy. It basically says draw a card.
Yeah, a Earthen Vessel, Nest Ball. You can be the same thing at this point. Everything helps out here. The hand looks like it could all play out at this point. We see Energy Switch. We see Ultra Ball. We see a couple things that help out, especially when you start to factor in Squawkabilly, Latias. but will the hand after this work out?
And that's what we're going to have to see. Nest Ball does find Squawkabilly, the same line we saw in the first game. Looking at the prize cards here, there are 2 Area 0 Underdepths in the prizes for Ming. That's a pretty important card. There are 4 in the deck. More so in this spot, being able to bump Spike Myth would be pretty good, as Raz gets really strong value the more turns he gets to use that same stadium.
Yeah, so often for this deck as Toad Scroll, you need to see the Area 0 Underdepths because that's the way that you're going to do the most damage possible with your Toad Scroll. This is not a matchup where that matters. Grass Weakness will carry you the rest of the way. You can play a smaller board if you want, but as long as you remove that stadium, you feel pretty solid. And it is time. Squawkabilly, giddy up. Squawk and seize.
Ooh, and does find the Prime Catcher right away and some Grass Energy and the Professor's Research. So the potential of a Prime Catcher KO is pretty high at this point, I would say. Nest Ball will be played, searching for a basic Pokemon. And if the Prime Catcher KO is to happen here, Kyle, which Pokemon are you going after? Do you just want to limit those Impidimps right away, prevent Raz's potential of getting to Grimmsnarl, try to cut him off of that? Or is it all about getting rid of Snorunt?
Get him off the board as soon as possible. It is an absolute detriment. It is the way you lose games. If Snorunt is not off the board, you will see that Frostlass. You will see the damage build up, and that is how Raz steals prizes. The damage builds up on these lower hit point EX Pokemon. Squawkabilly's fall, and you're just going to run into a lot of trouble. We see the Prime Catcher. Now we need to see that energy switch to get the ball rolling. We saw one discarded already, but can Research find it here now?
And we are going to see Research indeed.
It was a Squawkabilly.
It was a Squawkabilly used earlier, so he is able to use Research. Lots of cards being able to draw, and it doesn't feel quite fair.
Ooh, and that's not fair either.
There is the combo right there. Energy and the energy switch. Teal Dance draws a card. Energy switch will move the energy to the active, and that is some really strong aggression from Ming. Why not one more Teal Dance, one more energy card in play? 4 energy, going to be in play here on turn 1 of the game.
Yeah, the knockout on the lone Snorunt. We will not see Frostlass, at least this time around, and that leads to a lot of weak Impidimps remaining. You don't really want to be in this spot here. Even if you have a way to bring out Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you're not accomplishing anything if the damage is not already established on the board.
Now, Raz does have access to his Buddy Poffin, so he can get established another Snorunt. He does have Night Stretcher as well, a way to get back the Snorunt from the discard pile. And Arvin can find that Technical Machine Evolution. We could still see a Frostlass come into play this turn.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, it depends which way you want to go with it. He has such a great hand that going for a Secret Box is a bit unfortunate. You're going to discard some really valuable resources at this stage of the game. So maybe go for a card like TM Devolution, just as fodder, so you can discard it at some point.
Yeah, this is a pretty common lineup I think we see from these Secret Box players when they play that Tech TM Devo. When it's a card that's not useful in that specific matchup, they're happy to just go ahead and discard it, find it off of the Arvin. Now that becomes another card you can discard from the Secret Box and mitigate the impact it has on your current hand.
I think we saw a Frostlass in the hand, so as far as setting up those Pokemon, we're running into a bit of an issue there. One Snorunt already down, one Frostlass in the hand. Means you have potential to set up a 1-1 line of it this time around with the TM Evolution. And maybe just that little bit of damage is what Raz needs to feel confident to continue on in this game.
Secret Box found from the Arvin alongside TM Devo. Devo goes down along with 2 other cards, debating what they should be. Looks like a Darkness Energy will probably be one, and the Frostlass going down as the other one. You'd love to have 2 in play. If you can get to the 1, though, it feels, at least you have the 1, you know.
All right, I think this is just a nod to, can I find Night Stretcher at an optimal point? If not, then I have to throw this away, but he forgoes it. Thinks there's a chance to maybe find this card in the future and cash in on double Frostlass.
He also has Super Rod in his deck, so discarding the Frostlass means you can put back the whole evolution line later on.
Look at this.
Secret Box is going to grab a item card, tool card, supporter, and a stadium. And the first 2 grabbed right away, Research and the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, a valuable Pokemon in that Snorunt, understanding that this Pokemon is exactly how you win a matchup like this. You need the ticks of this Pokemon to get the job done.
And pretty interesting to see, Raz holds off on finding a tool card and holds off on finding a stadium. He's already got the evolution in hand, it looks like, right? And doesn't want to get another stadium. He wants them in the deck for later on.
Yeah, and with the supporter of a research in hand, you feel pretty good that this will be a spot where you can find those cards later on, build on your board, and find something. Just unfortunate to see that the other card in his hand is that Frostlass. He will lose that card next turn if there's not an Iona.
Yeah, and that makes me think that Raz probably should have just discarded the Frostlass, hold on to the energy, get an extra attachment next turn, you know, put that back into play, or, you know, find an opportunity to keep one of those other cards that he got rid of. Now over to Ming. We'll see how he's able to capitalize. I feel like a boss's orders play would be pretty strong here. And is that the boss already waiting in the hand?
Yeah, Chip, your eyes do not deceive you. Area 0 found off the prize cards countering that Spike Move, and then right into that boss's orders. Feel like Frostlass will not be ticking away this time, and that's going to be pretty scary for Roz, especially staring at the hand he has currently. Without that, how does Marnie's Grimmsnarl attack into a full board of grass Pokemon that are already set up?
Yeah, really needs to get some of those freezing shrouds ticking into play. Not going to have that opportunity here. We see another Teal Dance, drawing another card, and a research is found for the next turn. That will be really strong. For now, though, Myriad Leaf Shower takes another KO. We found ourselves in a similar situation to game number 1. The difference being Raz at least had a couple snow runs on the bench that he was eyeing up getting into.
Yeah, and at this point, your buddy Puffin is not doing terribly much. We're right back down to that same old strategy of, can I lock something out of place with a counter catcher, slow my opponent down at some point? Maybe the hand isn't going to have the perfect answer this time around. It had boss's orders. Can it do it again? You're losing the Frostlass here. You're asking for a lot off this research, or you need to move to the next game.
And it pays off nicely here for Raz. Finds the Buddy Puffin off the top of the deck, able to get the Snow Runt right away, able to get Badoo, and it's going to be a slow turn here, it looks like, for Raz. Probably looking to find counter catcher off of this Professor's research.
Yeah, just that piece missing once more on Ming's side. No Latios, no way to slow down this slow disruption that we see consistently from Raz. It's a great way to buy turns.
And Raz does find that counter catcher, so that will be a play lined up. There is a Super Rod as well, a way to put back a full 2-1 Snow Runt.
And
Frostlass line.
This is a double-edged sword that I'm not exactly loving. The Spike Move played down the Area 0. You can move this Squawkabilly away. Maybe if we saw a counter catcher on that Pokemon first, you'd feel a little more comfortable. This board looks so much better now for Ming.
And I wonder if this will indicate that Raz is maybe not going for the Badoo this turn. He's not going for the counter catcher stall play. Maybe he's going for a counter catcher KO the Mew play.
Yeah.
Or even just hitting this active, deal with this Pokemon as soon as he can.
Well, you can certainly set up a lot of damage on it, but you're still 20 away from a knockout. We don't see a Monkey Dory established, or let alone any damage on your side of the board.
You know what this sets up for, though?
Let's hear it.
Is next turn, Badoo plus Freezing Shroud. Okay. KO onto this active Pokemon. Item lock, KO between turns, no Pheasantipity, no item cards, plus an Iono. I see the vision here now for Raz.
It could happen. Of course, a retreat mitigates a lot of that, so we'll see what Ming is capable of as a counterplay. But this is really smart from Raz. This is the lifeline of your deck. You need Frostlass and Snorunt in order to get the ball rolling, and now the full 2-2 line is available.
Yeah, got the counter catcher in hand to potentially target down anything that would want to run away and hide as well. Ming was able to clean up that board pretty nicely, so getting rid of the Squawkabilly. I mean, that was basically what won Raz the game in game number 1, the fact that Squawkabilly was able to give up those 2 prize cards. Ming having to discard the boss's orders early as well was very nice for Raz. And we're going to see some damage laid down. Shadow Bullet, 180, 30 to the bench. And where is this damage best placed onto the bench?
As long as we avoid a Terra Pokemon, I feel pretty good. And usually you go after the weakest amount of hit points. Mew seems like a great option there, as maybe you can start to build up the damage on that side once Badoo is in itchy pollen mode.
We will see the counter stadium now. Area 0 under depths. The bench extended back out to 8. More options for Ming on the left. Has Iono as well, has Research, has Boss. All of the best supporters in the game available to be played now. attachment for turn to the Toadscruel EX, spreading that damage out, building up to a Colony Rush, and just an attack with the active.
Yeah, this is all you need to do. Mew has free retreat. The Toadscruel was the weakest Pokemon on the board as a target for a counter catcher, so leave it 1 energy away from attacking in and taking a knockout on the next turn. Ming has done his job. Now it is up to Raz. Can he find an answer? He does set up the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but it doesn't seem like the right turn for this play, Chip. You probably got to slow down.
It does set up for Ming to just close out the game on the next turn potentially, but Raz is going to Iono Ming to just 2 cards.
Right.
Kind of playing the numbers game here, saying, hey, this is game number 2. I did win game number 1, so if I lose this one, we're going to have some time for game number 3 still. And I'm going to play the numbers. Hope my opponent doesn't get it. Hope I can slow things down. And actually chooses to bring up the Toadscruel EX. We're going to see the Badoo slow things down. Or we're going to see him just hit with this Grimmsnarl and cross his fingers that Ming doesn't have a grass. What is the line here? I'm trying to see the vision.
Yeah, I mean, if that's where you have to go, it is a dangerous place to be. 1 energy seals it out, and there's no Itchy Pollen in that spot. So even an energy switch will get the job done. Basically, any supporter as well, too. But he does have the Frostlass.
Yep.
See the damage. It will start to tick up here and get this Pokemon at least 1 more turn away from a knockout in between turns. Badoo could work its magic, but you need to establish another threat, another Monkey Dory, something to push damage around here.
Yeah, anytime you can set things up to be KO'd coming back into your turn, it feels very strong, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with this Frostlass Freezing Shroud, the 20 on the bench, Ogerpon, 20 remaining, I should say, will lead to it being KO'd coming back into Raz's turn. Ultra Ball discards a Research and a Boss's Orders. Gonna find another Pokemon here, perhaps another Snowruns, trying to just get to another Frostlass. Oh no, it will be the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, there's a Night Stretcher in hand, so a Dark Energy could be found. This Pokemon be ready to roll. We saw those energies loaded by the Punk Up, so you've got a way to have this Pokemon established for the next turn, and damage will start to tick up now that Frostlass has finally seen the board.
Gonna Brain will start to be used as a way to get some more damage into play. No energy for turn just yet here for Raz, and it will be Itchy Pollen. 10 damage to the active. Now 10 damage spread to all things with abilities, except for, you know, Pokemon that have the Freezing Shroud ability.
I know one of those.
And that is a ton of damage counters. Yeah, everything in Ming's deck except for Badoo either has an ability or evolves into something that has an ability, right?
Yeah, it's the damage starts to compile quickly, and you can tell that's why Ming had to load up on this. He's trying to win the game right now, though. Boss's Orders would do it. Does not find that as the one-of card, but he's okay. He's getting that prize card off the Badoo. He is 1 prize away from moving to game number 3 here with about 10 minutes remaining.
And Raz, with his back all the way against the wall, he will finally take 2 prizes as that Teal Mask Ogerpon is KO'd, coming back into his turn. Is there a line for a 4-prize turn here?
Well, Mew might just be a couple ticks short at this point. You see the damage starting to build up on Raz's side, but you only have access to a single Adrenabrain. Only 20 damage that can be moved over. You can get that Pokemon to 70, 90, well, 80 through that single Frostlass, and then 110 from the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. A little short here. You got to go with a Badoo line.
And it's got to be a Boss's Orders and stick this Toadscruel with just 1 energy on it into the active spot and hope that Ming doesn't have another energy, which when you're playing an all-grass deck that has 12 energy in it is a little bit of a tough thing to find, but there's a lot of energy in play. There's a lot of energy in the discard pile, so maybe Ming will have a hard time finding another energy card. Raz playing to the potential here. This would be yet another crazy comeback if he can do it. Literally all Ming needs here is a Grass Energy. A Grass Energy card wins him the game on the spot. Can't play that Super Rod in hand, can't play that Bug Catching Set, draws for turn, and it is the Grass Energy found. What a top deck. That is a KO, and Ming is going to send our round 1 match to a game 3.
Oh, for Raz, that's devastating. He sees it come off the top of the deck right there to close things out. He knows he only has, what, 9 minutes to try to win this game and get those 3 match points. And for Ming, this is everything here. You have a chance to win what looks like a potentially favorable matchup here with an all-grass deck into this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Do you have a chance to take another prize here on the opening turn and really start to push against this clock?
To be honest, coming into things, we pegged this as a tough matchup for Grimmsnarl. I don't know that it's as bad as we thought it was. It's definitely unfavored, I'd say. But as we saw this game number 2 play out, I mean, the Toadscroll can just be so aggressive. And when you can target down Snow Runs, prevent the quick Frost Lass, it's really difficult for the Grimmsnarl deck to find a line, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can see how Ming is playing this setup. He plays down a few too many Pokemon every time. It just feels like he's opening up these invites for Roz to take advantage of Counter Catcher, Boss's orders. You don't need 2 Toadscroll in this setup in order to get the job done, and Roz continues to find opportunities, but this is the one that Ming really wanted to capitalize on, found the Grass Energy at the perfect time, and we will be moving into Game 3 very quickly.
Yeah, never punished moment right there. And speaking of moving into Game 3, players are kicking things off, and they are flying right away. Ming, starting that Latias EX. We haven't seen much of it yet, but that Skyliner ability gives you so much mobility on your side of the field. And on Raz's side, starting that Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, not the ideal Pokemon to see starting things off. You have a couple hit points to work with, but you also need to win a game, and you have 7.5 minutes to do just that, including turns. Ming flying through. He finally has that free retreater, does not have to worry about those slowing down plays. And he's going for that consistent approach once more. That Squawkabilly just trying to draw through.
Yeah, this is a situation where maybe Raz will be content with a tie. If the situation comes to it, of course. And Squawkabilly from Ming will discard the hand to draw 6. Now, Raz is going to be in right away kind of a tough spot because Ming will, in theory, be able to threaten a KO on this Pheasantipity. And I say in theory because, oh no, there was a Toadscroll found. I thought there was no Toadscroll found. If that's the case, there's no real potential for the one-hit KO next turn on the Pheasantipity, but now we could see that Colony Rush next turn, taking 2 prizes.
And now of all turns, Ming throws an energy on the Squawkabilly. He's ready for retreating when he already has Latias set up this time
just
around.
Need energy on all your guys.
I'm just lost, okay?
Colony Rush, more damage for each energy on the bench. And what a card to open up with there for Raz, the Buddy Buddy Poffin, searching for 2 basic Pokemon, 70 hit points or less, Marnie's Impidimp, and the Snorunt hitting the field. Does he have Technical Machine Evolution to pair with this? Not yet. He's going to be fishing for it off the Iono. And I like the adjustment here from Raz. We saw Game 1. Game 2, he had time. He felt like he was in a good spot. Took time. Check his prize cards. He knows the situation here. Does not have that time. He does find the TM Evolution, but there is a missing piece here, Kyle.
The last card needed to be an energy, and he does not have that. It's only 8 copies, and you think that'd be enough. Instead, he plays the equivalent of a Buddy Buddy Poffin from his hand, throws down all the Pokemon once more, but no evolutions. And important to note, we saw a Frostlass in those prize cards. So the double Snorunt evolution not happening this time around.
7 cards from the top with that bug catching set. It will be a Toadscroll EX and a Tealmask Ogrepon EX added to the hand. Some energy cards. There's that Prime Catcher right away. And with 2 Snorunt in play, it feels a little bit weaker to go chasing them, but I still don't hate it. You know, get those things out of play. Or is it better to just chase the prize cards here as Ming? Go for the 2 prize card KO on Pheasantipity. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Not only the prize cards as a benefit given how much time is left, but also what Pheasantipity does for your opponent. Just finding 3 additional resources. You saw a weak turn that didn't culminate into a Technical Machine Evolution play, so there's no evolutions ready to go. If you knock this Pokemon out and deny those 3 additional cards, you're in a great spot.
Things are actually a little clunky here for Ming. There's no supporter in hand. There's no more energy cards. I think he's going to be relying on a Mew EX restart to try to draw a couple more cards here.
I mean, it's possible. There's Energy Switch. There's an Ultra Ball. You can thin this down. I'm not sure if we saw the Area 0 to go along with this, but that's typically the way that this all works. He's going to have to discard the basic Pokemon in order to make this happen, as the 5th bench spot would be the Mew.
We actually see Energy Switch moving the energy over to the Ogrepon EX, so not going to be trying for the Colony Rush here. Probably signifies that we're going to see a Prime Catcher play here. Going down to 0 cards, Prime Catcher, get your Mew, draw 3, play it off of that.
Yep, going for the race strategy. It's almost worked for him every time here. It's just been on Roz finding Counter Catcher, slowing down, and we know that that is not an option this time. So go with what's been working for you. Remove Snorunts and don't let the damage build up.
Mew comes into play, restart will draw some cards, but not before the, actually will be before the Prime Catcher being played. So not fully committing to Prime, but, is he just gonna hit the Pheasantipity? Really interesting here. Could have taken a KO on something, could have played an Iono, found more cards, but chooses to just place 120 damage onto this Pheasantipity. What do we think about this?
Rarely do you see damage left on the board. It's always the one-hit knockout that continues to happen. So to see that hedge play where you don't play down the energy, move it over to the Toad Scroll, it ends up working out with how poor the hand was because it's the only attack you have. But this is why you do this play. Roz does not have any resources. He's completely reliant on Flip the Script, and you will knock this Pokemon out next turn.
Wow, what a read. Not utilizing the Iono. Saying my opponent has just a couple cards in hand. I'm not going to go for it. Don't want to find more cards, and it pays off nicely. Raz has just nothing. I think it's TM Devo, TM Evo, and one other unplayable card right now. Bug catching set from Ming finds a Toadscroll EX and a basic Grass Energy. Now Ming will still be able to continue to progress through the deck here with some Teal Dance. Will actually just be the attach.
But where do you go? Your Skyliner ability isn't working for this evolution Pokemon. You just play the Grass Energy and you're going nowhere. And look at this!
Raz finds the Darkness Energy from the top of the deck, able to get Technical Machine Evolution, and will get a couple of Pokemon into play.
Yeah, that prize card really starting to hinder here. If it was double Frostlass and we could see tick, 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 tick over and over and over again, it's just the single time this time around. And we're still looking to see what could happen here. Ming does not have the energy to go along with this play, and he doesn't want to use Prime Catcher because he wants to knock out the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, but I got to tell you that there's a lot of energy in the deck. So his odds to find one there, I think, were pretty good, but now we're at the point where you can't wait anymore. You got to play the Iono. You got to do something. And now, he's going to Prime Catcher now? Take out the Frostlass now, I guess? Like, I guess that makes sense now that it's in play, but I don't know. I feel like keeping up the aggression last turn would have been pretty good. I'm really questioning kind of this end-of-game sequence situation that Ming finds himself in. And is that a pass? He's just going to pass.
I mean, that's nearly a concession of trying to win this game at this point. There is only less than 90 seconds remaining to win this game, including turns. We see Secret Box added to the hand, but there's not enough cards to discard in order to get this done. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, can't play the Secret Box. Will use the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, get a bunch of energy out of the deck. Just the two actually placed onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, and we could just see a retreat and an attack. Raz trying to capitalize on the fact that his opponent didn't do much this turn.
Now you start to wonder, is there even an Iono in the hand? Your opponent just didn't do anything.
Right.
You come in and maybe it's just a dead hand. If you don't see the Grass Energy, you feel so rewarded at this point. He's pushing to try to close this game out, but this could get ugly.
And this damage is just going to continue to rise, continue to tick up. There is the Area 0 Underdepths being found, and Iono as an option. Now there's the option to Prime Catcher the Pheasantipity.
Come back here.
Take that down while it is in play. Try to limit Raz's draw power. That is one big downside to Marnie's Grimmsnarl. It does not have a great draw engine. It's really reliant on the Pheasantipity when players even choose to play it in their deck.
And the read is still so strong on the hand. Does not want to play down that Iono. He's going to hold on to it as long as he can. Remove the Pheasantipity from play. We will see the damage ticking onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that was not seen earlier. But time has been called.
Time's been called, so that means that Ming was turn 0. So Raz will have turn 1 and turn 3. From this position, with the damage that's in play, can he take 6 prizes in the 2 turns? Kyle, I think he'll be able to. He's got a chance. There's the Frostlass is starting to tick up. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl is going to throw down a lot of damage, and Ming now can no longer win the game. He was turn 0.
Right.
He'll only have turn 2. He will not be able to take 4 prize cards. Raz knows he cannot lose. He can only tie or win. How does he find the way to do it?
He needs one more card in his hand. He's just so close right here with the Secret Box. He can't get it done, though. He can attack into this Teal Mask Ogerpon. He can build up more damage onto either the Toadscroll or the Squawkabilly. It seems like those have to be your targets at this point in order to take your 6 prize cards. Build the damage up, and then maybe Secret Box into Rare Candy, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and Energy for a Munkidori will close the game out on turn 3.
The thing to consider, though, depending on how the math works out, is that Freezing Shroud will not activate after turn 3. There is no in-between turns. There is no Pokemon checkup. There is no 3.5, no way, no how. 2 prizes now for Raz, who will have access to the secret box next turn. This is a super interesting situation. Let's see how Ming decides to play it. Now, one thing you could do as Ming is just not even try to, I don't know, I mean, probably KOing this Grimmsnarl is still pretty good, but I feel like if you can leave this Toedscruel on the bench, if Raz has to use a Spikemuth, you get an opportunity to discard it, or you try to attack with it, and, well, there's only 10 damage left on it, so I guess it's going down regardless, unless Ming is able to KO the Frostlass here.
I mean, Chip, we don't even have the energy yet. There's no knockout available until we see a supporter for the turn. And he's been holding on to this Iono for the longest time. There's not even 2 energy on board, or 3 energy on board to move in the Iron Leaves to help out. It's Fezandipity trying to get the job done here.
With the damage that's in play, Raz is setting up very nicely here. The Toedscruel is going to get KO'd going back into his turn. And then he'll just have to find a way to take 2 more prizes from there, which will just be KOing literally anything on Ming's board except for the Toedscruel. And maybe that's what Ming is going to do here. Run into the Toedscruel, recognize, hey, I can't win, but I got to hope my opponent can't. 1 match point is better than 0. So forcing the tie, even though Ming probably would lose this game as it plays out. I mean, every single match point so valuable at these massive tournaments.
And we see the disruption of the Iono. Still plenty of draw available. If this hand can play out, we could see restart and then flip the script to draw even more cards. The energy, that real key piece, though, if you want to remove this Pokemon, it's just up to the strategy now. Do you want to be the aggressor and force your opponent to have more resources, or do you want to make them go through that single prize option?
We do see attachment. Colony Rush, I think, is only going to deal 160 damage here. It's not even going to be a KO onto this Grimmsnarl. It only deals 80 plus 40 more for the benched Pokemon that have energy on them. So.
I guess, I mean, the benefit of this is Shadow Bullet would have been a great target onto a Toedscruel that's on the bench, so now it's active. It's not the greatest place to have the damage. If you use Monkey Dory early to move this Pokemon, then the Toedscruel moves into the active spot and throws off your lines, forcing boss's orders. So how do you do it from here? You don't take a knockout.
Yeah, I think everything's good. Yep, 160 damage. We're all good. Let's keep this thing moving here. See if Raz can find the pieces to close out the game. The Toedscruel actually does have 30 on it. I think it was the damage was incorrect on it on the bench. I was looking at our graphic there on the side, so not going to quite be going down. Just 30 left, so not KO going back into Raz's turn like we initially thought. But if Raz has a Darkness Energy, we could see Adrenabrain. He could still very much piece together the win here.
I feel like it's going to happen a lot this tournament.
Raz is talking about how he's going to do this from here on out. He's trying to piece together the line and see how he can potentially win this game. There's a few supporters in hand. Saw a couple Ionos, but was the other one research? If so, there's a chance to draw in some pretty great cards.
It was 3 Iono.
Oh, well then never mind. That's terrible.
Yeah.
4/4 prize cards. Counter Catcher not online for this spot. How do you get the job done?
If Raz finds a boss, the game is over. That's all he needs is boss's orders.
What?
From the top of the deck. Are you kidding me? Wait, is that not game?
Oh, how is he doing this?
Is that not game? Boss's orders? Wait, what just happened?
Why did we not play boss? He had it.
He has game. All he has to do is boss's orders. Oh my gosh, he just realized. What? He's played the Arvin.
He's asking. He says, "Can I play back the supporter?" He wants to see he's home.
I mean, he put that card on the table. He played that Arvin.
I haven't picked the deck up yet.
He has not picked up the deck, but he has played the card.
Letting go of the card means you played the card. It's up to your opponent at that point to let you take it back or not. We are at the North American International Championships. You're playing one of the biggest games to start the tournament, and he played the wrong supporter.
He had game. Boss's orders. He top-decked the card that won the game for him on the spot. And he played the wrong one from his hand. Maybe just tunnel vision, thought too much about what he had in hand, didn't take a moment to look at what he drew for the turn and process the situation properly. he's going to be stuck into playing this Arven. He'll be able to search his deck for an item card and a tool card, but none of those cards lead to him winning right now.
So many times in this matchup, you think you're losing, you think you can just go Arven, counter catcher, go that route. He saw the boss. He wasn't even thinking of that play because he had the Arven. He was going to use that card to win the game no matter what in his mind because he thought he was down in prize cards potentially, but he plays the wrong resource. He cannot believe where he's at.
And Raz just can't believe it either. You prep, you practice, you get ready so much. You study these lines. You know, not maybe this necessary matchup, but you know how your deck works, and it just doesn't come together. Just one misstep for Raz here.
This is what you do here. You move the damage from Monkey Dory onto the Toad Scroll. You hope your opponent just picks the wrong Pokemon to move into the active spot. That's literally the only thing I'm seeing from here. You don't move 60 damage, you move 30.
And that's not what he's going to do. He's going to move the 30 to the bench. Yeah. He's going to take a KO on the active. He'll put 30 onto the Squawkabilly, but it is 10 damage away from being KO'd. Freezing Shroud does not happen. There is no in-between turns. This game ends in a tie.
In a game where we saw top deck after top deck in order to close out games, we see the most miracle top deck of them all, and it doesn't get played. I mean, we're talking about some craziness here to start off the North American International Championships.
Wow.
Two great players here, and we just missed it.
Ming really gets away with one there for sure. I mean, Raz had the game. He had it in hand, and just, he cannot believe it. He is going to beat himself up about that one, and understandably so. You know, he is one of the great competitors in the game. He got top 4 at Worlds last year. He's been in these positions, and it just does not fall for him.
Yep, let's see how we got here. What a 3-game set this was to start off the biggest tournament that we've ever seen, and it started off pretty quickly. Prizes flying left and right from Ming's side of the board. Early aggression from that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, and it led to a really cheeky play here from Roz. Sneaks in the Badoo, and it's just enough. We saw the boss's orders discarded early on. No way to get out of this spot as Roz takes the opening game.
You can just see why Frostlass is so strong in this format, why it works so well with the Grimmsnarl, with the Monkey Dory. The Grimmsnarl only does 180 damage, which in today's game is not that much, but it just gets boosted so much by all these other pieces.
Yeah, you need your friends along the way. That's why we're here, and they do so much for you. But Raz kept running into the same issue here. He's just prizing one piece of the Frostlass combo. He only plays a 2-2 line, and sometimes he had to discard it early, or he didn't find the TM evolution. There was always something faltering him after that opening game to set up the double Frostlass, and we saw it here in Game 2. Just not enough damage on board, and a beautiful top deck of that Grass Energy under the item lock to get things rolling here and move us to Game 3.
And move us to Game 3. Raz had a great start, got to go second for the first time in this set, and had a really strong setup. Was only able to get the one Frostlass. Like you mentioned, one Frostlass was prized, but even just the one gets so many damage counters into play. Raz was not able to find a Monkey Dory very early, which was tough. And then that was the key moment. The play of the Arven versus the boss. He had the game-winning card and just played the wrong one.
It makes my bones ache to see that play. It's so unfortunate, but you know that's just part of the game. You play the game as best you can, and sometimes you just tunnel vision on a line. You're not ready for what could potentially come off the top of the deck, and it's a miracle, a godsend there for you, and it just wasn't played. It's wild to think, but it happens.
That's what's the thing that's making your bone ache.
There's a lot.
It's not kid number 3. It's it's not the 30 plus. It's the gameplay.
We're getting up there, man. But yeah, I'm always going to be thinking about the TCG. It is crazy that this is what happens sometimes, but that's the beauty of our game. Anything can happen.
Yeah. This tournament is a slog. 9 rounds today, 5 rounds tomorrow, and the margins are so thin. There's almost 4,000 players here. It's going to be tough to make it into top cut. You got to capitalize on the positions that you're presented with. You got to capitalize on the situations that you are given, that you find yourself in. And Raz had a great opportunity to come away with a round 1 win, starting off as good as you can at a Pokemon tournament. He just isn't able to do it. And Ming gets away with a match point, which I'm sure he'll be grateful for. And Raz can't do it. Yeah, I mean, nothing else really to say about it. It's a tough situation, but it's just one of those things with these tournaments. Like, They're so tough. There's a lot going on the stage as well, the lights. It's tough to rise to the moment. Raz is familiar with the moment. He's been here before, but it just doesn't fall for him there. He can't piece it together.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing everything right, too. That's the thing we see all the top players do. You want to ask for how much time there is available. You want to consider what's the likelihood of me winning this game? As he's in game 2, he's asking that question over and over again to himself. He thinks he found the perfect way to maybe steal that game and not have to worry about game 3. His opponent top decks right out of it, wins that game. Then he's left with no time remaining, has exactly the way to close out, and he just doesn't get there.
What a start to NAIC. We're going to have Swiss Round 2 coming up very, very soon. But in the meantime, we've got a special announcement, a never-before-seen footage of a brand new show coming to the official Pokemon Twitch channel with a special guest to give us the details.
Ah yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Poke Rap enthusiast, and, believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Gumi. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I mean, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Hey everyone, Adam Watson here in front of the main stage at NAIC. I just had a chance to take a quick lap around this venue, and it is filled to the brim with competitors, judges, even parents of competitors, and the spirit of competition. I even saw the players getting sat down and ready to play the next Swiss round for this huge tournament, and it's just a little bit longer to wait before we get into some Pokemon action. I'm gonna bring in Kyle and Shelby, who are already waiting on the casting desk. How are y'all doing?
Oh, thank you so much, Adam, for that awesome intro. I mean, I'm feeling good after that last match. I think we've proven that it's pretty intense out here. So I'm excited to start casting for it.
Yeah, a lot on the line. What about you, Kyle? You ready to keep bringing it down, breaking it down for our folks at home?
Absolutely. It's going to be a long day. There's 9 rounds to get through today, but each round is going to be action-packed. We have almost 3,800 Masters Division players, the best in the world, gathering here this weekend. It's going to be an awesome event.
This is a monumental showcase, right, of the... I mean, you're the one who probably should be talking about this. It's the legacy of the game and the hobby that we all enjoy. And being here in front of the stage amongst the crowd, I can just really feel the energy, and I can't wait to see who our next 2 competitors are going to be to showcase their skill and try to advance in this big tournament. Are there any decks that both of you are maybe looking forward to, might be excited for to show our audience at home?
Well, Adam, I think we're going to dive into it here on the desk. I appreciate all your input. Go watch those matches as we're going to take things over here, of course. Shelby Boo here with Kyle Puka Sukovic, OG player, OG commentator. An honor to sit next to you on the desk here, Kyle. I'm super excited to get into our matches. As Adam said, we've got some legendary players out in the field, and we're going to have a couple for you in our Swiss round 2. How are you feeling here at NAIC?
Feeling great. It's great to be back. It's been a while since I've been casting here at NAIC. It feels like home. This is always, Worlds is the biggest event of the year, but this one always feels special, right? There's so many, it's always like the biggest tournament. It just feels like a huge stage. Of course, the biggest spectacle is the World Championships, but this has always felt like probably the toughest tournament to win. There's just so many players you have to get through.
Yeah, the field is so wide, especially when we're dropping new sets for the first time here. I mean, Destined Rivals has got to be the perfect name, because I feel like every person that you sit across, every opponent, you're like, you are destined to be my rival here at NAIC. It is very cool, but you're 100% right about that. The field is huge out here, and especially with such an exclusive World Championship this year, it's really cool that we kind of get everybody together, and it's the last race to get some championship points as well for a lot of these players. So there's a lot on the line out there. You saw the pressure in the first Swiss round that we just saw. I mean,
put it lightly, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot
tense
there. Yeah. Hey, card laid's a card played, but oh my gosh, I would be living that moment over in my head for like the next 20 years.
Yeah, those are the ones that keep you up at night or you can't sleep.
Yes.
You have nightmares about, oh, why did I do that? But, Raz has played lots of tournaments. I'm sure he'll rebound and be fine. It goes to show you, even the best, he was a competitor, made top 4 at the World Championships. Even the best, this is a very difficult game to play perfectly.
It is.
You're going to make mistakes. The big thing is how you respond to them afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, taking a tie, shaking it off, going into your next rounds, that's what's important here. And I'm sure a lot of our players are doing that out in the field. We have a ton of players. Let's take a look at some notable matchups that are going to be going on in our Swiss round 2 out in the field. Also super exciting, we have our next match that's going to be featured on the stream, highlighted in yellow here. So you'll want to stay tuned, because we're going to jump into this action very soon, but lots of fantastic names that we see here on this graph.
Yeah, of course, Stefan, the only 2-time NAIC champion, actually won in back-to-back years and then made it back to the finals last year. Just by far, I think the most impressive competitor at NAIC over the course of this event's history, which is tough because Tord Reklev won the event and also got second place, and somehow his resume at NAIC is not as impressive as someone else's. Stefan has been the king of this event. And it's going to be awesome to feature him once again. But yeah, lots and lots of great players. There's so many players in the field. You see Michael Davidson, who just won the Portland Regional Championships just a few weeks ago. Daniel Magda, who's one of the best players, best young players for this season, at the top of the leaderboards this season. Vinny Fernandez, I mean, you could just go on and on and on, right? There's the best players are basically here.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the big part about NAIC. It's a huge competition where everybody comes out, and it's also very fun too. Speaking of Daniel Magda, we don't want to give away any decks, but I'll tell you what, he's playing some absolute spice out there in the field. So I'm excited to see what we'll get to see on our stream as far as decks go. We're about to intro some of those decks for y'all as our players are getting set up on our stage right now, ready to perform for us on the stream. I'm sure there's a lot of nerves there, but we have some well-versed players that are not shy to our stream, that is for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned that Destined Rivals is new to the format, and that gives a big opportunity for innovative deck builders to take advantage of the first big event before the metagame is kind of settled. And Stefan is a player who's done this time and time again. Come to these big events with some innovations, some twists on some decks, and is really taken advantage of the uncertainty of these events. And I think he may have done it once again. You see Dragapult with Zoroark EX.
I love it.
It's a treat to see this. We're going to see how it plays out. Going up against Jack, who's been playing for a really long time as well, going with the Raging Bolt. And traditionally, I think this is kind of a close matchup. There is one new card from Destined Rivals that makes a big difference that we'll get into as this goes on. But yeah, this should be an exciting one to kick off round 2. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, I am super hyped for this, of course. Like you said, Stefan innovating here on our stage. It is because he's playing to win here, but so is Jack sitting across for him, playing since 2009, self-proclaimed Poke Boomer. Let's take a look at these prize cards and see if that's going to affect our players in this game.
Yeah, you see the Raging Bolt, the non-EX in the prize cards for Jack, and this is one of the big differences now in this format. Raging Bolt was one of your main attackers in the early game against decks like Dragapult, but now there's the Shaman that can protect your Dreepy and your Dracloak on the bench from the Raging Bolt. So it is prized, that's going to hurt, but Stefan does have the Shaman, so we'll see if that would have ended up mattering.
Right, exactly. And of course, this is best of 3 between our players too. So we're going to see how their strategies pan out in this specific matchup. But I think it's going to be an awesome one to see. Every time we get to see our pro players play and the lines that they go through, I feel like it's just a totally different experience because they take us through quite the journey. And we're kicking that journey off right now. Speak of the little grass guy here. Shaman starting off in the active position here for Stefan on the left side as we have Jack kicking things off with a nest ball. All right, let's talk about this matchup on paper. Kyle, how do you think this is going to go for Jack once he kind of is able to see what he's playing against in Stefan? And do you think he maybe has sort of an idea now seeing a Shaman and knowing that this is Stefan too?
I think Stefan is known for playing Gardevoir a lot, so you might think, well, when you see a Shaman, you think it's got to be some kind of like slower setup kind of deck, right? You're not going up against a Raging Bolt deck if there's a Shaman.
Yeah.
Shaman's Flower Curtain is a twist on some of these bench barrier effects that we've seen in the past. It does not protect your Pokemon that have a rule box. So your Pokemon EX are not protected by this, but your smaller Pokemon do get the protection from the Flower Curtain. But excellent start from Jack. Gets the fan, Rotom. No energy, though. That's a little rough.
Yeah, usually you see energy starting to fly here. In any deck that has that Teal Mask Ogerpon, you're able to Teal Dance, get another energy out. You need those energies on the board to discard for damage or to even just attack with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, who needs 3 energy attached and able to do this Myriad Leaf Shower. But hey, at least we got the fan call, Nest Ball, into Fan Rotom, into Fan Call, gets us a bunch of Hoot and potential Knockdowel out there for Jack. So he's got somewhat of a semblance of a board that he can hopefully pick up for the future. Stefan leading us off with a Buddy Poffin, one of the best cards here in the Pokemon TCG, because it gets those basic Pokemon out. They do have to be 70 HP or less, but that's pretty nice here for Stefan, who has an evolution deck. You start with the babies, you evolve up. Like you said, it's kind of a slower build-up deck here. What do you think he's going to be aiming for after he kind of gets a look at the prize cards that he's facing down as well?
Yeah, in this matchup, the Raging Bolt deck is typically very aggressive. You just try to attack as quickly as you can, take big knockouts, and for this slower style of deck with the Dragapult EX, it's about buying time. You want to try to buy as much time as you can to set up.
Down.
Yeah, slow it down a little bit. Maybe get a Badoo out there, use the Itchy Pollen, prevent your opponent from playing item cards. You're really just trying not to give up too many prize cards before Dragapult comes into play. If you can attack with Dragapult, like 2-3 times, typically you were winning the game. So if you can, just stop your opponent from being too aggressive, disrupt them in the late game with cards like Iono. That's going to be your key here, because for the most part, if Raging Bolt just attacks over and over and draws perfectly, there's not a lot you can do to stop it. It's just going to do 300 damage every turn or whatever.
Right.
So you have to try to disrupt where you can and take these little opportunities to throw your opponent off, and maybe they miss one part of their combo.
Yes.
Like that, yeah.
Exactly. Raging Bolt is such a powerful deck. It can swing pretty much infinite damage for however many energy you're able to discard. So it's used to taking those huge knockouts, which is where, exactly like you said, Kyle, you have to kind of take the reins and control a little bit more of what your opponent is doing, so they can't just run away with their strategy like that. And look at this. This is a fantastic way to start to get this going. We have 3 Dreepy down on the bench here, as well as that Zorua, the end Zorua, I should say, out on the field. The Luminous Energy is going to help Shaman pull off this technical machine evolution, which is going to let Stefan get both of these Dracloak out on the field. They're going to start drawing some cards here for Stefan in the coming up turns with that Recon Directive ability, and that is the engine here that Stefan's going to be working with. So this is such a solid start here.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see there's a lot of clever, innovative stuff in this deck list. It's not a typical Dragapult deck. I think Stefan is adapted to the format, and for a while we've been seeing Dragapult decks that are really slow, right? They just attach one energy at a time. They weren't playing any sort of energy acceleration. They were banking on buying time with the Badoo, the item lock. They would play like Unfair Stamp, things like that, just try to disrupt. This deck list is a lot more geared towards being able to attack with multiple Dragapult in a row. We see the Sparkling Crystal is the ace spec. You can power up Dragapult EX in a single turn. There's some tricky stuff in here as well with the ends PP up plus energy switch. Lets you accelerate an energy and then energy switch it over to a Dragapult. So a couple different ways to surprise your opponent and pull off an attack. So this is not a typical slow Dragapult deck. It does have the option to play that way, but it can also be a little more flexible in the game plan.
Yeah, you can elaborate on that. I mean, the highest count energy is that Luminous Energy because it can play into whatever it wants to be at the time that you need it. So I love this build so far from Stefan, and we haven't even get to see it in full swing. Of course, facing off against Raging Bolt as Jack continues to set up his board here. We have the Earthen Vessel grabbing a Fighting and a Grass energy out of the deck. Of course, Jewel Seeker is online from that Knockdowl, which was already utilized in this turn, thanks to that Teal Mask Ogerpon Terra type being in play here for Jack. So you mentioned it before, Kyle. This is sort of like a combo deck. You're trying to get all of these pieces together to pull off these turns. And it was an awkward first start as we're seeing only one energy down still here for Jack. So we're going to have to see what he's able to do here. Of course, that was the Teal Dance, so we still have the energy attachment for turn as we jump into an Ultra Ball here. But what does Jack need to see on his board to set himself up the best way for these future turns?
It feels like this is the turn where you need to attack. This is an aggressive deck. You can't afford slow starts. So you have to be able to pull off an attack, take prize cards quickly. Because again, if the Dragapult deck sets up kind of on even footing with you, you're probably just going to lose. Dragapult EX can hit multiple things with the Phantom Dive, is able to 200 damage to the active and then spread 6 damage counters. So if Dragapult attacks enough times, they're just going to come out ahead. So it's really crucial to get an attack off here. We do see the Professor Sada's Vitality, and still no energy attachment for the turn, as you said.
And there we go. That's the lightning here. Of course, draw 3 from Professor Sada's Vitality. Accelerates from the discard pile onto your ancient Pokemon. Then you're able to still have that attachment for turn as well, which is going to power up that Raging Bolt EX. But yeah, Kyle, we need to go turbo mode here with Raging Bolt. That's the way we win here. That is what Jack is trying to accomplish, and he has established this board here in this turn. We now have 2 Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench for the future to start Teal dancing around in the future. But here we go. We're bringing it back to the past. Raging Bolt EX, Bellowing Thunder here, discarding those energy cards, taking a knockout on that poor little Shaman in the active position. Going to be first to a prize card, but it is just that single prize card, as he's going to have to keep churning through these single prize card Pokemon until they start evolving.
Yeah, really annoying single prize knockout as well. I had to discard both energy because Shaman has 80 HP. It's 70 per energy you discard for the attack, so having to discard the extra energy is also particularly annoying here. You want to try to keep energy in play when you can with the Raging Bolt deck, just so your next attack isn't as difficult to pull off. So yeah, this is one of the little things that can add up over the course of the game and make it so that maybe later on when you go to attack, you're 1 energy short of knocking out a Dragapult or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We love the 140 HP. That's perfect math for us. But anything that's lower than that, all of those missed damage counters are just out the window, pretty much. Yeah. It's wasted resources there for Jack.
Feels annoying. Right?
It's super annoying. Yeah, it's so annoying. But hey, that's how this deck functions. You know, you want to take these huge knockouts. It also comes at a cost when you're faced up against these smaller evolution type decks where you're just having to go through these single prize Pokemon, and it almost hurts. Because you see now Stefan is just like, oh, I'm having a good time. We got the Pheasantipity out. We can draw some cards here with Flip the Script. 3 additional cards to my hand on top of 2 Recon Directives for turn. And we haven't even started trading yet, Kyle. I mean, that is so gross. The consistency is off the charts here for Stefan.
Yeah, of course, he won with Zoroark GX, his last NAIC title. With this same ability, trade. Discard 1 card to draw 2, and
love it.
Yeah, bringing it back, I guess.
Right, bringing it back, trying to get to that champion title once again here with the N Zoroark EX. It's different, but it still has that fantastic ability. Throwing away a boss's orders, drawing into 2 additional cards. Stefan's building up a hand that almost is going to be too mounting here for Jack to be able to handle if he's not able to sort of speed up here and win against this. I mean, what are even the odds here? This is such a great board for Stefan. He's bringing the Badoo out as well, as we've seen in many matchups here. You know, mid-game Badoo is another way to just slow things down for a lot of our players here and there. So there's just feels like there's so much more control from Stefan's side versus the Raging Bolt, that it's kind of just tossing cards, it's taking knockouts, but it's a little bit more volatile as well.
Yeah, that being said, a really awkward turn. I think Stefan was maybe 1 card short of being able to attack with a Dragapult EX this turn and has to settle for going a little bit slower. You see the Professor Turo picks up the Dracloak to get it out of the active spot. Also lets him evolve the other Dreepy into Dracloak to use another Recon Directive, but yeah, we're not going to see a big attack here. It's just going to be the Itchy Pollen from the Badoo, just try to slow things down a bit. These Raging Bolt decks can be a little bit awkward sometimes if you have to depend on like playing an Ultra Ball to get a Noctowl. Sometimes a Badoo randomly taking away that option can make you miss an attack for an entire turn. So we'll see if Jack has the tools to attack this turn. Looks like probably.
I was about to say, I feel like every time I play against Raging Bolt, it's just like, okay, Professor Sada's Vitality, has 3 additional cards, give me everything I need. And that's why this card is so good here in these Raging Bolt EX decks. It not only gets your attacker powered up immediately, but it's getting all of these cards in the hand. Nets another Sada's Vitality into the hand for the upcoming turns as well. The consistency so far, it's in the hand here for Jack as we get both those energy lined back up here on that Raging Bolt. Badoo, a small little guy there in the active, only needs 1 discarded into the discard pile to take another knockout here. And now we're back online with the prize map. Only 4 prize cards left to take for Jack. And what do you think those 4 prize cards are going to be for him? We do have, you know, that Pheasantipity is out on the field. It draws cards for Stefan, but it's one of the lower HP 2 prize card Pokemon out there as well.
Yeah, when your opponent gets down to 4 prize cards, this is when you need to make a stand with the Dragapult deck. But yeah, it's scary, right? It's just 2 EX knockouts and you lose. The nice thing was, even though Jack got an attack off, there were some item cards stranded in his hand. He was not able to play Earthen Vessel or Energy Retrieval, so you see there were no Teal Dances used on those Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. There's only 1 energy card in play right now, so it may be difficult for Jack to string together multiple attacks with the Raging Bolt as we go on. Yeah, this is, even though Jack has the 2 prize card advantage right now, it is still anyone's game.
Yeah, the resource race is real, that is for sure. And that's one thing where Raging Bolt lacks. It can run out of resources really quick, especially in the face of disruption like that Badoo. It can lead to those awkward turns, and then you're not fully set up and able to take the end game wins. So we'll have to see if Stefan is able to kind of put things into a little bit more of a hyperspeed mode here and start taking some prize cards, maybe take the lead as far as just the stability of his board and deck versus Jack's.
Yeah, I do want to call out Stefan, as always, the nails match the sleeves.
Love it, yeah. Oh, that's
the trademark.
Really? I guess I didn't notice that before.
Yeah.
Picks the sleeve color to match the nails. So which one do you think comes first?
That's a great question. That's a great interview question.
The nails or the sleeves? Oh, yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, matching that, all of these coins that it's indicating these abilities being used. Look at this. 2 recon directives, the trade ability on the end Zoroark, and that flip the script. It is endless card draw here for Stefan. And when we're talking about the resource race, I kind of want to be sitting on the left side of the field. Look at that. The A-Spec in hand, multiple evolution Pokemon. He's got a lot.
Yeah, but all right, here comes Dragapult EX finally, and we have the Sparkling Crystal in hand, that powerful A-Spec card that reduces the attack cost of a Terra Pokemon that it's attached to. I think Stefan was hoping to pair this with some hand disruption this turn, and Iono would have been great to disrupt Jack and perhaps prevent an attack, but just the Arven is going to be the supporter card for the turn. So even though Stefan has flipped the script, used recon directives, used trade, still hasn't been able to find exactly what he's been looking for here. And now it's a question of how does he want to approach this for the rest of the game. You see the counter catcher taken here. One weak spot for this Raging Bolt deck is, you know, you do need to constantly have cards in your hand to play every turn to refill the energy on your board. So if you don't have a Hoot in play sitting around to evolve into the Noctowl, you're very vulnerable to hand disruption later on in the game. So we'll see if Stefan decides to maybe cut off the Hoot, go after that, or just attack into Pokemon EX here. But there we do see the NSPP up getting the fire energy.
I love it.
Yeah, we got the energy switch too, the full combo here.
Yeah,
don't even need the sparkling crystals.
That's what I'm saying. There's so many cards that were netted to the hand. You can kind of work with the resources you have. The NSPP up to get that energy out. Energy switch it on to the Dragapult EX here. So saving that A-Spec for the future turns is huge there as well for Stefan. So we see this Dragapult EX, it's charged up. We've been talking about Phantom Dive for so long here. One of the strongest moves in the Pokemon TCG, 200 damage to the active Pokemon, but then you also get 60 damage to play with on your opponent's bench however you like. So where do you think the damage is going here? We see some going on to that. The full amount actually going on to the Fan Rotom here, taking it all the way down to only 10 HP left.
Yeah, so this is setting up a bigger play in a future turn. Stefan does play the Hawlucha as well, which could do the final 10 damage to that Fan Rotom later.
Love it.
So you can pull off a play where, you know, you do something like counter catcher up a Hoot. You know, you use the Hawlucha, take out a Fan Rotom, you Phantom Dive, knock out the Hoot and a Raging Bolt, and you get like a 4-prize turn. So that's how you come back with this deck. Just because you're down a couple prize cards does not mean you are losing with this deck at all. It is built on having multiple prize turns later in the game. This attack it does so much, right? It hits enough on the active Pokemon to be relevant, and it does enough damage counters to the benched Pokemon to also set up knockouts. So it's scary to play against. We have the Lily's Clefairy EX in the format now, which kind of keeps it in check, but this is still a ridiculously strong attack. If this thing gets to attack, 2 or 3 times, oftentimes you're just going to lose to Dragapult.
Yeah, I mean, you can count on losing to that many Phantom Dives, that's for sure. Anytime in the Pokemon TCG, when you have spread damage like that, it's always dangerous for your board because so many Pokemon rely on that setup. And we haven't even mentioned, like counter catchers. You get those early prize losses in the beginning there if you're playing as the Dragapult player, but then you can kind of bring it back and really manipulate the boards in the end state of the game. So you're kind of just you're forcing your opponent to play into your best strategies, and that's a place that I would love to be, playing a Dragapult deck, that's for sure. As we see, speaking of strategies, Professor Sada's Vitality is definitely a part of that here. We already saw it netted to the hand previously for Jack. Now we're seeing it utilized to line up some energy onto this Raging Bolt EX that's surviving by just 30 HP in the active, but hey, that's enough to keep swinging here with that long neck.
And I think perhaps also not ideal. Now the bench is full, even at 8 with the Area 0 underdepths. There's one Hoot in play, but a lot of Teal Mask Ogerpon had to put down the Slitherwing just to get another target for the Professor Sada's Vitality. Probably would have wanted that to be another Raging Bolt EX ideally, but was not able to do that. And yeah, I mean, in this position, you don't feel great as the Raging Bolt player. You want to get the knockout. That's all you can really do.
Right.
But this damage is piling up. You just kind of get that sinking feeling in your stomach, like
inevitability.
I'm technically ahead in prizes, but something bad is about to happen.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you look at this board and you're like, oh, this isn't too bad. There's so much out there, and we still have the Hoot. We could get another Noctowl here, line some things up, but it's exactly as you said. Playing against damage spread is so dangerous here when you have all these Pokemon that are able to just take whatever damage your opponent wants to put on them, playing directly into their strategy in their hand as well. So Jack's going to continue working through the deck, thinning some cards out here. As you said, Area 0 Underdepths is what is expanding this bench so much. 8 Pokemon down there for Jack. I mean, I love this card because it just leads to some crazy boards. All right, we're seeing the Bellowing Thunder here now, discarding 4, 5. That's going to be enough here for Jack as he was able to get all of those energy out onto the field thanks to those teal dances on all of those Ogerpon that are out there for Jack. That's going to take a clean knockout, even though it is a giant EX Pokemon in that Dragapult EX. But enough for Raging Bolt to take it down. That is not what Raging Bolt struggles with at all. It can take those huge knockouts, leaving Jack just 2 prize cards left to take here to take this game. But Stefan, as we said, has this huge hand. We see the Hawlucha already in the hand that we spoke about earlier. Yeah, it's pretty locked up on that Fan Rotom.
This is probably going to be a brutal turn if you're
I'm
Jack.
excited, honestly.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see a counter catcher, Iono, and a Phantom Dive. We may be seeing the Pheasantipity and the Hoot both go down, and Jack go down to a 2-card hand, which is not a spot you want to be in. There's nothing on board to help you recover from this. There's Dragapult that's going to end up taking a bunch of prize cards. This is going to be absolutely devastating. The flying entry from the Hawlucha is what's going to unlock all of this, putting 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So 1 on the Hoot, 1 on the Pheasantipity EX. You can now counter catcher out the Pheasantipity, which has 200 HP remaining after the flying entry. And now the Hoot has 60 HP remaining after the flying entry. Yeah, it all works out.
It's almost like this was fully planned, Kyle, huh?
Yep. So hand disruption, knock out 2 things that both would help Jack recover from the hand disruption. And I mean, you get 3 prize cards. You're threatening a win on the next turn with another Phantom Dive. And this is how you draw it up as a Dragapult player. The only thing Stefan's missing is an energy card. I think there's a Night Stretcher in hand to get that as well. So this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, look, and just opting to go straight to the Iono first here for Stefan. That's going to add to this disruption here for Jack, and he just knows that this is going to be absolutely brutal as the damage has been totally set up here for this turn. And Stefan has played totally calculated here. We have the Luminous Energy in the hands now. The rescue board is already there for this Fezandipity EX to be able to retreat. We're still drawing cards as well on Stefan's side too. So we're going to see a trade throwing a Buddy Buddy Poffin into 2 additional cards into this hand. It has totally flipped here as Jack just has 2 mere cards in the hand and Stefan has endless cards once again. I mean, it's just brutal. We're going to see multiple Pokemon. All of the resources Jack could potentially recover with are going to be knocked out. And Stefan's, it's his game to win at this point now.
Yeah, now the Zoroark EX does present an interesting way to lose now from this position. It does have a weakness to grass. And we do have an Iron Leaves EX in Jack's deck. He discarded it early on. Okay. But, you know, this is a way you can power up an attacker. You Teal Dance with your Ogerpon. You can have the Iron Leaves EX kind of swoop in with its ability. And if you find that Prime Catcher, you can go after the Zoroark EX and win the game. Now, it's not very likely. You only have 2 cards off of this Iono. But, you know, if you draw something like an Energy Retrieval, start using some Teal Dances. He's got the Night Stretcher, which can get back either the Iron Leaves or may have to start off with the Fezandipity EX to draw some cards. So it's not out of the question that you could get a knockout here. And then, you know, there's always a chance you just get enough energy in play, you get another Raging Bolt out.
Right.
Again, it's only 2 cards, but it spirals pretty quickly. Yeah, this is, you know, if you're Stefan, you're feeling pretty confident that all you have to do is attack one more time and win, basically. But you also know that it's not over yet.
Yeah, there's ways to win for Jack here. The Crispin is going to be the supporter coming down, though, from Jack. Getting those 2 energy out of the deck. Of course, different color energy here.
And that Slitherwing is another option, right? If you find the Prime Catcher, you can go after the Fezandipity EX. So there are ways to pull this off, but it does seem like it's all going to revolve around finding that A-Spec card, the Prime Catcher.
And a little bit of weakness, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's nice to see here. Jack has ways to do this as the Crispin's going to start off the turn. I mean, you think about it. Stefan put everything out there, limiting his hand as much as possible for Jack, taking out the Hoot Hoot. Fezandipity is gone there, but Jack's going to try to put these pieces together and potentially win this turn. If he doesn't, then that's going to be it for Jack. So he needs to pull out all the stops here to put up a fight in this game 1 between these iconic players and this iconic matchup as well.
Yeah, the other thing you can do to kind of stay in the game is there is a jamming tower in the deck as well. You can get rid of your own Area 0 Underdepths and discard your heavily damaged Pokemon. But it looks like Jack is just going to go for the Crispin onto the Raging Bolt EX and just say, hey, I'm going to try to get 5 energy in play and knock you out. Let's go for it.
Tried and true. Well, we have ways to get those energy out. Night Stretcher was in the hand here. That's going to lead to this Fezandipity. The flip the script into 3 additional cards here. Items, of course, they're online. They're ready for Jack. He's just got to get what he needs. What do you see? I saw Boss's Orders, another Night Stretcher.
Yeah, supporter cards don't help you here. You already played one.
Right.
But, yeah, we could just see a string of Teal Dances here.
Oh, yeah, he's thinking hard here.
Yeah,
retreating.
3 energy in play right now. This will be the 4th. We need a draw here. It's the jamming,
that's the jamming tower.
This does allow you to discard your Fan Rotom. Your opponent is at 3 prize cards, so it would force them to have like a counter catcher.
Sure.
But yeah, you really were hoping to win the game.
You just want to win, right?
Yeah.
You want that energy needed on the board to take a big knockout here and just win. But we're going to have to just put that jamming tower out. That's going to get rid of that Area 0 Underdepths, get those damage counters off the field here for Jack. So hopefully he can just withstand longer here in this matchup. But that is not a position I want to be in, going against a Dragapult EX and this board that we're looking at on Stefan's side.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the jamming tower does shut off the sparkling crystal as well, so that would require Stefan to have one more thing. But yeah, this kind of goes back to the Shaman earlier in the game. Having to discard 2 energy instead of keeping 1 in play could have been the difference here. Now 1 energy short of getting the knockout, and this is what you're hoping for in this matchup. You just need the Raging Bolt player to miss 1 aspect of their game plan. Now the question is, can Stefan close this out? You know, a counter catcher plus an energy that lets you go after the Slither Wing and take a 3 prize card turn here.
Right.
That's got to be what you're aiming for at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, gotta try to win.
Yeah, I mean, you need to take 3 prize cards here, win the game, knock out something that has limited HP with your Phantom Dive. Of course, that Raging Bolt EX heavily damaged here, only 30 left of its HP remaining here for Stefan, and he's got a lot of cards to work with here, as we see also that ends Reshiram coming out onto the field too.
Yeah, I think this should be guaranteed. I think there's only 4 cards left in the deck, so you can trade for 2, Recon Directive to look at the other 2. There's 5.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so not guaranteed, but he just drew it all, so fine.
Yeah, here we have the Night Stretcher bringing this energy back up. The boss's orders, that's going to lead to that 3 prize turn. Slitherwing out for the count. That Raging Bolt EX taking a knockout. That's 3 prize cards for Stefan in this game 1. Taking the lead here going into our game 2. As like we said, he's trying to trade for victory here at NAIC. Of course, in our finals last year, trying to get back to that spot, but come out on top this time. And honestly, I'm going to say that matchup, there were some sticky situations. But Stefan was calm, cool, collected. I love the way he plays. It's very calculated. And it looked a little volatile there for Raging Bolt.
Yeah, we can take a look at how that first game played out. Was very back and forth, and this is how the matchup's going to go a lot of the time. Raging Bolt gets out to an early lead, gets some prize cards as the Dragapult deck needs a little bit of time to set up those stage 2 Pokemon. We saw the Badoo get in there for 1 turn. That may have been a difference as well, right? It stopped an Earthen Vessel from being played, stopped more Teal Dances from generating more energy into play. Little things like that add up over the course of the game. You see here, Jack goes up 4 prize cards. It's 2-6.
Yes.
But then the comeback begins. The Phantom Dive takes out the Pheasantipity and the Hoot Hoot. All the support Pokemon go down in 1 attack. Jack's left with very few energy left, and Stefan is able to close out the big comeback and take the first game.
Yeah, one thing Stefan does so well is managing resources, knowing every single card that remains in the deck is in the discard pile and in the prize cards, and just fully utilizing his strategy against his opponents. That's something he does well. I mean, he's a professional player here. We're getting into our game 2 between these players. It's the Ends Reshiram in the active position to start here for Stefan. As we said, this is like a new addition to Dragapult. This is not what we commonly see here. And it's now in the active, kind of stuck up there, as Jack has the Fan Rotom start almost the opposite here. The Fan Call is going to start getting these Pokemon out onto the field for Jack, as he's able to maybe take a lead going into this game, as Stefan can potentially start missing some of these early game turns.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack chose to go second.
Yeah.
Stefan did very little on the first turn, just put down a Dreepy, and yeah, the Ends Reshiram might be the worst Pokemon to start with in the deck as a 2 retreat cost. Maybe in this matchup it's not as bad because it's just like a big basic that your opponent has to discard 2 energy to get through. But yeah, obviously not ideal, and really not ideal was just playing 1 Dreepy and not doing anything else. Now Jack's going to be able to use the Fan Call, get a bunch of Pokemon, try to pull off an attack this turn, really put the pressure on. This is a situation where, you know, you don't always want to waste your Prime Catcher early in the game, but if you could just go after the 1 Dreepy, get a knockout right there on the first turn, that would put you pretty far ahead in this game so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw last game how heavy Technical Machine Evolution was in Stefan's strategy, getting those evolved Pokemon out in the Drakloaks, as we had a bunch of other Pokemon. I mean, we had 3 Dreepies on the first turn for Stefan, and that is just looking so different to this board. And that gives Jack the advantage to be able to sort of take the lead, take out a Dreepy, and have Stefan faced with more answers to have to come up with, and really less cards because it's only going second here. He's going to have to pull out a lot as Jack is able to fully set up his board here. We have a Raging Bolt EX out. We've already Teal Danced on that Ogre Pawn as well, and the Earthen Vessel has gotten us the energy out.
This is a big 3 cards. I don't know if Jack's going to be able to attack unless he draws something really good here.
Oh my gosh. Was that 2 stadiums?
Yep.
And as a porter, I think, yeah, that was kind of awkward there for Jack. The fan Rotom still in the active position. Surprisingly doesn't have free retreat, even though it's a fan. Can't just jump out of there, so it's stuck in the active here for Jack as he just got a couple of energy out, and it's back over to Stefan. This could be the opportunity for Stefan to restabilize here. The Dreepy's still on board, and we can hopefully get some more Pokemon out now that Arvin is able to search out any item card and a tool card for you as well.
Fan Rotom, I assume, has a retreat cost because it's weighed down by having to carry the team on its back, getting all the Pokemon into play on the first turn. Yeah.
Wow. And look at this, too. Stefan's playing an Arvin right now. There's 2 Arvin in the prize cards and the 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin, but those are such high counts in the deck here for Stefan that all you need really is 1 Arvin to get a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and we can still have some Pokemon out on the field if he so chooses. We see the rescue board as well as one of those tool cards that we see. Of course, the A-Spec and the Sparkling Crystal is a tool here for Stefan as well. So definitely taking a look here through the deck, mapping out these prize cards as we get these resources tracked down for Stefan. And that rescue board and Poffin are out. We're going to see some more Pokemon join the field.
Yeah, I was wondering what line of play Stefan would go for. You could, in this situation, go for like the TM evolution. You can actually just attach to the Ends Reshiram and go for that. Looks like Rescue Board was the choice. You could also, attach Rescue Board, attach, and then retreat into a Badoo or something like that.
True.
There's a couple different options. Depends on, the strength of your hand in this situation. As we do see Earthen Vessel searching out 2 basic energy cards. So yeah, it'll be a question of, do you want to try to slow things down with the Itchy Pollen? Seemed like your opponent didn't have that explosive of a start, but you know that Noctowl is coming on the next turn.
Right.
Or do you just try to evolve up your Dreepy into some Dracloak and, get Dragapult out a little faster?
I like getting Dragapult out, honestly. It's kind of like you said, Kyle, when you're swinging with Dragapult, you're having a good day. But, TM Evolution was already in the hand, so we're just netting that rescue board. But for now, the tool to be attached onto that Ends Reshiram is that Evo. We see the energy to go with it to be able to do that evolution move. The TM Evolution then discards after this turn, but it nets us 2 Dracloak, and that is what we want here for Stefan. Had to go first, had an awkward start there, but is safe now here, at least for the time being, and has as stable of a board as possible. Is just going to try to mount onto that for these future turns. Jack, so sad that he whiffed. I mean, Raging Bolt can be so deadly going second, but now we're on the second turn here for Jack as he continues to have to get out of this Fan Rotom, get some attacks in as Stefan has been able to set up a little bit more on the other side. Jewel Seeker, of course, being able to be used here off this Noctowl. It's not items, it's not tools, it's not stadiums, it's just trainer cards here for Jack, which is quite nice.
Yeah, very strong ability. Only works when you have a Terra Pokemon in play, but yeah, Teal Mask Ogerpon does the job there. Yeah, we'll see what Jack wants to go for here. He did draw the Prime Catcher for the turn. It does feel like you could go after a Dracloak here, potentially. Crispin was the choice for the supporter card grabbed as well. This deck played a lot differently after the standard format rotation. Before, you would see it was pretty easy to get energy cards into the discard pile early on. You can see like Radiant Greninja used a lot for that. Sometimes you can struggle a little bit to get enough energy into the discard pile early on, so you do see this Crispin get used to accelerate towards your first attack, and then once the energy are in the discard pile, it's pretty easy to use the Sada to get them back over and over. But yeah, big question, is this the turn to use the Prime Catcher, maybe go after a Dracloak, or do you just kind of retreat, take your one prize knockout? Looks like, yeah, that's going to be the choice here. Just knock out the Ends Reshiram and save that Prime Catcher for later.
Well, we're only going to need a 2 energy to be able to do it. Of course, the Ends Reshiram 130. We have 70 per energy. That's perfect damage here. Minus just 10 to take out that Ends Reshiram. That's the first prize card down here for Jack as the Dreepy gets brought into the active position here for Stefan. Let's start drawing into some cards. What do we get here for Stefan? He gets one to the hand. The other goes to the bottom of the deck. So you have some choices. Nothing's being discarded here, as we've seen in other Pokemon formats. Recon Directive, it's just netting you cards and continues to grind through your deck. It's quite nice.
Yeah, another thing to note, I think before Destined Rivals came out, this would have been a spot where on the first turn as the Raging Bolt player, you would have gone for the non-EX Raging Bolt so that turn 2 you could set up an attack to knock out a Dracloak on the bench. But in the first game, Stefan started with the Shaman, and so now Jack knows if I go for that Raging Bolt, my opponent has access to Shaman to block that attack, and just abandons that plan completely. So even though the Shaman isn't in play, it's still affecting how the strategy how the game plan is being approached from Jack here. So it's interesting to see how just kind of like the existence of these cards changes how you play the matchups.
Oh, that is a super cool aspect of the Pokemon TCG, or even the fact that sometimes if that Raging Bolt is out, it works in the opposite way where you're almost like forced to then play the Shaman because you don't want to be targeted down like that. So it does work both ways for these players, but all that information is out there. Jack has taken note of that and has chosen his strategy here, attacking with this Raging Bolt EX.
Jacques against Jack.
Yeah, right? Jacques against Jack. We're going to see these evolution Pokemon come out of the deck here for Stefan as well in this Dragapult EX, and that ends Zoroark EX as well. Almost a perfect card here for Stefan to be playing with all these evolutions that we see in this deck. Rescue Board, of course, that was netted off this Arven in the initial turn for Stefan. So that was already in hand, ready to go. See the Luminous Energy, one of 3 in the deck, being applied to that bench Dracloak as Badoo is going to start itchy pollinating. Hopefully Jack took some allergy meds this morning because no item cards for this turn for him. He is locked down by that itchy pollen. No energy needed here from that little Badoo. It just does 10 damage, locks items. Jack can still play stadiums down, which he's going to do in this Area 0 under depths to be able to expand the bench. And this is a card that isn't able to be utilized in a lot of decks anymore, but can fit into this Raging Bolt EX. Some disruption here in the early game as each player is going to shuffle their hands into their decks, and then they're only going to draw 4 cards, trying to slow Stefan down as much as possible.
Yeah, in most decks you see the Iono is the hand disruption card, but in an aggressive deck, you're going to be taking prize cards early, and you want to disrupt your opponent early on in the game.
Yeah.
So the judge putting your opponent down to 4 cards at the beginning as you're taking knockouts can be extremely disruptive. And we'll see if Stefan's able to respond after this. And we saw the fan Rotom getting in for the knockout on the Badoo as well.
Hey, I love it. Yeah, stadium's in play. We have the Assault landing. It's a 1-for-1 trade as far as those prize cards go. So that is a part of the strategy we didn't get to really see last time from Jack. But maybe that's what needs to happen to turn the tides here in Jack's favor in this game too.
Yeah, and a lot of this is being enabled by the Latias EX, giving your basic Pokemon, taking away their retreat costs. So we've seen both turns now, the fan Rotom got to retreat into the Raging Bolt, and now the Raging Bolt's got to retreat back without having to discard any energy, and it's letting you keep crucial energy cards in play while taking knockouts. So That Latias EX is a crucial part of a lot of these decks that revolve heavily on basic Pokemon these days.
Yeah, Skyliner ability there on that Latias. Fantastic. You're jumping around. You're keeping your energy on the board. You're taking these knockouts here and there for Jack. That's awesome. As we see Stefan definitely thinking through these turns here. We still don't have a Dragapult EX online here for Stefan as he deals with these recon directives. We see the Iono. There must have been kind of an awkward hand off of that judge for Stefan, but he's able to use that Iono, get some fresh cards to the hand, and now we're going to start with that trade ability on that Enzorark here. The Monkey Dory, we haven't even talked about that because it hasn't been applied to this matchup, but in the discard pile now as we go into these recon directives.
Not good against Raging Bolt. They tend to just knock you out, not leave damage on board.
Yes, exactly. But love that he has those in the deck here as we're going through these recon directives. Let's see what he's got in hand for Stefan.
Yeah, finally found a Dragapult EX. It is an awkward attack if you want to take it here. You just get the one prize card on the fan, Rotom. You know your Dragapult would get knocked out in return because there's a Raging Bolt already with a bunch of energy. Pretty trivial to get more energy to get the knockout. So we'll see what the plan is here. Maybe still is missing a piece here. Haven't seen the Sparkling Crystal yet, so might need to flip the script and draw into some good stuff here.
Yeah, the energy is somewhat slimmer. The Ultra Ball throwing away a Professor's Turo. That's another resource down, as well as that Shaman. Flip the script is going to nest 3 additional cards. The Boss's Orders here. I think another Iono.
And if you're not attacking with Dragapult here, this might be a situation where you want to use the Badoo once again. If you can Night Stretcher for it. It's a really awkward spot.
Yeah, Stefan.
Just attacking into the fan, Rotom, is not a great play at this point, I don't think. So we do see the Night Stretcher. And yeah, Stefan deciding I can afford to give up one more single prize. I can use the Itchy Pollen, and that'll prevent my opponent from using stuff like Ultra Ball to find a Noctowl. It'll prevent Prime Catcher from being used. So yeah, this could be a crucial moment in the game if Jack is not able to find a way to bring up a 2-prize Pokemon in this situation.
Exactly. I mean, the hand is looking like a lot of items there for Jack, and it had the Noctowl in the hand as well. So.
Oh, well, Noctowl's good.
Yeah, I mean, Noctowl will get us some cards here for sure.
Yeah, can find you a Boss's Orders if that's the play you want to go for.
And that's the thing, too, Jack. I mean, yes, the Badoo is locking down the item cards here for Jack. He is going to take the knockout now on it. That's an additional prize card for him. But he's able to also, once again, get more energy onto the board. We saw the attachment onto that Noctowl there in the lightning energy. That's just more damage that's mounting up for Jack on the other side. So it's definitely not a difficult position for him to have to play out of, I suppose. He's got 3 prize cards left to take. It's kind of just on Stefan whether he's able to get the cards he needs now to reapply enough pressure to take this game too, as still sitting at 6 prize cards.
All right, we do see Dragapult. There was another Luminous Energy in hand. You do have to remember there are extra words on that card that say if there's another special energy attached, it just provides colorless energy. So do not try to attach 2 Luminous Energy to the same Pokemon. Does not go well.
Yeah, that's normally one we don't have to worry about because we only see it usually as like a 1 inclusion here and there. But yeah, that's a really good point there, Kyle. We're seeing them go on to different Pokemon here to avoid that little misstep.
And now what is the game plan going to be? You can see Stefan trying to figure out how am I piecing together 6 prize cards before my opponent can do it. Down 3 prize cards here. It's not an insurmountable lead, but it is difficult. There's no room for error anymore. You're going to need to hope your opponent misses something at some point. And just trying to figure out the best route to eliminate options from your opponent while progressing your own path to victory here. Probably involves going through the Fezandipity EX, playing some hand disruption here. What will be the target on the counter catcher, or do you just have to go right for the Raging Bolt? Looks like that is going to be the answer.
Yeah, Raging Bolt EX already has 10 damage from that little Badoo ping earlier on there for Stefan. He was able to Night Stretcher out that Psychic Energy there to fully load up that Dragapult EX. We're going to see some disruption here in this Iono as well. Thrown into the mix for Stefan. Still nets 6 cards representing the prize cards. Jack only down to 3 here. So, yeah, is going to be able to hit into this Raging Bolt EX. Lots of energy and the NSPP up in that new hand for Stefan, starting off into our Recon Directive as well. That's a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Oh, we see both these Recon Directive does net the Sparkling Crystal into the hand. That beautiful ace spec here for Stefan.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. I'm curious to see where he'll place the damage counters with the Phantom Dive here. There's a lot of things that are potentially useful, but nothing that straightforward that's going to guarantee helping you win this game. You could put like 6 on the Hoot Hoot, and then you can, take it out later. But then if your opponent just evolves into Noctowl, that feels like a huge waste.
Right.
It's good to drop like 1 damage counter on some of these EX that you can, finish off later with the Phantom Dive, but then it feels like you're kind of wasting some of the damage counters. So, yeah, we see 1 on the Pheasantipity, 5 on the Hoot Hoot. Usually you can find, pretty optimal ways to spread out these damage counters, but that one felt a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Dragapult does get tricky. It's a spread damage deck, but you have to think several turns in advance when you're spreading this damage on how your future turns are going to be affected and what you're able to take knockouts on. And it's been kind of an awkward start from the beginning for Stefan, leading to these awkward damage counters as well. And if Jack is able to play around that, it could be huge here, as Jack has kind of kept up a consistent plan, taking these prize cards out. We see another Raging Bolt EX hit the board as well. That's another attacker that currently is fully healthy, unlike the one that is up in the active now, that is heavily damaged, ready to be taken out by some additional damage counters. But he's able to still keep swinging with him. Night Stretcher's going to add that energy onto the field with that Teal Dance, Teal Mask, Ogre Pawn, as we're getting all this energy out. But does Jack have all the pieces to keep going in this matchup to actually take a win in this game too? What do you think, Kyle? We're seeing the knockout here. That's enough to take out this fully healthy Dragapult EX. Another 2 prize cards. That's only 1 here left for Jack. Can Stefan step in his way there?
I mean, this is going to be tough for Jack. I mean, we're going to see an Iono to 1. Now, Stefan will need to find the other counter catcher. If you counter catcher up the Pheasantipity, basically the same thing that happened in the first game, right? You take out all the support Pokemon, disrupt your opponent's hand, and just kind of cross your fingers that the Raging Bolt deck can't get those final energy into play and get across the finish line. I do think the counter catcher went to the bottom of the deck after the last Iono, so it might be tough for Stefan to find it, which could make things a little bit awkward. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish. It looks like time was called.
Oh my gosh.
Just flew by.
I know, right? I mean, it has definitely been a slug fest here between these players. I mean, Dragapult tends to go a little bit slower as it takes a lot of actions. It's a slower deck just in general. And Stefan is going to have to navigate this turn, I believe, being turn 0.
Yeah, so now, I mean, obviously it's nice to be able to win the game, but now the goalposts kind of shift, right? It's less about actively winning the game and more about, another avenue opens up for you, which is just not losing. The way the rules work, if you are ahead 1-0 when time expires, there's 3 additional turns, but after those are done, incomplete games just don't count at all. So if you're up 1 game in the series and the second game doesn't finish, you win the match. So now the incentives kind of change a bit. It's, do you want to push for knockouts? I think it's still probably yes if you can knock out the Pheasantipity and the Hoot Hoot this turn.
You just
want to
survive.
Spot. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, you just want to not lose.
Yeah, throw up a lot of damage or hit points. Make sure you can not lose to your opponent, not have to take a tie. You're just guaranteeing a win here. So yeah, that's what we're seeing from Stefan here, going through all the actions. There's no rushing here going on, just collecting some cards and putting his best foot forward.
I think he found both the Dragapult EX and the Counter Catcher. So we'll be able to go after Fezandipity EX if he wants. Again, this is kind of a scary situation, right? You are mostly taking like a very high percentage position in this game. You are pretty far ahead, but it doesn't take a lot for your opponent to just, draw Professor Sada's Vitality, get another energy in play, draw some cards, Teal Dance, and all of a sudden, oh, my Dragapult gets knocked out.
Uh-oh.
So it's very nerve-wracking, but this is the position you try to put yourself in with this Dragapult deck. And I have to imagine we're going to see something similar to the first game. The Fezandipity goes down, the Hoot Hoot goes down, and then it's just all about what Jack drew off of that one card.
Exactly. Yeah, limiting your opponent as much as possible, and you just have to hope for the best here as that Fez is going down, Hoot Hoot's going down. Raging Bolt EX cleared out there.
5 prize turns.
Oh my gosh. 5 prize cards to tie it up as far as the prize cards go. What was the one card in hand for Jack in the top deck? Just a Pokemon in that Slitherwing, and that's an Ultra Ball that was already in the hands. Those are unusable here. Absolutely unusable for Jack. Saying good game. Stefan is taking that win here in our Swiss round 2 on his way back to our final stage is what he's hoping for, of course, here with the Dragapult EX. Such a unique version of this deck, though. He's analyzed the meta here as much as he could. It's a very wide field, but he's chosen this deck to go into that wide field with. Feeling confident, I'm sure.
A familiar sight here at NAIC. Stefan on the stage and winning.
Stefan winning.
Yeah. With Zoroark.
Yeah, I was going to say Zoroark on the back of Stefan as well on that big screen as we see. I mean, this is the highest stakes here. The North America International Championships here. Let's take a look back at that match that Stefan was able to navigate almost flawlessly, if not flawlessly there, throughout both of these games. Of course, this was our game 1 here. Jack was doing as much as possible. It was kind of like the butterfly wings here, as you said, Kyle. Having to discard 2 energy cards to knock out that Shaman. It was having to get rid of awkward resources all throughout this game, still utilizing his game plan of discarding all of these energy to take out these fully healthy Dragapult EX, take down as many prize cards as possible. But when Stefan has this spread damage to work with, it can lead to just controlling this board. Fezandipity goes down, Hoot Hoot's down. And that's really what led to Stefan having all the cards possible, not enough prize cards taken from Jack, and he takes the win here in those final 3 prize cards at the very end of that game. And it was a long one as we hopped into our game 2.
Yeah, game 2, I think pretty similarly played. The Raging Volt deck gets out to an early lead. Badoo tries to stall for some time here, make things a little bit awkward. This game we even saw Badoo come in for a second stint for another Itchy Pollen, putting Jack on odd prize cards when he decided to knock out the Badoo, which may have been his undoing at the end of the game, as we saw Stefan slowly climb back. Well, you say slowly, it actually goes pretty fast coming back. It's only a couple attacks, but it feels like, you're so far ahead in prize cards, then all of a sudden, Dragapult attacks a couple times, and, oh, your opponent took 6 prize cards. What happened?
Yep, well, we're going to hear from Stefan now after that win in that incredible match.
Hey, welcome back to the big stage, everybody. Adam Skarzik-Watson here with the winner you just saw on stream, Stefan Ivanov. How are you feeling, man?
Well, pretty good, to be honest. It's always nice to start 2-0. I know that it's only the beginning, and it's only going to get harder from there. So, hopefully I can keep this going on, but for now, pretty happy.
Yeah, you're building up a lot of momentum. I think that this is, I want to say old hat, but no matter how many competitions you play in, maybe the nerves still get to you. Is that still the case? Are you feeling comfy?
No, absolutely. I'm always nervous before tournaments, especially big tournaments, and like NAIC is the biggest one, right? At least in terms of number of players. So yeah, I was nervous. I did sleep decently, honestly. So that was nice. But yeah, it's always nerve-wracking. Like, you know, I just have to take it one game at a time.
Definitely makes sense. And building up momentum, that's what it's all about. And you're feeling good. But I think myself and a lot of people at home, they're dying for me to ask you, Dragapult Zoroark EX, where did this unorthodox combination of Pokemon come from?
It comes from world champion Henry Brand, who I'm roaming with. And honestly, to be honest, I didn't have a lot of, I didn't really know what to play. I haven't been feeling super confident in standard format recently. I didn't feel like I was an expert about any deck, you know. I knew that I didn't want to play God of War anymore because without the Kalia to draw cards, it didn't feel right to me. Dragapult felt like a nice deck, but I wasn't sure if I could play it perfectly. And then, like a couple days ago, Henry is like, Stefan, I have found a deck for us to play. It is Dragapult Zoroark. And like, you don't need to convince me very hard to play Zoroark at NAIC. You know, the intimidation factor alone, like it has to count for something, right? And like after he explained it to me, it made sense because like Zoroark is just additional draw power, so it's never bad. It's a secondary attacker against God of War, especially. You hit for weakness, so that helps in this matchup. In other matchups, you can always like threaten things. You know, like you put that active against Grimsal, you're like, are you gonna attack me? Do you want to attack me? And so yeah, it has a couple uses like this. So we'll see how the deck goes. Right now, so far it's been doing fine. So hopefully that keeps going.
Oh no, you're kind of convincing me about the deck too. So, I mean, if you continue to do well with it, Dragapult might have found its new partner. I know players have been kind of struggling. What should Dragapult be paired with to keep up in the new metagame? Were there any other decks that you were considering before it was just Dragapult and Zoroark? Was there anything else on that radar, or maybe something that you're anticipating doing well at this tournament?
Honestly, everything and nothing. Like I knew, maybe I would have played Grimmsnarl if I had tested it more, but I didn't get enough tests with it, and I was like, I'm not playing this perfectly. I need something that's either, if I'm going to play a popular deck, something expected, I need to be playing it perfectly, right? I don't want to. If I'm coming here and I'm like the 100th best Grimmsnarl player, then I'm not gonna win NAC with this, you know? So I wanted something like this. But yeah, Grimmsnarl felt good. I think Raging Bolt was a good choice for the event as well. I considered Golden Go, but maybe if I had more time to try to fix the Raging Bolt matchup, I would have played that. I considered a lot of things. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know how Dragapult Zoroark will be. I don't know if it's like an actually good deck or not. But hopefully it is, or at least for this weekend.
Okay, 2-0. We're seeing maybe the beginnings of something great, a big shift in the metagame, but that is just the beginning for here at NAIC. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and keep this tournament underway.
Thank you so much, Adam. What a fantastic interview. We've been talking about partner Pokemon, destined rivals, journey together. I guess Stefan's partner, Henry Brands, bringing the Zoroark into Dragapult, and it seems to be working out there. I love how he spoke about how much of this deck is just the threat of it. Like, we were talking a bit about that with the Shaman, but now, you know, talking about being able to attack with the end Zoroark, that's also a big factor, as we saw that Reshiram out there too. I mean, there's just so much that your opponent has to consider, and when you can go into a huge field and intimidate your opponent or throw them off their mental game plan, that is a huge advantage to have.
Yeah, I think he said some intimidation factor as well. Just seeing him with Zoroark using trade again, just, you know, strikes fear in people.
Yes.
Yeah, also funny to hear from the 100th best Grimmsnarl player, but maybe the #1 Dragapult Zoroark player.
Right.
Yeah, always great to hear from Stefan, one of the greatest players we've seen in the last probably 5-10 years or so. Incredible run at NAIC, perhaps on the road to another huge run here at NAIC, and glad also he could take a break from playing Expanded to play in a standard tournament again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is his bread and butter right there. His baby, I should say. Definitely king of the expanded formats. But yeah, going to NAIC, I guess we'll find out after this competition if Dragapult and Zoroark is a good deck. Yeah. As he said, he's like, I don't know if it's a good deck. We'll see how it works. But
so far, so good.
Right. And I love just having that mentality of, I'm here to win this, and I'm going to play a deck that I know can win this instead of just playing the masses, especially if I can't play it perfectly, because I mean, he spoke on that well. If you were going to expect a lot of Grimmsnarl here, what is the difference between you and your opponent at the table? And it comes down to skill, especially if there's going to be a lot of mirror matches out there of Grimmsnarl. That is definitely not a mirror I want to be playing in. What do you think about the Grimmsnarl deck, Kyle?
It's pretty good. I think we'll see plenty of it this weekend. But yeah, let's also take a look at what our players are playing for in this event. We have lots of prizes at these events. Again, Stefan has won 2 international championships, also gotten second place last year and second place at OCIC 1 year. So lots of big accomplishments, and with that comes a lot of prize money these days. Look at that, first place, $25,000. That's a big payday.
That is a big payday indeed. That'll buy you a lot of Pokemon decks, I'll tell you that much. Pokemon is very accessible. You can buy a lot with it. So these Masters, for the time that they have dedicated to this game, this is a fantastic payoff for them and makes it all worth it. Not only that though, but you get awesome merch. You get the playmat, you know, promo cards, all sorts of stuff, not just the cash prizes that we have here for our players, but you know, it's always nice as well. Junior and senior division taking home $7,000 there. That is a huge feat. Of course, smaller numbers for our juniors and seniors, but the skill level is off the charts in both those age divisions, and they deserve that hefty prize to take home.
Yeah, and even if this goes all the way down to 64th place, right? 64th place gets $2,000 still. It's pretty huge. Of course, there are like 3,800 players, so you still have to beat out like 3,700 or so other people to get that high in the rankings. But hey, 64 people will be leaving with thousands of dollars. But all right, so we are finished with our second round here in New Orleans, but we have lots more to go. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our next round here from NAIC.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane and then by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn, with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, My favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, you know, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
I started liking Pokemon a really long time ago, but competitive cards I started in about 2013. My starter Pokemon would be Totodile. It's a water type, which is I like, and also he's a crocodile, which there's a lot of in Australia. I would say it's just variance, which means like when you're practicing and something goes not how you thought it would, you can kind of chalk it up as that shouldn't happen. And then if it happens maybe 5 times, maybe it wasn't just variance. I look up to Azul GG. He has been at the top of his game for a really long time, and he makes a whole lot of really good YouTube videos that help people learn. My gym type would be Psychic. I like a lot of, I guess, mental kind of games, and I like Psychic Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon, Milotic. Milotic for sure. It's very similar to my favorite actual fish, which is an oarfish. It's really long and thin, and it just looks really nice. My favorite card of all time is Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team. I played it in a deck at the World Championships in 2019, which I won, and so I'm kind of biased for it. Gives you a lot of options. You used to be able to copy other Pokemon's attacks. Dessert, my favorite dessert is creme brulee. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the competition. It's like you're nervous all the way up to the point that the first round starts, and then it just goes away. You're just concentrated, you're in the zone, and you get to play Pokemon. My main event snack is protein bars. Am I Team Rocket? Yes.
If you're just tuning in, let me tell you, you have picked a perfect time. We are live at the North American International Championships. The stakes are high. We have a new set, Destined Rivals legal, and players are firing on all cylinders. And to be honest, we're just getting started. And I cannot wait to get our next feature match here. I'm Shay Burt, and I'm joined by Alex Dow. And trust me, you do not want to blink, because we're going to have some round action coming at you real soon. Alex, how are we feeling?
Yeah, incredible. It's amazing to be here with everyone, of course, at this North American International Championships. We've had 2 fantastic rounds already, you know, really interesting matchups as well. And we've got so much more to come, and that's why we're excited to be here.
Yeah, you know, one of the biggest events of the year, just slightly behind the World Championship. And we've still got so much more action to go. We're only slightly through day 1. We've got day 2, and obviously Championship Sunday coming up, well, on Sunday. And yeah, I'm just excited to be here on this desk and bring the next round action to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen so much already, and there's so much more to come. I mean, this is I mean, we've mentioned it so much already, and we will mention it throughout this broadcast. It is the biggest tournament of the season. The number of players, the sheer size of what we have going on here, not just only in TCG and in, of course, all of the divisions, but across all of the games. It's just such a crazy experience to kind of be part of.
Absolutely immense. And let's not make no mistake about it, chat, as well. We got a brand new set, Legal Destined Rivals, which has been shaking up the metagame, shaking it up, in fact. We have our Carter predictions coming at you soon, and I'd love to see them and how it's all panning out, because even though there's a new set, Legal, I find a lot of the times, Alex, the old decks tend to do well. But Alex, talk to us about your prediction.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a deck that I've been sort of high on for a bit of time now. It is that Flareon sort of EV deck, that we sort of toolbox deck, you know, utilizing things like the knocked out engine, which I do love, a bit of dual seekering to get the pieces that you need for all of those combos. And that deck is a true combo deck. I did combo it as my second sort of a card to highlight, let's say, with that Team Rocket's Watchtower as well. One of the newer cards from the latest set, which could truly impact the whole meta, right? It's stopping all of those colorless Pokemon, and that's kind of a massive counter to my actual deck choice of the actual tournament. But there's a reason why I'm so high on that deck, and that's why, because it's such a powerful, powerful concept.
It really is. That Team Rocket's Watchtower, make no mistake about it, one of the more impactful stages we're going to see in our standard format, for sure, shutting down all those knocked out engines. And then I got my choice there. As I say, I find in new formats that I see that old decks tend to do well. The decks have more simpler game plans, easier to execute. So that's why I've gone with Raging Bolt EX. And I got a little bit fancy with my next one, a little bit of Yamega. You know, grass type's going to hit those Grimmsnarl. So yeah, I'm feeling quite confident. And I cannot wait to see. Hopefully, we saw Raging Bolt almost kind of do well in the last round, but I'm feeling confident that we're going to hear some bellowing thunders for some big games coming up soon.
Almost do well.
Yeah, almost. we got a lot of NAIC left, Alex. Don't be doing me like that, please. Come on. But yeah, that's my Carter predictions there. And I wouldn't be surprised. And you know that Yamega's an interesting one. One of the best abilities there, you know, letting you get all those extra grass energy in play, that you can move them around. I'm not really convinced we found the best Yamega deck, but I'm sure someone there, you know, in the thousands of players in this room, I reckon someone's cooked up a good Yamega deck, and they're going to be doing well.
Yeah, I mean, the grass typing is always a fantastic option right now as well, because of the hype that, you know, Shelby Boo's caster prediction there of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is just going to be a massive, sort of got a big target on his back because of that popularity. So when Yamega EX, I'll give you some props. It is a pretty cool attacker with that sort of engine that it has. But, you know, we've both gone for decks which I don't actually see too many new cards in the decks themselves, other than sort of maybe catering to the meta. I mean, with Flareon EX, you can start to put things like Leafeon EX into the deck now as well, with that Moss Agate attack, 230, but also heals your bench Pokemon, which is really cool. But yeah, let's see what actually happens. We've got so much Pokemon still to come.
Yeah, we really have. We're going to have our next round coming at you soon. But yeah, that's our Carter predictions. And I tell you what, production stuff, can I have the camera back on me for a second? Because I want to show you just how confident I am in my Carter predictions. I've got some props here that I cannot wait to show, because, you know, I'm just that confident in my Raging Bolt and Yamega. Yeah, so when we were asked about our Carter prediction, I went out and got some props. Come on, we got ourselves a little Yamega. He's going to be flying around to the top tables. And then for all you Raging Bolt believers, I see you on social media, I only went and got him. So I'm going to be announcing some bellowing thunder real soon, hopefully, for some big KOs. Come on, no, that's just for me, not for you.
Right, I know. That's enough of that.
Enough of that. A little bit of tomfoolery. Right. Yeah.
No, it's a great little props. Congratulations. I'm proud of you for actually having some plushies. But you know what? There's still, we're getting our sort of feature match ready right now. There's a lot of some very, very good players here. We're going to still trying to highlight and showcase throughout this tournament as well. I actually just can't wait to see who we got lined up.
Yeah, I think we've got a star-studded match coming at you soon. I think we can confirm we actually have our next, our NAIC champion, Andrew Hedrick. And he's facing off against Matthew Boris. So two high-level players who are, you know, at the top of their game. And Andrew is going to want to be defending his title. But here we have some other round 3 highlight matches. And Alex, what's jumping out to you here?
I mean, we always got to call out our fellow colleagues as well. Joe Bernard apparently is 2-0 with his archetype that he's piloting at this tournament. I know he's been quite vocal about what he was considering to playing this weekend, but there's a lot of big names. You know, what we've highlighted in yellow here is just that one of the few sort of notable matches that we're going to have across, you know, Swiss round 3 right now, right? There's other players. Look at these matches. Ryan Antonucci up against Lucas Singh, just below that in the list there. You know, Azul is currently 2-0 as well, up against Michael Meal. And then there's other names that we're starting to see from the globe, right? Julius Brunfeld, a player who's, I think, maybe in top 3 across the EU right now in terms of points. Christian Fontenot, who's come back over to the US, performed super well, and now once again in a great spot. And then you've got some sort of old-timers as well who have been at every single World Championships. Ross Cawthorn, and don't forget that previous World Champion in Andre Skubot. There's too many names,
There's too many names on this graphic. But now I think our stage is ready. So we're going to head down to the stage. Andrew Hedrick versus Matthew Boris. Now, Matthew Boris is a 2-time regional champion and has top cut 2 internationals, as well as we do see Perth regional champion, Brisbane regional champion, Players Cup finalist, and Sao Paulo LAIC top 8. But across the table, the defending NAIC champion, Andrew Hedrick, you know, who also won Indianapolis, Vancouver, Knoxville, went on a bit of a tear that season and started making it look easy to win regional championships. This is going to be our round 3 Swiss feature match here. And Alex, I just can't wait to get started.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 incredible players as we do get a chance to have a look at our players just placing down those prizes now. We do get sight of that just to give you guys a bit of an idea of what the matchup is. And we're going back in time. We're ignoring destined rivals. We're going back to Dragapult up against Gardevoir EX, Shay.
Yeah, you know, just as I said before, my cards prediction, sometimes when it comes to new formats, the old decks that have been refined and everyone knows how to play them tend to do well. And Andrew and Matthew saying, well, you know what? Destined Rivals is a good set. There's a lot of fun stuff in there, but how about Dragapult and Gardevoir being the main decks to beat?
Yeah, and it's just both our players there, you know, like well accomplished, right? Andrew's taken down a regional championships this season already. He's been piloting Dragapult thus far for quite some time now to some fantastic finishes, of course, the first and the second, no, just this season himself. And then Matt Burris there, we already know how accomplished is a player from that kind of region where we get so many good players piloting such incredible decks to such great finishes, and he's going to be looking to do the same here as well.
Yeah, I know Matthew tests with a lot of the Australian player base there, you know, Natalie Miller, Henry Brand, Kywin, Kababe, you know, all of them high-tier players who we've seen do really well at all manner of events. You know, Natalie Miller, finalist at EUIC, just gone. Henry Brand, former world champion. But here we do see the fist bump. So here we go, our Swiss round 3 feature match here at the North American International Championships is kicking us off, and Andrew Hedrick on the left is starting off his turn 1.
Yeah, the little Dreepy up against the Rolts in the active spots for both our players here. Andrew's going to have to be looking at that hand. I don't know how strong it is. We do get their first attachment.
I don't think there's any playable cards in that hand. Alex, is going to be a turn, attach, and pass, as it is over to Matthew, who's playing that Gardevoir EX archetype. And while he concludes this Earthen Vessel, let's have a little rundown of this Gardevoir EX archetype. It's a very good one. It uses Gardevoir EX with that Psychic Embrace ability, letting you attach as many Psychic energy as you like from your discard pile and attach them to your Psychic Pokemon in play. Now, you do have to put 2 damage counters on for each energy. Yeah, that's a bit boring. However, when you utilize cards like Drifloon and Screamtail, you can actually do more damage for each damage counter on them. You can actually turn that into a bit of an advantage. And there's also another way you can manipulate that damage of Monkey Dory, who basically just moves damage, 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon over to your opponents, meaning that the damage that sticks on via Psychic Embrace can really start to fly back the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do get Matt Burris there, just, you know, doing what every top player has to do throughout these sort of large tournaments. Go through that deck, go through what is prized, knowing what your resources are available that's in your deck. Andrew, at the moment, hasn't had that opportunity to do so, but, you know, he's got to breathe a sigh of relief because he is up against Gardevoir. There's not really too much that Gardevoir could do in terms of taking this Dreepy out, for example, on his first turn. So he can and will be able to, hopefully, as long as that hand is able to, can continue playing on and seeing how this game can proceed. But we do get a nest ball now from Matt's side of the field. He's going to be looking to try and set up the rest of the board, of course. Just does have the additional energies now in those hands. But Let's just kind of see what direction he chooses to go down. Getting the extra rocks is always going to be quite important in these kind of matchups, but goes for that ever so important, arguably one of the best cards in the game right now, Monkey Dory with that Adrenabrain ability.
It literally feels like this format has developed into what deck can utilize Monkey Dory most effectively, right? You know, we have Gardevoir's been one of the best ones at doing it because it self-damages itself really easily. Oh, as we do see the turn 1 secret box, Alex, one of the premier A-specs in format right now. Now, you do have to discard 3 cards from your hand. However, when you are Gardevoir, you can get rid of 2 basic energy. That's actually pretty good. And then your reward for discarding 3 cards from your hand, you get an item card, you get a tool card, you get a support card, and you get a stadium card, all at the same time. And I tell you what, Alex, you couldn't really draw up polar opposite turn 1s. Andrew, unfortunately, just has to turn, attach, and pass. And Matthew gets the secret box, gonna grab a TM Evolution, the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which will become 2 basic Pokemon, and a Professor's Research to draw 7 cards afterwards. Goodness gracious me.
And there he is, out with it again. And we do have the Professor's Research kind of waiting in the wings as well when Matt needs to do so. I guess, again, one of the few things that Andrew can think about is even if that hand wasn't looking too great in terms of additional Pokemon and setting up that board state, he's going to be hoping, I'm sure, that there is a supporter in hand so that he can continue bursting through and kind of setting up the board state as well, and just kind of counteracting exactly what's happening here from Matt's side of the board. And we do see the Professor's Research odds are not being played to try and not give Andrew an out to additional basic Pokemon, non-rule box basic Pokemon as well. But I guess this is the one thing right now, because that is just the one routes on the bench.
Yeah.
So right now, if this was to utilize that Technical Machine Evolution, it would just be the routes that could be evolved up, just the one. But we do see an Ultra Ball now discarding that rare candy, which is often such a key resource to try and burst into like a Gardevoir EX.
It really is. We do see the Gardevoir EX being taken, but I guess if you're going to TM Evolution straight into Curlier and you know there's going to be no attacking threat realistically from Andrew's side of the board, depending on how his turn 2 pans out, you could be rather safe to just evolve up into a Curlier and then Gardevoir next turn. As we do see the TM Evolution being played, evolve up into Curlier, and now it's back over to Andrew. Now, Andrew, what can you do? We need to start seeing some pressure. You did have a slow turn 1. Let's see. Wait. Is that just the Professor's Research as an actual playable?
It's not the prettiest of discards in terms of a supporter if that is a Professor's Research in hand there. We do get the Neo Upper Energy attachment. That's the A-spec of choice for Andrew Hedrick's Dragapult Dusknoir deck that he's piloting today. As we do get the Professor's Research now, a number of cards being discarded. As we now see, we do hit the Buddy Buddy Poffin, so we will be building out that board state. I don't think there was a Drat Cloak, so there won't see any Recon Directives at the moment, which could be a bit suspect in terms of trying to build up that board, especially when you want to be trying to go into those cards to try and set up here. As I believe this is Andrew's also first chance to actually look through that deck to figure out what is prized.
And while Andrew is going to do that prize check, as it is his first deck search, Alex, why don't you talk to us through about how this Dragapult deck works?
Yeah, Dragapult has always been a very, very powerful attacker. Again, arguably one of the most powerful attackers in the game with that Phantom Dive attack. A fire and a psychic energy will deal 200 damage to the active Pokemon and allow you to place 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. To get there, you utilize things like those Dreepies and the Drat Cloaks, of course, with Recon Directive, allowing you to just continue drawing through your deck. Look at the top 2 cards and put one into your hand and the other to the bottom. And then comboing this with that Duskull, and if that could evolve into the Dusclops and the Dusknoir, both having a Curse Blast ability where during your turn you may put 13 damage counters from the Dusknoir or 5 from the Dusclops onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. It does take a self-knockout, but then starts to activate things like that Counter Catcher, and you really start to play from behind and really cause chaos onto your opponent's board state, especially when you combine things with things like Ionos and other supporters and other such useful cards, even things like the Badoo, which can just eliminate a lot of the board state sometimes just by item locking your opponent.
Yeah, Dragapult does have one of those interesting decks. But while it plays from behind technically, it's still in the driver's seat, as we do see Luminous Energy going to get discarded. Voodoo is going to hit the active, and it's going to be Itchy Pollen time. I hope everyone here in this venue in New Orleans has their antihistamines ready, because there's pollen flying everywhere. Now, 10 damage, and now Matthew cannot play any item cards, so it might have been quite heads up to get rid of that rare candy. We are going to see an evolution into that active Curlier. We know Gardevoir EX is currently in the hand. There we do see it evolve. So Psychic Embrace is online. So now those 3 Psychic Energy in Matthew's discard pile can be attached. But it's just going to be a big Professor's Research. Another Psychic Energy hits the discard pile. And let's see what these 7 cards are and how they treat Matthew.
Yeah, going to be looking for a way maybe to something like that Screamtail, just to kind of maybe target down that Dreepy with the energy on it right now. Of course, when you think about some of these decks, like the Dragapult decks, every energy attachment is so important, and especially when the only real sort of energy acceleration really is that Neo Upper Energy, because that provides 2 energies onto the board state. But if there's a way where Mats could maybe get a Screamtail, doesn't look like there's too many options at the moment.
It's going to be hard when you're under the Itchy Pollen lock, so it looks like we're going to see a retreat, and it looks like we're going to see the Psychic Embrace activation ×3. It's going to be times 2, I should say, first of all. And we're going to move the damage off with the Adrenabrain for a mid-turn KO. Whatever Andrew promotes here is going to be suspect to a Miracle Force for 190. Basically offering up a Pokemon to get sacrificed here. It is going to be the Dreepy. You have to protect Neo Upper Energy, obviously. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Now, usually with these Gardevoir decks, they also like to play from behind, utilizing things like counter catchers as well. But when the opportunity presents itself and you're taking 2 prizes in a turn like this, it's a big knockout on that Dreepy there from Miracle Force now. And it's not really an easy way for Andrew Hedrick with his Dragapult Dusknoir deck to really sort of combat this right now. He will need a lot of pieces to find a way back.
All right, and let's see if we do see any of those pieces. We'd love to see a potential, like, Catapult into the Dragapult, but with no copies of Rare Candy available, that is not going to be an option. So, we are going to see Dreepy going to get promoted into the active. We're going to see Night Stretcher to grab back the Dusclops, and our Curse Blast is live. It can KO itself. There's 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. You know, not the greatest, but, you know, we are working towards the Dusknoir. We're going to see Night Stretcher to grab back that Badoo. We're going to see a turn attachment to the active and the Iron. As Alex, we did say, Dragapult Dusknoir loves to come back from, well, it's a combat deck, and Iron is one of the big proponents of that. You know, forcing both players to put their hand to the bottom, and they draw 1 card for each prize card they have remaining.
Yeah, it's a really tricky spot here now, because Andrew's going to have to find the right time to utilize that Curse Blast to maybe try and sort of weave in a way back into this game. Yeah. Right now, just trying to look for ways to slow down the game. Hasn't found a Dracloak.
That's a concession there from Andrew. Wow. So Matthew Burst is going to take game 1 here in our Swiss Round 3 feature match. As you say, Alex wasn't able to find the Dracloak. And if you don't find Dracloak, you're not going to find Dragapult. So Matthew takes a relatively fast game 1 here.
Yep, and this is kind of one of those things that Gardevoir has been, you know, wanting to sort of match into, especially in the previous format when Destined Rivals hasn't quite come into the format yet. We were all worried whether Grimmsnarl can sort of keep Gardevoir in check, but it hasn't really changed too much. But Matt Burris there has been able to demonstrate that just by being able to play his supporters, get that Technical Machine Evolution out and ready and going, you know, he's been able to sort of overcome this game 1 and actually take game 1 himself against the reigning NAIC champion.
Yeah, you have to be feeling on top of the world there if you're Matthew. You know, when you're facing off against the previous NAIC champion, you're not going to get very many easy games, but you could be argued Matthew was able to get one there. Did still have to play really well, you know, took that mid-turn KO with Adrenabrain and was able to apply the pressure just at the right time, able to close it out. So currently, Matthew Burris is our 1 game up here in our Swiss Round 3 feature match, and it is over to Andrew to try and, you know, win 2 games in a row. Now, the good news is for Andrew, if there is any good news, that there's plenty of time left on the clock here to try and win a game 2 and game 3, and I'm sure Andrew would love to try and get to a 3-0 record here. However, the funny thing is, Alex, Matthew also wants to get to a 3-0 record. He'll be doing everything he can to win this next game.
You've gone with funny, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Both players want to win. That's pretty funny, I think. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. But plenty of time left for both our players to try and conclude either a victory in either direction. We know this was kind of the type of matchup which you kind of expect to see. I've already spoken about it. We all kind of thought maybe Gardevoir might see a bit of a drop in play because of the hype around things like Grimmsnarl, which also actually kind of means that maybe Dragapult saw a bit of a decline in play as well, because again, it can handle those sort of things. But these 2 were all big 2. of our last format.
It really was.
Of our Journey Together format. These were the big two, and we're here once again, both of these players bringing the same deck in reality, just with kind of maybe some small changes in accounts, as we do see our players there starting to put out their prizes. They're going to have to be trying to work out those resources as soon as possible as well. Here we go, they're kicking things off. This is game 2 of our Swiss round 3. Looks like Matt Burris will be going first, and Andrew Hedrick has decided to go second.
And I tell you what, Alex, looking at Andrew's hand, that is a polar opposite to game 1. I see like 4 different ways to grab basic Pokemon. But it is over to Matthew, who has led that Serendipity EX, but does have a Nest Ball currently in the hands. Going to work out, looks like trying to work out what's exactly prized. As we do see here, Technical Machine Evolution is prized. Does play 2 copies though. Curlier currently in the prize cards. Bravery Charm. To be honest, not the worst prize cards there for Matthew.
No, absolutely. Will mean Matt will be able to sort of go through and get to his game plan, get those energies in the discard, so long as he's able to find the pieces like the Earthen Vessels and the discards, of course. But the game plan is there and available for him to get to. He just needs to kind of build out that board and make sure he can get those rolls down, get those Curliers, get that Gardevoir eventually when you're ready to attack, and of course, supplement them with that Monkey Dory.
Yep, that is going to be the aim of the game. But here we do see the turn 1 secret box again. I tell you what, there's no secrets when Matthew's around. He's immediately finding that ace spec, discarding 3 cards from your hand, grab a tool card, supporter card, and a stadium. Those ace specs all have really strong effects, balanced by the fact you can only play 1 of them in your deck. So Matthew finding that super early is very nice. And I tell you what, it's actually a card in Matthew's hand, Alex, which is really impactful in the matchup. We didn't get to see it in game 1, that Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible card as a bit of a big counter to those Dragon-type Pokemon, which now doesn't have any weakness. However, that Fairy Zone ability does provide a psychic weakness to your opponent's Dragon-type Pokemon. And, well, what type does Matt Burris is going to be primarily playing in his deck, Shay?
Oh, psychic Pokemon, funnily enough. So Lily's Clefairy basically says that if you ever get the Dragapult EX out, Andrew, I'm going to try my best to get straight to the discard pile, because you can attack with Full Moon Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play. You can do that. However, that Miracle Force from Gardevoir, which we did see in game 1, is also very apt at KOing Dragapult when Fairy Zone is applied.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that Andrew's going to have to keep an eye on, figuring out where it is, utilizing things like the Duskulls, the Dusclops, Duskwars, when the right time is to do so, and maybe just try and essentially decimate the board where possible, as we do get the energy attachment now to the Serendipity, and we do have double routes there as well, because that is turn 1, can't attack of course, but does have the energy attached so that we can retreat or maybe even use Technical Machine Evolution on his turn 2.
And I tell you what, Andrew also has the Neo Upper Energy available to him, so both ace specs here, there, and everywhere. But as I did say, Andrew has a polar opposite hand from game 1. Going to start the turn off there with a Buddy Buddy Puffin, letting you grab 2 basic Pokemon with 70 hit points or less, and pop them straight onto your bench. But I think Andrew also had another copy of Buddy Buddy Puffin in his hand, and also had 2 copies of Nest Ball, which lets you grab any basic Pokemon he likes. And as Andrew is going to work out what's in the prize card, see, we get to cheat a little bit. We get this nice little overlay. Looks like Andrew has prize Counter Catcher, Dracloak, Luxurious Cape, Professor's Research, Counter Catcher, and Iono.
Yeah, thanks for that. He does play 3 copies of Counter Catcher, so we'll have access to 1 still in the deck if he does fall behind or find his game plan going behind, and we'll be able to still use it. Does only really play the 1 Luxurious Cape. Maybe it's just that one way of going into the Badoo. We often do see the Luxurious Badoo come down with its own sort of trait, as it were, in the trading card game. And, that's one way to kind of just offset some potential shenanigans like that Monkey Dory that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the Luxurious Cape being used to sort of protect your bench Dracloak, right? Really brief up the hit points so it can maybe is outside of range of a Scream Tail, and then when it needs to evolve, you can just evolve up into it. That's going to be an interesting wrinkle that Andrew won't have available to him. But here we do see the second copy of Buddy Buddy Puffin come down. The first one did grab the Badoo and a Dreepy, and the second one's going to grab a Dreepy and a Duskull. And I tell you what, and we're going to see the Nest Ball as well. Look at that. So game 1, Andrew only got 1 bench Pokemon out, and in game 2, he's filled the bench immediately.
Yep, but I guess he's got to know that Matt is working with a Technical Machine Evolution in hand right now. We saw it, of course, come out from the secret box already. But, Andrew's still got to set up that board state for himself, right? We've already mentioned there's no rare candies in the list. does have to get into the Dracloaks, get into the Recon Directives, as we do see now the switch into the Badoo.
Oh, wow.
Energy attachment, as I mentioned, ever so important every single turn, and the research to boot.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to see a lot of energy there. Rescue ball. There's a Dracloak. We needed to see that. Can't evolve that now, obviously. That's a nice little hand there for Andrew. And it's going to end the turn off there with the Itchy Pollen. 10 damage, and Matthew cannot play any item cards. Is over to Matthew over for his turn 2. Let's see what we can manufacture. Wait a minute. Doesn't have the energy available yet. So if you are going to do a TM evolution, you might have to do it with the Serendipity. We are going to see the Artisan coming down now. Interesting chose not to use it last turn. Didn't want to give Andrew any easy way to grab bench Pokemon. But now since Andrew has filled the bench, you might as well use it. Letting you grab any basic Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box and pop it straight onto your bench. And that's going to find the second copy of Monkey Dory.
Yeah, it's always going to be very, very scary when you're sitting across from not just one, but two of those Monkey Dories with the Adrenabrain ability. Again, synergizing with that Psychic Embrace so well, and just making things really, really difficult to just basically cause chaos for the opponent's side of the board. But we still need to get to that stage first. We do see the Technical Machine evolution now attached to the Serendipity in the active spot. Evolution, you can choose up to 2 of your bench Pokemon and find an evolution Pokemon from your deck to evolve up.
This is risky. If he draws into the Curlier here, won't be able to use the evolution. Let's have a look. Oh, no Curlier there. A lot of supporters, funnily enough. No Dark Energy, so we won't be able to start developing the... Oh, no, I tell a lie. I did have one. They hid it from me, Matthew. So Adrenabrain is currently live. You probably want to wait to use it. But you're going to see Technical Machine Evolution. It's a nice tool card letting you evolve up 2 of your Pokemon straight into play.
Yeah, we'll only be able to get 1 of the Curliers.
Oh, because 1 is prized, of course.
Yeah. But of course, you still have to choose your 2 Pokemon that you can evolve up as well. So that's why you saw Matt point at both of the routes there. He does just get the 1 Curlier, gives a bit of information to Andrew Hedrick, and just see how we kind of navigate this turn here. There's the first evolution. The first Dracloak does hit the board here now in this Swiss round 3, as we finally do get a Recon Directive live in this game.
Yeah, not so we've actually managed to see that Recon Directive and a fantastic ability. Letting you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 can go in your hand and the other can go at the bottom. So letting you filter in cards that you like without having to discard them. We are going to see a rescue board potentially getting attached. No, decided against it in the end.
Kind of just deciding whether he wants to play any more cards out before utilizing that Iono maybe. Yep, straight into the Iono first. Maybe wants to save and hold on to the rescue board for maybe a future turn or maybe for another Pokemon, which it really needs it. Because right now it doesn't have to worry about it too much. Does get another energy already drawn. Yep, there's a Recon Directive now. Top 2 cards. Like Dragapult EX was one option.
Dragapult EX. Can't tell the other one. Not,
oh, he's taking the Jax. I mean,
the Jark, yep.
That means 2.
That means 2. Letting you grab any 2 evolution Pokemon you like is a Jark. And there's another Dragapult EX and a Fire Energy. That's going to get sent to the bottom of the deck as well. So Andrew is definitely in the driver's seat. We are going to see the Itchy Pollen. So that means Matthew is going to be item locked again. Remember, was hit by the Iono, so that previous hand has been sent down to the bottom. What has Matthew got? Now, there is 1 Gardevoir EX. Uh-oh.
It's not looking too pretty here.
Not looking good.
Unable to play any items from your hand, of course. So right now, it's just full of items, it looks like. And other than that Psychic Energy.
Well, 4 items and energy and the Bravery Charm. That's not looking good. There is 1 Gardevoir in the discard pile currently. Only 1 in the deck. And when you can't play items to go and fetch it, it could get, well, very tough. We are going to see Artisan, though. That will shuffle the deck at least. And possibly grab another non-rule box basic Pokemon put on the bench. But it's not looking good here for Matthew.
No, it's not too pretty. Of course, that Curlier is looking pretty susceptible right now. We can see it in the facial expressions there, I think, as well, because it's a bit of an awkward spot he finds himself in. Looks like he might be going into the Cleffer here. It's not ideal, but it allows him to draw up to 7 with that Grasping Draw attack. You know, it's one of those fantastic support baby Pokemon. We're going to see 2 30 HP Pokemon in the active spots potentially here now.
Yeah.
But Matt, just thinking, well, I need this turn to kind of see some more stuff because those items aren't going to be helping me anytime soon.
That's the thing, yeah. At least you can attach the Bravery Charm potentially to the Cleffer to boost that dangerously low hit points of 30 up to 80, as we do see that going to get attached. But yeah, not the ideal turn you want.
Get a nice brave Cleffer here.
Yeah.
Going to be maneuvering into the active spot, I'm sure now. As we do see the Adrenabrain, it's just going to move one across for the moment. A retreat there, manual retreat into the brave Cleffer. Grasping draw hands up to 7. Looks like it was 5 in hand, so it's just 2, but hoping those 2 can save him. And Andrew Hedrick's on over to you, my friend. Just to work out.
But there was an iron at the very least. We do see a Dracloak Recon Directive. I think a Dust Noir was the top deck. Oh, and a Dust Clots potentially getting into the hand. Remember, Jack is currently live, so that could go find an evolution Pokemon.
The Dust Clots would be quite vital with that Curse Blast ability as well. It does have double Dust Cold down, can maybe find a way to go into the Dragapult and very easily take a knockout on something like the Curlier. This looks like it could be that turn where we end our item lock and start trying to really take advantage where we can. If he does pop a Curse Blast as well, his counter catches will suddenly become alive.
Great point.
So there's so many different options here, and I think that's what we're having to deliberate on. As we do see.
It looks like Dusclops was taken. The double Curse Blast would be devastating. Wait, was that Dusclops off the Recon Directive again?
Oh, we'll just have a little look. What are that
Night
options?
Stretcher was one of them. I'd be intrigued to see if it was. That would really be everything. Oh no, it was a Dracloak. I apologize.
Even so, he has Boss's orders in hand as well.
Oh, I didn't realize.
So we're just kind of seeing like which direction Andrew Hedrick could take here. There are multiple avenues as we do see finally the evolution up to a Dragapult EX, getting the Psychic Energy attached to the Dracloak, which had the Luminous Energy on. Here is the Dusclops, Shay.
Oh, this is not looking good. Dusclops, Curse Blast. Then you knock itself out, and then you place 5 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Don't forget Phantom Dive also spreads 6 damage counters. That means Curlier is looking a bit suspect right now, is in the range of a KO very easily. Here is the Curse Blast. Oh, don't tempt us, Andrew. Go on. Come on. Now, bear in mind, it does actually give up a prize card. Matthew will take a prize. But as you say, Andrew has so many cards that are really good coming back from, well, being in a prize deficit.
I mean, sometimes one of the things that you want to be trying to do alongside a Curse Blast is getting something like an Iono off, because you're also, giving up the prize, but also then making them draw 1 less. It's Curse Blast onto the routes for the time being. I think it's been a deliberation between that Jacques to try and build up that board set a little bit more, or go for that Boss's orders, or maybe even find a second Dusclops with the Night Stretcher as well.
Say, you can Night Stretcher, grab the Dusclops back, and then you can Curse Blast the Curlier, and then both would be in range of Phantom Dive damage on the bench.
And what does that mean if he's then taking 2 prizes as well? Also, whilst giving up 2, he also doesn't activate Matt's counter catches either as a potential option.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's potentially one direction he could have gone down, as we do now see the Boss's orders onto the Curlier here. And I'm just wondering whether that decision will be made. It's just a Phantom Dive, double routes line going down. So no routes available for Matt's side of the board. Does have his items back, but is that enough in this state?
It's going to be very hard to play a Gardevoir deck when you haven't got access to any Gardevoir. You know, this is not the best of looking board states. You've got the Brave Cleffer, double Monkey Dory, and a Pheasantipity, none of which are going to be able to catapult yourself away from this Dragapult, as it were. We are going to see Pheasantipity getting promoted, and it is over to Matthew.
Yeah, I'm wondering what direction Matt's going to take with this here. We do see the Super Rod can immediately recycle some of those routes, pieces, and also potentially get one out with the Artisan that's available on the board right now as well. But Andrew Hedrick there kind of just setting up the Dusclops, ready to evolve into the Duskmon that's also already sitting in hand at the same time. So it's just kind of a number of pieces. Does obviously also target that Lily's Clefairy EX as well. We mentioned how impactful and important that card will be, or usually is, in this sort of matchup.
Yep.
But let's just see the direction that we go down here. I'm sure we're going to try and pop off an Artisan and some extra cards, just like that Earthen Vessel, still waiting in hand as well at some stage.
You see the Artisan activation. I imagine we'll see one of the... Yep, there's a Ralts off that. I wonder, does Matthew have any other ways of fetching some Pokemon? You'd love to try and get double Ralts developed here, because Andrew's board looks very easy at KOing at least 1 Ralts. You'd love to try and get 2 developed if possible. Even then, 2 isn't actually the safest either.
No, it's still scary just because you're staring down that Curse Blast. And this is one of the slight sort of main positives of maybe playing this version of Dragapult, because you have that opportunity to overstretch and sort of take down Pokemon like the Routes, like the Curliers, or even bigger sort of EX Pokemon at the same time alongside a Phantom Dive, that makes things so scary for your opponent, and that's the direction. And we've seen Andrew sort of pilot this deck to fantastic placements already, but Matt has to do this. He has to get the double routes down.
You have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to sort of play to your outs, we say in the community. Just make life as hard for your opponent as possible. Even if you are fighting an uphill struggle, you have to make it as hard for them. We are going to see an Earthen Vessel concluding, and then we're going to see an Ultra Ball to grab another Volt. We are going to see a turn attachment to the Monkey Dory, and we're going to see a Mind Bend, perhaps. I love this attack, Alex. Oh, and we do see an Iono being played as well. But that Mind Bend, 60 damage, and it makes your opponent's active confused.
Yeah, the only one good thing for Andrew, and I mean, he's actually just drawn a couple of decent cards there as well, but it's a kind of okay. Still 4 cards he gets to see from the Iono plus the top deck, so that's 5 cards there. You know, even if he does get confused, as we do see the flip the script finally as well, because a Pokemon was knocked out, of course, on Andrew's previous turn. So there's a lot of cards that Matt's going to be working with, but he's just got to try and find a way to protect those routes as much as possible.
And here we are going to see the Mind Bend. You know, Andrew is no stranger to these confusion flips. That's how he won the NAIC last year. So in case you don't know what confusion does, it makes your opponent's Pokemon, they sort of get reversed on the playing field. And if they choose to attack, you have to flip a coin. If heads, the attack goes through. Happy days, as we do see the Dragapult turn around. If tails, the attack doesn't go through and you hit yourself for 30. That's not very fun.
No, not at all. As we do now get to see the Artisan being utilized here from Andrew. Just kind of double checking what maybe he has access to. Maybe something like the Monkey Dory himself, if it was there.
And gets to shuffle the deck off Iono as well.
Especially when there were so many good pieces that were available in that hand that got put to the bottom. Always so important to find a way to maybe reverse what's just kind of happened to your board state and your sort of whole resource pool, as it were. And as we do see now, Andrew just get a chance to shuffle things around. It's going to be some recon directives. Let's have a little look what we get access to. It's the Professor's Research, easy pick there over the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
And we see, wow, some very good cards in the hand. You see Night Stretcher. Is that going to grab back the Dust Clock? Looks like it is, or Dust Skull, I should say. I think that was. Yep, going to re-establish that. Ultra Ball can go and fetch the Dust Noir if needed. Oh, dear.
It's a scary position to be in right now, as we do see that Dust Noir being eyed up, evolved up here. Curse Blast now going to be available on the board to easily just put 13 damage counters on your opponent's board state.
Yep.
Still giving up a prize, but not too much of a worry, especially when you're able to try and just kind of not allow your opponent to really play the game.
Yeah, and then we see counter catches in hand as well, so you can Curse Blast, KO, Run Volts, counter catch up the other one, KO that, and then, you know, that's not looking particularly great, but it looks like, what was that? Professor's Research being played?
Yeah,
going to draw 7.
Played. Just kind of drawn a few different cards there. I mean, there's multiple Dragon Ball EXs. Can evolve up into the second one, which already has a Neo Upper Energy already attached. And we do see the retreat. Oh, we're going into the Voodoo here.
Interesting, okay.
Not wanting to necessarily pop off with the Curse Blast yet, maybe. But no, actually, no, so many different decisions and lines that you can go down. That's why it makes it so important. And it's just going to be an Itchy Pollen to begin with.
Hey, so going to item lock Matthew again.
It does mean
what does that mean?
Matt wouldn't be able to go straight into a Gardevoir anytime soon as well, or open up a bench space for something like that Lily's Clefairy EX. So we do see another Iono being instantly kind of retaliated back onto Andrew's side of the board now. I guess this is one way to kind of slow the game down a little bit, maybe buy yourself a little bit more time. Maybe if Andrew could maybe potentially go into a second Dusclops.
That Iono did not treat Matthew well, though. I just see energy, 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 and then a Earthen Vessel, I believe. We're going to see the double Adrenabrain for the mid-turn KO, though. What is Andrew going to promote? It will be susceptible to a Mind Bend.
Depends how strong this hand is.
Yep.
If the hand from Andrew's strong, he could potentially go into the Dust Swan. You know, that's basically like a free retriever if you pop off as well. But maybe just kind of iron up, well, there's not really much of an attacker that you have going, and there's no way to really take a knockout on this Dracloak. 90 HP, more than enough right now.
It really is, yeah. I mean, that's going to, You know, there is no bench spot open, so you have to worry about no Lily's Clefairy coming down and boosting that Mind Bend damage. So, funnily enough, that Dracloak 90, oh, we're going to see a pay retreat. It's going to be a grasping draw turn.
Yeah, it's so important to keep hold of the advantage you get by keeping more Monkey Dories on the board, especially with Dark Energies around as well. So it's just going to be the draw up with grasping. I mean, Andrew Hedrick's he's hit another Night Stretcher as well. We've kind of seen what the options are. I mean, he had to utilize one to pull the Dust Clots before that he already popped. So is it useful enough? Is it energy useful enough to kind of pull back from the deck, right, or the discard pile already? I think I also saw Professor's Research in hand.
Wow.
So can keep going as well. There it is. Just a Psychic Energy. It does mean he could just use that as a retreat option as well. It doesn't have to sacrifice the Neo Upper Energy.
Let's see what else. We'll see the Professor's Research. Draw 7 cards. Love to see that.
Another Dracloak in hand as well, so we'll be able to further Recon Directive. Finds the Dustclops there from that Recon. One of that opens up anymore. Has then 50 plus, well, sorry, 5 plus 13, so up to 180 damage counters that could be manipulated just from popping off the Curse Blast themselves. Flying Entry as well.
Flying Entry. 1 damage on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. That means the Ralts is going to be in line of a Phantom Dive as well. We are going to see the Curse Blast that's going to not KO the active. Got a little bit of hit points left thanks to the Bravery Charm. Matthew counter catch is going to bring up the... Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Alex, Phantom Dive would KO the active Fezandipity. It KOs the bench Clever. And it's going to be a concession for Matthew as Andrew was able to take 4 prize cards on that turn with all that damage manipulation. The Curse Blast putting damage here, there, and everywhere. And Andrew lines up game 2.
Yeah, fantastic play. There were so many different lines. Was happy to take the slightly slower approach with that Badoo sort of mid-turn, just to kind of make sure, well, I know you're not going to be able to get that Gardevoir EX out, and if you can't get a Gardevoir EX out, I can continue playing my game, and eventually, this is what Dragapult does so well. Take those multiple, many prize knockouts in turns, just like that, just in there. As we do get an opportunity, I'm sure, to kind of just replay exactly how everything went down here.
And I think this was definitely Andrew's game to lose, was immediately in the driver's seat. Curse Blast pressure was sort of the aim of the game here. And Andrew was able to just dissect those Ralts from play, and Matthew just wasn't able to really get back in this game. It did actually fire off some Mind Bends and some Adrenabrains to take some prizes and confuse Andrew's Dragapult, but that wasn't really winning the game. I feel as if it was just losing the game a little bit slower, but here was the big 4 prize turn that's going to get KO the Fezandipity, Cleffa, and Ralts all at the same time. And then Matthew is just going to try his best to win this game 3 here. Both players would love to get to a 3-0 record, but they're both going to have to try and win this game. 15 minutes left on the clock. There's enough time potentially to get a game 3 in.
Yeah, here we go. Both players, we saw the fist bump. This is going to be game 3 now. Matt Burris did have the decision on who goes first. Does give it over to Andrew Hedrick. It looks like it's the same.
No, not again. A rinse and repeat of game 1 with the 3P attach and pass is over to Matthew now, who is going to play the Nest Ball. Will at least get to grab a basic Pokemon. But it looks like that hand is not the greatest. We are going to see the prize cards there. Ralts, Gardevoir, and Lily's Clefairy. That is the only copy of Lily's Clefairy, and that is one of 2 copies of Gardevoir EX as well.
Yeah, and based on that hand that you kind of just saw, Shay, and that Matt just sort of flashed to us, having to go for the Nest Ball for the Cleffa might just have to be a big sign to say, well, actually, my hand is not great right now.
Yeah, it really is. And I think if you're Andrew, you're thinking, okay, well, if you're going to grasp and draw this turn, chances are your hand isn't the greatest. Not the most amount of playables there. We are going to see a Monkey Dory. We're going to see an energy attachment to get Monkey Dory out of the active. There is a Bravery Charm, which can get attached as well.
Just deciding whether he benches that Fezandipity, plays some more cards, just to see even more, right? We know Andrew's had a slow turn. We know, well, I guess Matt doesn't actually know there's no rare candies. There's a grasping draw for 4 cards. Andrew's right now sitting on a supporter. Here's that Iono. Finds the Badoo as well, which is always a lovely treat.
Don't want to discard your Neo Upper, though, to get it into the active. We are going to see the Iono, potentially. I mean, that makes sense after Matthew did use Grasping Draw, saying, you've got 7 cards, how about you have 6 cards now? And let's see what Andrew can draw into. We'd love to try and preserve that Neo Upper. Oh,
No energies, no switches.
No energy or switch. I guess you could Ultra Ball, Recon Directive, hope potentially to try and get a basic energy that way.
Yeah, this is one potential other way to just see a couple of more cards here. Ultra Ball just being utilized. Again, his Dreepy isn't a threat right now. The Badoo, even if you don't Itchy Pollen, maybe you don't have to because there's no routes to go into a rare candy Gardevoir right now.
This is a fair point, yeah. Both players are playing, well, they've sort of had sub-optimal starts, I should say. Let's see. I mean, if Andrew, do you go for the Dracloak to try and, pressure with a Dragapult next turn? As we do get to see Andrew's prize cards. You haven't been able to have a look at them yet. One Dracloak is there, a Dreepy, Nice Razor, Dusclops, which you saw get used massively in Game 2, and a Professor's Research. But Alex, do you go for a Dracloak here? Do you go for a second Dreepy? What's going through your head here?
I think you go for the Dracloak and just kind of get the board state going. I mean, we have the Dracloak there right now at the front of the deck. You could technically Dragon Headbutt as well if you really wanted to. Just put the 10 damage on. I mean, that does mean a return back onto the Badoo if Matt can find a Dark Energy. Looks like it's the Dracloak. But again, you're just kind of getting that board. You're getting the Dragapult ready whilst your opponent hasn't even got a routes down.
True.
Right? You're still one step ahead at this moment in time. And then I think there's a Duskull currently in hand as well. I just didn't know if there's I just need to double check whether there's another supporter or something to kind of keep going and maintain that momentum right now.
Really hope
it has to be, I guess, because he's Ultra Balled and Iono away, so there has to be something else there.
Yep.
And Recon Directive will be live. So you can at least see, 4 cards with this Recon Directive over this turn and the next turn.
Right, let's have a look. Oh, there's a Dragapult, but you're going to have to discard the Neo Upper now, though, and there's still no... Yeah, was that Professor's Research second card there?
Yeah, it's a Professor's Research. Okay. I think you take the Dragapult, and maybe at this moment in time, you just bench the Duskull and pass.
Yeah,
you can.
Oh, that seems... Well, we can't attack. We can't attack because Neo Upper only for stage 2.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. My bad.
Oh, no, but there's Neo Upper.
It's a painful retreat.
It really is. It doesn't get much more painful than this, but we are going to see Neo Upper energy get discarded. Itchy Pollen is over to Matthew now. What can we do? We're going to see a turn attach, Dark Energy, and then the Iono going to get played as well. So that Dragapult is going to get sent to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, but I guess you are playing 3 copies of it. The Dark Energies are obviously a big attachment to get on Matt's side of the board. I mean, that Brave Cleffer will be hanging around quite some time. And I mean, it's still got 70 HP to go. But he's not found any routes. That's not a good sign here, Shay. 1 is prized as a reminder for everyone. But the other 2 are hiding away right now.
We're going to see the Adrenabrain. Now, I'll tell you what. Oh, no, with the Adrenabrain, Cleffer is no longer in range of Dragon Headbutt. It was, but now it's going to get moved away. So we are going to see the Grasping draw up to 7. And it is over to Andrew. Recon Directive. Just have a fresh hand, don't forget. Iono and Boss's orders were the targets of Recon Directive there. Looks like is going to take the Iono. Boss gets sent back to the bottom.
Progress your own board state. It's one of, arguably, that's more key right now because, again, there's no routes. You can sit pretty with that Dusclops just kind of waiting there as well when you want it to be. Energy attachment every turn is, again, key. We missed one the last turn. That's why we had to, unfortunately, get rid of that ever so important A-Spec. Ultra Ball now being utilized, discarding the Rescue Board and the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, a great late-game finisher. Not one we had a chance to really see so far. Second Dreepy hits the field.
Also works really well with the Curse Blast as well, right? The Blood Moon Ursaluna letting you attack for... the energy cost gets reduced for each prize card your opponent has taken. We are going to see Ultra Ball going to grab the Dreepy. That's going to hit the bench. Got the little backup. But it's going to be the Itchy Pollen, the baby Pokemon War in the active. Let's see. Oh, was that a top deck of a Professor's Research?
I mean, it was a bunch of supporters already.
Oh, wow. Painful discards here, there, and everywhere for Andrew and Matthew. Do we see a Rolts now? No!
Still no Rolts.
Rolts, where are you? Matthew's thinking, I need you.
This is really dire right now for Matt's side of the board. I mean, you don't play the game until you can get routes, Curliers, and eventually a Gardevoir EX really live. I mean, you can always at some point just get an energy attachment onto something like the Lily Safari and just get it prepped, but it's not ideal. There's one of the few tech cards which has come back into Matt's list, that Klefki with that mischievous lock ability. Oh, it does have that Joust as well, which could be utilized. But there is the Adrenabrain. Joust into the active. We're just dealing a little bit more damage to the Badoo, just kind of force the issue.
It does. And that mysterious lock, while it's in the active, basic Pokemon don't have abilities. Both yours and your opponents, don't forget.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those awkward scenarios right now. Just kind of double-checking that recon directive. Obviously something important, a big decision to be made here. Does have Iono in hand, does have the Dust Noir in hand as well, so can have that prepped and ready at some stage. Already has an energy in hand, takes the second one. Maybe he wants to just kind of get it to the bottom of the deck and ignore it, but can only attach one more. Can't attach it to the current Dracloak as well, because only Luminous Energy has to have. Can't have another special energy attached. Sorry.
Okay, so this nest ball should be in the discard then.
And it looks like we are going to see Recon Directive going to evolve up another Dracloak there for Andrew. And it looks like shuffling up the deck off that Ultra Ball. This is looking interesting, Alex.
I don't think it's meant to be there.
Yeah, just kind of making sure exactly what's available. There's a second Recon Directive. There's that switch, which could have been ever so important earlier.
Yeah, that would have preserved the Neo-Up energy at the very least. Recon Directive being used there for the second time.
Gets
There's
the
the
energy
Luminous
attachment.
Energy attachment. It's going to be another Itchy Pollen. Back over to Matthew.
That hand, I mean, Andrew's going to be thinking, well, I don't want to push you closer to a routes right now. You've only got one bench space available as well. I want to make sure that I don't Iona you so you get closer, and that's why it was kind of pitched away right now and wasn't played.
But it's just going to be the joust for the KO. No cards being played. Is over to Andrew now. Could this be the turn where we see the big, bad, scary Phantom Dive? That hand, I'll tell you what, with that hand, it's not looking particularly great. Here we go. Oh, there's a top deck for you. And we are going to see the evolution into the Dust Noir. Going to consult the discard pile. Is the Night Stretcher live for anything? Doesn't look like it particularly. So we're going to play the Iono. 6 cards for Andrew, 5 for Matthew. Here we go. Alex, do we see Dragapult Energy? That would be the dream.
Well, he's got Pheasantipity, so can continue seeing cards. Dragapult
there's
in
the
hand.
Dragapult.
So there's going to be a few more cards. Flip the script.
No, can't do that because of Mysterious Lock. Fantastic stop there from Matthew. Mysterious Lock stopping all basic Pokemon abilities while it's in the active, which it currently is.
Wow, one of those key cards that kind of it's going to be stopping throughout. Just needs that energy, hits it.
There we go.
There's a Psychic Energy into the hand. Buddy Poffin being utilized now as well. Further Dust Skulls and maybe another Dreepy so that we can get more Dracloaks live. Kind of a big turn here, because at the same time, you're still staring at a board of just your opponent's Monkey Dories and a Cleffer.
Yeah. So it's like we're playing Klefki Monkey Dory at this moment in time, if you're Matthew. But here we are going to see, I imagine, the big, scary Phantom. There's a turn attachment. Oh, is it going to be? Yeah, it has to be. There we are. You can see the evolution into the Dragapult. Oh, debating whether it's the Dragon Headbutt. I mean, that would actually be a KO as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more than enough, but I guess maybe just doesn't want to send too much. He just decides to Jet Headbutt here for the knockout.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to put the damage counters
that's a good
onto
point.
Matt Burris' board, because otherwise he'll just see it being flung back over, and that wouldn't be any nice.
How did the Iono treat him? Well, we do see items currently being live now. So here we are, Buddy Poffin. Here you come. Here we come, Rolls. Get invited to the party.
But we're in the same scenario that we found ourselves in Game 2, where there's a Dust Noir just waiting in the wings. So as soon as these routes come back down, and there's another Duskull as well. So if I can find a way to get into my other Dusclops, although actually, just a reminder, that second Dusclop is prized, but maybe just popping off the first Dust Noir, get a Night Stretcher, get the Dusclops back on live again.
Yeah.
And then these routes are just kind of very susceptible. They're only 70 HP. When you're using Phantom Dive for big knockouts and the extra 6 damage counter drops, really, really tricky position here.
I wonder if there's a world in which you actually attach a Bravery Charm to a Revolt. Just say, hopefully this one can survive. But we are going to see the secret box being played. Professor's Research, there goes the Bravery Charm. And then, Rare Candy or Super Odd. You might have to use that Rare Candy if you're Matthew. You probably haven't got the chance to try and go Curlier into Gardevoir. Probably going to have to try and utilize that Rare Candy.
Yeah, we need to find a way. 5 minutes left on the clock if you're just joining us in Swiss Round 3 at this North American International Championships. Andrew Hedrick and Matthew Burris are playing out Dragapult Dust Noir against Gardevoir. Yes, currently 1-1 in this series. And we finally do have the routes down on Matt's side of the board. But we just need to find a way to maybe make sure they hang around that little bit longer, because he is staring down at a Dragapult EX alongside its current partners in Dustnoir and potentially future Dusclops and another Dustnoir at some point as well, with that Dusclops just waiting in the wings. Earthen Vessel being utilized, pitching away that technical machine evolution.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be using that. And remember, you're thinking, oh, there's only 4 minutes left. I remember Andrew took 4 prize cards in 1 turn last game, so this is very easy for Andrew to still win. Most likely we're going to see a turn attachment to the Monkey Dory. Artisan being played, can't be used. And then the Iono. We're going to see the Iono plus Mind Bend, perhaps.
Yeah, well, most likely, right? I mean, you wouldn't put the energy onto that Monkey Dory if you weren't at least considering trying to utilize a Mind Bend attack now. We're going to confuse that Dragapult EX once again.
Mind Bend. That is a confused Dragapult. Now, let's see what happens here. We could just see an evolution to the bench drag low, pay retreat, attack with that perhaps. I mean, there's a Dragapult. Going to need that if that is your game plan.
Yeah, it does have that luminous energy behind it.
Well.
Yeah. That's another fantastic card. But again, needs to find a... Oh, it could switch into maybe that Dusclops.
Yep.
Or Dustnoir, I should say, just to be able to actually then go back into the Dragapult.
Wow. That switch, those clutch. We missed it on the Neo upper energy turn, but getting it here is very effective as well. Remember, if a Pokemon does leave the active spot, special conditions do, get removed from the Pokemon.
And remember, there's even opportunities to try and weave in some of your own Monkey Dory shenanigans, Adrenabrain shenanigans at some point as well. If you could find another luminous energy. There is one more. I mean, there are 3 in the deck. There's 2 currently attached. We do see the switch into the Dustnoir here. Obviously, has that free retreat essentially. Once it used like Curse Blast onto one of the routes, that's 1 gone, 1 left to play with. Can we find a way just to kind of bring it up? Was there a boss's orders? Oh, it finds the Dust.
I think there is boss's orders in hand.
Finds the Dusclops as well from the prizes.
Straight from the prize cards at the perfect time. I'm going to shuffle the deck as well. So if Andrew decides he could just Curse Blast one of the the only roll, I should say, and then Phantom Dive would be live to KO. It looks like Artisan is going to be played now. No, Artisan, Arvin, I apologize. Let's see what this is going to grab.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many different options here. Just an Ultra Ball, maybe try and get to another Dracloak there, and, make sure the board's set up and ready to go as well, so that you can protect yourself from things like Ionos. Oh, there's a flying entry. Doesn't even have to worry about it.
You can preserve the Dusclops, because now that Roltz has 60 hit points left, Alex, and you know what Phantom Dive does? 6 damage to your opponent's bench Pokemon. So we're going to see a double KO, a 2 prize turn is over to Matthew. So there, Andrew said, oh, you've got 2 Rolts. They are now gone. You're back to playing Monkey Dory Cleffa. Over to Matthew. What can he do?
And he saw the Super Rod having been pitched away from the secret box as well.
True, yeah.
He does have another Rolts in hand. I guess picked up off the prize he was given from the Dustnoirs. Curse Blast ability effectively by taking a prize. But, we have seen the Super Rod already pitched away. Does have access to some night stretchers. There's a couple of night stretchers in the list. Pheasantipity now going onto the board state. That's a tasty 2-prizer. That could be remaining for Andrew Hedrick right now.
Really, especially you've got Dusclops there as well, basically saying I can tag that and then I can KO it. Nice and easily if I can maneuver it into the active. But I think if you're Matthew, you need all the help you can get right now. This is not looking particularly great. Ultra Ball is going to conclude. That's going to get shuffled. Discard pile getting consulted. Yet this is an end game scenario, so a lot of resources have gone.
Yeah, I mean, we're very fortunate from this sort of caster cam and viewing it, everyone viewing as well. We know Andrew has boss's orders in hand.
Yeah, true.
So we have also get to see Matt just kind of flash the Iono there as well. He has to get that played, has to try and slow down this game where possible. Iono utilized here. Andrew Hedrick does have access to 1 recon directive. Not going to be any prizes taken from Matt's side of the board, so Flip the Script won't be available. It's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment. But what else does Matt have available? There is a counter catcher, can try and slow the game down this way. As we just do get bottom there, timer has been called. No time remaining. And at this point, Shay, just run us through very quickly what happens now.
Yeah, so when time gets called, whoever turn it is effectively what's called turn 0. And then we'll see another 3 turns get played. And then if the game does not conclude in those 3 turns, the game is classed as, you know, just being null and void. So in that scenario, if time has been called, and if the game does not conclude in those turns, then this would end in a tie. However, with Andrew only being on 2 prize cards, he can definitely try to win. So as you did say, Alex, maybe now Matthew's game plan doesn't turn into how can I win this game, it's just how can I try my hardest not to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Here right now, we did get to flip the script, so there are a number of cards that Matt is going to be working with. Has the counter catcher, targets the Pheasant Dipsy EX. You know, one of those cards that has to get the energy attachment to kind of maneuver it back out, or unless Andrew could find something like the rescue board.
Oh, true, yeah.
There we go. Looks like
the grasp. Oh no, we're going to see the Adrenaline activation. There's a cheeky little 10 damage that can get maneuvered. And then we're going to see the retreat into the Technical Machine Evolution. So I tell you what, here comes the Curlier now. Only like 5 turns too late, but there it is, finally hitting the field.
Right, nothing to work with from the 3 cards we see. Finds a Professor's Research from the Recon Directive that will give an opportunity for Andrew to see more cards. But is there enough? He needs to find an energy to retreat back away, and that would be enough because could just take a knockout on the active and then utilizing Curse Blast.
Yep, that gets you there. All right, so luxurious cape, okay, that's a luxurious dust cloth. Here we go. Professor's Research. Are we going to see an energy? I think it was that a Night Stretcher that should be able to get you there, but there's a basic energy in the hand anyway. So Pay Retreat, Phantom Dive, and then the Curse Blast is all she wrote. And Andrew Hedrick comes back from the Game 1 deficit to win our Swiss Round 3 feature match here at NAIC. Andrew trying his best to defend his championship and marches forward to a perfect 3-0 record.
Yeah, incredible to watch. Again, this kind of matchup that we've seen in the previous format come back again with Destined Rivals out as well. But we just saw Andrew there, like you've already mentioned, 1 game down, but able to then take advantage of the unfortunate sort of slower start that Matt had. And, you know, when you're a God of War player as well, when you face up against something like a Dragapult EX, usually you're generally quite happy, but not in this case.
No, definitely not in this case, as we do have our replay. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape and how this all panned out, because it wasn't the easiest for Andrew to navigate out of. In game 1, he was in, well, dire situation, you know, didn't have a lot going on, and Matthew was able to just march his way to victory. All Andrew could realistically do was just send up the Budu and hope that the Itchy Pollen could buy him some time, but it didn't, and now we're now into game 2. But this is where Andrew really started to apply the pressure, as Matthew wasn't able to get out the races, because Andrew was saying, if you're a Gardevoir deck, you need Waltz. How about I just do my best to stop you from getting them in play?
Yeah, when you're setting up the board with Dragapults, but alongside your key partner here in this matchup, those Dusknoirs, those Curse Blast Dusknoirs, those Curse Blast Dusclops, and then you take massive 4-prize knockouts or turns just like that, you're so far ahead. And game 3 was very much quite similar, but Matt was even further behind because no Rolts was ever really found until maybe turns 4 or maybe even turn 5 at that point. And by then, by setting up the same board state that Andrew had in game 2, whenever a Routes came down, it was never sticking around long enough.
It really wasn't. Unfortunately for Matthew in game 3, that was the great Rolts disappearing act. They were just not getting into play, and Andrew, the second, and I mean the exact second those Volts came down, Andrew immediately sent them to the discard pile and then was able to close it all out at the end with a big Professor's Research, finding the energy so you can Pay Retreat, close it up, and that was all she wrote for our Swiss Round 3 feature match. Andrew Hedrick, don't forget, our current NAIC champion advances to the perfect 3-0 record.
Yeah, exactly that. 3-0, still 6 rounds, well, sorry, 5-6 rounds to go today as well. 6 rounds, I should say, sorry, we'll confirm. 6 rounds. Matt, at the same time, 2-1, still in plenty of a great position to try and maneuver himself into a spot into day 2 and maybe push himself further as well. But Andrew there taking the greatest of starts into trying to defend that title.
He really is, and I tell you what, I think he is ready for our winners' interviews. Let's kick it down to Adam.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Adam Skarzik Watson on the stage with Andrew Hedrick. How you feeling after that win, my friend?
Yeah, it feels pretty good to come up here and win on stream. Didn't have the best game 1, but I was able to come back the next 2 games and take the set.
I mean, the people at home, they love a good comeback, so thank you for providing some entertainment for the folks at home. Now, you settled on Dragapult Dusknoir. Players have been kind of jumping back and forth about a different amount of Dragapult partners, and you've got the ghosts with it. Tell me about that decision.
Yeah, the Dusknoirs are so strong. They give you so many different options it's pretty hard for your opponent to try to play around all of them. There's so many different threats that you're making with all these Dusknoirs, and they were really helpful closing out the game against this Gardevoir deck too.
And the Dusknoir, I believe, kind of rose to prominence as a way to help in the Gardevoir matchup. Is that right?
Yeah, that's definitely one of its best matchups. You usually get a decent amount of time to set up in that matchup. You get the Dusknoirs up, and you can kind of threaten to kill all their Gardevoirs or do some other crazy play.
And did you think that there would be enough Gardevoir still in the field with the presence of Grimmsnarl, or are there a lot of other good matchups for the deck that you just wanted to run it and just beat whatever you went up against?
I mean, I still think the Gardevoir is the best deck in format, so I definitely thought that deck would be pretty successful here. But yeah, I mean, I think the deck's pretty strong against pretty much anything in the meta. I think I have a chance.
Okay, yeah, so you already know that the Gardevoir players out in the audience and the ones at home are all rooting for that deck. They're going to play it pretty much through thick and thin, and you're on Dragapult. Now, you've played this deck quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken, for this format and in previous formats. Was there ever any testing or potential to jump to another deck that was on your radar?
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about some other decks before this tournament, trying out some different things. I also tried out Dragapult without Dusknoir, but I kind of ended up settling back on a similar but not exactly the same deck to what I played before.
And it seems to be working out for you just fine. Can I give you special shout-outs from you? Maybe people who helped you test, or maybe just some other people on your crew? Like, what's going on? What are the people behind the scenes helping Andrew Hedrick have such a monstrous presence in the Pokemon TCG right now?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who tested with me, my friends, everyone who hung out and worked on the deck together, and also shout out to my sponsor, FCBC.
Love to hear it. And you seem really cool, calm, and collected. Just another quick point, because this is the biggest tournament of all time, pretty much. And there's a lot of people in the audience, maybe a lot of players. This might be their first big tournament, and they want to know how to deal with those nerves. Is there anything you're doing, or is it just you've been playing for so long, and do you have any tips for somebody like that?
I don't know, just focus on one game at a time. Know that nobody's unbeatable, and also nobody is always going to lose, right? You got to go play the game and see what happens, so lock in for each one.
That's a good one. Stay locked in, play out the game, because you never know what's going to happen in the Pokemon TCG. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get ready for more Pokemon action.
Thank you so much to both Adam and, of course, our winner of our Swiss round 3 there. If it's not broken, don't need to fix it. Just stick with what you've got and just keep playing it again to just hopefully try and take down another IC. I mean, it's always great to hear from a player like Andrew Hedrick.
It really is, and I loved his the reasoning behind the sort of the Curse Blast package. It just makes your opponent really hard to try and deal with everything at the same time. Because, if that was any other Dragapult variant, I'm sure 1 or 2 of those volts probably would have stuck around. But when you can just sprinkle a little bit of Curse Blast here and there, those volts aren't going to survive long, and now he advances that 3-0 record.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure he's going to be... We're going to keep an eye on Andrew Hedrick, of course, because he is one of those kind of players to watch throughout these types of tournaments. We've already seen, Adam's already mentioned there how cool, calm, and collected he is. That's generally just how Andrew is whenever we've seen him on streams or at tournaments. He's taken down, as we've mentioned, a regionals already this season, came second in another. And, we're all excited to see how much further he could potentially even take this.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job. So we'll make sure to follow him throughout the event. But viewers, I know you're excited about this next thing. I promise you will be. This is a new format for us, Destined Rivals. This is the biggest Pokemon event we've ever seen so far. So I'm intrigued to see how this metagame has been panning out here, and I believe we have our day 1 meta share ready to have a little look at, because I don't think I know how it's going to pan out. Oh, but what is that? That is my Carson prediction #1. So you know what that means? That means the player base agree with me. It could be Bellowing Thunder time. But Alex, talk to us about the rest.
Yeah, what an incredible view here that we have for our tournament of our metagame. So if you're not familiar with this, right now, this is highlighting all of the decks that are available in the top right there, 3,795 decks. And this is just a portion of the decks of the meta share that we have at this tournament here today at the North American International Championships. Raging Bolt's Teal Mask Obon EX is currently the most played archetype in this meta share. 16.1%, 610 players have brought this deck to this, trying to take it down, which is incredible. one of the hypest decks also, Marnie's Grimstyle EX, second with 12.4%. And the big two, I mean, we're talking about Gardevoir still kind of hanging around in the sort of double figures there, but Dragon Ball dropping to fifth Shay in this meta share.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I guess if you was to add up the Charizard, Dragapult, and the Dragapult Dusknoir, you're now at 12%, which, you know, now is tied for Marnie's Grimmsnarl, so maybe Dragapult kind of getting punished for being versatile. A little interesting story on there in that Joltik Toolbox deck. It's only sort of semi-recently, I guess, sort of picked up steam. Currently at the 9%, you know, that's a very strong deck. You know, the Jolting charge lets you power up a myriad of different attackers, but I guess the story is here. Apart from the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Destin Rivals hasn't shook the meta up that much.
I mean, Raging Bolt heading to the top is, in those kind of numbers, is still kind of crazy to me. But you're heading into a massive field, a massive tournament. Raging Bolt EX, it feels like after its regional win not too long ago, it did feel like, you know, that deck was found out, you know, in terms of its just they found the best 60 or close to the best 60 as possible. And it hasn't really changed much. It could be impacted by things like Team Rocket's Watchtower, but it still has its game plan. It still does its thing. It's still taking big knockouts. It's still attacking the bench Pokemon with the sort of smaller Raging Bolts. And it's got a lot of things going for it as well. But I guess, as we've already mentioned, Marnie's Grimmsnarl was always going to be the biggest story maybe coming into this tournament and how it impacts the meta. Gardevoir EX, in reality, sticking at still double figures means a lot of players are like, well, maybe it's not as bad as a lot of us think, but if I only have to face up against 12% of the meta share, well, what about the other 88%, 87% that are there? That could be, you know, I'm licking my lips hoping to face into.
Yeah, and I think it is also worth drawing attention on this graph. The 35% of a deck, that if you were to put that here, that would by far be #1, over 2 times Raging Bolt. So that means, you know, the rest of the field, there is a lot of fun stuff knocking about. So hopefully you can try and get some of that stuff on stream if it does well. But this is our, you know, our most popular decks here in day 1. Raging Bolt #1, Marnie's Grimmsnarl #2, then Gardevoir, Joltik, Dragapult, and then Dragapult Charizard as well. And let's not make the mistake, Charizard has been a metagame titan. A lot of the formats before, you know, it's very strong. One thing I'm scared about Charizard, though, is shares that weakness with Grimmsnarl. So if anyone's playing any cheeky grass types like the Tilmars Gogapon or even my second card to pick, Meg, that's a little bit more out there, though. You do sort of get caught in that crossfire, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some Burning Darkness getting announced here soon.
No, absolutely. It's one of those archetypes where, I mean, you're smashing together two fantastic Stage 2 Pokemon, right? I mean, in reality, the Charizard, as you mentioned, is very similar to the Grimmsnarl. Right? It's got energy, self-built-in energy acceleration when it evolves up, you know, that Infernal Rain and the Punk Up, and it's got a really powerful attack. I mean, Charizard has one which ramps up as you go through the sort of stages of the game, whereas the Shadow Bullet of Grimmsnarl kind of allows you to deal the 180, but also keep trying to apply pressure to your opponent's bench Pokemon as well.
You're sort of trading off the sort of higher damage in the late game for a bit more spread angle. But I tell you what, viewers, I'm very happy that 600 people agree with me that it's Raging Bolt time. Come on. I'm sure hopefully we're going to get to see a lot more Raging Bolts here as we continue throughout the field.
You're acting like it's a hot take. It's a deck that's been popular for some time now, Shay.
Come on. What was your pick again?
Flareon.
Where was that?
It didn't have to be
exactly. So I'm going to stick my chest
But it
out.
doesn't matter for now. All that matters is what wins, Shay.
Okay, that is true.
Let's see what happens at the end of this fantastic tournament.
Yeah, let's see what happens at the end. If you guys, if you want to see, you know, is it going to be Raging Bolt making it all the way to the final? Is it going to be a silly little Flareon potentially? Then, oh yeah, to be fair, I've got the Flareon earring. That is to match my shirt, to be fair. Sure. But funnily enough, it does match his caster prediction as well. You should be the one wearing them realistically. So if you want to see how it's going to pan out, you've got an easier job at home. They have to just sit down and watch the stream to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, like we've said already throughout, there's so much more to come.
There really is.
I mean, we've only come into just 3 rounds of Swiss so far.
Yeah.
There's 4, there's 5, there's 6, there's 7, there's 8, there's 9 just for day 1, and then we head into tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right?
And then we're going to see some top cut action tomorrow as well. You're going to see the top 8s and the top 4s. And bear in mind, viewers, here in our round 1, we had Toad School on, you know, not a bit more of an out there deck already. It took us to round 3 to get a bit more of a traditional archetypes being played. And we've still got the whole host of Destined Rivals cards. Like I said on that graph before, 35% of the player base here wasn't represented in that graph, I should say. So you know, maybe like some Ethan's Ho-Oh perhaps or anything like this.
Well, Shay, we've had Swiss round 3. Tell us what's coming up next.
Well, you know, if you're cheering for rogue decks, if you're cheering for your favorite player, or if you're cheering for amazing comebacks like we just saw, then you can't go anywhere, because Swiss round 4 here at the North American International Championships is coming at you real soon. So don't go anywhere.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
And we play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have 2 familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. These 2 players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench setup. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards, Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Golisopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Golisopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Golisopod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a 1-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower, and is now in the lead 2 to 5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Ramwat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycepod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 puzzle at a time allow Pramwat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramwat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais, em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the International Champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais títulos por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem o preparo bom. E também, olha de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o 2º Mundial significaria muita coisa pra mim, que indo pra Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e o Mundial do Japão, e fui bem no Havaí, então tomar cuidado.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Adam Watson here on the floor at NAIC, and It is still a fantastic tournament. We've got a lot of things underway, and I have a confession. I had to take a look at the numbers and see which competitors were getting off to a pretty strong start. So I've got a list here of some names that happen to jump out at me. So let's have a look. Andrew Mahone starting off 3-0. A lot of you might recognize that name. I've got Okada Ryuki here, our EUIC champion, 3-0 right now. Vinny Fernandez, a champion that's just been dominating from LATAM, hardly needs an introduction. Henry Chow, another dominant player from this season that we've been keeping our eyes on, not just us here for the production, but I'm sure everyone at home as well, starting off 3-0. And I'm gonna give a special shout out to Piper Lapine, my wife's personal favorite player, starting off 3-0, so no pressure there. But I also want to bring in our casters to help me out, see if there was any names that they saw or maybe some that jumped out at them. Welcome in, gentlemen.
Yeah, cheers, Adam. As my work wife this weekend, what's your what player are you looking forward to this weekend, Che?
Oh, I'm all about the Fernandez brothers. They just dominate the Pokemon TCG. So here, after his amazing run at EUIC, getting a top 8 placement, if he can, you know, back-to-back ICs, getting some top cuts, that would be amazing history.
Legendary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for myself, I mean, there's so many players across the globe, right? You highlighted so many there, Adam, like from, you know, Ryuki Okada, who we saw take away, you know, a couple of direct invitations from the EU scene, as it were.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of players from the US. I mean, what about that core testing group that we've always seen? You've mentioned Henry Chow, some of the other players like Isaiah Bradner, the John Engs of the world, Rahul Reddy. All of these players, I'm always going to be keeping an eye on because I just want to know what they bring together and actually try and dominate a tournament like this. They do it so often.
Yeah, they get together, they find a strong deck, and when you start off 3-0, you know, getting some good momentum in the tournament, you builds up that confidence that you made the right choice for the metagame, and I think that might carry over for the next round, and I know that you're really excited to jump into it, folks on the desk.
Yeah, I got one more quick question for you, Adam. Have you been walking around? Have you seen? I've got one more quick question for you, Adam. Have you been walking around? Have you seen any surprise decks or anything like this?
This deck, the one that I have actually heard a few rumors about is Hydrapple EX.
Oh, my goodness.
I know it's also doing some early pain out here on the tables. Grass-type attackers are at a premium right now in the metagame, so we'll see if we can get a little preview of that later, folks. Hopefully the stars will align for some extra spice for today's stream broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, we really, really appreciate you being out there. Thank you so much for that little bit of tea, that little teeing us up there with a Hydrapple.
Wow.
What are you thinking?
Tell you what, when I asked that question, I was not expecting Hydrapple to come flying back at me, I tell you that.
I heard Hydra, and I was like, Hydreigon somewhere, maybe, and then all of a sudden we pivoted. We went in a different direction. But yeah, look, there's still so much so much more to look forward to here. We've got our players getting ready at the table right now, and we've got a fantastic matchup. But you know what? We're just so much more Pokemon to play, and this is only just like a little bit for the moment.
Yeah, we have our players ready. We're not going to spoil that for you yet, but we do have some other amazing matches, notable matches that we can have a look at that are panning out here in round 4. Going bottom to top, we just said Andrew currently 3-0. Andrew Mahone is there as well. And then we got Vinny Fernandez against Randall Robertson at 3-0. We got Stefan, who we featured in our game around 2, I believe, 3-0 as well. But Alex, what is our feature match here at the top?
Yeah, I mean, it's a clash of titans is one thing I'd have to say here. Ross Cawthorn, a fantastic player that we've seen, I mean, throughout the years, and I mean throughout the years, up against Diego Casirega there from Argentina, a former world champion in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing match. Got to give a shout out to another former world champion there on this list as well. We've got Jesper, you know, won in 2016 senior world champion. And then before we head off, I want to have a quick shout out to William Azevedo as well, who is doing incredible things this season.
Yeah, I'm going to have to stop. You're going to give shouts out to everyone.
Shout out to everyone there on that list of all 3 of all good players. I'll shout them all out, Alex, if I want to.
And that's only a small subset, right? But our players are ready. They're at the tables. They're shuffling up. We're going to be going straight there right now for Swiss round 4. Both our players, as mentioned, Ross Cawthorn on the left, Diego Casirega on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, Ross Cawthorn, a living legend of the game, hasn't missed a World Championship invite since the Worlds even started back in 2004. A 2005 World finalist there, got second place, and in 2011 got second place at Worlds as well. And with the deck that has been named the Truth ever since, because quite honestly, no one saw that coming. But Alex, talk to us about Diego.
I mean, just look at those. I mean, you've already spoken about Ross. Ross Cawthorn's always been a bridesmaid, but do you know who's been a bride?
Who's that?
It's Diego.
Oh.
He is a former world champion. 2017 in Anaheim, the place we're gonna be going back this season for a world championship once again. I mean, alongside that, he has been a regional champion. He's seen previous fantastic performances at this very NAIC as well, a top 4, world's top 8 in San Diego. Again, a long-time player at the same time. Like I said, this is a battle of titans in this Swiss round 4.
It really is, and I want to give a little shout out as well. What deck did Diego win 2017 with?
What was it, Shay?
It was Gardevoir, and he is playing Gardevoir EX right now. But let's not make a mistake about it, though. You know, when Ross Cawthorn did get second place at 2011 Worlds, he was doing it with a deck that no one particularly saw coming. And here, right now, 3-0 in our Swiss round 4 feature match here. He's playing Ceremonies. That's not a deck that everyone, I think, is on everyone's radar. So I can't wait to see how this pans out. It really doesn't get much more of a cataclysmic matchup than this. Ross Cawthorn on the left with that Ceremonies EX deck versus Diego Casarega on the right with that Gardevoir EX archetype. Both players have been around these top tables many a time. They know the way how to maneuver out of difficult situations. And you know what that means, chat? That means we are gonna have a fantastic game here that I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, make sure you guys are all engaging with us as well. Let us know who you think might be able to take this down. Will it be the Ceremonies EX piloted by Ross Cawthorn, or will it be Diego Casarega's Gardevoir EX deck? It's a deck that we know is super, super powerful, but I'm sure Ross has a game plan and knows which direction he's going to try and take this here. But it's going to be one for the ages. Like I said, I'm going to keep calling it. It's the Battle of Titans. This is one great matchup we're going to see now as both our players are beginning to set up. We do get a glimpse of those prizes, Shay.
Yeah, we do see the Pheasant Dippity and the Shaman for Diego. We do see the Varoom for Ross, and then the copy of Carmine as well. We're going to talk a little bit later about the Revo Varoom, but right now there is currently one Varoom in the prize. He does play a 2-2 line, so we'll also have access to both. And then worth noting as well, Diego did prize his only copy of Shaman. I don't think it's going to be terribly relevant in this matchup. And then did prize one copy of the Dark as well as the Pheasant Dippity. That is his only copy, so won't have access to them. But there he is, our 2017 World Champion versus Ross Cawthorn on the left. 2011 Worlds finalist and 2005 Worlds finalist.
Yeah, just get a glimpse of this. Everyone, all Pokemon fans, look at the number of world invites between these players. Here we go, fist bump, Swiss round 4 here at the North American International Championships. Looks like Ross is going to be kicking things off here. Energy attachment to the active Charka deck.
Oh, wow.
Squawkabilly EX in the hand as well.
This is a turn, and we see the rare turn 1 supporter going first, Carmine. Now you're probably thinking, wait a second, that is not a legal move. However, Carmine, you can use it on your first turn. If you're going first, discard your hand and draw 5. And we do see the Squawkabilly EX going to hit the field as well. That can let you discard your hand to draw 6 if it's your first turn. Now, I know what you're probably thinking at home. Goodness gracious, Ross, why are you tearing through your deck so fast? You know, what's going on? Well, he is playing the Ceremonies EX archetype. There's a method to the madness. It has the attack Abyssal Flames. It does 30. Plus 20 for each energy card in your discard pile. So now we can sort of see why Ross is turboing through his deck really fast. He wants to get an absolutely ridiculous amount of energy in the discard pile. So towards the mid and late game, he announces Abyssal Flames, and whatever is in Diego's active will swiftly get sent to the discard pile. Now, the A spec of choice, not one we see all the time. Brilliant Blender. And I tell you what, it gets energy in the discard pile really fast. Let you search your deck for 5 cards and just discard them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a kind of fantastic to see just all of this synergy as well. You're going to be looking at some of those energy counts and be thinking, well, what is a psychic energy? What are the 2 lightning energies doing in there as well? But he's also playing that one of Stadium Levincia, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Allows you to drag 2 lightning energies back from the discard pile back into your hand at any time as well. So it's just kind of the options. We do see the Squawk and Seize now. And now it's just kind of continue to burst through. Gets another Charcadet down on the board state. And we're just going to keep going through where we can. Monkey Dory is another inclusion. He's found some space in for that deck as well.
This is ridiculous. We see the Levencia inclusion. We see the medicinal energy of all things here in the discard pile. But it is over to Diego now, who has led the one copy of, the one copy of Drifloon in the active. Now, he's playing that Gardevoir EX archetype, which loves to get psychic energy, funnily enough, in the discard pile as well. Why is that, I hear you ask? Well, Gardevoir has the Psychic Embrace ability, letting you grab as many Psychic energy as you like from your discard pile and attach them to your Psychic Pokemon. Now, there's a little bit of a downside. You got to put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon for each energy you attach. However, look at that Drifloon. That attack, Balloon Blast, does more damage for each damage counter on you. So you can sort of see how the Gardevoir deck works. Now, we know that Monkey Dory is a fantastic card in this format, and Gardevoir argues one of the best abusers of it because you can just damage your own Pokemon, and then Monkey Dory just moves that damage off, says, thank you very much, I don't need that, you have that, with this ability, Adrenablane. So, Diego's game plan is rather simple and very similar to Ross's, funnily enough, is get the Psychic Energy in the discard pile, and then Gardevoir can attach them straight out of there to use in magical ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with Diego now going through that deck with that Buddy Poppin', he's got that double routes down onto the board state. Can just keep his board state as a single prizer, kind of cause a little bit more difficulty for Ross to try and take all 6 prizes, of course. But one thing that we will have to keep an eye out, because Ross is utilizing a Terra Pokemon in that Cerulege EX, he has that Briar in the deck somewhere as well. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that, because when you're a Terra Pokemon and you're attacking into your opponent's active, when they have 2 prize cards remaining, you take an additional prize card. There's an Iono now being played from Diego, so we're going to continue progressing the board state in some way, shape, or form.
And worth noting, since it is a Terra Pokemon, we'll be immune to any Scream Tail shenanigans as well. But it is over after we do see the Iono going to reset both players' hands down to 6. And it looks like we are going to see a, wow, did find a Technical Machine Evolution from the Iono. Love to see that. That means Diego can end the turn with that Evolution attack and evolve up Rolts ×2 into Curlia.
Yeah, pretty good turn here, especially just kind of getting everything set up, of course. Has to utilize that Dark Energy on that Drifloon initially for now, but that's fine. Then if it ever does go to the discard pile, you know where it is. You can utilize cards like that Night Stretcher, like that Super Rod to fish them back, get it back again, get another big attacker swinging away as a single prizer against your opponent's board state. But I'm sure Ross is going to be doing his utmost to try and stop that from happening. Speaking of which, that stadium that I mentioned is just hit the hand there. Of course, it's one of the things that we've started to see, maybe with this kind of meta that we have from Destined Rivals, a bit of a, I guess, stadium war, I guess we're starting to see now. As you see Levincia now being utilized, a couple of those lightning energies can go back to hand. And I guess the reason why we utilize those energies and going into hand as well is for that Rev of Room, typically, because you do have to discard so that you can draw up to 6 into the hand. But he's just utilizing it. Oh, I love this throwback. He's utilizing it just like that Execute and that Propagation ability.
Wow,
just to discard a useful energy away for that Ultra Ball and just find the right pieces he'd like.
Let's see, are we going to see the Varoom getting developed? We actually haven't discussed the Varoom and the Rev of Room. It's a really good draw engine. It has the ability, Rumbling Engine, letting you discard an energy from your hand. If you can't discard the energy, you can't use it. But then you get to draw to, you have 6 cards in your hand. So you can see the synergy with Levincia. You can basically say, I'm drawing up to 6 cards every turn if the Levincia stays around. But we are going to see the Ultra Ball concluding, going to grab the Cerulege. And it looks like we are going to see that evolve. There we go. The Abyssal Flames is currently live. 30 + 20 for each energy card in your discard pile. And it looks like we see 7 energy in the discard pile if that's what those dice are counting. More than enough for a big KO. And Ross Cornwall is on the board here in our Swiss Round 4 feature match here at the North American International Championships. Is over to our 2017 World Champion Diego. What can he muster up?
Yeah, still plenty of sort of setup still to go. We'll need to find access to things like that Gardevoir EX, of course, so that he can start maybe applying pressure of his own, utilizing those big attackers like that Drifloon, maybe sweeping in with like that Screamtail where you can as well. That Squawkabilly EX only has 160 HP, is an easy target. Maybe something you can get around for the time being. Don't have to worry too much about that Terra Pokemon in the active spot swinging away for massive amounts of damage. We do see an Arven coming down from Diego first as well, grabbing sort of key resources and key pieces just to kind of get him through into the deck. I mean, he's eyeing up that secret box, Shay. We've seen it ever so important in this list at the moment. Discarding 3 cards from your hand, allowing you to grab a supporter, an item card, a stadium, and a Pokemon tool card. Again, so important for all those combo plays.
It really, really is. And it's a card that we didn't actually see a lot of play, early on, but it was popularized, and that seems to be the go-to A-spec in the Gardevoir Arctic. We did see Prime Catcher for a little bit. We saw the Unfair Stamp, but now it's Secret Box. Basically saying, whatever you want for the most part, you can just go and grab it.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, this Arven can also grab another tool card as well. Just another piece maybe that sometimes is utilized to maybe discard. Maybe can grab a Technical Machine Evolution and use that as one of the discard outs for Secret Box as well, because he's already utilized the first one, does play 2 copies. So that's one way to kind of have an easy discard there. But he's just kind of double checking what he will be pulling from the Secret Box right now, as he's eyeing up an Earthen Vessel as well to the front of the deck. Plenty of searches available, just kind of looking what's available in that hand as well. Has access to Counter Catcher, which is currently live after Ross has taken 1 prize already. There you go. Looks like the Arven has concluded for the Secret Box and the Technical Machine Evolution. So that's, like I said, easy discard. And now it's just what pieces will Diego decide to go with from the Secret Box. It looks like discarding the Psychic Energy. Again, it's what you want. Part of all the synergies that you have in the decks. Was eyeing up the first research, but would have left him a little bit short. Could pull another supporter from the Secret Box itself.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to see that being concluded. I think that was the Professor's research. Opting to keep the Technical Machine Evolution. I wonder if we're going to go for a double evolution on back-to-back turns, perhaps. Oh, no, that has just been taken. So it looks like Secret Box is being played. Going to get rid of Nestball, Professor's Research, and the Technical Machine Evolution. Now, quite honestly, Diego can search his deck for a whole manner of things here. Item, tool card, support card, stadium. So it looks like Artisan is going to be taken. That means that Levencia, which we saw Ross use expertly in the last game, or last turn, I should say, is most likely going to get replaced. Both players can use it. Bravery Charm is going to be taken as well. Can still grab a supporter. What's he going to take?
Yeah, a number of options that are available. Looks like he's eyeing up that Earthen Vessel, just like he had already kind of telepathed in terms of his kind of decision-making a moment ago already, from when he was looking through just from that Arven itself. Can begin building up that board state, but it's just a bit of a worry that he may have to give up yet again another maybe Pokemon or another prize, because that Cerulege will continue sort of swinging away. Does bump the stadium there. Artisan now available. Cleffa being positioned onto the board now after the Artisan there, as we do see the Earthen Vessel for more energy cards coming into the hand, it looks like. Guess he still needs to attach to the active to get that retreated away into the Cleffa so he can Grasping Draw. Again, it's one of those just kind of set-up turns here. And he's kind of happy to maybe give up 2 prizes and then eventually progress that board state. He can start swinging away against 2 prizes himself, using his single prizes and maybe trying to offset it that way.
And yeah, we are going to see the retreat there. Grasping Draw. George, you have 7 cards in your hand. We're going to see the Bravery Charm get attached as well, perhaps. Nope.
I have 3 cards.
Just going to see the Grasping... Oh, no, still debating on what to do here. I imagine I'd quite like to see that. You've got the Brave, you got the Adrenabrain there live. You want to give that Clef a little bit more hit points if possible.
Maybe one of those decisions was maybe, well, will I need to use this Counter Catcher now? Perhaps. Maybe, then I could draw some more cards. If I Counter Catcher up the Squawkabilly EX, for example, it means you have to commit an energy to it to retreat it.
Yeah.
And then you can't get an energy onto the Monkey Dory. Or if you do get this Monkey Dory in the active, you still have to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of options there, and he does get to Grasping Draw now for 4 cards, kind of help building up that board state. And it's over to Ross to maybe keep taking advantage here, and maybe go a little bit more ahead in the prize race, as he does start off his turn with that Artisan.
Yep, then you grab any basic Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box and pop it straight onto your bench. We could see Varoom here. Could see another Charcadet, perhaps. Could see the fan. Does play a Fan Rotom. That would actually, I was going to say, would be a good attacker here into Cleffa, but wouldn't be able to get it into the active realistically. I don't think Ross plays any switching cards by the looks of it. So, and it is the Varoom being taken. Love to see that. So we could see the Varoom coming up soon. And we want to see the Power Pad. They're going to shuffle in Professor's Research and the Carmine. It's like 7 energy currently in the discard pile. That means that Abyssal Flames is currently hitting for 180 damage. I make that.
Yeah, just making sure from Ross's side is kind of getting those sort of powerful draw supporters back in the deck. You know, if he's going to get eventually hit with multiple back-to-back Ionos, and maybe if he can't get the Revavroom live with an energy in hand, he can still maybe potentially draw into another supporter. Gets the Dark Energy attached to the Mungidori, but has to go straight into the discard pile there. And it's just a straight-up attack. Once again, another prize taken. That poor little Cleffa taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'll make that 200 damage. Getting to get sent straight to the discard pile, but it is over to Diego now. Let's see what he can do. Going to start to turn off there with the Nerfing Vessel. Discard a Psychic Energy to grab 2 more. Have we had a chance to consult Diego's hand here? It's quite big after the Abyssal, the Grasping Jaw, I should say. So I imagine we'll be able to start firing off an attack back. Let's see what he can do. What is that? What actually is in that hand? I didn't see a Professor's Research at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of double-checking what is available as well.
And then we want to see the Ultra Ball being played there.
I mean, it has to be this turn where you have to utilize, you know, an attacker. You have to start swinging away. You can't go too far behind against this deck eventually, right? I mean, you've already given up 2 to Ross. You don't want to go any further. You can keep giving little 1 prizes away. There is the Gardevoir EX from the Ultra Ball, of course. And this is most likely the turn where we're going to have to start swinging away. Maybe we'll to Screamtail for now and just take in the Squawkabilly EX, the easy prize, the easy knockout.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have to utilize that Balloon Blast with the Bravery Charm, and this is the kind of where you get the big KO.
Is there enough energy in the discard pile for the big Balloon Blast? I imagine the way this turn is panning out, it probably is. Remember, each energy currently counts for 60 damage with this Balloon Blast. So it looks like there's going to be enough there because you only need 5 for the big KO Balloon Blast. 30 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. That's going to be a big KO there. Looks like the Screamtail is going to be taken off the arts as well. Now, I like this. Basically saying, no matter what you try and do, try and disrupt my hand or not, this is where Gardevoir gets dangerous, because it can just play off the board, right? KO my Drifloon, disrupt my hand, that's fine. As long as the energy in the discard pile, I can just power up Screamtail next turn as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to be a massive 300 damage from Balloon Blast here. Big knockout on an EX Pokemon, leveling up the prizes here. Both players down to 4 prizes remaining. Over to Ross to decide which Pokemon he maneuvers into the active spot. I can imagine it's only going to be a Charcadet, because he's going to have to start swinging away. But he's got no attackers right now. But that Charcadet does Will-O-Wisp for 20 damage, will knock out the Drifloon with a Fire Energy, and he's got it Fire Energy in hand.
What else is in that hand, though? Bro, I can't use that counter catcher. What's that?
Pheasantipity?
Pheasantipity. Oh, but that's dangerous to put down. If you put down Pheasantipity and Squawkabilly at the same time, Screamtail, well, it's licking its lips, going to go straight to lunch there. But it does hit the board. Flip the script is now live, and you draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out on your opponent's last turn. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Shay. Why is it uh-oh?
It's just energy, Alex. There's not many playables now. We can't take the KO with Charcadet. That's fine, but what do you do after that? Oh, dear. But I tell you what, that is a well-trained Charcadet. Will-O-Wisp there, just doing enough for the KO. Ross takes his 3rd prize card here. It was the Jet Energy being taken. It's not really what you want to see. Now, if you're Diego, oh, this is looking really good. Roaring Scream has a multitude of targets here. I wonder what he's eyeing up. Just going to consult the discard pile first. Could just debate what he's going to put into the active spot, but I think the world is Diego's oyster right now. Can do whatever he likes realistically this turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of big targets on Ross's board.
What
you
are
do
they?
have the Squawkabilly EX with 160 HP, but you do have that Pheasantipity as well with 210. And if you can kind of clear the Pheasantipity, don't give Ross access to draw power if possible. That could be a really, really impactful turn for Diego here. If he's going to utilize something like the Gardevoir to attack, he's only dealing 190. I say only 190. It's still a lot. 190 with Miracle Force. We'll need to utilize something like the Monkey Dory there. Artisan currently being utilized. I can only imagine we'll finally see, a second Monkey Dory go live and finally see trying to get a Dark Energy onto one of them.
Yep.
So that we can start swinging away. I think there was a counter catcher maybe in hand already. We kind of spoke about it before, right?
Yep.
Oh, no, he brought it up in the Monkey Dory. Does he have another one that's available right now?
Yeah,
he
he
does. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, no. This is... Arvin could maybe find the Earthen Vessel here so you can start getting those Dark Energy developed. Nice stretch if there's one in the discard pile. There's the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, but this is where it's going to get real tricky, and we're going to be watching both of these players. We saw one card in Ross's in hand that we already kind of highlighted. There's a Briar waiting there. There'll be a point where eventually, unless Diego kind of has to play around it, maybe have to take a one-prizer, he will put himself down to 2 prizes at some stage, or could put himself down to 2 prizes at some stage, which does mean that at some point, a Terra Cerulege, yes, could come up to the active spot and take a massive 2 or 3 prizes, depending on what's needed.
So what you're saying here is, if Diego was to Roaring Scream for 2 prize cards, you know, into the Squawkabilly or Pheasantipity, what you're saying is Ross could do a Hail Mary, Abyssal Flames, into the Gardevoir EX to take all 3 prize cards and win next turn? Is that what you're saying?
That's definitely a possibility.
It's a possibility, but it's going to be tough.
Exactly, after we saw that hand, as we do get now the Bravery Charm to the active, Screamtail, which has come forward. This allows the Screamtail to overstretch its original HP with that fantastic Roaring Scream attack that it's got. It will be 20 times the number of damage counters on it, stretches over, takes damage, or starts stretching damage over across to Pheasantipity here. Big 2-prize knockout here, putting Diego down to 2. But it does mean, as we've just said, Ross has a way to maybe, just maybe, take this. Let's see what this hand brings.
Was that a nice stretcher? It was a nice stretcher. We can get a Cerulege back from the discard pile. Briar is currently live, would only... and we'll be able to use Counter Catcher, perhaps. But we need a multitude of energy in discard pile. It looks like 9 is there. I think we need 14 or 13, perhaps, to get there.
Yeah, I mean, we can do this together. Abyssal Flames is 30 plus.
Okay, let's do it together.
20 more damage for each energy card in your discard pile. To stretch to 300 damage, I mean, you're looking at sort of 14 energies to get to 280, and then the 30 will help push it over. Maybe you can swing or get some, I don't know, there's no way to manipulate damage to get Monkey Dory Adrenabrain going.
Oh,
there's
wait.
Pheasantipity.
Wait, we saw the Night Stretcher grab the Pheasantipity, didn't grab the... Oh, we do see the Rev of Room now. The turn continues. But there's quite a lot of cards in this hand. We won't be able to draw much with the Rumbling Engine. This is looking like it's a dire situation here for Ross. Opting to take the Pheasantipity versus the Cerulege to try and draw extra cards. Can grab the Rev of Room to draw extra cards, but there's a lot of cards in that hand that you won't be able to play. Rev of Room only lets you draw till you have 6, so would have to play the hand down to get much use of it.
Yeah,
here we go.
And there's no way to play 2 supporters in a turn, unfortunately.
No, can't do that.
This does have the Professor's Research there as well. There's the Rev of Room, finally live and ready to go with that fantastic ability to help Ross draw some more cards as well by pitching away an energy card, Rumbling Engine. Oh, it's going to be the Professor's Research here. You see the nod by Diego. Well, there was a nod by Diego. You can't quite see it right now, but we saw a nod from Diego of exactly what's happened. Energies in the discard pile now at 13, Shay, from those dice.
Yep. So that is the magic number. Well, one off the magic number for taking a big KO there. Night Stretch. I mean, Night Stretches get you back your Cerulege. Ultra Ball can get you there as well. But this is looking scary. You'd love to try and, in ideal world, draw into another one of your counter catchers. You can bring back up the Gardevoir. But then if you were to do that, the Roaring Scream just gets the Squawkabilly. So it's looking like it's tough. How does Ross answer all these questions at the same time?
Yeah, there's so many little things that he has to consider here. Obviously wasn't able to completely piece together a monstrous turn with the cards that he had available, maybe just wasn't sort of falling into place that he would have required here. But Ross is still kind of eyeing up what little percentages he might have, you know, trying to force his way through, try and take this game 1 here of the Swiss round 4. Evolves up the Charcadet to the Ceremonies GX in the active spot. Yeah, he just takes the knockout here on the Screamtail. So we'll go down to 2 prizes as well. Diego does have 2 prizes remaining. Remember, we've already mentioned that Squawkabilly EX and Offensive Liberty are available. Is there a boss's orders in Diego's list? No, I can't see one right now. So would have to rely on something like the Screamtail again to be able to do so.
So Night Stretcher gets you there to use the Roaring Scream. I'd love to try and consult what's in Diego's hand right now. Just have a look. Dark Energy looks like being developed. Now, it hasn't got, I guess, to be fair, with Gardevoir, you could just get all their damage into play for you to bounce back up. Let's have a look. Oh, there is the Lily's Clefairy in hand. Now, with the extra damage from the Psychic Embrace, Full Moon Rondo, I believe, will get us there. But looks like the Professor's Research is going to be played instead. So that Lily's Clefairy has been sent to the discard pile. What are these 7 new cards going to draw us? Night Stretcher here would be game. Here we go. And there's a Night Stretcher, the first card.
Just make sure Diego has it.
Looks like Night Stretcher is being eyed up. There is the Screamtail. And he got enough energy there for the big Roaring Scream to KO the bench Squawkabilly. And that means Diego wins our game 1 here in our Swiss round 4 feature match here at the North American International Championships.
Yeah, great play there by Diego. He's taken down the Cerulege, not a deck we'd expected to have seen necessarily at something like this at the moment. It wasn't necessarily on everyone's sort of minds, but Ross is the one who's been able to bring it. But Diego's overcome that Cerulege GX for now, taken game 1, and it's going to be on Ross to try and stem the flow, try and turn this around if possible. I think there's still maybe just over halfway amount of time remaining as we do get a chance to just kind of recap exactly how game 1 went down here.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting one. You're safe to say Ross actually got off to the races first, was firing off these Abyssal Flames to take the KO. It was only on a little cleffer though, unfortunately, but this is where Diego said, hold up, I've got my energy in discard pile, I've got my Gardevoir. That means Drifloon and Screamtail are going to come in for big amounts of damage. We did see the little Charcadet Will-O-Wisp coming straight back into bit the response KO, but then Screamtail came in for some backup immediately, sending the Pheasant Tippy to the discard pile, and Ross was sort of in trouble. Did have the potential to piece together the dreamlike turn, was only able to KO the Screamtail, but then it came straight back with a Night Stretcher, and Diego was able to win game 1 with that Roaring Scream right there.
Yeah, certainly screamed its way to a 1-0 victory for the moment in this first game. There are 2 potential games remaining here. Ross, like I said, is going to be looking for a way to turn this around. But, you know, his backup is up against the wall here. Just over, as I was about to mention a moment ago, just over half the remaining time of this round to go for this feature match. And again, both of these players are going to be looking for that, just those potential little percentages, those little potential outs to try and take this game. We do see the fist bump. Here it is, game 2 of the Swiss round 4 now. Ross will be going first once again, it looks like. Starts with the Squawkabilly EX in the active. Squawk and Sees live, ready, raring to go. All those energies in hand, it looks like as well. Gets an energy attachment to the active, so he can pivot and retreat. But it looks like we're going to start going to the races here, Shay.
Yeah, Squawk and Sees very efficient, discarding 4 energy already. It means the Abyssal Flames, when it does come out, looking at a minimum of 100 damage right there. There's the two times Charcadet, including the Will-O-Wisp one that we saw get used, funny enough, in game 1. Do we see the Varoon, perhaps? We're going to see the Carmine. More energy hitting the discard pile, more cards getting drawn. And there's the Varoon as well. We didn't get to see it as much in game 1, but there it is. An Earthen Vessel, so I'm going to discard another energy. Alex, this is a ridiculous amount of energy hitting the discard pile already.
Yeah, medical energy hitting the discard pile now. Again, a card that's, I guess, utilized because it's a special energy card. When it's attached to a Pokemon, it provides colorless energy. But when you attach this card from your hand to one of your Pokemon, it allows you to heal 30 damage from that Pokemon. So maybe it's one of those kind of soft counters to some things like the Dragon Ball EXs, like the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Loads of little sort of unique things that you can maybe try and do with it. A little bit less useful maybe here.
Yeah.
Unless you really needed to heal some damage that's maybe flung over from a opposing Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the hand is looking pretty tasty right now because alongside this Earthen Vessel, there's a Professor's Research at hand. I think there was another very useful card, a very powerful card coming as well. And he's just going to be ramping up all this potential damage because all those energies are going to be hitting the discard pile very, very quickly.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ross doing everything he needs to try and win this game too. After the races straight away. And that's what you need to do, is get energy and discard pile really fast. So what you want to try and do is eject the Gardevoir EX as soon as it comes down if possible.
Remember, Ross, of course, with this first deck search, in effect, from this Earthen Vessel, has been trying to figure out those prizes alongside us as well. And it's just one of those important things, you know, Ross has been one of those players who, he does take his notes on those prizes, you know, make sure you know all your resources that are available to you in your deck, what you're playing with. And that hand, yeah, I mean, that other card alongside the Professor's Research and the 2 energies now is actually a Cerulege GX.
Tell you what, you can't really ask for a more better turn than that going first, but it is over to Diego, who's going to kick us off here in our game 2 with his Buddy Poffin, letting you grab 2 basic Pokemon with 70 hit points or less and pop them straight onto your bench. And I imagine here is going to work out what is in the prize cards, but luckily for us, audience, we get to just consult this handy-dandy graphic. Lily Scafari, we've got 2 energy at the top, one of which is the basic Dark and the Earthen Vessel, Super Odd and Professor's Research. Not the end of the world, but, you know, does play 2 other copies of Earthen Vessel, does have another 2 copies of basic Dark. You could argue the biggest one there is that Lily's Clefairy, because we could have saw that being used in game 1 for a little bit cheeky KO. And then that is the only copy of Super Odd, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, has access to things like those night stretchers, which means he has that kind of recovery that he needs to, as we do see double routes now being set up here with that Buddy Poffin. And I'm sure we're going to continue seeing the rest of the hand as well. We do see Arven come down, one of those ever so important pieces to find. Like I said, those combo cards, just like that pink A-Spec there, alongside that fantastic Technical Machine Evolution. Try and get those routes into Gardevoirs as soon as possible so that you're ready to start swinging back away if you're going to get put on under a lot of pressure.
Both players having ridiculous turn 1s. Going to grab the secret box here. Now, I wonder, as we do see, is it Artisan going to get discarded? It was definitely one of the cards there. Is it Ralts, perhaps, and the rare Candy? Just debating on what to discard. I mean, discarding 3 cards from your hand is a hefty drawback. Being able to search out an item or tool card support and a stadium card obviously makes up for that.
I think more than makes up for it, Shay. Usually those are very powerful cards. I mean, the very odd thing is he's going to be probably discarding one of each of those things anyway, just to get different versions of item supporters, you know, stadiums and so on. But you got to pick up the most useful pieces, right? He's already got that Technical Machine Evolution in hand. Doesn't need the Rare Candy as much anymore because if he can evolve up to those Curliers with Technical Machine Evolution anyway, well, why do I need it, right? Gets the second Technical Machine Evolution so he can potentially pitch it away to get an energy into hand so he can attach this to Screamtail. And we're just going to be going at the races. You know, I'm not going to be quite matching your sort of draw power you saw from the Squawk and Seas and the Carmine, but, you know, I'm going to be going myself. I'm going to be discarding plenty of cards my own way, getting the Screamtail attached with an energy, and I'm going to be getting myself as close as possible to a Gardevoir, but just one more turn away.
I want to give a massive shout out to the production staff for that quick, that camera zoom there to see what was taken off the secret box. Love that. But we are going to see a Technical Machine Evolution that did get searched from the secret box, attached to the active Screamtail with a basic energy, and we are going to see the attack being used here. So Curlier ×2. This is pretty much identical turn Diego had in game 1, except we're just swapping out the Screamtail for the Drifloon. That's the only difference. And I tell you what, and it worked so well last game, so, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly, that's all you need, right? You just need one of your attackers. You need to know where they are, especially that Screamtail, because, you know, it just means that Squawk ability is always an easy target. Some stage, only 160 HP, nothing to really, something to like try and protect in any way, shape, or form. But Ross has to play it to kind of burst into this deck, and it's over to Ross for his turn 2. Another Professor's Research in hand now. Energy and Evolution up to that Cerulege EX. Professor's Research, another energy hitting the discard pile. 8 now there, Shay. So now 160 damage plus the 30 base that The Abyssal Flame has 190 damage it's dealing. As I now see Shay just kind of double-checking his math working out as he's been writing down there. But, you know, I'm sure Ross is the expert here.
Oh, he definitely
He's the one playing the deck, of course.
Yeah, not me, not silly old me.
Going up to 9 now, Shay. What are we on?
I don't want to say because I got it wrong.
we do 9 times 2, which then 18, 180 damage plus the 30, 210.
A nice little crisp 210. There we go. We got there.
But yeah,
to be fair though, that is a silly amount of energy having your discard pile by turn 2.
Absolutely, and you know, and that's probably not even it yet. If we can get we've got Ultra Ball in hand, it looks like as well. We can get to a Rev-a-Vroom. We can continue pitching more energies, drawing more up to 6 cards. We can keep going at this point here if we want to do so. And he is. We're going to 10, Shay. What are we on?
230.
There we go.
Come on,
yes,
we're learning. Come on. See, that's one of the easier ones, though, isn't it, that one?
Hey, it's got to be done. Ultra Ball here. I'd love to see I guess another Cerulege EX. Love to see the Rev-a-Vroom at some point as well, because you want to be protecting yourself from those Iono plays. You're facing up against a Gardevoir EX deck, which you know plays 4. You know you're always going to be disrupted where possible. But I guess when you get a second attacker, what Ross was struggling with in the previous game was actually having a second Cerulege EX going.
Well, we are going to see the retreat now. That's another energy hit in the discard pile. So we're at 11. That is a big old Abyssal Flames. Roaring Screamtail getting sent to the discard pile. Basic 5 energy getting taken from the prize card. That is over to Diego. Now, last game, Diego was able to immediately respond quite fast. Has he got the resources to be able to do so?
He had one more turn. He took the Cleffa turn, remember? He had one Grasping Draw turn. He was like, OK, I can give up one more prize. That's not a problem.
OK, that's fair.
But so it really depends here. I mean, the hand that he's working with, he does have Professor's Research. He has a Gardevoir EX. But he obviously needs to find something like the Night Stretcher now. Remember, we're always talking about decks which like to play from behind. And if Diego does go ahead and maybe takes out the Squawk Ability EX, for example, it means he's going to be ahead for maybe 1 or 2 turns. And then his counter catcher plays aren't quite there. His Ionos aren't as powerful anymore. You know, maybe there's sometimes a turn where he takes it off, but it looks like he's going for it. It looks like what's just hit the field. It's that Drifloon.
That's that big Balloon Blast. Artisan has just been played as well, so that means you can grab any basic non-rule box Pokemon. Looks like the Monkey Dory. Oh no, that means there's all manner of damage flying around there with the Adrenabrain. We got the Drifloon Balloon Blast for each energy attached via Psychic Breast. That's just 60 damage. Do we have access to the Gardevoir EX? And the way this turn's been panning out, it looks like I imagine it's in hand.
It's in hand. It's in hand.
Okay. It's in hand.
There. Okay. It's waiting. But I just would love to see exactly how many energies in that discard pile.
The Professor's Research as well. That empty hand Professor's Research doesn't get much more efficient than that. Gonna draw 7 cards now. The turn continues. Oh, Dark Energy as well.
Loads of energy in hand. Ultra Balls in hand to pitch even more. Hasn't hit a Bravery Charm, so it doesn't mean this Drifloon is going to be capped in terms of the number of damage it could do at 180. Because, you know, with 3 Psychic Embraces, that puts it down to 10 HP remaining or 60 damage taken.
Yep.
And it's
you can't
30
KO.
times. Yeah, you can't KO yourself.
Can't KO yourself, so we will be capped there at the 180 mark. And it looks like we are debating the Ultra Ball. Perhaps, if you say, well, if Drifloon can't get there, I guess you can go for the Screamtail. Can Screamtail reach the Squawk without needing a Bravery Charm?
It can, but it's in the discard pile right now after being knocked out, remember?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I didn't see the Night Stretcher, so...
So is there maybe a turn here you can potentially maybe Mind Bend?
I was about to say, is Mind Bend. Looks like as we do see the second Monkey Dory coming down, it could be the Mind Bend. That does 60 damage, and then you actually confuse your opponent. And if you are confused and you choose to attack while confused, you flip a coin. If heads, your attack goes through. Happy days. If it's tails, though, the attack doesn't go through. And you hit yourself for 30, a little bit of insult damage there as well. And bear in mind, you can also move off the damage that you, from the Psychic Embrace, you can move that back. So that Mind Bend only doing 60, it actually gets bolstered a little bit.
Yeah, so there's this first Psychic Embrace to the active Curlier there. Gives yourself essentially a retreat. And there's more Psychic Embraces to this Monkey Dory. Requires a Psychic and a Colorless Energy to use Mind Bend. We usually do see it with this Dark Energy. The bench one is going to have it there. And we are going to see the first Adrenabrain of this second game. And it's going to be a Mind Bend for 60 damage, 30 with the Adrenabrain there, 90 damage on that. It's over to you, Ross. Can you piece together maybe something like one of your Jet Energies to try and maneuver around and just kind of get away from this active spot here? Because, I mean, this Ceremonies EX, I mean, there are a couple currently prized, which isn't ideal. Zudu, CD Artisan, I think Ross is going to double check what he has access to here as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that before when it gets into some awkward turns. Well, let me just consult the deck. What have we got available to us?
I don't think there's any there. I think maybe the other two have already been pitched quite early. Through the Carmine, through the Squawk and Seas, through the Professor's Research. The other cards he's already utilized to burst through. Looks like it's going to be a Monkey Dory here from the Artisan. I wonder if we're going to see a Tails, not a Tails flip, a Confusion flip to try and maybe swing away at this Monkey Dory. But Diego's found a bit of an opportunity, and a window, let's say.
Yeah.
We do get the Dark Energy attachment on Monkey Dory now, so it has his own Adrenabrain live and active.
That is true. We are going to see the INO. Okay, so, and the thing is, the Surge with a 2 retreat cost, you're not going to be able to maneuver it very easily and attack, so we are going to have to see the INO. Going to reset both players' hands, the amount of prize cards they have remaining. Remember, Ross is currently 1 prize card up, so is only going to be able to get 5. And yeah, it looks like, are we going to see the Confusion flip? I imagine we might have to.
Yeah, I can't see any other direction right now. I mean, you obviously use the Adrenabrain. It's just kind of iron up maybe that Power Pad. Yep, looks like there, just to kind of get a couple of pieces back. I wonder if he'll sort of telepath his turn by putting the Briar back there as well, saying, Diego, well, you're going to need to find a way around sort of just going down to 2 prizes at some point, because I'm going to try and get this Briar turn when I need it. And the Iono comes in as well. Again, it's just a one-off copy in Ross's deck. It's not something that is typically seen too much. You want to be kind of utilizing Carmine and Professor's Research to get those energies in the discard pile. But yeah, it looks like...
Oh, here we go. Heads, it goes through. Tails. Oh no, the attack fails. And then it hits itself for 30 damage as well. So just like in game 1, Diego has the freebie turn, was able to buy himself a turn here. And that might be all he needs to get those Gardevoir EX, try and find the Bravery Charm, and then start swinging for massive damage.
I mean, even right now, it doesn't even need to, right? It's only got 150 HP remaining on that Ceremonies. Maybe even less if you want to try and weave in some more Monkey Dory damages if you need to. But doesn't need a Bravery Charm right now. That Balloon Blast will be doing more than enough damage to take a big 2-prize KO. Of course, doesn't want to be sending up the Gardevoir EX to do the swinging away, because then it's susceptible to get knocked out. Sometimes in different matchups or different scenarios, that might be the play. Earthen Vessel here now being utilized to grab another Dark Energy.
What else was in Diego's hand there? Was it actually enough to progress the turn? Was there supporters? Oh, there was Professor's Research as well. Okay, well, okay.
And another Gardevoir EX.
And another Gardevoir EX as well.
There's the Dark Energy attached to the other Monkey Dory. Does mean that one Psychic Energy for the moment is going to be sort of a bit trapped on that Monkey Dory. But when you've got enough Psychic Energies going around, it's probably more than enough here. Professor's Research, another Psychic Energy going into the discard pile. Doesn't want to use that counter catcher right now, because there's no easy way to guarantee a 2-prize knockout. I mean, didn't even hit a Bravery Charm from that Professor's Research either, so can still just Balloon Blast and take a big knockout here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what she wrote there. I mean, as you say, don't need the Bravery Charm anymore, because that Ceremonies has done a bit of damage to itself. It's took the Mind Bend. It's in range. And yes, it's not looking great there. We are going to see the retreat now. And it is going to be into that Drift Loon. So Balloon Blast for each energy attached in 60 damage. That's not enough. That 180, that's more than enough to KO that Ceremonies. Oh, this is looking unfortunate there for Ross. Diego missing the Bravery Charm. Doesn't actually matter, though. And, yeah, it does have double Monkey Dory developed as well. Obviously, can't use that now on the Drift Loon, because that's going to reduce your damage, so don't be doing that.
Double Monkey Dory and double Gardevoir. There's a big knockout. Balloon Blast knocking out a Ceremonies EX. Diego going ahead on prizes now. Ross only has one Ceremonies waiting in the wings currently on the bench. Just kind of eyeing up, promoting that Monkey Dory to the active spot. Top decks of Fire Energy. Which direction will he go with this particular turn here? Has Pheasant Dipty, has 2 Carmines in hand as well. It's going to be kind of a very interesting decision on how Ross progresses this board state. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and set up another Charcadet at some stage. Well, not at some stage, as soon as possible as well. He doesn't want to see another Ceremonies go down without another attacker coming back at some stage. There's the Artisan being utilized now.
Tell you what, though. 12 energy in a discard pile, only needs a couple more. And you're swinging at one-shot territory on a Gardevoir EX. You know, Briar could be knocking about at some point. So Ross has developed that sort of massive late-game scenario. The problem is, though, you kind of have to deal with the active Drifloon. You don't really want to, but you kind of have to. And I guess if you are going to do it, the cheeky little Charcadet that could Will-O-Wisp does get there.
I mean, at the moment, we can talk about all the different lines that Ross can take, right? You maybe if you can get more energies into the discard pile, you can stretch and take a knockout on the Gardevoir EX, put you down to 3. Diego will then have to deal with a Cerulege EX at some stage, right? Putting himself down to 2, and then Ross, it really is only then still a Briar turn once again, taking 3 prizes on another Gardevoir EX. You know, we could telepath this, but it's going to be down to all these little cards that he's going to have to play from his hand. I think he doesn't want to put down that Pheasantipity I think he has in hand right now as well. The Monkey Dory there just kind of in the active spot. Looks like the energy attachment's going on the Charcadet.
Yeah, I think you're going to try and line up the Will-O-Wisp, right? You can discard the energy from the active, get to 30, and then with the Charcadet gets KO'd, you're now at the Gardevoir EX one-shot territory.
Yeah, the 14 mark puts it up to 280 plus 30 from the base.
There you go. See, I'm learning.
Yeah, doing well, my friend. You're doing well. Right, yeah, he was deliberating on that Pheasantipity, but decided to go with the Night Stretcher on the 3rd Charcadet now on the board, essentially, as well. Ultra Ball in hand, Medical Energy in hand. And there it is. There's the retreat from the Monkey Dory of the Dark Energy. Will-O-Wisp, Charcadet, ready to start swinging away again.
There it goes. Look at that artwork. It's running through the meadow, getting ready to take a prize card. Big Will-O-Wisp. Ross taking his 2nd prize card here. Looks like Basic Fire was taken. Actually needed that to attack next turn, funnily enough. With all his energy in the discard pile, could be quite tough. Is over to Diego, though.
I think it was one of those jet energies,
Oh, the jet energy. So I apologize.
No, you're
was
right.
The jet energy being taken there. Is over to Diego. They're going to promote the Monkey Dory. Let's see what he can manufacture. The world is his oyster, though. He has all sorts of options here. When you're Gardevoir and you've got that amount of energy in a discard pile, it can really get out of hand. And we do see the Super being played, going to shuffle in 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy, but it looks like it's going to be Drifloon and Screamtail. Arters on basically means you can grab whatever you like there, and it is going to be the Screamtail getting taken.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to have to force the issue here. Maybe just take out the Squawkabilly EX. I mean, there's no way for Ross to take 4 prizes on a turn, even with Briar.
Nope.
Which means that, you know, Diego puts himself in a fantastic spot. I mean, when you have a board state of double Gardevoir EX, double Monkey Dory with Dark Energies on, that active Monkey Dory can then free retreat with the Psychic Energy already attached to it as well. You finally find your Bravery Charms. I mean, I'm pretty sure that deck isn't even that big anymore.
No.
They were all just kind of waiting in the wings there. I mean, when you haven't utilized any one of your 3 at this stage, and now you can start utilizing it now for big swings, it's going to be feeling pretty good with just over 5 minutes remaining of this Swiss round 4.
It just feels so unfair when you play against Gardevoir like this. Like, I need to KO the Screamtail, but I need to KO the Monkey Dory. I need to KO the 2 prizes, but you can't do it all at the same time, as we do see the retreat to the Screamtail in the active. Psychic Embrace ×4. And that means the Roaring Scream is hitting for massive damage. There's the Bravery Charms. Can even, you know, overreach that if you like, but don't need to. If you're just going to KO the Squawkabilly.
Keeping it out of range from Will-O-Wisp is going to be something where
it's a good point.
Annoying thing that you could try and do against Ross here.
Yeah.
Then, you know, with 8 damage counters on the Screamtail right now, times it by 2, which is the Roaring Scream attack. Of course, you can stretch over, you know, just kind of take the knockout over the Charcadet.
Just reach around
against the
Squawkabilly
EX.
And there's the big Roaring Scream KO. Squawkabilly sent to the discard pile. Diego is on 2 prize cards. That means Briar is live, but Ross cannot take 4 prize cards this turn. And let's see what he can do.
I mean, I guess he could technically take 2 prizes against this Screamtail if he plays the Briar, but then has to get that Cerulege EX into the active spot. Does then mean the 2 prizer is available to get knocked out. He knows Diego's chucked Drifloon back into the deck.
Yep, and
get it back.
Fishes it straight away. So we'd love to see the staging replacement Levencia here, just to stop the easy Drifloon. But then look at Diego's hand, though. You're going to have to try and play the Ino. Has he? I think he's used his Ino already, hasn't he, Ross? Did he shuffle it back in?
He did shuffle it back in from the power pad.
Oh.
Just looks like Artisan for that Tech Fan Rotom, usually used for its fan call ability, where once during your first turn, you can search your deck for up to 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. But Ross doesn't play any other colorless Pokemon. So it's just used for Assault Landing, which is a very efficient attacker, utilizing something like that Jet Energy he just pulled from his prizes, get into the active spot. As long as there's a stadium in play, Assault Landing is dealing 70 damage, and that's more than enough to take down this Screamtail.
It really is. I remember when we first booked up Ross's list, I saw the fan Rotom, I was like, oh, okay, what are we searching out here? And I was like, oh, not searching for anything. So it's it's just there for that Assault Landing, which is, this is a perfect scenario for it. Basically saying, right, so you're going to Bravery Charm out of my Will-O-Wisp, try and Bravery Charm out of my Assault Landing, not to be able to do that. But, this isn't, it's a nice play. It's going to take 1 prize card, but then if Diego takes that 1 prize card, that means you can't use Briar anymore, which then means you're really far behind. So I'm intrigued to see what Ross does here. We do see the Rev of Room getting evolved, so that means Rumbling Engine is live, letting you discard an energy from your hand to then draw to have 6 cards in your hand as well.
Yeah, I feel like Ross is going to need to find a way to get an Iono in play, and on this turn right now, right? You can't allow Diego to be working with such a large hand currently waiting there. But the only way is would have been having to discard the Jet Energy with the Rev of Room to try and draw up to 6. Oh no, he has a Medical Energy there as well. So he's played the Jet Energy. There we go, we draw 4 more cards here. Does he find the Iono? Was it that last card? No, I'm not quite sure.
I think Iono got... Oh, no, there it is! Wow! You have to.
Yeah, you have to. You just have to.
Need to. We need to see the Iono.
And make sure hopefully Diego, you can get into the Levencia, and then you can't, find also the Bravery Charm as well.
Assault Landing.
Assault Landing. It's a knockout. He's taking the knockout here. He's going down to 3 prizes. It's over to Diego.
Okay, it is over to Diego. Now has got that accordion hand to work with. Doesn't play Boss's Orders, though. So
no, that's true. That is true.
So the fan Rotom will be staying in the active spot, which means Diego is capped at how many prize cards he can take. Because without any, massive hit point shenanigans, we can't reach into the Cell Legends. There's a Terra Pokemon. You can't hit it while it's on the bench.
Yep, absolutely. I was just double-checking the actual list as well. Just trying to see maybe if Diego was playing 3 or sometimes what we've seen in 4 Monkey Dories. There's only 2 in the list.
Okay.
So, I mean, if he, for example, did double Monkey Dory, triple Monkey Dory, he could have taken the damage knockout with Adrenabrain on an active and then maybe targeted something else, or on the bench and then attack the active. But there's a Screamtail from the Night Stretcher going onto the bench. There's Psychic Embrace retreating back into the Screamtail. Psychic Embrace once again onto the active. You can then, of course, use Adrenabrain to maneuver some damage over. And again, it's just kind of oh, there you go, putting some additional damage as well. There is the Adrenabrain on the active, so it looks like maybe just kind of taking a knockout on another single prizer. That's on the bench for the moment.
Yeah.
Lots of options. I mean, they're all susceptible. I mean, there's no way for Ross really to kind of get rid of the Fan Rotom after having damage counters on it, right? He's also setting up the board with the Drifloon as well. Nestball being utilized there. Just saying, well, I'm going to set up this attacker. Let's see if you can also deal with this.
Yep. Basically saying, right, you can't get out of my hand now because it's in play. Earth and Vessel going to discard the Curlier perhaps on an Ultra Ball. Now I like this. This Ultra Ball is basically saying play an Iono now, and I'm getting rid of as much dead stuff out of my hand and deck as possible. So I'm going to draw into stuff that I only want.
Yep, and that's going to be always key because you only want to be hitting something like the Bravery Charm at that sort of point, as long as you've got the energies available for yourself for Drifloon to deal massive amounts of damage. But it's on Diego just to kind of thin out the deck. Timer has been called here.
Oh, good spot.
Just to make sure. I wonder if that one.
That deck, Alex, was almost basically saying every card can almost find Bravery Charm. I saw a couple Avery. I saw a couple Bravery Charm Professor's Research. And then we do see the Arven. And that's going to grab the Bravery Charm. So you can develop the Bravery Charm on Drifloon now and say, no matter what you put in the active, I'm sending it to the discard pile with a big Balloon Blast.
Yeah, I can just attach it now. There's not too many cards that can remove it from play. Whichever way you'd like to go with it. It actually gets it onto the Screen Tail here. Once again, kind of putting it out of range of an assault landing.
Yep. They say any shenanigans, stop it.
No, yeah, none of that. I don't want to see any of that, please. Thank you.
But he's going to take it back to the hand. He's going to decide on exactly what to do here. We are, I think, putting it on the Drifloon. I like this as well.
Yep.
That basically says no matter what you do, I'm carrying it. It's going to fly back up to onto the active, though. He does have ways to find the other one as well, if next turn, if he so chooses.
So it looks like here, Scream Tail. Is he just going to be essentially just deciding to slap against the Van Rotem?
Yep, going to slap that straight to the discard pile. One prize card left for Diego. One knockout away from advancing to the perfect 4-0 record here at the North American International Championships. Is over to Ross now.
So,
and what can he do?
So just confirmation that Diego was turn 0. Again, if you're just joining us from into this Swiss round 4 here, when time is called, there are 3 additional turns for both our players collectively. But when time is called on the player's turn, that player's turn is turn 0. So it means both players will get 2 remaining turns to go. So Ross could still, I guess theoretically, take 3 prizes in his final 2 turns. But Diego can also take 1 final prize on his last turn as well.
And he can do that a lot easier, I think. So let's see what Ross does. Is going to promote the Ceremonies into the active spot. Draws a card for turn. Let's see what he can manufacture here. You know, does have 15 energy in the discard pile. At this point, basically saying Abyssal Flames KOs anything I want, no matter what's in the active. Looks like we are going to see an Iono.
With an Iono to 1, it does mean Diego doesn't currently have a Bravery Charm on the Drifloon to necessarily return KO. I mean, of course, we know that there's still some in there. There's loads of pieces. Diego hasn't even looked at the card that's drawn from the Iono, of course. He's looking at it now. He's peeking. We all want to know. But it's still on Ross's turn. What else can I piece together? Obviously, we'll be taking a knockout here.
Yeah, it does need to KO the active, so there is no easy prize card shenanigans. So it looks like Artisan is going to be used here. Gets to shuffle his deck, have a look at it, see what's left. I mean, was there even any targets there? I don't think there was.
No.
There was a Varoom. I apologize. There's a Varoom.
Yeah.
No reason not to get it out of the deck, I guess.
Absolutely, and there's still just there's still a counter catcher in there, so that's obviously still live as well. I don't know if there's any energies in hand to utilize the Rumbling Engine ability, but we do get the Varoom, it looks like, or just kind of
debating against
second guessing himself. Opts not to.
Don't mind it. Just shuffle the deck.
Again, it's just going to be swing away with this big Terra EX Pokemon in the active spot. Evolves up the Charcadet as well.
Abyssal Flame.
And there we do see the Abyssal Flame. But Diego, off the 1 card, did have an Arven. So that means it's going to be very easy for Diego to just get the Drifloon into the active and KO Ceremonies via Balloon Blast. But here, let's play the turn now. Arven is going to find the Night Stretcher and Bravery Charm, but that doesn't matter because that's going to be a big KO in the active. Balloon Blast onto the Ceremonies, and Diego is going to take our Swiss round 4 feature match here, advancing to the perfect 4-0 record, and he's going to march his way to try and take this event home.
Yeah, absolutely. Our 2017 world champion here at this 2025 North American International Championships. The winner of our Swiss round 4, Diego, piloting his Gardevoir deck perfectly into Ross Cawthorn's Ceremonies. Ross Cawthorn there looking to try and gain his world's invitation for the 21st time, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short against a difficult sort of, what looks to be quite a difficult matchup, but at the same time, still 3-0, still in a fantastic spot to try and push himself a bit closer, but Diego goes 4-0.
Yeah, so still in a fantastic spot there. I think as we see that game panning out, as we do have our replay, I think the cards are stacked against us. It's a particularly hard matchup because that Balloon Blast has no, it's not hard to reach into that big V-Star KO. And you're only taking 1 prize at a time. You can try and do, these little tips and tricks. Charcadet trying to take some KOs there to try and even it up, but it's just hard. Screamtail accesses the bench. Drifloon KOs the active, and you can't deal with all these threats, especially if you're having to put down Pheasantipity and Squawkabilly, Alex.
Yeah, that game one just kind of ended up, we all sort of telepath those big, or sorry, say big, the smaller EXs that kind of hit the field were sort of prime targets for Diego there, as we saw the screen tell for the final 2 prizes on that Squawkabilly. And that was sort of all she wrote in the first game. Game 2, however, it looked like Ross trying to set up that board a little bit better. A couple of Cerulege EX, plenty of energy in the discard piles. But that was a big turn where we got a Mind Bend and it hit itself in confusion, which meant the Drifloon could take a knockout without Bravery Charm attached. Still kind of went down to the chalk there. We saw it back-to-back games there, something I didn't expect, the Will-O-Wisp to come in. We also saw the counters to the Will-O-Wisp with the Bravery Charms attached to the different sort of smaller Psychic Pokemon as well, but Assault Landing came in. And yeah, it was just, in the end, Diego's board was set up with a double Monkey Dory, double Gardevoir EX, and then setting up your attackers, and then the final turn, that Bravery Charm was just waiting in the wings after the knockout, just kind of making sure, of course, that you play it all out, where finally that Screamtail kind of, or Drifloon came out of nowhere and just kind of take the final prizes.
Yeah, we saw it all in that game. We saw Assault Landing, we saw Will-O-Wisp, we saw Slap, don't forget as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw it all, and I think watching that play out on paper, I think it's quite a tough matchup for us, actually, because you kind of have to deal with the 1 prizes. You can't, never really, it's like you're building up to this big Abyssal Flame turn, but you've never been able to leapfrog the prize because you have to deal with the active all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's one of those things where you have to try and weave in that Briar play. And, you know, there's no real search for it. You have to draw into it, utilizing that Rumbling Engine or something like that. Or maybe you just happen to get it into hand. But then at the same time, when you're against decks like Gardevoir, you're always going to be impacted by things like Ionos.
Yep. And it just, you know, wasn't able to really ever develop the Rumbling Engine for massive effect there. But I tell you, against the rest of the field, though, I'm really liking this Surge, and we'll see how it pans out. But, you know, Diego, 4-0, a previous world champion, doing it with another Gardevoir deck, funnily enough. Definitely going to have to be an eye that we keep an eye on for the rest of the event.
I think both players will be. I mean, we're always going to be interested in watching the Cerulege, and especially when it's piloted by Ross, right? But at the same time, Diego's going to be trying to better his one of his previous NAIC performances in a top 4. He's going to be looking to try and take it down as well. And, you know, this is only going to put himself in a better position to try and do so. Remember, there's so many players at this tournament that he has to kind of overcome and eventually become champion or try and become champion, but everyone's going to be trying to do it as well.
Yeah, literally in a hallway. If we were to look to our right, there's thousands, literally thousands of people all trying to take home that championship trophy. But if you're going to try and take it all home, how about play 4 rounds, win them all, put yourself in the perfect scenario to do so?
Yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be so many other players in that position as well.
Yeah, of course.
You know, we already spoke about so many of the players that were on Frio records. We had that, you know, kind of Adam out there in the fields, in the weeds, as it were, giving us some updates in terms of some of the players he's sort of been able to eye up and on those Frio records. We saw the notable matches as well, where we saw plenty of Frio records facing one another. I mean, there's just so much to look forward to and keep an eye on right now. And like I said, 4 rounds, we've only seen 8 players right now, right?
Yep.
But we only can show so much, but at the same time, you know, we're always following the pairings, we're always following the leaderboards where we can, and just seeing how these players are doing, and especially some of the feature matches and feature players that we get to show on stream as well. We're going to be continuing following their journey.
Yeah, we're going to follow a lot of players, obviously, on stream as well, and we do have Adam, our sort of, if I was to borrow a phrase from our Unite casters, the eye in the sky over there on Aeos Island. Here, Adam is our eye in the sky here at NAIC, so we can try and follow as many people as possible. But I tell you what, speaking of Unite, I believe we have some distributions, not only for Unite, but for GO, VG, and TCG as well. So let's have a look at these. So if you are a Unite player, don't blame you. You can get involved. Use that gift code NAIC 2025. You get a special sticker. How's about that? And then if you want the Mew Platinum emblem, it's pretty easy to do that to people. All you've got to do is watch the official Twitch stream for 30 minutes, and you get yourself that nice little Mew Platinum emblem as well.
Yeah, some incredible sort of distributions and sort of drops there. But not just Unite, we've already mentioned GO have an opportunity where you can celebrate alongside us, alongside all of the streams that we have across this weekend. But you can watch and earn a timed research via these Twitch drops, which features that Mandibuzz, which is inspired by Pataman's EUIC winning team, which is again, just one of those incredible things that you can kind of get involved. You know, you're enjoying the Pokemon that you're watching, all of this competition, and you can still get rewarded for it as well. And that's just Go. That's just Unite and Go, and we've got more.
Yeah, you know, if you play VGC, how about you receive the one and only Wolf Clicks, you know, Incineroar by using that code NAIC NAIC 25 comparison. You're going to have to swap out some letters for numbers there, but tell you what, you can get yourself one of them. That's really cool. You can just watch the stream and get rewarded for it at the same time. But Alex, you know, that's all well and good. Getting Unite stuff, getting Go stuff, getting video game stuff, but take us through the best for last. If you're a TCG player, which I know you are watching this stream, what can you get?
Exactly. If you're here still with us, as you should be, you're celebrating alongside us for this Pokemon North America International Championships. You're watching along via Twitch for those drops, for those fantastic artwork, deck boxes, sleeves, the coins, everything that you can get for your Pokemon trading card game live accounts. And it's just so simple to do, right? All you have to do is watch the streams and keep an eye on exactly what's going on at this North American International Championships. And like I said, you get rewarded for it. Not just with us in your faces, of course, and guiding you through these matches, but into your trading card game live accounts as well.
I think you actually get a little bit more as well. I don't think it's just that as well. I think we get a little bit more for TCG if you're watching as well. There you go.
Here we go.
Use that code NAIC. 25 Destin Rivals, and you receive a special illustration rare, Ethan's Adventure, and the Team Rocket's Giovanni. Look at that beautiful artwork on both of those. If you want those for your TCG Live account, as well as the NAIC accessory you saw in the last slide, use that code NAIC 2025 Destin Rivals. Now, Alex, I'm glad this came about at this time, actually, because if we look at that Team Rocket's Giovanni artwork, you can look in the background there, and you got the admins, you know, Petrol there as well. They have the nice white suit with the red trim. That's actually why I'm wearing this outfit right here. I am a Team Rocket's admin cosplaying this moment in time. So if you want to get yourself there, the Team Rocket's Giovanni, use that code and get involved, because I like the Team Rocket's admin, as you can see here with this fit.
Well, I actually think it's a bigger treat on the Ethan's Adventure as well. You got a little Slugma, you got a Cyndaquil, you got a, was it Pichu, I think, on the shoulder?
Pichu,
I mean, like, fantastic artworks. But yeah, you're looking pretty good there. I mean,
Team Rocket, come on, come on.
But
Team
again,
Rocket admin.
I don't recall there being a Team Rocket's Flareon that's on your ears.
No, there was no, there was no Flareon, but you know, give myself a little bit of artistic license there as well.
Fine. Yeah, I mean, like I said, make sure you're following along, not just on our stream, but all of these games, right? All of these competitors, every one of these fantastic games are being showcased with fantastic players, fantastic Pokemon players, and it's just incredible to watch across all the games as well. But of course, just keep coming back here, because this is the most important one.
Ideally, if you want to get involved with all the different game streams, get yourself 4 devices, line them up, have them all go, and you can mute the other ones, have TCG on, and then you can listen to us. But that's going to wrap us up here a little bit. We've got Swiss Round 5 coming at you soon, so don't go anywhere. We've got Swiss Round 5 at the North American International Championships, and that's going to be fantastic. Some players will be advancing to that perfect 5-0 record, catapulting themselves, hopefully, into day 2. So if you want to catch the action, you got a simple job. Don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a nice cold beverage, all that good stuff, and we'll see you soon.
Portland was the final stop on the 2025 Pokemon TCG Regional Championship circuit, providing one last opportunity for one of our over 1,600 competitors to claim the title of champion. Gardevoir EX had been on a roll through this entire format, having won multiple tournaments across the globe. So I don't think anyone was surprised to see that both players in the finals were using that powerful deck. The thing that made this final match unique was the fact that these players were testing partners, and they were both playing the exact same 60-card list. On one side of the table, Henry Chow was looking to become a 4-time regional champion all in the same season. His opponent, Michael Davidson, had already fallen short once this year after a second-place finish in Louisville. So would Henry Chow make history, or would Michael Davidson finally claim the title of champion? Game 1 looked rough for Michael, as he prized all 3 copies of his Technical Machine Evolution. This was a key card for his deck's setup, but he was able to stabilize and kept the game close the whole way. On the final turn, Michael had exactly enough pieces remaining in the deck to use 2 Munkidori Adrena Brain abilities to KO Henry's heavily damaged Fezandipiti EX on the bench. In Game 2, things were really rough for Henry Chow. He prized one Gardevoir EX and then was forced to discard his other one early on. This led to Michael getting a solid lead and Henry struggling to keep up. In the end, Michael Davidson was able to KO Henry's Gardevoir EX, earning him the title of Portland Regional Champion.
Here's the Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon, and that will be a concession from Henry Chow. And Michael Davidson will be able to take the final regional of the season here.
Me llamo Fernando Cifuentes y vengo de Chile. Yo creo que sería tipo eléctrico porque me gusta la electricidad. Mi papá y mi hermano ya jugaban de antes al juego de cartas Pokémon y después ellos me metieron al juego y empecé a jugar con ellos y empezamos a viajar. Principalmente hacer algún top 32, algún regional o para clasificar al mundial y el resto inesperado.
Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokémon Trading Card Game World Champion!
Did you think you were going to win?
No, porque el mazo que jugué no era un mazo para ganar el mundial. ¿Realmente bien? No sé cómo explicarlo. He jugado un par de finales de regionales y special events cuando era senior, pero no se compara en nada a una final de Master mundial a esas finales de special y regionales. Una experiencia totalmente distinta. La razón por la que siempre vuelvo a competir es principalmente porque viajo con mi familia y mis amigos.
Fernando Cifuentes has a huge group of supporters here.
Y la pasamos muy bien, esa experiencia es muy bonita. Y no solamente competir, sino vivir la experiencia. Da lo mismo resultado. Mis recuerdos favoritos son cuando mi hermano ganó el regional de Oceanía este mismo año. Ahí la pasamos muy bien. O también puede ser este mismo año cuando hice 8-0 y pasé invicto al día 2 del mundo. Admiro a mi hermano porque yo lo considero uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo en este momento. Mi consejo es, para el resto de entrenadores, es que se diviertan con el juego.
Fernando takes the World Championship trophy back to Chile for the first time ever in Pokémon history!
Three-time regional champion, a master at the Pokemon TCG, one of the best minds, and don't forget, an international champion.
Never count Andrew Hedrick out.
So I first started playing with Pokemon cards around when I was maybe 10 years old, but I didn't actually know the rules of the game until my dad kind of forced me to learn. I played in the junior division, the seniors division, but I wasn't super great until the COVID era. I played a lot online. My favorite first partner Pokemon is Cyndaquil. It was actually given to me in one of the mystery dungeon games, and it kind of stuck with me since then. It's my favorite. One thing that I've learned about myself through playing the game is that I have a good ability to handle pressure. I thought I would get nervous in big moments that have a lot on the line, but I've actually found that when the stakes are higher, I think I play even better. There was a point in the 2024 season, I kind of took a few months off of going to events, but I played some of the new format with a deck Dialga V-Star that most people had kind of written off. I had a lot of fun playing it on ladder, and then I brought it to the Indianapolis Regionals.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I brought the Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to this tournament. This was a deck that one of my friends, Justin Templar, had been playing for a little bit longer than me, and he worked on the list a lot. And then I started playing it as well and brought it to the European International Championships. So I actually booked my flight to Vancouver after that tournament because the deck felt so good. I would say the person that's helped me get better and succeed the most is Caleb Rogerson. This tournament I got to play against him in top 4, and we both knew each other's list inside and out, and I was able to win a close 3-game set against him, but it was really fun. In the finals, I was able to kind of play my deck how I wanted to, especially game 3, I opened super good. I felt a little bit lucky for that. Right before the last turn, when He only had 2 Goldango EXs on his board, and I was able to set up damage on both of them. I knew that he was going to be in a really tough spot to win the game.
Just like that, Andrew Hedrick makes the comeback and is now a 4-time regional champion.
Winning this tournament helped me qualify for Worlds. I don't just go to tournaments to try to qualify for Worlds. I go to each one with the goal of winning. The player I would like to face most at the World Championships would be Azul. We have played each other 2 times, and we both won one of the matches, so getting a 3rd match, trying to break the tie would be really exciting. I love competing at something, having the chance to win, doing my best, and putting it all out there. I think I've shown that I deserve to be taken seriously throughout my play at the regionals, internationals. I think I am a threat to win the World Championships.
Hello, Pokemon fans. This is Adam Skarzig Watson here in Narlands at NAIC. We're partway through the tournament, and already we've had so many exciting rounds of Pokemon TCG action, and I am out on the floor in the lounge amongst the people, but I'm not alone. I am joined by Chip Ritchie and Kyle Sablehouse just to get a temperature on how the tournament's going so far for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Got a chance to walk around, see some incredibly high-level gameplay out on the floor. It's really a bummer we only get to feature 1 match for every single round. There's almost 4,000 players here, just over 3,700. And so with that, you're bound to see lots of great players. There's 2,000 games happening, but we only get to see 1 every single round. And we were walking down a row earlier together, Kyle, and it's just top player after top player after top player. Absolutely incredible to see the stakes you love at the international championships.
Yeah, I mean, there's 15 games going on that table, and I think 6 of them could have been feature matches in just about any event that we've had so far this year. It's an absolute treat to be able to have that opportunity to see these great players start to stack up these wins, build up on how they're doing in the tournament, and I mean, we're getting into the nitty-gritty now. The 3-0s, the 4-0s, it's starting to stack up.
There are so many players and testing groups trying to get a read on this new metagame with the Destined Rivals, and I think mostly the boogeyman everybody was worried about was Grimmsnarl. Showing up, is it going to knock Gardevoir off of its throne? Is that going to cause some sort of preemptive shift where people are predicting that there's less Gardevoir or more Gardevoir? Has any of the meta breakdown that you've seen so far today really surprised you?
There's definitely a lot of Grimmsnarl out there walking around on the floor, and we saw on the meta share earlier as well, it's the 2nd most popular deck. I don't think that's a huge surprise, but walking around the top tables specifically and looking at what the best players are playing, even though it's the 3rd most popular deck in the tournament, Gardevoir EX is still an extremely popular choice amongst the most skilled players.
Yeah, it's a pretty great deck. It just sticks around no matter what we do, no matter what we throw at it continually, it finds a way to find success, and it can be just a couple tech inclusions that really get the job done. We've seen a few different options based off of which testing group you're in, and I think they're figuring it out.
Yeah, I mean, with a global tournament like this, all of those little inclinations and maybe biases from different regions, different testing groups can leak into the deck list, and we'll see how it happens. But I am getting word we've got a couple more guests for you folks. We've got Kyle and Shelby also joining us on the line. Hello, caller. We've got more meta discussion here from the lounge. How you doing back there on the casting desk?
We're ready to get into some good matches here, Adam. But I just wanted to say, you know, you said the boogeyman for you is Grimmsnarl. Gardevoir is definitely my boogeyman out in the field. This deck just will not go away. No matter what you throw at it. It's pretty wild. And I think, you know, so many of our pro players going out there and choosing Gardevoir for this huge tournament is kind of just a testament to how good that deck still is, no matter what. No gimmicks can fight against it. What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, when are people going to learn? Everybody, I think, is just tired of seeing Gardevoir win, and everyone's like, oh, this is finally it. Gardevoir is not going to be popular this time. Top players can't bring it this time. No, every time. It's just Gardevoir is here, okay?
Yep.
You're just going to have to deal with it at every tournament.
Gardevoir players are built different. They will look directly into the camera and just say, nah, I'm going to win. That's it. The techs don't matter. We've seen a lot of decks like this throughout even just my tenure in the Pokemon TCG, decks that have so much adaptability and the ability to tech into the meta and counter
their counters. But besides Gardevoir, Grimmsnarl, were there any other decks that really jumped out to any of you as a surprise? I mean, Toadscruel will be featured earlier on the stream. I know grass-type attackers are maybe rising to prominence now.
Yeah, I did notice that Ray Chin, who very famously popped onto the scene with Toadscruel EX at Portland Regionals. She got herself a top cut finish, lost in top cut, unfortunately. She started off 4-0, running it back with the Toadscruel. So we may see yet another one here in day one, yet to see. But there's also a group of European players that have brought Cynthia's Garchomp EX to the tournament, and a handful of them that are 4-0.
Yeah, 400 hit points that you're working through on that side of the board, and a lot of decks just can't handle that right now. If you're not named Raging Bolt, you're in trouble. You cannot knock this Pokemon out, and if you do leave a little damage here, a little damage there, Spiritom's coming out of nowhere to knock you out.
Yeah, well, I think we do have one of these special new decks. Let's head over to the stage. Yeah, I think our players are ready. Thanks for the chat, but it's time to move on to the next round.
Yeah, everybody stay tuned because we're about to jump into a different type of partner Pokemon. In Ethan's Typhlosion, Christian is bringing it to our stream here, paired with Pidgeot EX, as its quick search engine helps that out quite a bit. And we have another Raging Bolt EX, 16% of our meta share here in our day one at NAIC. But this time, Rafal is going to be guiding this deck as its pilot here in this matchup. Let's see if Rafal can work against that fire type Typhlosion with a couple of grass Pokemon in their deck when Raging Bolts. I'm excited to see if Raging Bolt can come out on top just from its sheer power, Kyle. I will be super proud of that deck, and it has the potential to do that.
Yeah, if you thought Buddy Poffin was enough buddies, there's another buddy with the Ethan's Typhlosion with the Buddy Blast attack.
Buddy Blast.
Pretty fun mechanic. We'll get into it as the match goes on, but yeah, I think this is one of the cards out of this latest Destined Rivals expansion that people were kind of keeping an eye on. Like, this has some potential. Maybe the numbers don't quite line up. It's a little awkward. Sometimes you can't get all of your Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile, but so far, Christian D'Onofrio is making it work. And there's an Ethan's Adventure in the prize cards to kick things off.
Yeah,
you need access to all 4 of those to really unlock your
also,
biggest attack.
Like, look at all those Pokemon, too. I mean, it's one of the Victini in there. We got the Cyndaquil, the Typhlosion, and that Pheasantipity right at the bottom there. The Latios EX and that Noctowl, and one of the Fan Rotom at the top of the prize cards on Rafal's side as well.
Yeah, Latios could be a big deal.
Right.
We do want to call out Christian does play the redeemable ticket. Those cards are not necessarily stuck in the prize cards. Lets you put those cards on the bottom of your deck, and then you put out new prize cards to replace them. So
yeah, and you don't know what you put back in there. So hopefully you've gotten everything you want out of your deck before you resupply those prize cards and trade them out. Such a cool card. You only see it in, some funny decks here and there, but Ethan's Typhlosion, while it may be unique, it is definitely very powerful. As you see, both of these players are sitting at undefeated records here going into our Swiss Round 5 as we're kicking things off. 50 minutes on the clock in their best-of-3 match here. And look at that. Rafal is starting with that teal mask. Ogerpon already in the active position. Going to use this Earthen Vessel nice and early to get some energy out of the deck here, but doesn't really know what he's going to be facing off against until Christian starts playing his turn out.
Yeah, and discards the Pheasantipity EX right off the bat. An important card in these kinds of matchups where you're kind of trading knockouts back and forth. Of course, you can get that back later with a Night Stretcher, but yeah, I have to think there's probably some pretty good cards in hand if you're throwing away a Pheasantipity right away.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Rafal, pretty simple game plan for this Raging Bolt deck. You want to get your basic Pokemon set up on the first turn. You go for the Fan Rotom, use the Fan Call, get some Hoot, maybe find that Ditto that lets you kind of swap out for whatever Pokemon you want. Get an energy attachment and set yourself up to launch an attack on the second turn. So this looks like a pretty strong opening for Rafal. You know, you look at the openers here, you probably don't know what your opponent is playing at this stage of the tournament. There hasn't been that many rounds.
Right.
But your opponent flips over a Pidgey, which is honestly pretty unusual at this point in the metagame. So you have to be a little bit curious. Obviously, it's some kind of stage 2 deck, but you're like, what am I going up against? I don't know yet.
Yeah, exactly. It is pretty uncommon, which is wild because, you know, Quick Search is such an incredible ability on the Pidgeot EX that we're going to see how that plays into Christian's strategy here.
Oh,
Buddy Poffin is going to kick us off. That's going to get us some Pokemon out here, and Rafal is going to have a nice idea what Christian is working with. That is going to reveal a couple of the Pokemon that are in the prize cards as well for Christian. Too, just looking at some basics. Of course, these have to be 70 HP or less for Christian to put down onto the field right now. But we're going to see a lot of fire-type Pokemon being drawn out here, and that Baby Raging Bolt is in the active position for Rafal. There already has an energy attachment. This is an awesome Pokemon into matchups where you can take knockouts on these single-prize Pokemon and almost just like farm your opponent's board with that Thunderburst Storm while still maintaining energy on the board throughout the match as well. So that's pretty awesome for Rafal, but Christian does play a Shaman with that Flower Curtain that we've been talking about. This is a Destined Rivals edition here, and it has pretty much made it into almost every deck in our field. It has very high percentages out there at NAIC.
Ooh, look at that. The call for family with the Pidgey, too? Is that what we're seeing here?
That is beautiful. I actually love this.
All right, so lots of basic Pokemon coming down. I think probably not an ideal turn for Christian. You'd love to use Technical Machine Evolution on the first turn, get some Ethan's Quilava out there, or Pidgeotto to set yourself up for the Pidgeot EX. But no supporter card on the first turn, so really weak start. We'll see what he does next turn, and he's probably just crossing his fingers hoping that Rafal doesn't attack this turn, but I mean, what are the odds of that?
Yeah. I mean, that is one thing with these evolution type of decks, especially the single prizers, having to get into stage 1, stage 2s. It takes a little bit of time, and you can potentially run into some inconsistency issues. But if you ever catch yourself at one step behind, it can hurt quite a bit, especially thinking that Christian also has to get those Ethan's Adventures into the discard pile as well to help the strategy of even taking some knockouts with our future Typhlosion. Crispin, on the other hand, for Rafal, is going to start getting these energy out. One attaches to the board. That's going to charge up this Raging Bolt here, and the other goes straight to your hand, so you can attach it for your energy for turn. If it's grass, you can Teal Dance with it and draw into some more. Of course, Jewel Seeker, that's the key card here for Rafal as well to get those trainer cards out. If you have a Terra Pokemon in that Teal Mask Ogerpon. We're taking knocks here, and that's good enough. Raging Bolt taking a knockout on this Pidgey. That's a single prize card as Christian promotes this Shaman. Let's see if he can get some evolutions out and get some things going here. I do see a rare candy in the hands. And look at that, Quilava.
There we go. You can use that ability to search for an Ethan's Adventure card, Bonded by the Journey. Yeah, you can search for an Ethan's Adventure card, put it into your hand. Then Ethan's Adventure, of course, lets you search for up to 3 in a combination of Ethan's Pokemon and basic Fire Energy. So it can get you more Quilava. Those can all use their abilities. They can search for more Ethan's Adventure, search them out of the deck so you can get them into the discard pile. And then eventually you get the Typhlosion up and running, and you kind of go from there. So there is an initial setup to this deck, but once you get rolling, once you get all the Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile, really it's just you get a Typhlosion out, you get an energy, you just do an attack.
Yeah, you see all the synergy there in these partner Pokemon. You know, if it has whatever title is in front of it, just identify all the cards that fall into that category because this is how they work together. We now have multiple Quilava out. There's 3 Quilava searching out all of these Ethan's Adventure cards. Of course, we did have one in the prize cards, so that's still accounted for. But as we talked about, the redeemable ticket is in the deck somewhere here. But Ethan's Adventure, they're going to start hitting the discard pile. And the sooner you get to do that, the more damage you're going to be doing once you get out your Ethan's Typhlosion. That's going to do a 40 base and then 60 additional damage for each of the Ethan's Adventure that hits that discard pile. So it's synergetic. It's working together here for Christian. He just needs to be able to maintain this board and keep swinging into this Raging Bolt. What are the ways that Rafal can work around Christian's strategy now that we're seeing that kind of form together here, Kyle?
I mean, you could try to use single prize attackers as much as possible, but eventually it's just going to turn into a race. When you're playing Raging Bolt, you just got to try to take as many knockouts as you can early on and get out to a big enough lead where hopefully you can just close it out before your opponent gets up and running and starts basically trading 2 for 1 with you, right? Your Raging Bolt EX can get knocked out for 1 energy by the Buddy Blast. But if you're ahead enough prize cards, you can win before they get there. And if Christian has to put Pidgeot EX into play at some point, that is going to be a 2 prize target to go after. So that's another way. But oh, look at this, a Judge. This is the second time today we're seeing Raging Bolt drop a Judge on somebody. And that may disrupt Christian's plans. He did have Rare Candy and Pidgeot in hand, decided not to play it because didn't want to put that 2 prize liability out there just yet. So probably pretty annoying to see if you're Christian.
Yeah, that definitely is, as all those cards are going back into the deck. It's unlike the Iono where everything shuffles, so it doesn't just go straight to the bottom. Could draw into some of those essentials once again for Christian. But yeah, each player just gets 4 cards here off of that Judge. We're going to see the Earthen Vessel discarding that grass energy to search out some more energy from the deck. This is the deck that we're looking at right now for Rafal. It's already slimmed quite a bit here for Rafal, and that's what you see from these Raging Bolt decks. They go through quickly their resources because their game plan is pretty short term.
Yeah, but Rafal's doing the right thing here, leading off with that regular Raging Bolt. Just gives up 1 prize card, forces your opponent into a little bit of an awkward situation where if they take the 1 prize card, it's probably not helping them that much to progress towards winning the game. Makes them need something like a Boss's Orders or a Counter Catcher to go after one of your Pokemon EX. So just kind of an annoying Pokemon for your opponent to deal with at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it is nice. We see a lot of the Thunderburst Storm, but not too often do we see the Dragon Headbutt. But anytime you can convert into a single prizer into single prizers, it's going to net you some positive outcomes here. As you see, Rafal is now working through his prize cards. He's only got 4 left to take here as Christian starts to develop this board. Defiance Band coming down onto the Typhlosion as Rafal is picking it up to give it a read here as well. I mean, this has been a deck that has been on the scene, but wasn't heavily talked about going into NAIC.
Yep. And let's not forget, this is an international championship. We have players from all over the world. Christian from Italy, and that card may not be in English. So if you don't know what it does and you pick it up and it's like an Italian, you're like, this doesn't help. But yeah, you can request, like a translation in that sort of situation from the judges. Or you can probably just ask your opponent and they'll be like, yeah, more damage for each Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's very true. And as you can see here, the Defiance Ban is boosting up now Christian being behind in prize cards here. We also have the Victini. It hasn't been out yet, but that also boosts some damage for you as well. So you can see how Christian is playing these cards that help out with the damage output just a little bit to kind of push those numbers in certain matchups here. So yeah, Christian, you see the game plan and why it's succeeding so far, as it can lack some consistency here and there. But the secret box, I mean, talk about a fantastic ace spec, but probably one of the perfect inclusions for this deck that's trying to get those Ethan's Adventure straight into the discard pile. If you're not playing them, just throw them away with the secret box. And then, of course, the Buddy Buddy Poffin, easy discard there as well. So that Christian is able to thin all of these cards out of the deck now. Thanks to those discards, you get a supporter, the stadium, an item, a tool card, and that counter catcher is also huge here for Christian, thanks to being a little bit behind here in that prize race.
Yeah, going to be able to take a 2 prize knockout if he wants to. You can, at this stage, yeah, there's 3 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile. You got the Defiance band as well. So doing quite a bit of damage. It's a good question over, do you want to go after just the Ogre Pawn, knock it out, takes the Terra Pokemon out of play for your opponent so they can't Jewel Seeker, especially after a Judge. That could be pretty disruptive. You know, your opponent played Judge, so they could just be stuck in a situation where they don't have a Terra Pokemon in play anymore.
Yeah, it's like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Oh, and look at that. Wait, drawn off of the top for the prize cards?
Oh.
You don't see that very often.
Wow, okay. So yeah, Ethan's Adventure now unlocked. The maximum damage is possible.
Wow.
And I think one thing that Christian has to be feeling good about is usually these Raging Bolt decks play like 1 or maybe 2 like hand disruption cards. You've seen the Judge already. There's a chance you'll see 1 Iono as well, but for the most part your hand should be safe for a little bit. So may not need to prioritize getting Pidgeot into play. Also, now that last Ethan's Adventure is in the deck, you can use the Quilava to search for it, and at any point you can just go grab more Ethan's Typhlosion and set up your next attacker. So this is the phase of this deck where it is almost like autopilot.
Right.
You know, you're just like, all right, now all the stuff's in the discard pile. All I need is Ethan's Typhlosion with the Fire Energy, and I'm just using Buddy Blast all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact point you're trying to get to. And once you get over that hurdle, you set up all these Quilava, the Typhlosion that's already been attacking there for Christian. You're good to go here. Now it's on Rafal to kind of respond to this, try their best here, but we're going to see the knockout on that first Typhlosion going down. 3 energy with that Bellowing Thunder from the Raging Bolt EX. That's another point, too. It's going to take quite a bit of energy for Rafal to have to discard to take out those Typhlosion. And then you have to get those energy back on your board as well. And that could be a bit awkward there for Rafal.
I think you can see Rafal maybe a bit confused about how to approach the matchup as well. He just had to pick up the card and read it.
Yeah.
Very likely has never played against a deck like this. And it's like, I don't know, I guess I use Raging Bolt EX and knock out your Typhlosion. I don't know what happens after this, but I guess I should try to take prize cards. But yeah, this may have been a situation where you just send up the regular Raging Bolt again. Now that the Shaman's gone, you could pick off something on the bench, force your opponent to go through a single prize Pokemon. That may come up again in the following turns. But yeah, there's got to be a bit of confusion in trying to figure out the matchup from Rafal's end. But for Christian, it's probably like, yeah, this is the 3rd Raging Bolt I played against today.
Yeah. Like, oh, I know how to deal with this. I mean, Christian is absolutely, like you said, Kyle, kind of on autopilot here. Christian is totally oh my gosh, I can't say that word. He is Ethan now in this deck. He is the Ethan in the Ethan's Typhlosion here.
He's been bonded by the journey.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Bonded by the journey. Main character energy here for Christian as he continues with these Typhlosions.
Yeah, I think the Cyndaquil just came down this turn. Yeah, that one cannot evolve into Ethan's Quilava.
Quick fix there. Have to go 1 round with your basic down before they can jump into that evolution. But we still have 1 other Quilava on the bench as this Typhlosion continues its reign of fire here, as you see from the mountains, taking out that Raging Bolt EX. 280 damage done to that Pokemon. Taking it down, that's 2 more prize cards here that Rafal essentially just put up in front of Christian to take there. Now we do have the baby Raging Bolt up into the active position here. Professor Sada's Vitality is going to help a little bit with some recovery to get some energy back onto the field here, but it only targets down the ancient Pokemon for Rafal. So we're getting another energy.
There's now 5 energy on this Raging Bolt. If he attaches a 6th one, the Thunderburst Storm does do 180 and can knock out the Ethan's Typhlosion. I don't know that I've ever seen 6 energy on the Raging Bolt before, but hey, whatever works. Not having to put a Pokemon EX into play will make it so that Christian cannot win on the next turn. So hey, could be a clever move here by Rafal.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's going to get us somewhere here. That's a knockout on the Ethan Typhlosion going down here straight into the other Quilava that's popping off the bench into the active position here. Yeah, the Raging Bolt, the Thunderburst Storm is doing a ton here. It's like almost all grass energy attached to it. But of course, that lightning and the fighting required for the Thunderburst Storm. But for every single energy, you're boosting up your attack, and that's enough to get us somewhere. Christian, on the other hand, into this Arven here to get a item card and a tool card. We've already seen one Super Rod in a previous turn here from Christian. Going into the second one now, because this is another thing, is you kind of run out of resources after a while. You have to get these Pokemon, get the energy back if it's required. I mean, luckily, Typhlosion only requires one for Buddy Blast, so there's a pretty nice conversion there for you, but you still have to maintain what's in your deck to be able to carry out these end turns for Christian.
Yeah, this is still a bit of a dangerous situation. Christian's able to get one more Ethan's Typhlosion out this turn, but just has the Ethan's Quilava on the bench. And so if Rafal were able to do something like, get Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and then play an Iono, put Christian down to one card, there's not an attacker on board, and there's no Pidgeot EX in play. You don't want to put that in play at this point. That could give your opponent a target to get 2 prize cards, potentially. Seems pretty unlikely. There's not any energy on the board, but, weird stuff with, like, Prime Catcher. You can get a bunch of energy. Could go after your Pidgeot EX, so you definitely don't want to put any liability into play. Yeah, he is kind of vulnerable to the Iono to 1. Now, if it doesn't happen, seems pretty straightforward. We'll see a couple of Ethan's Typhlosion attacks to close out the game, but it is still kind of a scary feeling. You don't know how this game is going to end.
Yeah, you're hanging on the edge of your seat, and I mean, it makes for a more entertaining stream game. I could say that much. But Christian here is going to get another Cyndaquil out, thanks to that Artisan being the active stadium in play here now. This Typhlosion, once again, taking a knockout. That's a ton of energy down to the discard pile here for a fall, as the Fan Rotom is promoted into the active position.
Yeah, and there we see the Blood Moon Ursaluna in Rafal's hand. Will there be an Iono to go with it? And this could be devastating for Christian. Would be down to 1 card with no Ethan's Typhlosion in play. Would need to find a way to get an Ethan's Typhlosion and a Fire Energy. All the Ethan's Adventure are gone at this point, so can't just search up one of those anymore. So yeah, a bit of a tricky spot still.
Yeah, they're in the discard pile where they have to be for the Buddy Blast to take more damage, do more damage. But yeah, this could be so awkward here for Christian. It's really going to come down to this as Rafal is going through this Jewel Seeker here, thanks to the evolution of that Noctowl.
Yeah,
and this scary, Kyle. Here we go, Area 0 Underdepths paired with that Iono here. Only a single prize remaining.
Felt like Christian was in such control, but now it might be slipping away.
Also, absolutely.
He just drew the Pheasantipity EX out of the prize cards, but that's going to go to the bottom of the deck as well.
So that could have helped, but it's going to be at the bottom now. And you're just kind of relying on whatever card you get off of this Iono and a top deck as well to try to secure this win. And that is just a very tight rope to be walking on, Puka, and it's scary for sure. Ultra Ball going to be played by Rafal here, getting all the cards thinned out of this hand, out of the deck. So we go into the deck once again. I mean, there's not much deck left there, but we do have a Slitherwing to clear out.
Yeah, but just thin out as many cards as you can so that, you're going to put your hand to the bottom as well and only be stuck with 2 cards. You want to be able to draw a way to switch out Blood Moon Ursaluna on the next turn, your Prime Catcher, something like that. So, yeah, you want to get rid of all this junk and just have your deck full of strong cards if you can, and here we go.
You're not trying to top deck a Slitherwing at this moment?
I am not, no.
Well, the Iono, this is the true test here in this match. It's all coming down to this end game disruption here from Rafal. Both players shuffling their hands. It goes to the bottom. The Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active position. No energy needed thanks to that seasoned skill ability, taking the knockout there. And both of our players are down to one. Top decks the Arven here. Pidgeot EX was the card off of the Iono.
Ooh, okay. So at the very least, you can get rare candy, but I don't know if you can get the 2 things you need. Let's see. Going to be quick search. There's no energy in play right now, is there?
Well, we have the Fezandipity that went to the bottom.
It's gonna
now it can come back.
It's going to be flip the script to draw Ethan's Typhlosion plus a fire energy.
Oh my gosh. If we see that, Puka, the crowd's going to go wild. I'm going to go wild. That is for sure.
Yeah, I think that's got to be what you're going for, right?
I mean, how else would you do it? Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else here I can think of. The Arven, yeah, it gets you the rare candy for Pidgeot EX. Christian now has 0 cards in hand. Yeah, flip the script has got to be it. Because, yeah, if you grab the Ethan's Typhlosion, you don't have the fire energy to attack. You need 2 cards here. You can only get 1. So your best shot is to draw 3 cards and cross your fingers.
Well, that's what we're doing now. The Fezandipity is in play. We have that flip the script. It's going to be 3 cards here for Christian. Can we see what he needs to win this?
Here it is.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see it.
Fire energy.
Oh my gosh, we got it. The Typhlosion, the last card there. The single attachment there for some Buddy Blast here from Christian. And he takes the game by the skin of his teeth. He is Ethan, and he's on a fantastic adventure here, Buka.
When you have a strong bond with your Pokemon, that's just what happens, yeah.
I mean, that was so epic here. Christian taking our game 1 as our players shuffle up, getting ready for this game 2. I think he can't even believe this too, shaking his head. I mean, think about everything that went right there for him. Who draws off the top of their prize cards? And it just happened to be that last Ethan's adventure that we needed. Not that we couldn't get it out in another way, but I mean, everything was just harnessed energy over there to Christian, and that was awesome to see. It's so close. Let's take a look back at this game, back how our players navigated this intriguing and unique matchup here.
Oof, yeah, started off typical Raging Bolt, gets the first knockout. The Shaman did block some of the bench damage, but then was eventually just nominated as tribute to be knocked out next by the Raging Bolt. And then the comeback began. Ethan's Typhlosion was set up, got all the Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile, and it became a nail biter at the end. It seemed like Christian was in control as we progressed through this match, but well, got down to 1 prize card. And yeah, we saw the 6 energy on the Raging Bolt. I wonder if we'll see that in game 2.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that too. As you see,
then it came down to this. Flip the script, needs 2 cards and gets them both. Hey, that's how you win games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my heart would have been pumping there if I was Christian. That is just a moment like none other that you can find in the Pokemon TCG. These players are setting up for our game 2 as we jump back into the action between Raging Bolt, EX, and Ethan's Typhlosion. Now, this is where things get even more interesting, though, because Rafal has now had 1 game against this deck. We're going into game 2. We're going to see if he's able to adapt his strategy a little bit as we go into this game. Looking at the prize cards here for Christian. A couple of energy there, as well as some Pokemon, and one of those counter catcher as that Pidgeot EX. But the prize cards are available thanks to some redeemable ticket action in this deck. And this time around, you're going to see kind of the same strategy of getting these Pokemon out onto the field. I mean, that Pidgeot EX, the Pidgey was there for a long time. And then it turned into the Pidgeot
Supporting
EX
the team, yeah.
right at the correct moment. Yeah, when we needed it the most there. But honestly, the call for family was pretty cool in the last game from Christian as well off that Pidgey.
Yeah, interesting choice from Rafal. Chose to go second in this matchup, forced the Ethan's Typhlosion deck to go first. Was probably hoping that Christian didn't have a Buddy Poffin, wasn't able to get a bunch of basics down in the first turn, but and you hate to see it, right? You let your opponent go first, and then they play a Buddy Poffin, and they get all their basics out. So we'll see if it's going to work out. Going second here, when you do go second, you really put a lot of pressure on your deck. You need to attack with Raging Bolt. If you go second, you probably need to attack on your first turn. Thankfully, it's not that hard. There's a lot of ways to power up attackers, and looks like, yeah, the Pidgey is vulnerable with no Shaman in play. So that Raging Bolt could come in right away and just go after the Pidgey.
Yeah, that Thunderburst Storm. I mean, the Professor Sada's Vitality is the key. Going second, powering up your Pokemon because you get that energy attachment. Could have been 2 energy if you could really get there, but plus the energy attachment for turn there to get into some attacks nice and early here. We also see the combination of the Fan Rotom, the Rotom Fan Call coming out here, and a Nest Ball on top of that to get all of these Pokemon out here for Rafal. So going second has definitely paid off here for Rafal this time around.
Yeah, definitely need to get the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, get your Terra Pokemon into play to set up those Hoot Hoot to evolve into Noctowl on the next turn. To use Jewel Seeker. So yeah, this is a perfect start when you're going second.
Yeah.
Gonna get an extra energy in play with the Teal Dance and power up the Raging Bolt and get a knockout with that single prize Pokemon.
I love it. Yeah.
Excellent first turn.
The retreat from the Mew EX with that free retreat. Beautiful here. Not the worst start in Pokemon, that is for sure. And Raging Bolt jumping into the active position. We're going to see that knockout there, and it's back over to Christian. Now Pidgeyless. We just have these Cyndaquil out on the field. We do see that TM evolution here now that's able to be utilized this turn, and then it's gone, but it brings out some of those Quilava to the field, which is what we need to see. That's what really starts our engine going here if you're on Christian's side of the field, because he needs to get these Quilava, start to seek out these Ethan's Adventure cards. But as we said, we also need to protect against this Raging Bolt. Otherwise, it could just, you know, knock out whatever you want on your field. So Shaman's going to join the party as well off the Ultra Ball, throwing one of those Typhlosion into the discard pile. That is another resource down here, but we're going to get a fresh 7 cards off of Professor's Research here for Christian.
Yeah, crucially, no high five, even though no discarded cards.
They're too focused here.
Yeah, the stakes are too high. But yeah, this is going to be another game where Raging Bolt gets ahead a couple prize cards. The Technical Machine Evolution will help Christian stabilize a bit here, get those 2 Ethan's Quilava into play potentially, and then try to get those Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile and start mounting a comeback. But if you're Rafal, this is what you got to do. Put on the pressure, hope your opponent doesn't set up, they stumble a little bit, and then you get out to a big enough lead where you can just take advantage. Yeah, this is shaping up to be another close one.
It is, which I'm a fan of, honestly. On paper, you might think, oh, well, you're dealing with weakness. You have a lot of positives going Christian's way, but there's also a lot of negatives to playing a deck like this, too. It could get real clunky, real fast, and Rafal definitely has the cards to be able to disrupt Christian. You just got to do it at the perfect times here. But Jewel Seeker is a fantastic ability to be able to be used here, thanks to that Ogerpon in play.
Yeah, I wonder actually what Rafal is going to go for. Looks like a Prime Catcher and a Judge. Going after the Pidgey.
I honestly like it. It's aggressive here. The Prime Catcher play, that's the ace spec in the entire deck. You can only play one. Pidgey's coming back up. It's only 50 mere HP here, and it is no shocker that this Fan Rotom is able to take out this knockout, converting into that single prize for single prize attack that Rafal seems to go to. But he's throwing that Judge in there as well for some disruption here from Christian's side. Maybe Rafal's able to slow Christian down enough to take the pace in this game his way. A little heavier this time, and then Christian's not able to have that last turn where he just squeezes out a win right at the end there. Rafal's definitely feeling like he's in a little bit of a better position here this game.
Yeah, I think one benefit from Christian's end is it puts very little pressure on what he needs to do this turn to get a knockout. Now you just need to play an Ethan's Adventure. It gets you the Typhlosion, a Fire Energy, and it gets the Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile, so you can get an attack for a knockout this turn. This kind of pace, I think, works out for Christian because he can just kind of put one Ethan's Adventure into the discard pile at a time and get to the damage to get knockouts here.
Yeah.
Right, you'll do 100 to knock out the Fan Rotom this turn. Now, taking single prize knockouts doesn't feel great against Raging Bolt. Eventually, you need to take the 2 prize knockouts to close out the game. But this helped a little bit off the judge being able to have the freedom to do kind of a slower turn.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we're still accomplishing all the same things. You know, we have the time. We're just single prize card Pokemon. The Ethan's Adventure actually be able to be played this time, and whereas before in the game 1 we saw them discarded off the secret box, but now we get, you know, the Fire Energy, we get the Ethan's Pokemon out, and that's the pieces we need to continue the pressure here for Christian's side. So Christian is doing that perfectly here. The Typhlosion's out, we have that Fire Energy in place, and that Ethan's Adventure joining the discard pile.
Yeah, Christian asking, how many cards do you have? Trying to figure out, you know, what kind of plays could you be capable next turn? I think maybe debating putting down the Pheasantipity EX, using Flip the Script to draw into more cards. Probably thinks I do need to do this at some point. I need to find ways to draw stuff like Counter Catcher or Boss's Orders, cards like that, in order to go after those Pokemon EX on the bench at some point.
Ooh.
So it's going to be an interesting decision on if he decides to do it, or maybe he'll hold off till, you know, Rafal is down to 1 prize card. Then you put down the Pheasantipity and draw. Yeah, looks like for now, single prize Pokemon only. Don't give your opponent an opportunity to take 2 prize knockout.
And we're back into the top prize cards here. Pidgeot EX being drawn there for Christian off of those prizes. Mew EX as the free pivot being brought into the active position for Rafal. As we go into the deck off this Earthen Vessel, tossing away that Latias EX this time around. We saw it in the prize cards before. This time it's going to the discard pile here for Rafal as we get those energy out of the deck onto the field.
Yeah, he's definitely not lacking for energy. He's got a lot in play, but does not have a Raging Volt EX in play at the moment. And let's see what the plan is this turn. You know, you're not going to see the 6 energy on the regular Raging Bolt again.
That'll take a while.
Yeah. The Shaman is protecting the bench at this moment. So if you wanted to go after a weaker Pokemon on the bench, you would need a Boss's Orders. It looks like maybe eyeing up the Teal Mask Ogerpon using the Myriad Leaf Shower. That's got a lot of energy on it too, and that is going to add up for a knockout. 5 energy between them, the 30 base damage. You wouldn't think that you're going in against the Ethan's Typhlosion with a grass type that's easily scorched for weakness, but hey, that's the attacker that's going to work here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if it's out, it's already sort of a liability on your field anyway. So if you need to continue the pace of taking these prize cards, and that is your option that you have, I mean, that's what we're going with here. Teal Mask Ogerpon, we're giving it up in the active position to Christian here for Rafal. But at least netting that prize card there, taking a knockout on that Typhlosion, and really putting the pressure onto Christian to say, okay, do you have the resources to continue this pace up here and put the pressure back to me?
Yeah, once again, though, Christian doesn't need much. He just needs to play an Ethan's Adventure, and he can get the Typhlosion. He gets enough damage to knock out the Teal Mask Ogerpon, get 2 more prize cards. So again, a really slow pace. Rafal has not asked Christian to have more ways to discard these Ethan's Adventures. And, we do see the Pheasantipity EX come down here. It looks like the redeemable ticket was found. Don't know if you need to play that. The Counter Catcher is in the prize cards, so that is a consideration.
Yeah, that's true. We are lacking. We're behind in prize cards here. That unlocks that card.
Yeah, plus, you would be probably the first player to play a redeemable ticket on stream. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That'd be worth something.
Add that to your roster, I guess. Oh my gosh. Yeah, wasn't it like the first ace spec that was played was like Awakening Drum or something like that? It was something crazy.
Like a Master Ball or something.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we see this ace spec, speaking of which, in the secret box coming out for Christian, is going to toss away these Ethan's Adventure cards. now here, similar to what we saw before, but they've already netted him quite a bit of resources, just consistently getting the Pokemon and the energy out for him. And now we're getting even more cards here. The Gravity Mountain being one of the inclusions into this deck, as well as a Super Rod. Recycle those resources, Boss's Orders into the play here. And we get one more within a tool card if it's there.
Yeah, the scary part now, though, is Christian does have the Pheasantipity EX in play. The prize race does not benefit him at the moment. If Rafal is able to Boss's Orders up the Pheasantipity at some point, you got to think that's going to be a game-winning play. Right. But Christian decided, yes, I know this is going to be a liability at some point, but I need to start drawing cards, and sometimes that's a risk you got to take.
You got to prioritize your strength, what you're working with, before your opponents sometimes. So we'll have to see how that pans out here, as Rafal has definitely been a lot faster, I feel like, in his strategy in this time around in our game 2 against Christian. And sometimes that speed is all you need to match.
Classic move. You're thinking about something else, you start shuffling your discard pile. We've all been there.
I have definitely done that plenty of times here. And then I'm like, wait, what am I doing?
Yep. But one thing I want to call out, there are only 3 Ethan's Typhlosion in the deck. So one thing that Christian is thinking about is, I need to draw Super Rod. I can't just sit here and not find ways to shuffle the Ethan's Typhlosion back into my deck. So that may have been what finally made him put down the Pheasantipity, flip the script. I need to get Super Rod so I can keep this chain of attackers going. Otherwise, I'm just not going to have a Typhlosion.
Yeah, you're not buddy blasting there, as we see one of those Typhlosion also in the prize cards there for Christian as well. So definitely has to maintain the board here, get those Typhlosion out, buddy blast into the win potentially here for Christian. But Rafal, 3 prize cards left to take for Rafal. He just needs to continue up this strategy for him, as it's pretty nice. Honestly, this Mew EX has been pretty effective for him to just promote it up, kind of establish what you need to do, and then bounce out of there and continue the pressure with these attacks from his Pokemon. Crispin's going to help out a little bit here as well to get some energy on the field. Now we actually do have a Raging Bolt EX this time around for Christian, or for Rafal.
Yeah, I think this is going to present a challenging situation for Christian as well. If Rafal has the Blood Moon Ursaluna to put into play, it's almost like a checkmate situation. It's like if you, there's no Boss's Orders played this turn, so that didn't happen. But there is a situation where it's like your opponent knocks out an EX, and then all you need is the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Boss's Orders to knock out the Pheasantipity to win. There's no way for Rafal to really set up like a game on board situation here. So just going to try to do everything he can to thin out his deck, set himself up in case his opponent plays like an Iono to disrupt his hand, give himself the best odds to close out the game on the next turn. The Mew EX will also be really important to restart, drop to 3 cards. So yeah, it's a much tougher situation for Christian this game compared to the first one. We'll see if there's anything he can do to, make some magic happen.
I want to see the magic happen, that's for sure. The heavy Night Stretcher build as well, pulling out one of those Ogre Pawn here. We get another Teal Dance for the turn from Rafal, as we see these energy that have been put into play being discarded. He's just choosing where he's discarding it from his board. And it seems to be one from each of these Pokemon. One off the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, one off that Baby Raging Bolt, and the Raging Bolt EX in the active position. So you still have your attackers there. They just need another energy to be on them, and being able to target them down with Professor Sada's Vitality to get those energy back out. It's pretty nice too. And that brings Rafal down to 2 prize cards here in this game. Pheasantipity, a liability for Christian on the field, and Typhlosion, another one has been taken out from Christian's side. So Christian, of course, promoting that Quilava back into the front here. And honestly, the strategy remains. Puka, the strategy remains.
All right, let's see what Christian goes for here. You have to think hand disruption is a crucial part of this turn. If you let your opponent keep their hand, you probably expect they're going to have the means to knock out your Pheasantipity. So yeah, this becomes really tricky. You need to get a Typhlosion out this turn. You need to get a knockout. You also need to disrupt your opponent's hand. But I mean, if you just knock out the active, they're going to be able to restart with the Mew EX. There's the Hoot on the bench that can just go in Jewel Seeker. So yeah, this is a tricky one to try to figure out a way to get a knockout while also not kind of walking into your opponent's plans.
Yeah, there's also only so much you can really do as well. I mean, if you're Christian in this spot, he's going to be doing all of this as we see the Quilava come out here from that Ethan's Adventure, as well as the important Typhlosion. We had the attachment for turn. So Christian's got everything he needs to take this knockout onto the Raging Bolt EX, just verifying that there's 4 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile, which there is. That's a single card here for Christian to take to win. But Rafal, as you said, Puka has some options here. Mew EX, what's his hand?
His hand is horrible.
No way. Wait, can he discard anything?
I don't even know if he can get down to below 3 cards.
Oh no, yeah, we needed that restart.
It's like 4 basic Pokemon, and energy, and a boss's orders.
Wow, yeah, there's only 1 bench space even open here for Rafal. There's no Area 0 Underdepths in play here.
And it's not a grass energy. You can't even use Teal Dance.
Right. Oh, man. Wait, which energy is it?
It's a lightning energy.
Oh.
He can't even attack.
No, he can't even attack either. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I think your only hope at this stage is to boss's orders and hope your opponent doesn't have a way to retreat.
Right, how awkward is that for Rafal? He just used the Artisan to look through the deck just to verify everything that's even in there. Boss's orders is in the hands, but other than that, just a bunch of basic Pokemon in energy, and that's it.
Bad. How is it possible to be this bad?
Yeah, when you see the boss's orders on the Pheasantipity, look at that, just shows the fire energy there. Christian only needed that single a prize card to take. He wanted to know what the hand was.
Yeah.
It was that atrocious here. He's like, what?
It's like, how can you not even restart? What is going on?
Hey, well, Puka, that means Ethan's Typhlosion is taking things down here for Christian in this Swiss round 5 with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, congratulations, Christian D'Onofrio. 5-0, can't start any better than that, and doing it in style with a new deck out of Destined Rivals, the Ethan's Typhlosion. Ooh, I know this was a deck that people were kind of tinkering with, but I think the general sentiment was this is not a deck you can bring to NAIC and expect to win. Christian maybe had some other plans. We'll see how this does. This is an amazing start.
Yeah, I mean, incredible start here for Christian D'Onofrio. I'm telling you, put a backwards Ultra Ball hat on him, he's Ethan, for real. He kind of looks like him. But as you see, the strategy was online here for Christian, and it was consistent. That was the one thing we were a little bit worried about. You could falter, you could miss a turn, but unfortunately it was Rafal that was happening to throughout these games. But we did see Rafal sort of adjusting here, trying to take these knockouts back and forth. At this point, put the Raging Bolt up there, and Christian just knocked it out for 2 prize cards, 6 energy on that Raging Bolt to just take a knockout for a single prize card trade. And then that insane turn where Christian is able to get the fire energy, get the Typhlosion off of Flip the Script, take the win there in our game 1. And then we headed into game 2. Rafal had more of a strategy at hand here. We saw the Teal Mask Ogerpon being lined up with energy as the Fan Rotom was able to trade those prize cards 1 for 1 throughout the game as well. Mew EX was free pivot the whole game here for Rafal. And it just wasn't enough here. Had the ability and set himself up in the best way possible toward the end of this game, but just did not have the right cards in hands or any way to get around this. Just boss's orders, try to stall here a little bit, and Christian flashes that fire energy, retreats out of there, and takes the win here with Ethan's Typhlosion. Beautifully played from both of our players there, but I mean, if I'm gonna lose to anything as a Raging Bolt, I'm not going to be too mad at Ethan's Typhlosion. I mean, how many of those am I even going to go up against? You know what I mean?
Probably one.
Yeah, probably that one.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Christian kind of wiping away the sweat. He knew he got away with one there.
Right.
That was not a game he probably should have won. You just think in that situation, your opponent doesn't need much, right? Just playing Noctowl, the game is over. Any Ultra Ball, the game is over. Blood Moon or Ursaluna plus the boss's orders, it's over. But somehow your opponent's hand is just completely unplayable. And that's it. They do nothing and you win. Sometimes it works.
It works. It works. That's what I was saying. The light was beaming down there on Christian for sure.
For both games.
Right?
Yeah, first game, just flip the script, draws 2 exact cards he needed. Second game, his opponent just has absolutely nothing on the final turn. Sometimes that's what it takes to win.
I mean, I don't think we could have seen a better showcase for Ethan's Typhlosion, for sure. You have to have some aura to play this deck, but if you do, you will be successful. That's what Christian D'Onofrio is showing us here on the stream. And now for us, Puka, that means we've casted 2 games so far here at NAIC, both including a Raging Bolt, where the Raging Bolt has unfortunately taken the loss there. So that's and that's 16% of our meta share out in the NAIC field right now. A lot of people own this deck, play this deck, and it has so much sheer power. Why do you think it kind of comes up short in some of these matchups?
I mean, it has a lot of close matchups, I would say. Right, the game plan for the Raging Bolt deck is not particularly complicated, right? You just kind of... I mean, there's some there is some very important sequencing in terms of figuring out what to attack with, what resources to leave yourself with, and things like that. But at the end of the day, it is just, you know, you're going to attack one Pokemon every turn. You have to put Pokemon EX into play. There's a lot of weaknesses in this kind of a deck, and if you know, your opponent draws a little bit better than you, or you miss some things at the end of the game, you do constantly need to be playing cards every turn to keep up. Right, you discard energy from play, so then you need to refuel them every turn. And if you just miss at the end of the game, sometimes you end up losing. But yeah, sometimes you also just get a little unlucky.
Yes, that is for sure. Unfortunate there for Rafal in those matchups. But, you know, one thing I noticed about Raging Bolt's like play or the matchups too, something that I feel like is super important that maybe is not always highlighted, is like what Pokemon you do put into play and when as well. You know, we were kind of discussing a little bit about, you know, when you're putting extra Hoot into play against certain matchups, or like if you have Pokemon that could be major liabilities and not wanting them to be in play, or when you can maybe get rid of and bump your Area 0 under depths and take Pokemon out of play. So I feel like that is one thing. There's a lot of Pokemon in the deck, but if you're just throwing things down, you can honestly work yourself into some really awkward positions as the Raging Bolt player.
Yeah, it's actually a very complicated deck to play perfectly.
Yes.
To give yourself the best chance to win at the end of these games. And I do think this is a deck that kind of like newer players or less experienced players gravitate towards, or even if like you haven't practiced a lot.
Right.
Right, you're just like, I'm going to NAIC, I haven't played in a while. I guess I'll just play a straightforward deck. I'll play Raging Bolt. And you don't realize, especially with the Noctowl and things like that, managing your bench, all these different things, there are lots of ways to kind of play yourself out of a win.
There are.
There's very silly ways, like if you like fill your bench and then you realize, oh, I didn't put down an Ogre-Pon. That gets bad really fast.
Or we've seen the wrong energy attached.
Yeah. Wrong energy. You need 2 different types.
Yes.
The Raging Bolt attacks. Yeah. There's lots of rooms to make very silly mistakes and make yourself feel dumb. But it is a powerful deck when it all gets going. That's why so many people are playing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very popular deck. Everybody is expecting to play against it. So you also don't get any advantage. Nobody's like, oh, a Raging Bolt, I didn't expect to play against this today.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Big surprise!
What does that do?
Yeah, and that's why Raging Bolt often sees a pretty poor conversion rate going into our day 2s. But I'll tell you what, someone who's contributing to a better conversion rate for Ethan's Typhlosion, Christian D'Onofrio here. We're about to hear from him. Let's give him a big victory cheer, as Victini would. And I want to hear from Ethan himself, Christian D'Onofrio. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the big stage. Skarzig here with Christian D'Onofrio. How you feeling, my friend?
Pretty lucky, pretty lucky.
I mean, luck, but you picked Ethan's Typhlosion. Surely you had some sort of hard read on the metagame.
Yeah. We, with a friend, we were trying to find a consistent deck. We couldn't find it, and then we chose Ethan.
So you had trouble finding something with consistency, but you settled on Ethan's anyway. Did you like it as a single prize deck or just a fun new deck from Destined Rivals?
I mean, the thing is, it has many good matchups around the board, and I think seeing the most played decks, it only have to lose to Dragable Dasmar, and it's pretty well positioned in the meta if you draw your cards, if you don't break, like I did, pretty much both games, but I got pretty lucky. About defense at DPD, man.
That is, I think, the worry of every Pokemon player. Just hope that you can draw your cards correctly. Make sure your deck is at least doing the strategy that it was built to do. Now, I notice here that you've got Typhlosion paired with Pidgeot EX. Was that immediately what you decided to partner with the Typhlosion engine, or did you arrive at that conclusion after a lot of testing?
Yeah, initially we were trying with the Dracloak engine, but in the end it was too weak. You have to draw cards to set up that. And instead, with the TM Evolution build, you can easily build Pidgeot and then Pidgeot, and Pidgeot gets you the card you need. And basically is that, yeah.
I think that players definitely are underrating Quick Search right now because of Rocket's Watchtower. Was that a consideration? Have you been running into a lot of Team Rocket's Watchtower so far in the tournament?
I did face one, but it was in Goldengo. But you can also draw with Serendipity. So maybe you can draw with Serendipity one of the three outs of the three stadiums you have, plus the secret box, plus Arven into secret box. Okay. So you have outs. I mean, if they Yono you and do the tower, and the Yono is for 2, I don't know about that. But you know, in the early game, if they do tower early like they did, it didn't matter.
Yeah, and it's great that you're playing a deck that still feels like you can fight back against these awkward matchups, these situations, and despite that, you're 5-0, you're doing a lot of good work here. Do you want to give a shout out to anybody else who maybe is playing the same deck as you or helped you with this initial testing and settle on Ethan's Typhlosion for NAIC?
Yeah, I really have to thank you, Gianmarco Morley, my friend that tested the deck with me, gave me the idea, and helped me through this week, basically, because, you know, we just had a special event in Italy, so it was back and forth from that. Yeah, I really have to shout out to him, yeah.
That's great.
Gianmarco, you are the best.
Shout out to Gianmarco, love it, love it. The players that test together, win together, and love to enjoy Pokemon together. But that is going to be it from us. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and get the rest of NAIC underway.
Hello there to the testing partners. Love to see it, and fantastic to hear from our winner in our Swiss round 5. What a show. It was pretty awesome to be able to cast over an Ethan's Typhlosion. Puko, were you expecting that? Was that on your bingo card?
I thought maybe some people would play it. I did not expect it to do particularly well, and you could see Christian maybe got a little lucky to win some of those games. But hey, you got to get lucky in a field this large, right? You got to have some things go your way. You need skill to back it up. You need to make a good decision on your deck building and things like that to put yourself in a position to have, you know, when those fortunate things happen, you put yourself in a position to win and take advantage. But yeah, I don't think this was even in like my top 10 picks for this tournament.
Especially to be undefeated right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's just pretty wild. 5-0 here at NAIC. Well, if that was on anyone's bingo card, give it a stamp there. I want to see what was on our bingo cards. We get to make a couple of predictions as commentators of these fantastic events. Let's take a look at what some of those predictions were from each of us. As far as our caster predictions, okay, let's just start with this, Puka.
Yeah,
let's talk about the giant Dragonfly in the room. The Yanmega EX. What is happening here? It's like one of these things is not like the other. What is going on?
Okay, I would say a lot of these things are not like the others. You're just going to gloss over your Chi-Yu, but okay, we'll start with Yanmega. Yeah, I mean, Yanmega EX has a ridiculously powerful ability, right? You can just search your deck for 3 basic grass energy and just attach it to Yanmega EX. It basically just powers up its attack right away, and then the attack lets you move energy to a Pokemon. You can charge up something else. It feels like there is potential for this thing at some point. It needs the right partner, needs some tools to work with. I don't think anybody's really found it quite yet. Sorry, Shay. Maybe there's a deck out there that we haven't seen yet that, you know, someone's popping off with Yanmega out there.
No, I think I saw one that was kind of successful out there, at least in the standings.
It does. Grass is a good type right now.
It is.
You do hit a lot of stuff for weakness. So you hit the Grimmsnarl, Charizard EX, the Cynthia's Garchomp. There's a lot of Pokemon that have a weakness to grass type. So yeah, this is a really easy Pokemon to power up. It does, you know, enough damage where if something has a weakness to grass, you're going to knock it out in one hit every time. I have seen it paired up with the Iron Hands EX. You know, you can use it. Use the attack on the second turn, you move 3 energy to the Iron Hands, and then you threaten the Amp You very much on the next turn. So, yeah, there's some potential there.
There's definitely a lot of potential there. And as we've been saying, you know, NAIC is kind of an open field. We didn't know what people were going to bring, what text we were going to see, what was going to be prioritized in a lot of these decks. And we definitely have some tech cards in here from our caster picks for sure. I mean, we see Kyle over there with that technical machine devolution. You know, there's decks that have devolution and the technical machine evolution, but the devolution in these spread damage decks especially can set up for some incredible plays where you get those damage counters out there on the field, play that devolution one turn, and you're taking knockouts all over your opponent's field. I would love to see a really cool devolution play out there. And then we saw Chip's picnic basket. Chip's going for a picnic.
Yeah, the counter to the TM devolution.
Yes.
Yeah, the picnic basket, healing damage for everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it heals all 30 damage from every Pokemon, which is pretty cool to see. So there's definitely techs out there in the field that our players have been considering. But honestly, it's all going to come down to what was the best meta call as far as decks and the techs from our players. And then they have to pair that with some pretty high level skill as well. As these tournaments go, you know, it gets tougher every single round you go on, and it's only going to be tougher from here. Of course, we have 9 Swiss rounds today, just wrapped up our 5th, so we're kind of over the halfway point here now, Puka, at NAIC, day 1.
Yeah, like you said, it is a long day, right? You start pretty early. A lot of players are traveling from out of the country, so there might be jet lag. You know, if you got in, let's say like yesterday or the day before, your sleep schedule might be all messed up. And yeah, you're out here for, who knows, 10 hours, maybe longer. You got 9 rounds to play.
It's not best of 1.
Yeah.
It's best of 3.
Best of 3. Every round's going to take probably an hour or so. So yeah, it is kind of an endurance contest as well on some level. Yeah, once you get through the first couple rounds, you got like the adrenaline high, like everything's good.
Then you
got energy, you're focused. But then, once you get to like the middle of the day, I think this is where people start to make some mistakes, lose focus, and it's really key to be able to kind of lock in and keep your composure throughout the day, because a loss at any point is a loss. So anytime you make a big blunder like that and throw a game, that just significantly decreases your chances of making it to day 2, making it to top cut, eventually winning the tournament. And there's probably not going to be a lot of room for error with how many players are in this tournament. To make it to an eventual top 8 or top cut, maybe you can have 2 losses.
That's what I'm saying. You have to have a very good run.
Yeah.
Very good run out there. Every single match point counts for our players out in our field.
I mean, it's very possible you need to go like X, one loss, 1 tie, and the rest wins. There may not be a lot of room for mistakes or poor luck throughout the tournament. You need to go on a really strong run.
Right, and I mean, that's why I think you see our top tier players kind of sometimes siding on decks that they're familiar with, that they've played for a long time, because then they have that edge just from the sheer amount of reps they've put in behind a deck. So that's why they always say, stick with what you're comfortable with, and you'll probably have better odds to, survive these rounds out here, because it does get tiring. It weighs on you mentally, and you're going to need some snacks, some food, maybe some energy drinks out there in our field, and that's probably what a lot of our players out there are feeling right now. But one thing that's tried and true, sticking with what you know, being comfortable, and of course having fun here playing the Pokemon TCG. And another thing that's tried and true, tuning into our stream. We've been taking you through these incredible stream matches all throughout our Swiss rounds so far in our day one, and it's only going to continue from here as we get to those higher undefeated records and we see what decks are sitting at the top, what players are behind them, and we get to follow these iconic storylines. So make sure you stay tuned in. We're going to be jumping into another Swiss round very soon. We'll be right back.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, one game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogerpon. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Oh, are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Connor off a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. She would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships!
Feature, Kabi-chans. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these two Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched two prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
Assault Vest variant.
Ivy Kudger coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, drag the balls, targeting the Chien Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Team Blue has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EYC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer y también enfrentarme ante Kabi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
You are tuning in to the hottest competition around, the North America International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are in the middle of our day one here in Louisiana, and it has been churning through these Swiss rounds so far with y'all. Of course, Shelby Boo here on the desk with Kyle Puka Sukovic. Kyle, we've had some fun matches. This one's going to be pretty epic coming up for y'all as well. But there are plenty of matches out there that are so notable. I mean, the most the best players in the world are here at NAIC, and we have a lot of notable matchups in the field. Let's take a look at those before we hop into our stream match for you and see who these players are going to be facing off against.
Yeah, looks like we got Tim Franklin versus John Ing at 4-0-1. Going to be facing off in our featured match here. But yeah, we see a lot of the players here at 5-0 and 4-0-1. 15 match points or 13 match points, the highest you can be right now. We do see Stefan, who we featured earlier, 5-0 with that Dragapult Ends Zoroark deck. So it seems like it's working out for him so far. Going up against Aiden Koos, another very strong player out in the field here. Yeah, we have a lot of great players. We have some players from Japan who are very strong, who are doing well here. Henry Chow, a name we've seen a lot of, going up against Kaiwan Kababe, another strong player from Australia. Maze Brenningmeyer, who was a runner-up at the World Championships, was on the wrong end of the Archie's Blastoise deck. Yeah. And Andrew Mahone, fan favorite out here at 4-0-1 as well.
There
so we
you
got
go.
a lot of great matchups out there.
Yeah, look at that. All the content creators here. Luke Morta is over there sitting at 5-0, 15 match points there, scooped up here at NAIC. Incredible players out in our field. They're going to have to face off with each of their opponents once again to try to get more of those match points. As we look at our standings,
we didn't even
match
mention Ryuki Okada, who is the EYC champion this year, also starting 5-0. Could be going for back-to-back international championship victories. That could be pretty good.
That could be very good. Well, speaking of 5-0, here are all of our 5-0s. As we see, we finally have an updated standings for you all in our Masters division here in New Orleans. As we see who is at the top. Ryan Antonucci up there sitting at the top. Of course, the same record as all of these players on this this 16 graphic here. There's a lot of 5-0s out there, and these are the players that are starting out strong, some more familiar names. But if you're rooting for any of them, make sure you shout them out in the chat and send all your good juju their way for the rest of this tournament, because they're starting strong, but they need to maintain that.
We got to shout out Ray Chen, who is the hero in Portland with the Toad Scroll deck. 5-0 at NAIC, running it back with the Toad Scroll EX. Going to be keeping an eye out for Ray in this tournament as well. Piper as well, who made top cut at the Portland Regional Championships with Gardevoir. I mean, this is just a list of great players, no surprise. But yeah, we have so many great matchups out here in the field today. I mean, again, we have nearly 3,800 players or so, give or take, 3,700. It's a big number. It's many thousands of people all gathering here just in the Masters division to play the Pokemon TCG, and that means we have some of the best in the world gathering here in New Orleans. And this is really the middle of the first day. And for these two players, I mean, it's a big milestone. You know, getting to 6 wins means you're all but in for day 2. You just need one more match point after that to get there.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the best, speaking of content creators, and speaking of John Ing as well, Tim Franklin versus John Ing here in this matchup, our Swiss round 6. You see both of these players are highly decorated in our competitions throughout the years here. I mean, they're both regional champions.
Yeah.
They've been in plenty of finals as well here. Tim, the most recent in Brisbane as a finalist. Now, bring in Marnie's Grimmsnarl to the stage. John Ing, who has been operating this Dragapult EX deck for so long now and is bringing it to NAIC, coming out strong in this match here. Gonna have to face off against a new competitor, Tim Franklin. And Tim is also rocking that Play Pokemon shirt. Apparently, they matched up in round 1 at LAIC, and Tim sent out a post that was like, can I please get a Play Pokemon shirt? Because I've been traveling so long, I'm out of clean clothes. So I need a Pikachu to go with in my wardrobe here. And hey, looks like Tim's finally got that Play Pokemon shirt.
Dreams do come true. Yeah, you mentioned the Brisbane regional champion. He won that with a Frostmoth deck, and now he has shifted over to Frostlass. So we'll see if he can
keeping it frosty.
Keep the frosty train going. Yeah.
Hey, you love to see it. Well, So often, prize cards can make or break these players' tournament runs. And wow, yeah, look at that. 2 Professor's Research and Arvanan and Iono there for Tim Franklin. One of those Night Stretcher and a counter catcher, but they're sitting at the bottom there. John Ing with that luxurious cape stuck in the prize cards. A Drac Cloak and a couple of energy there for John, but hopefully Tim doesn't have any issues running into you know, some consistency in his deck, because this is a deck you want to maintain as much consistency as physically possible, and having that many supporters in the prize cards could be very detrimental here for Tim. We'll have to see what his opening hand looks like.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a new matchup with cards from the Destined Rivals expansion. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck is brand new to these events, and it's kind of a complex deck, more complex than a lot of the ones we've seen. I'd say it plays kind of similarly to Dragapult, where, you know, you're trying to spread damage around, set up for multiple knockouts. And so, unfortunately for us, there's going to be a lot of math involved, lots of damage counters flying everywhere. We'll do our best to keep track.
Yeah, we'll do our best to keep track. We'll get our calculators out over here. As, you know, we could see. Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, we've seen, as we said, there's some crazy devolution plays, and that is on board here potentially in this match. So every single damage counter has to be accounted for here in our Swiss round 6. But this is a matchup everybody has been waiting to see here between Dragapult, the Ghosty deck here, facing off against Grimmsnarl with a lot of monkey in it as well. So we're going to see how this pans out for both our players. But Tim's going to get a nice good look through the deck here. Thanks to that Buddy Poffin that's also going to seek out some of these lower HP Pokemon onto his bench. But he's also going to have a look that there's a lot of supporters that he potentially doesn't have access to as well, unless he's counting different resources there too. But John Ing is going to be going second, able to play a supporter on his first turn as Tim sets up. Already getting that dark energy attached to the Monkey Dory in the active position. One of those Snow Runs are out, and 2 Impidimp being prioritized for the setup here for Tim Franklin.
Yeah, the Monkey Dory, I think, is going to be a card we'll see a lot of in this matchup. It's a key part of this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck with the Frostlass. Use the Frostlass ability to put damage counters on everything else that has an ability between every turn, and then the Monkey Dory can then
slings it over.
Yeah, fling them to your opponent. With these kinds of decks where you're traditionally not taking one-hit knockouts, moving the damage back to your opponent's Pokemon can be very annoying. It can lead to very long games, back and forth, trying to figure out the best place to place all these damage counters. Yeah, it's going to be challenging. John, though, is playing the Dragapult Dusknoir variant of the Dragapult deck, which does open up a few more plays than usual. It does give you the opportunity to do things like, you know, knock out a Grimmsnarl in one hit if you really wanted to. You can do things like just trade your Dusknoir to knock out your opponent's Frostlass or a Monkey Dory on the bench.
Yeah.
It gives you a lot more options, of course, at the cost of giving up a prize card when you use that ability. But, hey, having that option really just opens things up for you and gives you a different game plan versus just a regular Dragapult deck.
A variety of plays that are opened up to John. And John, as I said, has been playing Dragapult for a while, Dragapult Dusknoir for a while now. So he's pretty well versed with this deck. Very accomplished player. Is going to be nice and smooth with all of his actions here. Buddy Poffin's going to get us a Dreepy and that Badoo. This Badoo is a part of the strategy here in these Dragapult decks. As we've mentioned before, they have to set up, and you need to buy yourself some time to be able to do that. So getting this Badoo out, limiting your opponent, locking their item cards if you can, as you kind of stabilize your own board and take the lead on these damage counters that are starting to be developed once you get your Dragapult out and swinging. But John Ing is just going to have those 2 Dreepy, the Badoo inactive, the energy, of course, to retreat there. And now Tim is over on the other side with a Monkey Dory, taking a little bit of damage there and starting off the turn with an Arven.
I don't know if John has any supporter cards. That hand
didn't see one.
Oh, there's a boss's orders, sorry. Yeah, not a great start for him. does get the Badoo. I was wondering if Tim was going to try to play out item cards in preparation of the Itchy Pollen. Decided not to. I think he has the secret box in hand that he will not be able to play this turn, but did have an Arven, so does have the opportunity to just grab the Technical Machine Evolution, get an item card, I guess just the Night Stretcher, and yeah, you'll just be able to slowly set things up, use the evolution. Your opponent's trying to slow the game down. You're okay with that. You're not particularly
You also
fast
take
either.
some setup. Yeah, exactly. You are not particularly fast. And the more turns that go by as soon as you have this Frostlass out, the more damage that is built up, both on your side and your opponent's side potentially as well. So that gives you the damage to be able to fling around with the Adrenabrain on that Monkey Dory. And obviously getting that Frostlass in the Morgrim out is important here, but the boss's orders, the only supporter we saw there for John. Now bringing that Frostlass up into the active, and that's pretty much going to be it. It's just back into Itchy Pollen after that A-Spec in the energy is played down onto this Dreepy.
Yeah, his hand is unplayable. It's horrible. There's nothing John can do right now. He just has to hope that Tim isn't able to find a Marnie's Grimmsnarl and set up here, but I got some bad news. We are going to see the Adrenabrain as well. That damage has started to pile up thanks to the Freezing Shroud.
Ooh,
so the 3 damage
HP?
counters gets moved to the Badoo. It only has 30 HP. It's going to get knocked out. And this is a very bad sequence of cards for John Ing to see here. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, the rescue board to retreat. The game is not over yet, but this is looking very grim, I may say.
And now we're snarling here as well with this Grimmsnarl EX online, lining up all of these dark energy on these Marty Pokemon. It's kind of wild. You could get 5, potentially 5 onto your board here with this Punk Up ability. And it's definitely a punk here as it takes out this knockout on this Dreepy. The Badoo has already dropped in that turn thanks to the Adrenabrain. That was a prize card. Dreepy's going to be another prize card here for Tim Franklin. What? And John still can't play? What's going on here?
Nope.
He's scooping it up. That's it for John Ing. He had nothing to play here that he could work with. And that's it. That is a quick and swift win here for Tim Franklin and the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Super unfortunate to see and kind of uncommon as well for John Ing here. Usually you're slowing down your opponent as you develop your board, but there was no development happening, unfortunately, there for John. What was in the hands, Kyle?
Just like counter catchers and buddy poffins and all basic Pokemon.
Or Pokemon.
No supporters, no evolutions. Yeah, that game was going to go downhill really fast. John recognizes that and says, you know what, I've had enough of this one. Let's move on to the next game, which is a smart decision. You know, you're trying to complete matches here at this event. You're going to need lots of wins, 3-point victories, if you have aspirations towards making it to the top cut and eventually winning this tournament. So yeah, great recognition from John, understanding I have, let's say, 1% chance to win this game. Not worth it. Let's just pick up the cards, move on to the next one, and make sure we have enough time to play.
Right, exactly. And there's plenty of time here on the clock. Both these players, 401 records here. And we're in our game 2 now. It was a quick game 1. So hopefully this game 2 goes better for John. I didn't want to bring it up just in case I cursed it, but John Ing historically has pretty bad stream luck. Maybe he's already faced it and can get some good luck this time around, but his face didn't look too promising there. That was not a good chuckle is what it looked like. We'll have to see, though. Tim Franklin kicking off this first turn as we take a look at his prize card.
I think almost a look of disbelief, and how can I draw 2 hands this bad?
My gosh.
This is, yep.
It's just a monkey. It's, yeah, that's.
You can attach a psychic energy if you want to maybe mind bend,
later
but
on.
that doesn't seem very good. This is not a Gardevoir deck.
My gosh, what is happening? Yeah, it seems to be just like late game cards, Recycler, Resource Management, the Blood Moon Ursaluna in there for John Ing. That's all that's in the hand. Not even a Dark Energy to go with the monkey. He just throws that hand down. That's it for John, and Tim is back over on this side here. We're going to see the research throwing the entire hand away for a fresh 7 cards from Tim Franklin.
Yeah, pretty surprising. Threw away a lot of stuff there, including a Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Is he just trying to go turbo mode? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. He has the Spike Myth Gym in play already. Can just search for the Marnie's Morgrim and evolve. You are taking 20 at a time from the Itchy Pollen because these Pokemon have a weakness to grass, if you're confused about why. There's 20 on there instead of 10. But yeah, an aggressive Professor's Research. I don't know how much it's going to matter because John, once again, has nothing. But yeah, didn't even draw an energy off of that Professor's Research. Was maybe hoping to draw Monkey Dory and an energy.
Oh, Top Deck's just another Psychic Energy. You're joking.
Is that it?
John Ing puts down the hand, extends the fist bump, and Tim Franklin is taking a 2-0 win here in our Swiss round 6. John Ing is just giving it up.
I'm speechless. That not how I thought this match was going to go.
Absolutely not. I expected a lot more play here from both of our players, but hey, I guess that's one way to get a win here. Tim Franklin is going to be able to do that. Unfortunately, we didn't even get into much of either of these games here. John Eng wasn't able to go anywhere. So Tim Franklin is kind of a deep sigh here, and he's going to take that win and probably take a break now before he heads into his next match. We've got a winner on our hands, Buka.
Yeah, congrats to Tim. I guess there is something to be said for this. You now have a long break. You can go decompress somewhere and regroup till the next round.
I would have loved to cast some Pokemon, though. That would have been cool.
I mean, I'm sure John would have loved to play some Pokemon, too.
Yes, absolutely.
Just unfortunate circumstances there. Yeah, I guess what I've learned is the key to this matchup is hope your opponent doesn't draw anything and then you win.
Yeah, we didn't mention that
This
part,
is a pretty
right?
simple game plan. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how it went every time, it'd be cake, right?
Yeah.
You just see hanging out there, but...
In my experience, that is the most effective way to win. The easiest path to victory is just, you know, like curse your opponents so that they don't draw anything.
Oh my God. No, I was saying everybody said the good juju, not the bad juju, Kyle. Come on. Well, I guess that's the way it's chalked up sometimes. You know, I wish we could have given y'all a better show there, but unfortunately, the Pokemon TCG can have quite a bit of surprises. So, I mean, did we even see? There wasn't even like an attack besides the Itchy Pollen, was there?
Yeah, that was it.
That was it. That was literally it.
Yeah.
And the Adrenabrain. That was it.
Yeah, that's not even an attack,
Yeah, that's not even an attack, exactly.
Yeah, the only attack John used was Itchy Pollen. I think, yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, I think clearly some frustration from John. That game probably would have gone on for several more turns. He could have played it out, but, I mean, his hand was really bad. May have just thought, you know, this far behind in this matchup is just not worth my time.
Right.
My time is better spent just going to relax. I mean, you can even take a nap. How much time you're going to have left before the next round. Just, you know, clear your head. Just say this one was not meant to be. Let's move on to the next one.
Yeah, I know. Suffering through something like that, especially on stream, it can probably damage your mental more so. So yeah, that may have just been the right play there for John Ing. Take a step back, recalibrate there before you go into your next matchups, because that really is a big testament. Like, where you're at in your mental space is huge when you're playing through these rounds. It can just be exhausting and awful when you're going through some of these matchups. So you just have to stay focused and, you know, keep your eye on the prize there. So hopefully John Ing is able to, you know, take a little break and regroup so we can see him again on a stream, maybe in a future match coming up. But yeah.
Yeah, we thought his stream curse was broken last year when he won Portland Regionals with the Giratina V-Star, but just temporarily lifted, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I totally get just, you know, cutting your losses and moving on. It's just going to be a frustrating game no matter what. Personally, I'm attaching to that Monkey Dory. I'm using Mind Bend. I'm making my opponent take every last prize card.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. Sometimes it happens. You know, it's not fun to watch. There's a winner, there's a loser. We move on. I'm sure Tim probably doesn't even feel particularly satisfied.
No, he did not. I mean, I didn't even see a smile there. You know, he's taking 3 match points. He's taking a win there. But when you earn it in that way, it's just, you know, kind of tarnishes it just a little bit. But still, that's a win. You're taking that into your NAIC run. There's so much on the line here for these players, so you're going to take those if you get them. And you can't avoid that. You know, you can't control how your opponent is playing. You can't control misplays that happen from them. All you can do is kind of call it out when it happens, if it does, and that's pretty much it. You just got to, you know, kind of be focused on your own game plan, because there's so much out there, and, you know, your own personal achievements and goals is obviously priority. And of course, having fun, hanging out with your friends, play testing, and all of the fun aspects that go into Pokemon TCG. But it is a very high stress game sometimes.
For sure. Well, someone who's probably not very stressed right now is Tim Franklin. We do have an interview lined up, so we're going to throw it over to the stage.
Hey everybody at home, this is Adam Skarzik-Watson on the big stage at NAIC with our winner, Tim Franklin. How you feeling, my friend?
Look, I'm feeling great. I feel a little bit bad that I didn't give quite the best showing for the deck and the matchup, but I'm not sorry that I won. I'm very happy with that.
I mean, that's sometimes how the cards fall, but you did play your deck confidently. Grimmsnarl was positioned as a counter to Gardevoir, but now going up against Dragapult, have you been seeing some good results generally for that matchup too?
Yeah, I think it's not only a counter to Gardevoir, but it's a counter to what I believe to be the 3 best decks in the meta, which is Gardevoir, Dragapult, and I think this build beats the Mirror as well. It's really strong, and I think those are the 3 best decks right now, and I want to beat them.
So yeah, you're finally here to play. I know that there are some people in the audience who might recognize you and know that you tend to play some very spicy homebrews, maybe some off-meta stuff, and it looks like the stars have aligned so that your tastes in decks have landed you on something strong. Let's talk a little bit more about your decision to bring Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, so I always thought Grimmsnarl, if I was going to play a meta deck, would be the meta deck I would play. I thought it plays really fun. It's really good, but actually, right until I believe Wednesday, I was playing this really strange End Zoroark build. Really good, but basically after seeing how good this build of Grimmsnarl is performing, I couldn't say no to it. It's ridiculous.
And so this build of Grimmsnarl, as you say, is kind of teched out to beat the mirror match. You want to talk about the people who helped you develop this list and test it properly for the mirror match?
Yeah, there's a really large group, so I can't name all of them, but you're definitely going to be seeing a lot of their names in day 2 for sure. And, you know, shout out to Joao for first introducing me to this list. But yeah, I think it's just teched out enough for the mirror, beats everything else, and Spikemuth is just such a broken card. As you saw in that last game, I didn't need anything else, just Spikemuth, grab the next guy, item lock doesn't do anything. It's incredible.
That's great to hear, and I'm so happy that you were, you had the willingness to switch to a deck sort of at the last minute. A lot of players kind of shy away from that. Are you maybe crediting this towards your ability to play a lot of wild decks that you can kind of pick up and play anything? What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. So I think because I play so many decks, so many weird decks, I find it quite easy to pick up new ones because I'm always trying new things, right? I'm not just only playing Gardevoir. So I did find it pretty easy to pick up, and I'm very glad that I did. 501 now, can't complain. I don't think the End Zoroark could be doing quite as good.
And I know there's, again, as I said, a lot of people at home probably recognize you, and maybe after seeing this Grimmsnarl deck performance and maybe a little bit more of your performance for the rest of the tournament and into day 2, they want to hear a little bit more about you, learn a bit about more from you. Where do they find you?
Yeah, for sure. So I've been trying my best to make really high-quality Pokemon TCG content under the name Tim Danklin. It says Tim Franklin up there, but Tim Danklin's the YouTube channel. Met hundreds of fans already this weekend, taken a whole bunch of photos, signed things. It's been incredible. It's really great to meet everyone. And yeah, I'm probably going to put this clip in the video when I post the one about me winning NAIC. So I'm going to look over there, and it's me winning NAIC, and it's just good in the video, you know?
I'm glad to be part of this moment for your Pokemon journey, and thank you so much for taking the time to, say hi to your own fans and grow this community and share the hobby that we all love. I wish you the best for the rest of the tournament. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get the next round underway.
Thank you so much, Skarzik. What a character. We gotta fix one of those letters. He's Tim Danklin now, or a couple of those letters. I don't know.
Yeah. I got some bad news, Skarzak. It's going to be a while until the next round.
Yeah,
that one ended really quickly. It is what it is, but yeah, that ended in like, what, 10 minutes?
I wish we could just pull somebody else up,
that'd be great,
another matchup and see some Pokemon games here. But yeah, I mean, we don't want to disturb the players that have already undergone their matchups. They're underway. They're competing out in our field. So it's going to be a little bit of time here. But that gives us some time to kind of talk about some subjects we haven't touched on yet. You know, we've been talking about Destined Rivals all weekend. This is our brand new set. This is the format that is debuting here at NAIC. Let's check out some of the cards from Destined Rivals that have been slotted into a lot of these decks out in our field, or they've become brand new archetypes within themselves as well. What do you think of this brand new roster here, Puka? A lot of it is
like
Team
a
Rocket.
bad deck that you just brewed up. Yeah, obviously these are all meant to be individual cards, not all in the same deck. Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I think the first thing everyone had on their minds coming into this was the kind of the return of Team Rocket, the first kind of Team Rocket themed expansion in about 20 years. So immediately looking towards the Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX, the Spidops, that kind of package, and all the Team Rocket supporter cards. Those all looked really cool at the start. You know, you have the Team Rocket's Giovanni. It's kind of like your own, used to be Guzma.
Yeah, it's your own
style effect. You have the Ariana to draw a bunch of cards. You have the...
Like up to 8.
Yeah. You have the Proton. One of the supporter cards you can actually use when you go first. You can get some basic Pokemon. Seems like a cool deck. You have the Team Rocket's Transceiver to search for all the supporter cards. So yeah, there is some potential here, I think. And then also the Team Rocket's Factory. When you play the Team Rocket supporter card, then you can draw 2 extra cards. I think once people started playing this deck a bit, it's really strong in the first couple turns, but you're really limited by the fact that you can only put Team Rocket's Pokemon in play for the most part to get the most out of all these different effects. And it turns out near the end of the game, you know, first of all, the damage for Team Rocket's Mewtwo is capped, right? You can only discard 2 energy cards. You can't do like 400 damage or whatever, so you can't knock out some of those big Stage 2 Pokemon EX. But then also, there's no Team Rocket's draw engine, like no Pokemon on the field that can help you recover from hand disruption. So it's also very vulnerable to Iono at the end of the game. So I have seen there are some people playing it this weekend, but I think pretty quickly people moved away from the Team Rocket deck and more towards other new cards. But are there any you have an eye on?
Well, I was just going to say, Puka, I'll be a little more harsh with it. When I started playing this deck, the Team Rocket deck, I genuinely was like, how could so many cards be slotted for this deck exclusively and it's still so lackluster? Like, it was honestly shocking. Maybe it just needs a little bit more of that spice, something there to piece it all together in the future, and then maybe we'll see some crazy Team Rocket decks. But yeah, that one's a little bit on the back burner for now. I'm sure there's still plenty of people out there playing it, but my absolute just like fan favorite here, fangirling, I should say as well, over the Cynthia's Garchomp EX. This is such a fun deck to play. I've been having a blast playing it as well. I've only been playing it online. I don't have the paper cards yet, but I feel like it's probably super fun to play paper too, because you know all these Cynthia's cards work together. You have the power weight there that boosts that Garchomp all the way to 400 HP, so it's beefy. But you also have the middle evolution in the Gabite too to search out the Cynthia's Pokemon. That helps so much with the engine of this deck. You have the Roserade as well that adds to your attack damage, 30 additional damage from your Pokemon. So I mean, it's a cool deck. It's super fun. You also are fighting type that can play into some weaknesses in our format as well. But it's just all around fun. And when you get new decks like this that actually can function and are fun to play, that's always a good time. And we saw that as well with the Ethan's Typhlosion on stream from Christian playing that too. You saw how that worked together. But my fan favorite by far is the Cynthia's Garchomp and the Cynthia's Pokemon in general. pretty cool.
Yeah, and of course the Cynthia's Gabite is kind of a callback to the old Gabite. If you played GLC at all, you're probably familiar with that one, the Dragon type.
Right.
That one lets you search for any Dragon type Pokemon every turn.
Champion's Call.
Yeah, this one lets you get a Cynthia's Pokemon every turn.
Love it.
And yeah, it's kind of a fun play pattern, right, where you get like 3 of them in play. Or like you get the first one to search for the second Gabite, and then you search for the third Gabite, and then yeah, just once you get one out, they just all kind of fall into play.
Right.
It's kind of
It's
fun.
like ants.
Yeah.
Coming together. But also with that corkscrew dive as well from the Garchomp, that's its own engine within itself to draw up cards too. So it all somehow works together. So that is a super fun one that we've seen. It's definitely a bit off meta at the moment, but we have seen players out there succeeding with it in our NAIC field right now. So if you just love this deck and want to keep playing it, but are fearful that maybe it doesn't match up with some of these decks out in our field, just do it. Have a good time out there with Garchomp EX, because you could potentially be pretty successful with it. But I definitely think by far the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is the newest kid on the block, and definitely the biggest splash we've seen here at NAIC. I think it was the second most played deck here, accounting for, they didn't combine the Dragapult, so I think it's like sort of tied up there if you combine all the Dragapult variations in there. But Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, I mean, this deck is wild, and you see that Spirit Tomb next to it, which is also a pretty cool card, but the real dark...
Those two don't work together.
Yeah, they don't work together. It's a Cynthia and a Marnie, but these dark type attackers that have come out and really put Gardevoir on its toes in a lot of ways. You know, when you see that for so long, Gardevoir EX has reigned supreme over our format. We almost needed a dark type savior here, and I think that has really been Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, and that's why you see so many of them out there in the field.
Yeah, and one big thing for a lot of these decks with the trainers Pokemon, a lot of how strong they are in competitive play has really revolved around how flexible they are. Like the Team Rocket deck we already talked about, basically no flexibility. It's like you have to use all Team Rocket's Pokemon. Maybe you can put in like a Pheasantipity or some random tech Pokemon, but you can't pair them with like other Pokemon. The strength of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is it's the only Marnie's Pokemon you play in the whole deck.
Yeah, that's pretty much
You
it.
don't need any other Marnie's stuff.
The whole line.
You pair it with the Frostlass, the Monkey Dory. You don't need a bunch of stuff sitting on your bench. I think one of the limitations of the Cynthia's Garchomp is you have the Roserade that needs to sit on the bench, but it doesn't draw you cards. So a lot of these decks have struggled a bit because you can really only play that trainer's Pokemon. And the ones where you have been able to branch out and use the more generic stuff that is just powerful have been more successful so far. That doesn't mean we won't see some of these decks, you know, have refined builds as we go along. We might see them have more success. But right now, it's really easy to just, you know, build a deck where you have Grimmsnarl as an attacker. It powers itself up.
Yeah.
You don't need any other stuff. We saw the Ethan's Typhlosion. You don't need any other Ethan's Pokemon for that deck. We saw it paired with Pidgeot EX. Now, there are some other ones, like the Ethan's Ho-Oh EX. That feels more like a combo card where the Ho-Oh itself doesn't have a super strong attack, but the ability is really powerful. We've seen that combined with the Armarouge to move energy to your active Pokemon and power up some other attackers. There's even the Ethan's Macargo. It's another fun deck you can try out with the Ho-Oh. But yeah, that's really the thing holding a lot of these trainers Pokemon decks back. We saw, even with looking back to Journey Together, you know, the most played cards were like Lily's Clefairy, because you could just put it in any Psychic deck. Those kinds of things. There was En's Zoroark as a deck, but that one also felt like you were really limited. Like you had to play mostly En's Pokemon.
Right.
So yeah, these cards, they are very strong, but yeah, there are limitations to some of them.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you said that. Like, really the only limitation there for the Grimmsnarl is like where you can place the energy from the punk up, but you don't even need that, because you just place it onto your Marnie's Pokemon, which helps you, and then you get that attachment onto the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy. It just plays so well together. Of course, the Spike Booth Gym that Tim Franklin was talking about has heavily helped that deck as well. That's a huge key piece there, and that is a brand new card that you see in that archetype too from Destined Rivals. So a lot of fantastic cards. Maybe some just need a little bit more to make their own scene in the Pokemon TCG in our future formats. But this is the format we're in right now. We're at NAIC. We're playing Destined Rivals formats, and we're having a good time out here. And so are other games as well. There are tons of other games happening as we speak in all of our other categories here. We see the video game, the Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE. What's your favorite to watch, Puka, outside of TCG, of course?
I was going to say TCG.
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
If you had to choose one of these three, what would you be tuning into?
Wow, you put me on the spot.
I am.
Me pick
Choose your favorite, buddy.
I would say I am most familiar with Pokemon VGC above all the other ones, so that would probably get my attention the most. I have to say, Pokemon Go always fascinates me because look at those teams in the background.
Yeah, like what?
What is that lineup? There's a Dusclops, there's a Mandibuzz, a Cradily, a Diggersby. Yeah, like, what is going on there? That's just stuff you don't see in most of the other games. So that is always really funny to me to see the wide range of different Pokemon you see get used in Pokemon Go. And then I think Unite is really fun to watch as well.
Oh, baby.
I'll be honest, I have a hard time keeping track of all the stuff that's happening in Unite.
There's a lot.
I'm really bad at following those kinds of games, but it is pretty exciting.
There's only one thing you got to pay attention to, Puka. They get to wear little costumes and run around in clothes. Pokemon in clothes. I mean, we don't get that anywhere else there.
It's Hollowware.
So.
Thank
yeah,
you.
sorry.
Yeah.
Hollowware. Hollowware. Cute little costumes.
I thought you were going to say, all I know is there's like a Rayquaza that you have to like
take
defeat
down.
And you get a bunch of points or whatever.
That's
I
all
don't
you
know
need
how
to
Unite
know.
works.
That's all you need to know. Attack Pokemon, and that's what all of us are doing here on these streams. Pokemon are attacking, they're battling, our trainers are out there leading these Pokemon into their battles, and we're having a good time here. I believe we have a super fun segment coming up here, Kyle. You're definitely going to want to stay tuned in here. I'm going to throw it over to Adam to take us through.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. Speaking of battles, we've got a little battle ourselves in the lounge. My name is Adam Watson, joined by our casters, Shay and Alex. They are going to put their heads together and rate the first partner Pokemon. I've got them all shuffled up here. And let's just right down to business. The first one is Sobble, folks.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Is this one of your favorites, maybe? Anybody partial to this one?
Well, very good in the TCG recently, right, with the shady dealings in Teleon. Outside of that, I haven't really got too much of an attachment to Sobble. What about you?
I do like it as a one of the first partner Pokemon. It's probably not one of my favorite water types.
Okay.
I'm quite low on it, fairly low at least.
Well, do we need agreement? What are we thinking then? Lower?
I reckon we could get a cheeky B or C out of the way now.
I reckon we start with B.
Okay.
I reckon there's worse.
Playing it safe.
Yeah, we're playing it safe early on.
Maybe upsetting some of the folks at home, but that's okay. We all love Pokemon. Now Sprigatito is up next. This is definitely a new fan favorite. Sprigatito.
Wait, of whose?
You're going to say, not us. Definitely not. Get him in C. What do you think?
I mean, if I could put it lower than C.
Yeah, C tier for Sprigatito. They're unanimous on this one,
Bottom
folks.
of C as well.
All right, Tepig. What are we thinking? Tepig, folks.
I do like a bit of Tepig.
I do like Tepig.
But again, it's not super high. There's better fire types, in my opinion.
You know, Emboy the Infernal Fandango for Emboy back in the day. I think an A. What do you think about an A?
Nah,
a mid-A?
I'm a B. I'm a B kind of guy.
That's hard.
There's so many better. I say so many. That's a bit harsh.
Beware.
Okay. You're not allowed on the tier list.
Okay. I'll meet you on this one, B. But you have to remember this. I conceded to you on this one. When we disagree again, you have to listen to me. I reckon B's fine.
But is that agreement going to help Piplup, our next one?
Our boy Pilp.
Pilp. That's what I nicknamed mine.
Let's go. I'm a fan.
Oh, see, I know Piplup has a cult following. I know a lot of people really love Piplup, and I'll be honest, Alex, I'm not one of them.
I mean, just think about, look at the evolution. Look at the Empoleon that it can grow into.
Okay.
We're weighing a lot of factors here, yeah.
I hear you. Empoleon's a cool Pokemon. Well, we're not ranking Empoleon. We're ranking Piplup.
Look what it could become, okay? You've got to just imagine yourself. You have this Piplup. Look what it could become. It's an A. It's an A for me. I'll let you have this one, but this is an A.
No.
It's outrageous. Everyone in the chat, tell him how he's wrong.
No,
but this is
I'm not wrong.
This is an A.
I'm not wrong. Compared to the other Gen 4 first part of the Pokemon. No. If it was up to me...
I gotta moderate here. Piplup's definitely A tier. My goodness.
Team Adam,
but
baby.
Trico, what are we thinking about this boy?
I'm trying to think in comparison to the other grass partner Pokemon.
Okay, if you're comparing against other grass first partner, it's probably high up there.
Yeah, but I feel really bad if I have no high, like, grass type.
Yeah.
But it's still like a B.
I kind of brute forced this A tier. We're still got a lot to go through.
I reckon this could be an A.
What? I was going to chuck this in B.
I'm thinking A.
I'll let you have it.
Go on.
I'll let you have it. We need
it's your turn. It's your turn.
We need to start flying through these. All right.
The boy.
Okay. Grookey.
Now this is a Bert's favorite.
You got to go with your gut.
This is a Dow favorite with an Eviolite not evolving, and I'm keeping him a Grookey.
It's got to be S then. We agree.
It's an S.
Yeah.
There we go.
First S tier locked in Grookey. But what about Chespin? This is another Pokemon with a cult following, I think.
Yep. I'm a big Chespin fan. Alex, what's your thoughts on Chespin?
I'm a bit meh.
Oh,
Chestnut is just not the one.
It is.
What do you mean?
It is the one.
No, it really isn't. It's not C. There's definitely worse than that, yeah.
If it was up to me, I'm putting him in A.
Sprigatito tier and the rest. I'm joking.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, come on.
There's a lot of grass starters coming up, but Snivy is next up on the chopping block here.
It's a bit glamorous. I quite like it for that reason.
It's glamorous for no reason. That's no reason to be.
Well, okay, but it's a B. No. It's better than Sprig.
No. I don't
better than Sprigatito.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go bigger than Sprig.
We're going to have to put some at C eventually. You know what I mean?
Surely it's not Totodile that's going in C tier.
Top tier.
No, yep.
Top tier.
I think
actually not at the very top. But he's an A. The boy's an A.
No, it's an S. It's an S. Okay, get him in the S.
What do you think, folks?
Goodness. If Totodile goes in S, Squirtle has to go beside him, in my opinion.
I will meet you on that one. Okay. I agree.
Fine.
Okay, Totodile in S. I also approve of this decision.
Yeah, we got Adam on team. That means we're doing well.
I also like. I love my water type.
This is a good one.
Mudkip. What can we say about the elegant Mudkip?
Mudkip is top tier.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of his middle evolution, Marshtomp.
Okay.
Swampert, I'm also kind of like a bit meh. So it's an A for me.
Okay.
It's brought down because of his evolution. It could be so much better. Look at him.
I reckon A's fine. I agree with an A personally.
Mudkip in A.
Oh,
an old standby. I think we had already agreed that Squirtle coming through S tier. That's an easy one.
That's an easy one we'll do today.
S tier.
Fennekin is up next.
Nah.
Firefox Pokemon.
I think we have our second C.
Yeah, I think we have our second C. Easy choice.
Easy choice.
Get
down there.
They can burn together.
Litten.
Ooh.
A Fire Cat becomes Incineroar.
Are we going to annoy a lot of Wolfie Glick fans?
Oh, yeah. We're going to do it to them?
Do we just trigger them? Do we put it in C just to...
I'm not the biggest fan. There's better fire types.
Yeah.
Get him in there.
Come on.
Coco.
He's a... Again. Coco.
Yeah.
S tier.
Okay.
It's evolutions. Just another one of those where you don't evolve it. I'm pressing B every time. Every time it's leveling up.
B tier?
No, but A. I think
A. I think a sensible A.
Okay. I meant in the games, I'll press B to stop it evolving.
All right, Poplio. This is another starter that I think you need to be a bit of a connoisseur to appreciate.
Yeah, and unfortunately, chat viewers, I'm clearly not a connoisseur. If it's up to me, that's in the C.
Every Pokemon is someone's favorite Pokemon.
Not mine, though.
Not Poplio.
Okay, but what about Oshawott? Everybody loves Oshawott. He's cute. Got the freckles.
Yeah,
what are we thinking?
Samurai kid. I like it.
Okay,
but it's not high. It's not high.
B. If it's up to me, B.
B.
Solid B.
Okay, solid B.
Solid B.
Chikorita. I think that this Pokemon has kind of risen over time.
Yeah.
People's opinion of this Pokemon. Coming back in Legend ZA.
Yeah.
I think you carry on.
I've liked it from the anime.
Oh, have you? Okay.
When I watched it when I was younger, it was one of those, a little fan favorite. I enjoy a bit of Chikorita time.
I think the only problem I have with Chikorita is that compared to the other two from Gen 2, the bar's pretty high.
But the bar's pretty low down there at the same time. It's in B. I feel like it's in B.
Oh,
Can't go in A.
I think, yeah.
And it's
Can't
better,
be an A.
it's
Definitely
better,
not a C.
It's better than the two cats.
Okay. Quaxley.
Oh,
Another one of the new trio of the first partner Pokemon.
I'll let you take this.
Tell you what, Quaxley does not get enough love, in my opinion. One of my personal favorites. You see, when he comes out in the video games and he quips his hair back, I know all about that, apparently. So if it's up to me, it's got to be an S.
I can't relate. I was
going to make the same joke. But yeah, Quax is... I think he's A. I actually think he's A.
No.
I also don't really like his evolutions that much.
Yeah, what? Quaquaval comes out and he's dancing as he's... No.
No, I'll let you have it.
Yeah, he's let me have that one. Thank you.
What's the numbers? Actually, it's pretty even.
It is pretty even, yeah.
Turtwig. We still, I think we're got like a third left.
Like
Turtwig is up next, though.
Gen 4 first partner Pokemon are really good.
I know.
They really are.
Turtwig, I think a lot of people in the audience really love this Pokemon.
Turtwig's good.
I think he's no better than a B, though.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, look at the others in A. I mean, look, he can't fit with them.
And it's definitely better than a C.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. By process of elimination,
I think that's what we got to do.
Ends up in B tier. But what about Score Bunny?
Do you like a bit of Score Bunny?
I like a bit of Cinderace. When he comes out with his signature attack and he's like playing keepy uppies.
We have to say we like Reboot.
Yeah, Reboot is a top.
For Rabby.
yeah, for a fellow caster.
Yeah, but he's
it can't be S though.
Can he be A? Can he or she be A?
I think it's going to be the bailout B tier. I think.
Yeah, this is,
all right. Squeeze him in there.
Yeah, squeeze him in there.
If in doubt,
stick it in B.
Chimchar.
I like Chimchar.
I love.
This is a very divisive Pokemon, I think.
Not for us two, apparently.
I love a bit of Chimchar. Look at him.
Okay.
A. Not A. Nah, S.
Showing a little restraint here.
Oh, okay.
There's still some special Pokemon to go in there.
I've been overruled.
No, he's off the table.
We got room right on the end there for him.
Okay.
Bulbasaur.
Now,
Bulbasaur. You got to be careful with this one.
Yeah. It's a Gen 1 fan favorite.
All Gen 1s in my opinion, but I'm showing my age now.
Old man.
All Gen 1s are just the best of the best. They are the creme de la creme.
Really?
Yeah, for me.
Definitely the worst out of the three. No, it's definitely the worst out of the three.
It is the worst out of three, but it's still top tier in my opinion.
A?
We can stick him in A.
I could settle on an A.
Oh,
okay.
We're losing him.
Hang on, I gotta make room for all these great Pokemon.
There's so many.
There's so many. There's worse problems to have than too many good Pokemon, right? Come on.
But Rowlet is next, the roundest boy.
Top tier. Look at him.
Why does everyone love Rowlets? I don't understand.
Look at the little bow tie.
Everybody loves it when Rowlet looks over his shoulder.
Look
that is pretty funny, to be fair.
Well, and his evolutions are actually great.
Good in the TCG.
Yeah.
They were good in TCG.
Exactly. Yeah, S for me.
S!
S.
the expression.
I've never heard you so high-pitched in your life.
That was against my will, everyone. If it was up to me, that would not be S.
We got a little bit of inside agents working for the Rowlet, I guess. But Charmander is also up next. Charmander, another Gen 1 hero.
Yeah.
The first ever
another exalted fan favorite.
The first ever Pokemon I picked. So whoa, what's happening there?
Wow.
Gotta dial it in.
We need to take Adam off this board, I think. At this point. He has to go in S for me.
S?
Yeah.
S?
He's got everything going for him.
So you say
We've got
S,
a lot of space in
you
C
say
right now,
B.
is what I'm saying.
I think that's a... Maybe if we're going alphabetically.
Yeah.
No, I think realistically, for me, it'd be a B, I think.
It's your funeral.
B! Can we average at A then? Is that where we're at?
I think we got...
Yeah, I reckon we slot him in there then.
You can boot out a chest pin if you want.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. We don't have enough room.
There we go. Well done.
Oh, yeah, I like it. He's in the middle of S&A.
Sliding down, you know what I mean?
Okay, Torchic. Finally made our way over to Torchic, one of my personal favorites. So be careful, because you're hurting me personally.
No, I was going to say, Adam, between you and me, I know you forced Rowlet into S against my will, but I'm a big Torchic fan. So if I was you, I'd stick that in S tier, my friend.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Oh,
Thank you very much. The entire panel is in agreement. We're down to our last two. Brokey.
Okay.
Cyndaquil. We can go for a combo finish.
I think, in my opinion, Cyndaquil's an S tier for me.
I really like Cyndaquil.
Okay, there we go. That's an easy one.
That's easy, but now Brokey, a little bit more difficult to pin down. Greninja does a lot of heavy lifting. But is that enough for us to highly rate Froakie?
Well, I'm going to do a bit of a hot take here. I'm not a Froakie or Greninja fan, I'll be honest. I think he just tries a bit too hard, in my opinion, you know what I mean? And his tongue wraps around his head. That doesn't seem sanitary to me. That's not sanitary, people. You know what I mean? No. So if it's up to me, we've got a big space in C tier, that's all I'm saying. There's a big space there.
He's
That's
better,
the only
he's better
space
than them.
on the board.
He's better than them by a distance. That is outrageous. It hurt Adam when you did that.
Well, that's how
it
it's
was the
gotta
only
go.
place there was only place there was space on the board.
It was preordained. I think we subconsciously left a little space there for Froakie. He's also given the salute.
Yeah,
because it is time to send off this segment. Thank you so much, everybody at home, for joining in with our fun and games. Do you agree? You know, let us know. I don't think that every single rating can be perfect, but I think that maybe between the three of us, we got something that will please most of our folks in the audience. But don't go anywhere, because we've got more Pokemon action ready to go for our next Swiss round. So let's get on to it.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spriggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, we got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive version?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got a bunch of playmatch, deck boxes. Oh.
Dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball, too. That's very special.
Got it. Woo!
All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon?
Yeah,
let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well.
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the Trading Card Game International Championships here in North America, down in New Orleans. What an exciting event we have had thus far. 6 rounds of Swiss already done. We've got 3 more left today. We're going to have a bunch more tomorrow, and we're eventually going to get into our top cut, those high-stakes matches that'll lead to one player coming away, the Pokemon North American International Champion. My name is Chip Ritchie here at the desk. I almost said in the lounge. We are at the desk with Kyle Sablehouse. How we doing, man? How's the day been?
You know, it's been a long time since we've been back at the booth, but it's nice to be back, and we've got to experience a lot of Pokemon action since that time. We've seen tons of great players starting to get a little more more match points in order to make it to the top of the standings. And I mean, we're seeing some breakout performances from some players and a lot of consistency from some of the top dogs.
As things were wrapping up that last round, obviously it was a pretty quick one. Our friends were able to fill a little bit of that time in the lounge with the tier list they were working on. Do you have any strong opinions about some things you saw from Shay, Alex, and Adam?
There were some egregious choices. Also, a lot of cop-outs there. They just flooded the A tier and didn't want to really make their choice. You got to commit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to have a few standards, you know. There are a lot of first partner Pokemon, of course, but only so much room in the S and A tier, I would say. Yeah. Those were a little too full, in my opinion.
I did agree with almost all of the C tier options, to be fair. I do love a good hater.
Well, we saw plenty of that for sure. Throughout the weekend, we've been asking you guys to interact with us, of course, over on social media using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. So we're going to see some of those of you who have been shouting us out over on x.com using the hashtag #PlayPokemon or hashtag PokemonNAIC. Wancho and Ira here. Wancho and Ira here from the Philippines, coming up to compete at this event. What a fun story this family is.
Yeah, we love seeing Wancho over here competing, and we know his significant other is probably one of the better players, maybe in the couple too. He's just, they just love playing Pokemon, getting some opportunities to play even more, repping their own jerseys too. It's really really fun to see, and I know Wancho's betting on himself this time around. We'll see if he's able to do the job.
Yeah, he's feeling real confident in his play this week, and of course the Philippines Master Ball League national champion, you could say. Congratulations to Wancho on the great run, and their whole family is qualified for Worlds as well, which is such a cool, unique story.
Yeah, we love seeing that. And he's got a great Pokemon family. Well, I'm sure we're going to see his son trying out sometime soon and getting the job done, and just really cool to watch. And hopefully he does well. We miss you at the desk.
Best of luck to you, Wancho, and to you as well, Ira, this weekend here at NAIC. The Makeup Wolf ready to compete tomorrow, rocking the sweet exclusive competitor playmat featuring all of the different Ogerpon masks.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, I went to the store and they obviously did not have this available.
That's
this is a pretty nice playmat. I definitely want to get one of those.
Yeah, well, you had to compete at the North American International Championships.
I will beat up John Ing.
He just got beat up last round.
Well, then it's easy to beat him up. He's already on the ground.
You're going to kick a man while he's down for his playmat?
For that playmat specifically, yes.
It is a pretty nice playmat featuring the Cornerstone mask, Ogerpon, right there in the front. We got the Wellspring, the Hearth Flame, the Teal mask. Are you glad I said them all for you?
You're just flexing right now. I'm like, you know what? The green one is pretty cool. I like the water guy.
You just know these trading card ones. Ashton Cox says, my family is ready for the Pokemon battles to start.
Bunch of posts here all about the family.
Yeah, cool. This feels like gym leaders. Okay, I'm getting that feel. I'm getting like some Agatha vibes. I'm getting some Sabrina too. I don't want to like full send because I'm scared that I'm gonna get it wrong, but I'm getting the aura.
I do love the Ogre Pond mask there at the bottom with the homemade craft. I'm definitely a big fan of the cosplay there. Well done with the Hearthflame mask. Ashton Cox, one of the great VG players. We'll see how he's doing throughout the course of the weekend. Livy says, NAIC, let's go. Rocking a little bling for the Raging Bolt deck, a popular choice this weekend.
Yeah, and the NAIC nails, if you notice, Chip, look at those. Those are wild. Every different nail representing, we got a bunch of different typings there. Some Pokemon, it looks like, on one side. That is awesome.
Yeah, representing the deck choice, I would imagine, for the weekend. Raging Bolts, like we mentioned, very popular and very powerful. You know, we've seen it have success throughout the course of the weekend, and I'm sure we will continue to see it into the next day of competition as well. You know, we've talked about some of these other options out there. Just those really consistent archetypes tend to do very well. Maddox here says, chillin' like a villain here in New Orleans. Posted up with the Team Rocket's petrol and the wheezing in the background.
Yeah, is this the Explode Together Now, or what is the title? It's ridiculous. Such a silly attack, but you know what? It's all fun here when you're on Team Rocket. You can do just about whatever you want.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most playable of all of the Team Rocket cards. We've seen some doing fairly well out there in the tournament, but yeah, this won't be the one.
Yeah, there was definitely a few Team Rocket believers coming into the weekend. A couple people started off 2-0, 3-0, and then started to find a couple of problems with the deck here and there. I think the things that many players found during their testing process leading up to the tournament that led to them not choosing it for the event. So a lot of those players have kind of fallen down a little bit, but they are still plenty of them in contention for day 2.
Yeah.
Probably not with the wheezing, but some Team Rocket's Mewtwo, some Spidoffs. I even saw a Team Rocket's Porygon 2 deck out there in the floor, so lots of spice out there. Players like to bring their favorites to these events.
Yeah, I saw a Rocket's Toolbox listed as 5-1, so there's some hope out there. We could definitely see that atop the big tables.
And speaking of the decks that are atop the big tables, I think one of the bigger surprises to me is seeing a pretty decent group of European players choosing to play Cynthia's Garchomp EX for this event. We're going to do a quick little deck breakdown about this brand new archetype from Destined Rivals and exactly what it does, why it is good.
Yeah, this is just a unique deck that we see. So often, I mean, you read a card as soon as we see all of that come out, and we want to know, okay, is this a playable card? What does it have to offer? 330 hit points, pretty solid. An attack for 1 energy that draws your hand back up. Yes. 260 damage for 2 energy. Of course, that sounds great. Free retreat. Okay, now we're talking, and yet everyone discounts this card. Why is this not working? Well, you have a Roserade that helps increase your damage output with the Cheer On to Glory, dealing 30 additional damage for your Cynthia's Pokemon. That will stack, so you have 2 of those out. You're dealing even more damage. You're hitting numbers upwards of 320 damage for your Cynthia's Garchomp with the Draconic Buster. It just starts to add up so frequently, and the hit points aren't done at 330, Chip.
That's right. They can get boosted even further by that Cynthia's Power Weight, an incredibly strong tool card. The Cynthia's Pokemon this card is attached to gets plus 70 HP. That's right. Cynthia's Garchomp EX can have an effective 400 hit points. There's not much out there in the game that's going to be hitting that unless you're hitting for weakness. So you can tank a hit with the Cynthia's Garchomp, and you know, a lot of players are playing a sneaky little tech or 2 in the list. We see highlighted in this version, that's Spiritomb.
Yeah, when you have 400 hit points to work with, it's unlikely that your opponent will knock you out if you find an opportunity playing against, what, Charizard maybe, or even against the Dragapults. 180, 200, you just free retreat into another Pokemon, another Garchomp, then take another 180 or 200. Well, guess what? Now your Spiritomb is dealing upwards of 400 damage for 1 energy. It's so fun to see this Pokemon surprise you out of nowhere as a single prize attacker. It just throws a wrench into everyone's plan.
And I've seen other builds of this deck online as well in some online tournaments where people are playing Monkey Dory, Crispin, Darkness Energy. Another way to kind of take advantage of the fact that Garchomp does have so much HP, using Monkey Dory, one of the best cards in the format. move that damage off. You can use Crispin to help with the energy acceleration, which can be a little bit of a problem with that Draconic Buster. Sure, you can do a ton of damage with it, but it requires 2 turns to get powered up. I've even seen some people playing things like Power Glass making its way into decks. The problem there, you can't use the power weight. Lots of different options. And the cool thing about new archetypes like this is that there's not really a great roadmap to follow. You get to pave the way. You get to decide how to build the deck. And that's what we've seen players who are succeeding with the deck so far doing.
Yeah, I mean, this list is all about the consistency, having an opportunity to load up your Pokemon early and often, find all those Gibble, and then evolve them as soon as possible. You have that technical machine evolution, and that leads right into your Cynthia's Gabite, and that's one of the best abilities you're going to see on a Stage 1 Pokemon. Champion's Call, searching out a Pokemon, and this stacks as well. So if you think about it, Chip, 3 Gibbles turns to 3 Gabites, turns into a parade of Pokemon.
Yeah, the engine of this deck really runs through the Gabites. There's no draw support. There's not Pheasantipity here in this version of the deck. There's really nothing else going on besides the Gabite. So getting into the Gabite is very important. A couple Technical Machine Evolution can help you get there and make that happen, and then that helps you flood the board with whatever Cynthia's Pokemon you want. It's a nice callback to a card that I know a lot of people were hyped up about whenever you were playing the game all the way back in 2013, that Gabite from Dragons Exalted with the Dragon's Call ability.
Yeah, it's so fun to reminisce, think back to those times as well. There was the Altaria as well, giving you a 20 additional attack, and now we've got Roserade going with that increase to 30. It just starts to stack up. It's just a really fun, reminiscent time for us to revisit these cards, but they definitely have playability. This is ridiculous to think of, that you're dealing 320 damage with a full setup and 400 hit points. And yes, you're going to lose some early prize cards every once in a while, and that just works perfectly into the strategy of this deck. You have Counter Catcher, you have Unfair Stamp. You will find ways to manipulate the board state and get right back into the game.
So this is like a deck that I think people have known about, right? Obviously, people read the Garchomp. It's kind of made together, right? You put the Cynthia's Pokemon together. It works as kind of its own archetype. It works as its own deck. But heading up to this tournament, people weren't really thinking of it as a super serious play for this event, I would say. Why do you think that is?
It doesn't have exactly like perfect matchup spreads across the board. You're running into the same problem that a lot of other decks have, which is you have that grass weakness issue. So you're not really taking advantage of anything in particular. Other decks are throwing energies onto the board and coming up with these great ways to take multiple prize turns. This is not a deck that does that. You're going to go slow and steady, get your setup, and then just attack through with the same 1 or 2 attacks throughout the entirety of the game. It does leave you a little bit messed up when you're looking for a way to surprise an opponent. You're going to do the same streamline attacks over and over again.
Well, another deck that I think people were excited about from Destined Rivals that we haven't seen quite as much from, and it may be a little less likely for us to see much from, is that Team Rocket's Mewtwo. I'd like to take a look at that one as well. Of course, it's attack dealing 160 damage, more damage for discarding energy from your bench. It's all combos together well with the Team Rocket Spidops. I think a lot of people were just excited to see Team Rocket come back into the mix.
Yeah, we finally got Team Rocket cards. The last time that we really had a full Team Rocket set was nearly 20 years ago, and so many iconic items were in that set. It was so fun to revisit that and have a bit of that to come back to. I mean, look at all the different supporter options that they have. You have to expect that Team Rocket's synergy will have some success at some point.
Yeah, this is the big draw of the deck, is the support package that comes alongside it. For one, you get the Team Rocket's Transceiver, reminiscent to Holland's Transceiver. Very good card from back in the EX era of the game. But Team Rocket's Transceiver says you can search your deck for a supporter card that has Team Rocket in its name, reveal it, and put it into your hand. You can use the Team Rocket's Proton on the very first turn of the game. That's right, you can play this specific supporter on your first turn and search your deck for up to 3 basic Team Rockets Pokemon, put them in your hand, so that helps you get your Spidups, or your Tarantulas, I should say, Team Rocket's Mewtwo even, get those established into play. You've got some great draw power through the Team Rocket's Ariana, and then even disruption with Team Rocket's Archer, and that doesn't even mention one of the more powerful ones, Team Rocket's Giovanni.
Yeah, a nod back to the Guzma of old. Of course, this will only be in effect when you have a full Team Rockets type deck, and we see that fairly often. Some players have started to include other tech cards that aren't exactly those Team Rockets, and you run into some trouble every once in a while when you start with that Pokemon.
Yeah, and that's why this list specifically looks like it's got that penny in there. Try to get those things out of play, the non-Team Rockets Pokemon. Of course, the Ariana, you gotta have only Team Rocket Pokemon in play. But one card I think that we really probably will see more of at some point is that Team Rocket's Mimikyu, Gemstone Mimicry for the attack. You get to choose your active Terra Pokemon's attack, use it as this attack, and Terra Pokemon are so strong in the game at the moment. I think we'll see Mimikyu at some point pop up in decks that aren't even Team Rocket's decks. Just, you know, throw a Luminous and a counter gain on that guy, and he'll make something happen for you.
Yeah, you and the counters, man. That's always been your strategy. It's a nice way to look back at that as well. But it's such a great card. We've seen this deck. It's performed outside of major tournaments, everyone just testing to see what it's capable of. The Mewtwo is just very impressive. You're attacking for 160. You then have those energies that you freely can attach back onto Spidops and discard them, consistently dealing so much damage, adding 120, so you're dealing 280, and this can happen as early as the second turn.
Yeah, and you see this list here has that maximum belt in there, boosting that damage up so you can one-hit KO the Stage 2 Terra Pokemon in the format. You've got your Team Rocket's Mimikyu in the mix as well to do that, and even the Lily's Clefairy EX to make sure you can hit for weakness on one of the key cards in the format, Dragapults. Yeah, this deck, I think it's got a lot going for it, but yet again, something that wasn't super respected as a serious play for this event, and we're kind of seeing why so far this tournament. We haven't seen too much success from it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the same issue of it's a little bit streamlined. It has a few more ways to surprise opponents and take these knockouts. You have the Team Rocket's energy so that some of the psychic typing Pokemon have an opportunity to have that 2 energy attack or that 3rd energy for the Mewtwo to take big knockouts. But if there was just another way to accelerate that energy, get the ball rolling, it'd be okay. Spidops is great as an attacker when you run into some of those grass weakness issues, playing against Charizards or even the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that we see too. There's a few ways to surprise opponents, but if you don't have the right matchup on board, you might just fall a little short.
Yeah, and one of the main things with this deck, yes, the supporter engine is very strong, but its draw engine is non-existent. You've got no onboard draw. This specific list we have here does have Pheasantipity EX that, of course, prevents your Team Rocket's Ariana, so that can be a little clunky. Some players don't even like necessarily playing that. So things can get a little awkward with the way people are building it, and I think that's just one of the main problems people are having with the Rockets Mewtwo. It's really difficult to find a good build for it. And if you do have a list that you feel like is really consistent, it can be really susceptible to other popular cards in the format, such as Iono.
Yeah, you don't want to run into that. It's unfortunate when you're in that top deck mode. We've seen a lot of decks struggling in that regard. Raging Bolt in particular has really run into that problem where taking the opening prize cards can be so easy, but then trying to clean up just doesn't really culminate.
Yeah, we saw Tord Reklev trying to alleviate that Iono pressure when he played this deck actually over in Japan. Did you notice did you see his deck list that he posted online after the event?
I mean, I saw it, but it was a lot of Japanese cards.
He had Lucky Helmet in his deck. That was his answer for the Iono problem that this deck had. You know, you get hit, you draw 2 cards. That's a way to get out of your Iono issue.
Yeah, gee, thanks. 2 cards, that'll save the day.
Didn't really work out super well for him, unfortunately. Did not make it in super far in that tournament, but that comes with the nature of, you know, mixing things up with your deck choice. One thing we haven't even talked about with this deck quite yet that I think is worth highlighting is the Team Rocket's Factory. That card is incredibly strong. A stadium card that lets you draw 2 cards basically at any point in your turn, as long as you played a Team Rocket supporter from your hand during that turn.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, think back to some previous stadiums where you have to discard to draw some additional resources. This is just, if you use the supporter you probably should be using, I'll give you 2 additional cards. That means that you're seeing 10 cards sometimes with the Ariana. You can draw up and get a full board with the Archer, and then also see some additional resources there too. And sometimes that's exactly what you need. You're missing that additional energy, that additional way to search out a Pokemon, and you can just find that right off the top.
Yep, finding those pieces incredibly important. Really strong deck. I think we'll see something cool from it at some point along the way. Maybe in the future, you know, if we look towards the regulation marks that are currently printed on cards. You know, Iono will eventually rotate out of the format. There's not really great disruption options that exist right now with the more current regulation marks. So maybe if there's less options, Rocket's Mewtwo EX will have a real solid chance.
Yeah, we could certainly see that. It's got a chance here still now, but well, it just depends on if they can find the right list. Did you put enough prep work in? You had a little bit of time before New Orleans, and we will find out.
Let's take a look at standings heading into our Swiss round number 7. Which players are still remaining undefeated? Everyone on this list at 6-0, and some incredible players and great stories here. Stefan Ivanov, the most successful player in NAIC history, starting off 6-0. Piper Lepine, of course, someone who we've loved to follow the last couple of seasons. She is 6-0. Ryan Antonucci leading the way. He's always performing extremely well in day one of these tournaments. Ryuki Okada, so many names, the list goes on and on, of course.
Yeah, really cool to see Ray Chen also having some more success to build on that Portland ASIM play. I mean, this might just be the time. This deck seems pretty well set in the meta. You have an ability to shut down a lot of different decks while also putting on some pressure and taking advantage of that typing.
And this is really cool too. Just looking at this list, we've got players from across the globe, and that is what these international championships are about. Bringing people together from all over the world, all different walks of life, to enjoy the same thing and competing at the highest level. Players from Japan, from France, from Brazil, Canada, the United States, Australia, and so many more all across Europe. Really exciting to see. Want to give a call out there to William Azevedo, holding it down at the 16th Swiss seed currently. He is 6-0, and I know someone who I really enjoy watching play, one of the better players out of the Brazil region. And yeah, starting off very nicely here for an AIC.
Yeah, so fun to see, and obviously he's going to continue to build on that. All of these players 6-0 right now. See Alex Freza on that list, an old head. There's a lot of great players to be looking out for here too. So, and a lot of different deck variety as well. We maybe not exactly expecting that coming into this tournament, but we're seeing a lot now.
Let's take a look at the notable matches for Swiss Round 7. These are the ones we're keeping our eyes on. William Azevedo versus Kaiwin Kababe there. That is a huge matchup happening up at Table 1. Ryuki Okada versus Piper Lepine. That is massive. Andrew Mahone versus Rahul Reddy.
Wow.
so many, but we're going to see a really interesting one here. Charles Collier versus Cody Graham. Our players are making their way to the stage. They'll get up into their seats momentarily. And yeah, we've got something exciting cooked up here. You guys are going to enjoy this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what this is all about, giving players that opportunity to shine here on the big stage, see some unique decks here as well, and just a great opportunity for both of these players. And they're already building on some pretty solid records as well.
Yeah, great to see some updates here just from these standings, from players who are outside of the top 16 in standings currently, but still doing very well. Henry Chow, of course, #1 in the U.S., 3-time regional champion this year. He is currently 5-1. And our friend and co-caster at times, Pablo Meza, holding it down with a very respectable 5-1 start.
Yeah, I mean, he's he's one of the best players, and he's been taking a break. He's been going easy on y'all out there by hanging out with us at the booth, and he's showing you what he's made of. This is a great opportunity for him as well, and he's definitely had success at international events. We remember that top 4 that he had at EUIC not too long ago, and he could do that once more here.
Yeah, second place finish back at OCIC a long time ago as well. He's one of the few players out there who's got multiple top cut finishes at an international championship. Also top cut at Worlds multiple times. You know, Pablo's had some great runs in his long history in the game. Always rooting for our buddy out there, and we'll see if he can continue to make things happen.
Yeah, very cool. So many great games to follow along with. I'm sure that all of our co-casters that are not here at the desk will be checking all those out for us. Hopefully we can get a little more information, as a lot of these matches, I mean, it just starts to mean so much more at this point of the tournament. Getting those 3 match points, you start to think a little bit towards the future and what it could look like as you eye up moving into potentially the top 8.
But it's also always so important to not get too ahead of yourself.
Maybe that's what happens to me.
It's so easy to start off hot, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish out these events. We've seen it time and time again. It's not uncommon that a player starts off 6-0 and then finishes day 1 at 6-3, not even making it into day 2. They don't even have it necessarily locked up just yet. 1 more match point needed for these players who are at 18 currently.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be fun. We've got 2 great players, some interesting decks here as well. I know we've been trying to figure things out as we had that short round 6, and we're getting closer and closer to our round 7 here. Chip, is there anything that you've seen out in the on the floor that was a little bit surprising to you?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, I mean, this is a 3,700 plus player tournament. There's going to be every deck imaginable. I walked by and saw someone playing a Caparaja EX Monkey Dory deck. I've seen some Festival Lead decks out there. There's plenty of things, and it's not everyone is here to compete for the highest level. Not everyone is here thinking, I'm going to become the international championship. A lot of people are just here because they want this experience, a competitive hobby, a way to just enjoy playing the game they love at a little bit higher level of competition.
Yeah, sometimes winning 6 matches with Crustle is better than winning 9 matches with Dragapult.
The Crustle is a good call out as well. We were keeping our eye on a player who started off 3-0 with the Crustle, faced a little adversity. Pretty interesting. Just it's a very straightforward deck. You basically put Crustle in play and you say that, hey, most of the decks in the format can't even deal with this thing. Got that Safeguard-esque ability on it. Has a couple bad matchups, though. You lose to Gardevoir. That's a bad deck to lose to, generally.
Yeah.
And you also lose to Dragapult that has Jamming Tower and Dusknoir. So if you play against those, you're going to have a hard time. But if you play against all the other stuff, which there's a lot of it, the Joltig Boxes, the Raging Bolts, the Goldingos, those decks feel almost impossible to lose to for Crustle. It's a very fine line for that deck to ride. Let's see what happens. You never know.
You know a lot about Crustle, man. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's certainly one of those fun decks that we've seen out there. I mean, we've seen some players on the Blaziken. We've seen a couple players working in Yanmega, some Mamoswine out there. You can really pick and choose. There's so many viable decks. Maybe they aren't exactly in that tier 1, tier 2 range, but they can still compete.
Yeah, and, you know, we mostly are going to focus on the high-end competitive decks, the Raging Bolts, the Joltig Boxes, the things we see lots of, for good reason, Gardevoir and Dragapult in that mix as well, of course. But, you know, there's many reasons someone would want to choose a deck for a tournament. It's their favorite Pokemon. They just like the way that the deck plays, the way it functions, and lean into that more so than worrying about, you know, the winning, right?
Yeah, who cares about
it.
winning? I care about winning.
Different goals, different goals. And that's what's fun about Pokemon and competing in the TCG is you can kind of try to achieve that. I mean, some people just want to be able to say, I took XYZ deck into day 2, you know, or I got top 512 or top 1024. All those placements get points at these events because of how massive this tournament is. So that's a huge deal as well.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not all about winning. I've seen some players where it's all about ties. If we want to check in on our buddy Ethan Heggie, who was 2-0-3.
I did see that.
Yeah, that was a very interesting tweet to see out there.
Yeah, he said, I think I'm going to tie my record for most ties in a tournament, and it's not even round 6. Rough start to the day for our boy.
Yeah, he's working his tail off out there. He's trying to get the job done. He is a good player, but sometimes you just run out of time.
Well, Kyle, I've got some excellent news, my friend.
Please.
Our players are ready.
Yes.
Let's get down to the stage. Swiss round 7 coming up. Finally, we're going to get into some more Pokemon TCG action here at NAIC. And what a treat this is going to be.
Oh, we made it. We made it. We're finally here. Charles and Cody, they have graced us with their presence, and we are going to see a fun one. We hinted at it a little bit. We didn't know we were going to get this treat, but it is the Team Rockets deck featuring the Team Rockets Mewtwo EX along with the Spite Ops. Such a fun deck to see and also so consistent in what it does in the early turns. Really looking to see a little more explosive start than we did in the previous round.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these players, I think, individuals that people who watch the broadcasts often are maybe slightly less familiar with. Charles looks like did get a top 64 finish at NAIC all the way back in 2019. Cody's got some solid day 2 finishes all over the years. So these players definitely know what's up. They've had their fair share of high-level competition. Charles has chosen to bring that Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck. And calling this a Rocket's Mewtwo deck might be a little generous. There is a Team Rocket's Mewtwo in this deck.
Oh, okay, fair. You know what? Yeah, we'll actually, this is more of the toolbox variant then.
Yeah, so really here, I probably would assume that this deck is leaning into attacking with the Team Rocket's Spidops most of the time, and it's really a pretty solid attacker. Rocket Rush dealing 30 damage for each of your Team Rocket Pokemon in play. It's a decent-sized one-prize Pokemon at 130 hit points. It charges itself up with that charging up ability. I'm excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, I mean, damage output might not be crazy, but the consistency certainly is there.
Yes.
A great opportunity to attack early and often, and we'll see what that looks like up against Golden Go. We know what Golden Go is all about. It wants to take these big knockouts, these 2-prize knockouts, throwing away 5, 6 energies at a time. Does that work when you're playing against single-prize Pokemon over here, Chip?
Yeah. Well, it may be tough for Cody Graham. Now, the Golden Go EX is resistant to grass, so it might mess with some of those potential 2-hit KO numbers that Charles would normally like to be eyeing up. We now see the prize cards going out. 3 energy in the prizes for Cody Graham, along with the Golden Go EX. Charles on the other side, prizing a few supporters, has that counter catcher in the prizes, which also is a one-of.
Yeah, that's not great to see. Sometimes you're relying on that, especially in playing against a deck like Golden Go that can attack fairly early if it wants to. Looks like a plethora of those Team Rockets supporter to go along with that, so a bit unfortunate. As you mentioned with the energies, we do know with the counts is 3 metal, so maybe not missing out on too much rain.
Should not be too bad. I think both players will be able to deal with these prize cards. Nothing super detrimental, I would say, at this point. I think our players are getting ready to get into this game. Looking at the deck lists, do you have to give the edge to one over the other, or are we just going to have to figure this one out as we go?
I mean, it would be us guessing. At this point, it looks like it'd be slightly Golden Go favored, but just, you know what? We're going to read every card.
Yeah,
Let's
right
find
away.
out.
Cody Graham having to pick up the active Pokemon there for Charles. Not quite sure what's going on. And what a start for Charles Collier. You're not able to play a supporter on your first turn of the game in the Pokemon TCG.
Judge!
Unless it's just a couple of cards, and one of those is Team Rocket's Proton. If you go first, you may use this card during your first turn. Search your deck for up to 3 basic Team Rocket's Pokemon, reveal them, and put them into your hand.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfair, but you know what? They're Team Rocket. This is what they do, okay? If they want to get Pokemon, you give it to them, and you just deal with the consequences. This is a great opener here. You almost always want to go first when you have an opportunity like this.
Yeah, most decks in the format as well want to go second, not knowing what they're playing against. So it's probably kind of a little boost for the Team Rockets deck, to be honest, so long as you can find the Rockets Proton. Charles here will take a moment to check the prize cards, make sure he knows exactly what he has available and what he does not. I'm actually seeing a Sacred Ash there in the deck list, which is pretty interesting. A reprint of a card that came out originally in the XY Flashfire expansion. It's been a long time since we've seen that one. Just came out in Destined Rivals. And right away as well, we see the Team Rockets Murkrow hitting the bench. Cody says I'm going to have to read that one.
Yeah, there's some interesting things that go along with this Murkrow. You can search for that supporter if you so choose, but it's mainly about the Torment having an opportunity to slow down on those specific attacks of an active Pokemon. If you're playing against some of these big attackers, usually they just have one big attack you want to avoid. Maybe you can slow them down.
Yeah, let me ask you, how many attacks does Golden Go EX have?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's actually a problem.
Golden Go EX has 1 attack, so Torment can target Make It Rain, and Cody would not be able to attack with the Golden Go that specific turn. We'll have to see how this develops. It'll be really interesting for sure. Cody now playing an Arven to kick off his first turn, searching the deck for any item card and Pokemon tool card. We'll likely try to get set up with something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin, but not before checking his prize cards. Checking your prize is very important in the Pokemon TCG, especially important when you play 11 basic energy, and they're all different types.
Yes, yeah. Understandable to take the full time here as Cody. You need to understand what you're working with. Does have a little bit of an interesting line. We've seen more players leaning towards this now with the Dreepy Endracloak. Just a 2-2 line, not going for the Dragapult this time around. And I think that's a pretty fair idea at this point. It's just one card that rarely ever sees play and doesn't help too many matchups.
Yeah, very often you'd see players have that 2-2-1 line, keeping that one Dragapult in there just in case. But in reality, it basically never happened. It kind of made its way into the deck a lot of times as a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon counter. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is not really seeing much play in basically anything right now. So not too much to worry about. Off of the Arven, Cody is able to find that Buddy Poffin. This allows him to search the deck for any 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, put them directly onto the bench. And that Arven was also able to find Technical Machine Evolution, a very common first turn play for these evolving decks.
I'd say that Cody would know that he's got a little bit of time if he wants to build up a nice big hand here. But that's only if you really know what you're playing against. He doesn't know that this deck isn't going to feature cards like Iono. It's actually holding on to a bunch of different resources. This is one of those supporters, the Team Rocket's Ariana, to build up this massive hand. But does he have a little more to work with?
Does need a little bit more, and I think he'll be able to find it. I saw the pink card in hand.
Okay.
And that is Secret Box, the A-spec of choice, very common A-spec of choice this weekend.
Yeah, so helpful. There's so many good stadiums out right now, and this is definitely a deck that loves to focus on that, having access to that Team Rocket's factory to build up this hand. You've already played your Team Rocket's supporter, so now you get 2 additional resources on top of one of every card right now.
And now we are going to see the Team Rocket's factory get worked in here. Ariana was already played as the supporter for turn, so that means the Rocket's factory will allow Charles to draw some cards, 2 cards to be exact, since that Team Rocket supporter was played from the hand. Team Rocket's Giovanni eyed up as the supporter. Charles already planning ahead for the future.
And this is important as in playing this deck a little bit. I've noticed that you can run into some issues with getting those grass energies into the discard pile. So Secret Box, thankfully, already helping a little bit there with that 1 grass energy to the discard, and now also searching out the Ultra Ball with an opportunity to discard even more grass.
Team Rocket's factory being utilized, 2 cards to be drawn, and that Team Rocket's Mimikyu hitting the bench. So this is telling us a bit about Charles' plan in this matchup. We're not seeing a Mewtwo. We're not seeing a bench space being left open for the Mewtwo. We do see now Charles has used Charging Up and is going to take the KO on this Gimmighoul with Rocket Rush. 30 damage for each of your Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. 150, enough to take down poor little Gimmighoul.
Yeah.
180.
Well, starting a nice race here, and certainly that's where you want to be in this matchup. If you're playing with the single prize Pokemon and you have that opportunity, just think about what your opponent has to do every time to keep up. Dealing with this Pokemon means 3 energies hit the discard pile. You're using a superior energy retrieval, most likely, turn after turn to do that, and it's not cashing in on big knockouts. It's just a lot of irregular uses of your cards.
See a pretty strong combo there from Cody. The Cypher Maniac's code breaking, placing 2 cards from the deck on top of the deck and right into the coin bonus ability, drawing the top 2 cards, drawing those 2 cards that he hand chose from the Cypher Maniac. And of course, Energy Search Pro being one of those choices. This deck is really what makes Golden Go run.
Yeah, misses out on the grass energy. Oh no, I think he's gonna be okay this time. He's got the metal, he's got plenty of energies to work, at least through the initial Spite Ops, potentially 1 more. And I mean, this is what you need to do. Unfortunately, the rest of the hand didn't turn into very much. We don't see a second Golden Go just yet.
We don't. Well, the other card that Cody grabbed was actually this Counter Catcher, and I think he's scared of the Murkrow. He picked it up, he read it, he said, I've got 1 attack, I'm gonna get rid of this guy before I have to worry about what he does, what the plan is.
You know, if you don't understand it, get it out of the way. We can deal with Spite Ops in the future. You at least have another turn to think about it, as you're not directly knocked out, and it's just a 2 energy discard here with Make It Rain.
This is one of the benefits for Charles of playing a deck like this that's a little more unknown, a little under the radar. he has probably got a game plan against Golden Go. He's got a game plan against Raging Bolt. All these different decks he could play against. He knows what's going to happen. There's a decent chance that Cody, on the right side of the table, has not played against Team Rocket's Mewtwo or a Team Rocket's box deck like this one, and doesn't know exactly what he needs to do to proceed.
Well, we will see Charles continuing to build up on this board, and just finding some additional Spite Ups, having these Pokemon as attackers. And we see Team Rocket's Ariana in the hand as well. So building right back up here with a great opportunity to see even more cards. Just a simple grass energy for the turn would be enough to do a little bit more. And I mean, you got free retreat on Mimikyu, so even better.
Yeah, Mimikyu really strong as an option just because of that free retreat. It's kind of worth playing in the deck just for that reason alone. The fact that its attack is really strong adds to it just a little bit more. The Team Rocket's Transceiver able to find out to Team Rocket's Giovanni. And is Charles going to chase down that little Gimmighoul this turn? Is that the game plan?
Yeah, it's not the worst idea at this point. You see your opponent is struggling to find additional Gimmighoul. You can take that single prize knockout fairly easy here, and then you're just working through a 2-2 prize map for the rest of the game if you so choose.
There is the KO. Cody now draws for turn. He has a ton of energy in hand, we know from the last turn, but just the one Golden Go. No Gimmighouls, no other Golden Goes, and is a little far away from making that happen. Off of the coin bonus, draws 2 cards. Looks like he was able to find a Nest Ball, which will now allow him to search his deck for any basic Pokemon and put it directly onto the bench.
Yeah, and now you have a decision to make. You can go for another Gimmighoul, but we've seen 2 fall already. If there was another search for this and you knock out this Pokemon, you're only going to have that one attacker for the remainder of the game unless you find the Night Stretcher immediately there. So we could see a bit of a hedge to go for the Dreepy and slow down. Give yourself an opportunity to maybe find a Buddy Poffin in the future and search out multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, I actually don't think I dislike the Dreepy grab here. I mean, Charles' bench is full. There's not really any plays he can make to deal with the Golden Go. Like, Golden Go's not going to get knocked out this next turn. So Cody can know that and maybe make a play to take a turn to establish Dreepy. But why not establish both Dreepy and Gimmighoul being able to be found off of Arven?
Yeah, that's a really nice find. With the Arven now, you search out both of these Pokemon. You have a little bit more play around that. And with the Monkey Dory, maybe there's a world where you can push enough damage off of this Golden Go to avoid that 2-hit knockout range.
The combination of Resistance and Monkey Dory is probably going to be pretty annoying for Charles Collier to deal with. He's hitting for 180 damage, minus 30 for Resistance, effectively minus 30 for the Monkey Dory, dropping his damage all the way down to 120, which is not enough to 2-hit KO a Golden Go EX.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, this still puts pressure on Charles. He needs to find a full bench in order to continue to have these attacks. He's going to play the Ariana before the Ultra Ball, seeing a little less cards, taking a bit of a risk.
He probably had cards that he just didn't feel like he could get rid of in the hand, might have been the case. We do see the Team Rocket's Stadium coming out. Now the Earthen Vessel able to grab 2 energy from the deck, adding them to the hand, basic energy that is, and then Team Rocket's Factory can draw 2 more cards after thinning these energy cards out. Really nice sequencing here.
Yeah, it's great to see. You have those resources now. Plenty of grass energies in the discard pile as well, so not missing too much from this point forward. Just looking for another Pokemon to add to the board to at least max out on your Spite Ops damage.
And the nice thing about these Spite Ops is it is a pretty low maintenance attacker. You get the Spite Ops into play, and all you need after that is an energy card because the charging up brings the other energy back.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's an opportunity for Charles at some point in the game to try to incorporate that Mewtwo. If you slow down,
sure.
Maybe find a spot where you can disrupt your opponent after a knockout, use your supporter to maybe limit the hand size and then play into that Pokemon, try to go for the big final 2 prize cards. But for now, you feel fairly comfortable continuing with these Spite Ops, and it looks like there's at least Ultra Ball or a Night Stretcher to find that 5th Pokemon to the bench.
Night Stretcher will be played, and there is another Spite Ops, another turn to charging up, get just another energy card into play. It's exactly what we're going to see, and I think it's important for Charles to find these opportunities to get extra energy cards into play so that after a Spot Ops goes down, you can create the Mewtwo play all in one turn.
Yeah, to add to the Mewtwo play, with that energy switch, that one copy, you can really make that all happen without having to overplay into that.
So this is actually a pretty big miss from Charles. Did not have another Team Rocket's basic Pokemon. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand, but I guess he maybe doesn't have another basic Rocket's Pokemon.
There's Articuno that was there, but I don't think he wanted it.
The problem here with the math, so Cody will be able to Adrenabrain, heal this Golden Go, put it up to 170. Maybe actually could still reach for it. I'm trying to figure out with the max belt math. That is the A-spec of choice, I believe, here for Charles. No, he has the Seeker box, I'm sorry. Where the list we were talking about earlier had the maximum belt. So I was trying to see if there's a way that he can sneak in that 2-hit KO using the boosted damage, but no, that is not going to be a play.
No, you're right on it with that. With the 5th Pokemon on the bench, you're dealing that 150 damage through with the resistance. Then the Monkey Dory moves 30 away. When you attack again for 150, it would be 270 damage on that Pokemon for a knockout. So without that additional bench Pokemon, he is missing out on a 2-hit KO.
Well, Cody is finally not missing out as he's been able to find another Golden Go. We see another coin bonus being found. Still looking for a Dracloak, I would assume. Wants to try to start getting that streamed. Get that set up so that you can get that consistent recon directive, peeping at the top cards of the deck. And that's one of the nice things about Golden Go. Once it gets fully up and running, you don't have, one Pokemon that draws you a ton of cards, but you have a bunch of Pokemon that draw you just a couple cards.
Well, we see now with this move from the Adrenabrain, this is another way that Cody can sneak back into the prize race. You're pushing damage over to a Pokemon that only have 60 hit points.
That's right.
So one more Adrenabrain takes the knockout on this Pokemon, and you're looking at a pretty solid lead at that point.
Yeah, that is a really unfortunate thing for Team Rocket's Mimikyu. Only 60 hit points. Not going to be enough. That's 2 Adrenabrains that are able to take that Pokemon out. Cody is going to play the Arven, does find that superior energy retrieval. Team Rocket Spot Ups, like we mentioned, does have 130 hit points, so that means that Cody needs to discard 3 energy from the hand with the Make It Rain in order to get a 1-hit KO. Superior will get 4 back from the discard pile into the hand. And now we will see the Make It Rain, I have to assume. In order to take this knockout, Cody's probably feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, that's a solid turn. You did exactly what you needed to do. You healed your Golden Go out of range of a knockout, and you weren't too worried either way. Has an additional energy here to now have both attackers lined up, and the only thing that you're thinking of at this point is trying to avoid some hand disruption in that Team Rocket's Archer if you do know of its existence.
Oh yeah, even if Cody hasn't played much against Team Rocket, everyone knows the reason that people like the Team Rocket or the potential for it. The supporters are very strong, the Team Rocket's Archer being a great disruption option. We'll see if Charles actually has one available now. This would be a great turn to play it.
Yeah, you think about that in combination with the Team Rocket's Factory as well. You're limiting your opponent's hand, you're building a new one for yourself, and then you add some additional resources. What does he feel comfortable doing here? He has the Transceiver, so certainly all of those options now available.
Well, not quite, because there is actually only one Team Rocket's Archer in the list.
No!
And it's in the prize cards.
Just kidding.
That's not very good. This is going to be a tough spot for Charles now. This would be a great opportunity to try to slow things down. Even earlier in the game would have been pretty good. He's just not going to be able to capitalize here. You see him shaking his head, doesn't really quite know how to proceed. He's not going to be able to KO Golden Go here no matter what he does, even if he fills the board. He does have the Defiance Band. But with that resistance,
you get to 210, 180. No, you'll be there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you have to fill it with all of the unfun Pokemon, and we see that searched out now with the Team Rocket's Proton.
And this is actually going to line up nicely. I mean, Charles has got a pretty decent shot to close this one out. He can get the Mewtwo established, start to get some energy cards onto it. That can KO a Golden Go in 1 hit. If he can clean up this Golden Go right now, thanks to the Defiance Band, that's going to boost his damage output. He'll be able to take 2 here, use Rocket's Mewtwo to take the last 2, and he can win the game next turn.
All right, so as Charles, I assume the only other thing you're thinking of is, can you afford to bench that Mewtwo? It's pretty risky, and I don't think you want to do that here. He agrees. as this is a spot where if you do hold on to your hand, which can happen fairly often against Golden Go players, you could surprise them with a big one-shot KO later on.
The Team Rocket's Articuno is a really cool card. Repelling Veil, prevent all effects of attacks used by your opponent's Pokemon done to your basic Team Rocket's Pokemon. Not useful in this matchup. Charles is just putting it in play to be a Team Rocket's Pokemon to boost the damage of the Rocket's Rush, but it's really strong into one of the most popular decks in the format, Golden Go, Dragapult EX.
Yeah, you do not want to run into Dragapult. Losing Pokemon like that Mimikyu early on would be unfortunate. It's just prize cards falling left and right. This Pokemon's so helpful, and now Charles is trying to find where the best place to put this energy is. If this is the energy that is inevitably energy switched later on, Articuno seems like a safe spot.
It might be tough for Charles to close this out. We'll see if Cody can find the one Iono he plays. If he can, that would be really strong, obviously, this turn, putting Charles to just a couple of cards. Charles has been able to build up a pretty big hand. We're doing the math here. 180 plus the 330, that is 210, minus the 30, that is enough for the KO. 2 prizes now to Charles.
Yeah, we're pulling out the calculators, getting the job done, but it is enough. Charles now down to 2 prize cards remaining. He has that Archer if he doesn't have the combo, so at least has some answer if it's just a simple knockout and continuing with this single prize exchanging.
That's a pretty nice find right off the top. The Dracloak Recon Directive now able to be used. There's a Pokegear in hand. So an interesting choice here for Cody. We could see him use his abilities to draw some cards and then use the Pokegear to try to dig for the Iono, or he could Pokegear right now, try to find Iono and save those abilities for the other side of that Disruption supporter.
Yeah, and that's when you have to decide, is finding the Iono itself the only way that I win the game, or do I need cards after the Iono? If you think that finding the Iono is more important, you just use all of these resources now and then see a full 7.
And I think that is what Cody is going for, and it makes sense to me in this spot. Iono would be massive here. Can he find it? It is just a one of in the deck list. It is not prized. If it's in the deck, he'll have the option. He's debating between the gear and the coin bonus.
It's because he saw a second one, I think. I couldn't tell, but yeah, now he sees it and he's gonna question it. Is it in these top 7 cards to help out?
Looking for that Iono specifically. Does not find it here, but can thin another supporter out before the coin bonus. And if there's another Pokegear, that would work really nicely. Looks like Cypher Maniac's code breaking will be grabbed.
Oh, looks like the other one sitting right there in the Pokegear, so it was not available. It would have 2 additional draws, but does not want to do it. It's using the Cypher Maniac's code breaking this turn.
And Charles is going to breathe a sigh of relief here and immediately picks up the hand to look through it. If he has the Team Rocket's energy and the energy switch, he may be able to close out the game next turn with a Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX to take his final 2 prizes. It did not seem like Charles was in a very good spot, but he's actually found a way with this 1 prize Pokemon board state to work this prize trade really favorably into his side of the board.
Yeah, it was just a slower setup on Cody's end and trying to remain taking those prize cards here and there. Charles, he's just stayed consistent, and he has that closeout attack, which helps him skip one of those attacks with the Spite Ops, go straight into a 2 prize knockout. If he can find the energy switch, that's the only piece that's missing right now.
Yeah, that is what he's going to need to find. There's Team Rocket's Petrol in the list. It looks like it's actually in the prize cards. That would be a way that you can find the energy switch at the right time. So really annoying for Charles.
How does this keep happening?
To have prized these one of Team Rocket supporters that are really impactful at specific times in the game, but it may not matter. He may still be able to close it out regardless of that.
Well, as Cody, you just have to keep on trucking, find ways to at least build up a little bit more of this board. Has the Night Stretcher for the Gimme Ghoul to have an additional attacker to move into later on, or find more resources with with his Golden Goes, but he's just taking the knockout, moving forward. It is the top deck.
Whoa, what a draw. The energy switch from the top of the deck, charging up, gets the energy onto the Spite Ops. Energy switch moves it to the Mewtwo, attachment of that Team Rocket energy, and Charles Collier uses Erasure Ball to take the KO, winning game 1.
Wow, out of nowhere finds the perfect answer. Did not even need the help. It was sitting in the prize cards, but he's got it. it was waiting for him, and that is a great way to take prize cards. You got to be feeling pretty comfortable now that you've seen this match play out.
Yeah, what a line there from Charles. He had a really nice board state. All those one prizers, really difficult for Golden Go to get through 6 single prize Pokemon. You have to discard energy cards every single turn, 3 energy being demanded of Cody turn after turn. And he just was not quite able to close things out. Ended up being close. Let's recap that game 1.
Yeah, some interesting things happened throughout the course of this game, just trying to figure out what to do when you don't exactly know a matchup. Murkrow looked pretty devastating and needed to be handled early on. Cody did not want to deal with that Pokemon, but it left him a little susceptible. He continued to lose single prize Pokemon back to back to back. The Gimme Ghouls falling left and right. And then this was a little interesting from Charles. He chose not to play the 5th Pokemon on the bench, knowing he had the Defiance Band to help him get the exact math he needed. Surprised his opponent and found a way to get down to these 2 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, really well played there from Charles. The math worked out very, very nicely thanks to the Defiance Band, and the KO is able to happen with the Rockets Mewtwo taking those last 2 prizes. The fist pump, we're moving to game number 2.
Yeah, a real fun one between both these players, trying to feel each other out in this opening game. What exactly do you do in this situation? For Golden Go, that was not an ideal draw. You did not have all the resources you're looking for. You didn't use your cloak until the turn where you lost. It just doesn't line up very well, and we've seen much stronger plays. If you have that technical machine evolution and really get a big board, it could be a lot different.
Looks like Charles has found a mulligan here. Have to shuffle back in, draw a new 7, wait till he finds a basic Pokemon, and Cody will be able to take an extra card to start the game off. A huge, huge benefit, and it does look like Cody is actually going to be going second here in game number 2. The choice he has made, despite Team Rocket's Petrol.
Yeah, he's not afraid at all of walking into that. There's the
Proton.
There's the Team Rocket's Transceivers, the Proton. There's a lot of ways to find this opening 3 Pokemon for the board, and he's not worried.
Yeah, Charles is recognizing how important it is to find the Proton early. Has 4 of them in his list in addition to the 4 Rockets receivers. Let's see if he has one of those 8 cards in his opening hand. Kicks things off right away with that Earthen Vessel, getting an energy into the discard pile. We mentioned in game 1 how that's really important.
Yeah, so crucial to see that. The discarding effects, so often they just don't line up for you. You're not playing that many grass energy. So not only seeing the initial grass energy for the discard, but now adding 2 more to the hand, it just means so many more energies available for the Spidops down the road.
It looks like there's actually a group that have decided to bring this Rockets list all together, Charles and company, and all of them are 4-1-1 or better heading into this round. So it's been a pretty good start. This start, though, not ideal for Charles. You got 4 Team Rockets Proton. You've got 4 Team Rockets Transceivers, and you have 0 of those cards in your opening hands. No Proton played on turn 1.
Yeah, Cody called it. He knew. He knew exactly what he was doing. He said, go ahead. If you got it, you got it. And he also does not know about those prize cards for both of these players. My goodness.
Wow.
For Charles, he has the 1-of Energy Switch and the Mewtwo. And for Cody, he's going to be down his Energy Search Pro, which we know is one of the best cards for this deck.
Energy Search Pro, of course, extremely important, but also that 1-of Monkey Dory. That is a big deal to see in the prizes. Adrenaline Brain could be a really strong way to get some healing, to slow things down, to maybe prevent a 2-hit KO on a Golden Go EX. And with that Monkey Dory being in the prizes, Cody may have a tough time here. The Energy Search Pro, yes, not great to have prized, but in this matchup, it's not as bad as others. The guys that you're trying to KO have less HP. You don't need to get all of your energy cards in the hand right away. There are other ways to find those energy. You can draw into them. You can Cypher Maniac. We can see Earthen Vessel as well worked into the mix. But that Monkey Dory, that could be a real problem.
Yeah, maybe a little inefficient in those opening turns to find the energies, but once you have at least those first 3 or 4, you'll be good to go. We've seen how the math works out in this matchup, the resistance you play into, and trying to fill up that board. If you don't have a way to move that damage around, could be some trouble. This hand, we see plenty of basic Pokemon, some Gimme Ghoul to go along with this, but I'm a little nervous for the rest.
It will be the 2 Gimme Ghoul grabbed off that Buddy Buddy Poffin being put into play. And the shuffling of the deck does not make me feel confident in a supporter card being played this turn. Unless it is that one of Iono that was found in this opening hand here potentially. It does not make me feel confident in a Technical Machine Evolution,
Nope.
which would be a pretty good opening play as well. This is a rough start really for both of these players potentially.
Yeah, see, the Pokegear, it's the one way that you can help yourself out now. 7 cards, trying to find likely that Arven as a great way to get out of this mess, and sure enough, it's sitting right there.
Yeah, Arven able to find now an item card and Pokemon tool card, add those to the hands. Technical Machine Evolution can be played, another Gimme Ghoul. This hand went from not that good to pretty good.
You know what? Yeah, if you end the turn with 2 Golden Go ready to roll, energy on your active, you're feeling pretty comfortable. We saw Switch there as well, but I think that's one of those resources you kind of hold on to thinking, well, Murkrow could be some trouble every once in a while. You need to bounce around.
I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that one of these Gimme Ghoul did not come out into a Dreepy. I think that would have been probably pretty good to get that established, start getting that Recon Directive right away with the Technical Machine Evolution. It is also, of course, very important to just get a bunch of Gimme Ghoul in play. And actually, we're going to see off the Arven, the Technical Machine Evolution, and the Buddy Poffin being grabbed to just get that Dreepy now established. Let's see if it's going to be a Dracloak or a pair of Golden Go found here.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see slightly more resources when you go for the Dracloak, but if you just go to make it rain, especially with a card like Switch in your hand, if you just want to see more resources, you certainly could.
It will be a pair of Golden Go put into play. And actually, this could be pretty nice for Cody. I think he's got his Switch in hand, so he can retreat into a Golden Go, switch into the other one. We can get a lot of cards drawn with the coin bonus.
All right, I'm getting a little nervous now for Charles. Missing out on the Team Rocket's Proton, not only really unfortunate for the opening turn, but now in general, you just don't have many Pokemon to attack with your Spite Ops. He's looking to find some help.
You're not going to be doing too much damage onto this Pheasantipity. He's able to find the Ariana, fills the hand up to 8. Now that Team Rocket's Factory is used, drawing 2 more cards. Is there
it's just evolution.
Is there a little guy? I don't see a little guy.
Yeah, we're not finding round spiders, and this is a problem.
The Tarantulas have rolled themselves up into the deck, and that is the problem here with the Team Rocket build the way it is right now. You're really reliant on Proton to find your basic Pokemon. There's not things like a bunch of Nest Balls and Buddy Buddy Poffins like we see in other decks to get your basic Pokemon up and running. Charles is actually going to value saving this Spite Ops and just send up this Articuno, kind of hoping that Cody's going to be forced to KO that.
Yeah, it's not a pretty play to attack into Pheasantipity, not to handle anything. You're not setting up a knockout. You're not helping yourself out. You're only walking into issues with that Golden Go on the other side. And this is a great turn for Cody now. Push some aggression, see a ton of cards with his Golden Go, and maybe start to work in some big knockouts.
And yeah, this is very nice combined with the Switch in hand. There's also the Cypher Maniac's code breaking as well. So this can find any 2 cards that Cody wants. Switch can get into another Golden Go. Cody can draw both of these cards, and he'll be able to start swinging here.
Yeah, we'll find out a lot about Cody's strategy. As we saw when he first saw the Murkrow, he was terrified of that Pokemon. So if he does hold the Switch, he could at least play around that, avoid the Torment really dealing that slowing turn that he doesn't want to see. But also, he could see more cards at this spot. If he doesn't have the resources for a knockout, maybe you do just use the Switch.
And it looks like he will choose to hold off on the Switch here. That being, oh, I think Cody put the cards in his hand. He did. He did. He put the 2 cards from the Cypher Maniac's code breaking into his hand instead of on top of his deck. They're right there. He drew a card. He was like, I didn't put that on top of my deck.
That's not right.
And that is going to be an issue here now, most likely. Those are extra cards that he should not have seen.
It's unfortunate because if it were to just be using both of those abilities, you'd see the 2 cards, but he's seen the 3rd card, which was never supposed to be seen.
Right. He does have a Dracloak, so he would have in theory seen it, but it could change the sequence in which you want to use Dracloak versus coin bonus. Like, if you know it's a card you don't want, you could put it to the bottom of the deck with the Dracloak, then use coin bonus.
It's definitely naughty. You certainly cannot do what just happened.
Not that there's anything nefarious going on. Obvious mistake here. Cody realized he's the one who caught it himself and pointed it out to both our judges and to his opponent. Total accident for sure, but an unfortunate one that our judges are now going to have to address. And we'll get word on exactly how this penalty is going to be ruled.
Yeah, we've seen this play out a few times. This is something that happens not only just on stream, but all over the tournament. If it does end up being a 2-prize penalty, that's something that Charles might need in a matchup like this. He just does not have a very great setup. He's playing pretty slow right now. It might be a turn 3 Team Rocket's Proton to get the ball rolling, and that might be enough if you have a prize penalty.
Yeah, if you have to take 2 less prize cards to win the game, yeah, definitely could be all you need, especially if you take the Rockets Mewtwo off the prizes, right? And then that can come in and take your last 2, usually saving that for your last 2 whenever you have 6, last 2 when you only have 4 to take.
Yeah.
It's a big difference.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about holding on to the very end. If it's right there for you, that's great. The one issue he does have is also pricing that energy switch. It would be the 3rd or 4th prize there, which would be his last 2 prizes.
But you can actually even be a little bit more aggressive about putting the Mewtwo in play because you can afford to give up those prizes with your opponent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead. Take the 2 prize cards.
Put it down and try to build it up for a turn if you have the energy switch prize.
Yeah, I mean, without Monkey Dory, you don't have to worry about playing into the Spite Ops math. The Spite Ops math is going to work out just fine for you here.
Right.
Right. It's like weird stuff like
So we're hearing a conversation here at the table between the players and the judges.
Like this penalty, it's going to be a DPL because I looked at
And Cody's even explaining exactly. Yeah, he's been around the block. He knows how this works.
He honestly might already be a Pokemon professor. It's just we know exactly. He's saying exactly what I just said too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a easy mistake to make, especially when you're thinking ahead, right? You're planning out exactly how this turn is going to play out. You know you're going to have those 2 cards in your hand. You just got to do the things in the right order to get them in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, last time that he did this, he did directly put them in his hand because he just tilted his Golden Growl that was active. It works that way, and sometimes you just get a little bit ahead of yourself. You got the lights on you. You're already thinking, what am I supposed to do in a matchup like this? This guy
You're down a game.
Yeah, he brought a Mewtwo out of nowhere last time. I had to read a Murkrow.
I didn't even know if this guy played Mewtwo in his deck, and then I lost.
Surprise, surprise, all over the place, but certainly not out just yet. I mean, this is a great setup that Cody has here. He built a pretty nice board. He's going to be taking a knockout. If you're down 2 prize cards, this is the board you want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely starting to build up a pretty solid board. And looking over at Charles' side, I mean, things are still not looking great, obviously, with the setup. He's going to need some help here. Hopefully that Ariana found a Proton or a Rocket's Transceiver. You'd have to think, with so many copies in the deck, you know, surely now we've been able to find one.
I did get a little bit of a hint. I mean, if we're going to hang around here, you might as well know. Yeah, we did see the Transceiver added to the hand from the Ariana. So we'll have access to some plays here. Now, I'm a little nervous about the energies, though. We saw 3 grass energies hit the discard pile, I believe. Finding another energy for Spite Ops might not be guaranteed.
Now, you can use the Team Rocket's energy, right? It doesn't provide both energy, but it works for your colorless slot, right?
I mean, it's not pretty, but it works. You might limit some other plays, but
I mean, what other
plays do you need?
Yeah, you need the one for the Mewtwo. That's it, right?
Right. It's we're not asking for very much here.
Looks like our judges are kind of explaining things to the players. This should be a pretty simple fix. Like we've mentioned, it's a common enough mistake, so hopefully we can get back into the gameplay here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, we have not seen terribly much from Charles this time around. Looking through the list, he's got a lot of great cards that could help him get a big setup and start to target down these last 4 prizes he would need, hypothetically.
Let's see if we can maybe listen in a little bit to this conversation as the judge is explaining the ruling here. Oh, as he steps away. Great timing.
Nailed it.
We were talking about the Team Rocket's Transceiver. I actually want to ask you, you know, as someone who has spent a lot of time in the game over the years, you obviously played back whenever Holland's Transceiver was a very played and very good card in the game for many, many years. You know, what's it like for you to be able to see those kind of same effects come back? Is that a cool callback to your history, or do you just kind of think about it more in the modern lens?
I loved the Holland engine. That was one of my favorite cards that we had in the engine, was using that transceiver. Not only did it help you search out your supporters from the deck, but you could also target the discard pile, which was so helpful back then, having a card that works as VS Seeker or searching out the supporter like the current Rockets transceiver does now. It was the best of both worlds.
Looks like we are getting back into the game here, Kyle. Let's get now to the table and get an update as well on the prize penalty, whether that has been issued. Recon directive being used for Cody. Looking at the top two, will add one to the hand, and sure enough, you see by the mark on the left side for Charles' prize cards, it is a double prize penalty. Charles will have to take 2 less prize cards to win this game.
Yep, we added a little more time to the clock as well to handle that issue, so no worries there. Plenty of time for our players to continue playing through, and that is a pass of the turn.
Interesting to see the pass being the option here for Cody, and a pretty nice draw right from the top of the deck from Charles. Has the Team Rockets Proton now. We can start to see him get some Pokemon established, get a nice little field of spiders going.
Well, a little nervous seeing the rest of the hand. You did mention that we could use that Team Rockets energy as the second energy for that Spidops, but how is this Articuno moving out of the active spot from that point? It's tricky to see a line to attack now.
Yeah, not this turn, right? And I think Charles is probably fine to play this game. He was already okay to let the Articuno go down, and probably even more so now that the 2 prize penalty has been awarded. He can just let it go down this coming turn, or Cody can pass once again, and then now on Charles' next turn, he'll be able to play Giovanni to get the switch to target something else on the bench.
Yeah, that's a great point. Right now you see a Pokemon that will always be a single prize in that Drac Cloak. So if you can target the Gimme Ghoul here, you could then see an opportunity to go for a 1-1-2 prize map that might get the job done.
Yeah, and that's how Charles started the game off last game, right? He went 1-1-2-2, but now he could just go 1-1-2. I mean, cut out that last KO. He's got plenty of time. And that's just kind of the nature of tournament gameplay. Those mistakes really can cost you big time, and that's exactly what happened for Cody.
Well, we see all 5 grass energy here now. Found the earthen vessel, so thankfully he has both those energies in the hand. Can do what he pleases with those, but also has another Spidops to go along with this. So really starting to establish, and just wants to spread the love around, have opportunities to eventually retreat this Pokemon, or hopefully have it knocked out. Just save yourself some trouble.
The draw for turn is the Cypher Maniacs code breaking. Now, Cody, when you play this card, do not put those cards into your hand. He's going to start off with the coin bonus, a pretty smart sequencing move here. Draw a card, maybe use the Recon Directive even, and then you can go in with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking and use your active Pokemon's coin bonus.
Even flashes the code breaking over to his opponent. Says, look, they want me to do it again. What do you think? Looks like
Charles
it might
says,
be the play, though.
Go for it, man. Feel free.
Well, he's holding on to his active his Golden Go here. He has a supporter option. And you know what? Redeem yourself, Cody.
There is the Cypher Maniacs code breaking being played. Let's make sure we do things in the right order here. Searching the deck for 2 cards and putting them on top of the deck. Let's say it all together now. Putting it on top of the deck. There we go.
Looks like it will work out just fine. And not many energies needed to take a knockout here. We mentioned no access to that pink card, but it shouldn't be a problem. Very limited hit points on the other side. 3 energies should get through just about anything.
And now he can put them in the hand as
well
we
done.
Do see the coin bonus. There is another Golden Go. There is another coin bonus. And a counter catcher being found. Not something he can use probably at all this game if he's going to take this first KO.
And yeah, this is a great spot with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking to find that additional Golden Go. You needed to evolve that Pokemon. Avoid giving your opponent an option to take 2 single prizers off of the board that easily. And now you got to work through a lot of hit points on the other side. Maybe there's a world where switching can help out and your opponent doesn't have access to that Guzma play that we see in the Team Rockets Giovanni.
Yeah, that's a really nice call out on the evolve there. A huge deal for Cody trying to mess with Charles' potential win condition. Charles is going to kick things off, immediately evolving Tarantula on the bench into another Spidops. We're seeing tons of energy being thrown into play, a pair of charging up. And energy to be attached for turn. Is there another Team Rocket's Pokemon to put in play? Time for that Rocket Rush to start swinging.
Yeah, I think we saw we have the Defiance Band already there established on the Spidops, so some additional damage to go down here, but might as well throw that 5th Pokemon onto the bench, deal even more. And look at this, the Team Rocket's Giovanni targeting down the Pheasantipity when you only need to take this many prize cards. 2 right off the bat seems lovely.
And this can lead nicely into a Mewtwo to potentially close out the game. He won't be able to make the Mewtwo in one turn. We know that with the Energy Switch prize. He'll take the Mewtwo off the prizes here, right? But it can be a way for him to just get through a Golden Go. Even if Cody switches into a clean one, he'll be able to take things out. Now, 180 damage.
Oh, bitch.
Oh, the Jamming Tower!
Wow, wow. Oh, no.
Charles forgot about it, and Cody had to recall it out, remind him that is a huge misstep. That would have been a huge lead for Charles.
Yeah, I'm wondering why I'm not ready for that. And sure enough, it is. It's just not available, and this is a really unfortunate spot. This damage left on the Pheasantipity. This might be the opportunity that Cody needed here. Seeing plenty of resources now. He's taking knockouts.
There's not something like a Team Rocket's Sneasel in this deck, which could target down the bench. That's not going to be a play that Charles has available to him. If he wants to deal with this Pheasantipity, he'll have to play another Team Rocket's Giovanni to bring it back up.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And I mean, this is why you have to pay attention to everything going down on the board. Has that Jamming Tower for a reason. It worked out so well there to just limit that damage output. Didn't have to worry about resistance this time, but there was another way to stop 30.
Yeah, that Jamming Tower bump of the stadium was huge. Charles did not have a counter stadium or didn't realize he needed it and missed out on a 2-prize KO.
Well, from here for Cody, the game plan's simple. Your opponent just essentially wasted an attack. It's a great spot to put some pressure on these attackers. If you can continue to remove Spidops play after play in this situation, maybe you do just catch your opponent in a spot where they have to bench that Mewtwo preemptively, and you can target that Pokemon instead.
Arvin's played as the supporter for turn, searching the deck for an item and tool. Will be superior energy retrieval, just kind of building the hand up, prepping for the future. You could argue to hold on to those supporter cards. They can be nice to find off of a Team Rocket's Archer, which we could see incoming for Charles at any point here with any of these KOs. And the picnic basket, you know, might as well, right?
I mean, you called it out in the pre-show. This is the card you wanted to see, maybe not in this context.
Yeah, I was not thinking about it in the Team Rockets Spidops versus Golden Go matchup when your opponent's got 2 prize cards and they didn't realize the Jamming Tower was in play.
Oh, come on. I know you saw that. Give the bird a sandwich.
That sandwich, it has eaten, 30 damage healed. Golden Go takes the KO. And now Cody has kind of erased the deficit that he found himself in. Sure, Charles still only needs to take 4 prizes to win the game, but Cody has effectively now tied this game up.
Yeah, and now the question is, what do you do as Charles? Do you want to continue to attack in with 2-hit knockouts available, or do you sneak the Murkrow in?
There's the Team Rockets factory being found, and I actually saw one in the hand. I wonder if that was in hand for Charles last turn, and he just did not think about the Jamming Tower. That is a possibility.
Well, he did not have to worry about finding another Team Rockets. Giovanni had the counter catcher, played into his own deficit, but it's a 4-4 prize lead now, and knowing that you only need those 2 additional resources has to feel pretty good.
Now, with the Defiance Band being gone, if Cody may be able to find a way to navigate this situation so that it's really difficult for Charles to 2-hit KO a Golden Go. The main problem with that is going to be that Monkey Dory being prized.
Right.
We'll see if Charles is able to do. He does take the Mewtwo. That Energy Switch still is in the prize cards. Monkey Dory in the prizes for Cody. I foresee this being a problem here in these next couple of turns. Let's see what Cody does here now. Starts it off with a Nest Ball on his turn.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the lines potentially playing out already. Enough damage on this Golden Go. You can't move it around. You switch, trying to hide. And then if there's a way to bring this Pokemon back up, another Team Rockets Giovanni, another attacker ready to roll, you can take those 2 prize cards, close things out as Charles, get the job done here, move to 5-1-1.
It is going to be a fail from the Nest Ball. No viable targets in the deck, or at least ones that Cody wanted to pull out at this time. He's got a lot of cards in hand. He's got plenty of options. Looks like Boss's Orders, a few energy, superior energy retrieval. He can really do whatever he wants. So the question is, what is that? What does he want here, Kyle?
Yeah, he's trying to find the answer, and it's awkward because your opponent doesn't have anything threatening on the other side of the board. The active Pokemon is the most threatening thing you see. The knockouts fairly easy to accomplish. The only other thing you'd potentially think of is in a normal deck is, do I have a way to disrupt my opponent and maybe give them less options? And it's just the one copy of Iono.
Cody will play Ultra Ball, just thinning the hand out here, I guess, at this point. Wants to be able to play Superior, wants to have plenty of energy in the discard pile if he gets hit with the Archer so that his Superiors are able to find more energy cards as well.
And we saw the Iono left in the deck, about 10 cards remaining. It's not exactly the perfect time for it. You're still giving your opponent 4 more cards to work with. They could find plenty of these other Rockets supporters with those options, but does draw into it now. So if this is the way you want to go, you have that opportunity.
Let's see what he is able to end up piecing together here. He does need to use a Superior if he wants to get this KO up at this point. He's going to choose to bench another Dreepy. And that does open up the 2-1 prizer line here now. That's a real play for Charles. I don't know if I like that benching.
Yeah, I mean, for Cody, he's just thinking about himself, and understandable. You want to go for another Dracloak in here, but he doesn't realize that in his prize cards is another one. Maybe he's playing to the draw of that card.
I think he just doesn't want the Dreepy to be in the deck. That's probably more so what he's worried about, I would imagine.
Well, it goes to the bottom of the deck with Iono. Who cares? If we're worried about finding it with your opponent already using a Team Rocket's Archer that you haven't seen.
I'm just saying what his thought process is. I'm not saying that it's necessarily the best thing to be going for here, and we could see it really hurt him here at this point. Now, Charles has used at least one Team Rocket's Giovanni. He does play 4 full copies, so as long as he can find those transceivers, and if he can also, he does need to find more Tarantulas. He needs to find more Spot-Ups. He needs to make the attackers, but if he can do those things, Giovanni into Giovanni is a real win condition.
Yep, not too far off from having the game ready to go, but will be losing one of those Spite-Ops. We see the energies available to a point where he's even comfortable attaching to a Dracloak. 70 damage, you know, that could knock out a Mimikyu.
Well, how about let's start with knocking out the Spite-Ops. That's what we see from the Make It Rain. 3 energy discarded, promotion of the Team Rocket's Mimikyu. And let's see what Charles has working. There is the Rocket's Factory. There is not much else.
No.
No supporter, no transceiver. Not much going on here. Can bump the stadium, but
might be Murkrow time. I don't see much that I love here.
And it could be that really could be the lineup that Charles goes for now at this point. Just trying to buy some time, buy a turn or 2, put himself in a position to try to close out the game on the next turn.
Yeah, and I mean, this
couple turns.
This means your opponent needs to play that Psychic Energy onto the Dracloak, also have retreating options if so. Didn't really prepare for that sort of play. Just running into a 2 retreat cost on the Golden Go. If you maybe played a Metal Energy onto your other Golden Go, you could retreat right now and attack for a knockout. Instead, you're stuck. You're waiting for that switch card, and I can't remember if we've seen that or not.
The switch did get put to the bottom of the deck on the last turn with the Iono, and Cody has the Arven in hand currently.
All right.
So that will be a way to get out of this. Torment was used, 30 damage, and now Cody cannot use Make It Rain on this turn. See a coin bonus from the active, a coin bonus from the bench. There's all sorts of ways to draw cards here.
Just almost an embarrassment of riches to draw into all of these different cards, but not have anything exactly you're looking for other than a switch, which you can find whenever you want.
He puts so many good cards to the bottom of his deck, and he doesn't have a way to shuffle his deck. I think he needs to draw into either Superior or a switch here if he wants to pull off the full combo. Actually, not necessarily anymore. He's now drawn into more energy cards, so that actually will work out decently. He can just switch, find the Metal Energy, and he is actually able to find the switch off of the Recon Directive. That can get into a different Golden Go, And that'll allow him to make it rain, take a KO. Or he's going in with the Dragon Headbutt. Doesn't Murkrow have 80 HP?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not a KO. This is going to be hitting the Murkrow for 80, or for 70. It's got 80 HP. Does he have a way to boost damage here in the deck?
Oh,
okay. There we go. Finds a way to take the prize card, uses the boss's orders pretty effectively. It goes down to now just 2 remaining. Charles here went from being in an excellent position with the 2 prize card penalty to his slow start just being too slow, and his opponent's use of Iono at a really strong time, leaving him with no draw power. He was unable to find a Rocket Supporter, Rocket Transceiver. We're going to see Sacred Ash putting up to 5 Pokemon from the discard pile back into the deck. Looks like Mimikyu, 2 Spidops, and a Tarantula.
I don't know if I like this either. You're not finding any additional draw from your deck right now. You're in top deck mode, and you just added 4 more draws into your deck that probably aren't great.
Did he find a supporter off the top this turn? Did he find anything, or is it just there's nothing happening
There's
still?
nothing right now. There's a Team Rocket's Energy, an Ultra Ball, at least a knockout here, which is why we don't exactly love to see the Dracloak play as the attacker. Now it's the potential to knock out this Dreepy is still certainly available. I'll take it back. You know what? Spidops might be okay here. If top deck Spidops would be great.
He needs a top deck, yeah. Top deck of the Spidops, and he needs a Giovanni, a way to get this Dreepy or a Dracloak, if that's what it becomes, into the active spot.
Of course, if the Team Rocket's factory stays around, you see that Giovanni early, then you could draw into the Spidops.
Right,
Have
true.
the answer perfectly lined up for you. 90 hit points away from closing out this game. If he could get it done on the Dracloak.
Yeah, Cody will have everything available to him that he needs for the rest of this game. What's in his deck, he can now draw with the combination of Coin Bonus and Recon Directive. And time is now ticking down. It's going to be turn 0 here for Cody in just a few seconds. He'll have a couple of turns to try to close this out to sneak out a tie. We are not going to have time for a game 3 here in this set.
Yep, and for Cody, maybe this is okay. You've been working tirelessly to get the job done. You've already got your back against the wall, trying to work against this prize deficit you've given your opponent. You just need to take 2 more prizes to get the job done. You're knocking out the best card on your opponent's side of the board. It's all up to their draws at this point. Can Charles find the answer?
Time has been called. Cody will be turn 0 of time after this KO here from the Make It Ring. Charles turn 1, Cody turn 2, Charles turn 3.
So in this spot, I want to see Murkrow promoted. You have a way to move this Pokemon with the energy already attached. You're looking for the top deck of the Team Rocket's Giovanni or the Transceiver. With that option, you could then draw 2 additional resources with the factory. It could all happen right here, right now.
It's a 2-card combo to win the game right now. Team Rocket's Spidops and that Team Rocket's Giovanni, and Ultra Ball is able to find the Spidops, but there's no way to draw more cards. No Pheasantipity, no Mew EX. Spidops comes down, but now Cody will be able to just knock out anything. I think at this point for Charles, if he can't win the game here, he's going to have to just go for the Torment, and that's exactly what he'll do, choosing Make It Rain. We'll see if Cody has the pieces to make this happen, and it does indeed look like he will. Attach the Active Retreat, and then a couple of energy cards from Make It Rain. Takes the KO, tying up this set and tying the match.
Yeah, I mean, that was something else for both these players. Just grasping at straws, trying to get over the finish line. And we do see that from Cody to make it a tie, the 1-1 in this exchange. Pretty interesting 50 minutes we just saw there, Chip.
Yeah, that was definitely a match that happened here at NAIC. These players now 4, 1, and 2 still can make it into day 2. They've got a couple Swiss rounds left to close things out. And still, if they can win out through the rest of the event, put themselves in a position to make a really deep tournament run. So things are not over for either of these players, but you really want to come away with wins every opportunity you get.
Yeah, it was great to see a unique deck in the Team Rockets toolbox there. Give some shout outs, some love to your friends. I'm sure some of the players also on the same deck list as you mentioned earlier on. And maybe they had a little more luck this time around.
A great opportunity to see one of the new decks from Destined Rivals up on the big stage. I got to tell you, Kyle, I didn't think we would do it through the course of the weekend, but Charles made sure it was able to happen. Let's recap the game.
Yeah, interesting way to go about this, but I mean, back and forth, we saw the players trying to stay in this game. It's just inefficient, though. We see Rocket Rush not taking knockouts. We see making it rain for single prize cards back and forth. Can you keep up in the prize exchange this time around? For Charles, it was a little too much to handle, and he just ran out of resources. That Iono was crucial.
Yeah, the Iono play was massive, and it's really what slowed things down completely for Charles, was unable to find a supporter card. And that's really, I think, one of the weaknesses of the Rockets engine being exposed right there. Iono is not a fun thing to play against, and a lot of decks play it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't set your board up any better than he did, especially in the first game. You just set up all your Pokemon, you hope that it's enough, and maybe you'll find the answer. But if the top of the deck is not working for you, if your stadium is countered and you don't see a supporter for the rest of the game, you just run out of resources really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Really unfortunate way for that second game to go for a couple of reasons, right? I mean, obviously, you don't want to see a game have a prize penalty worked into the mix. You want to see clean play where everything kind of goes the way the game should go, quote unquote, just based on the play of the players. But we get the prize penalty in the mix. And then we see the misstep there from Charles, not realizing that the Defiance Band was not working. If he takes that KO, maybe Cody isn't able to find the Iono. Charles gets another turn to play, you know, maybe a different supporter, find a different line to just get established in a better position that turn. And all these things kind of snowball into the position we saw play out where Charles just didn't have the gas to close things out.
Yeah, I think if we saw Charles not go for that play, it would have worked out much better for him. Attacking into a different Pokemon, maybe going for that single prize race earlier on could have been beneficial, slowing down some of the draws, or even just leaving that damage on a Golden Go. If you can remove that threat, Energy Go along with it, you just slow your opponent down so greatly, and then you don't have to use 2 resources on a Pheasantipity. Just ran out of ways to move Pokemon at the end, and that was the only thing he needed. We saw the Ultra Ball. He had a Spite Ops ready to go. He just didn't have a way to move that Dracloak into the active.
Yeah, did not have the way to take that final KO. It would have been pretty easy. He had enough Pokemon in play. The Rockets Rush was doing 90 exactly. Yeah. Would have been able to take it out. But yeah, Cody had the pieces necessary. One thing Charles maybe could have done to try to prevent Cody from winning, because Cody was going to be turn 2, is instead of Ultra Balling for Spite Ops, I guess he was playing to still win, right? He goes for the Torment and then is able to try to maybe top deck the Giovanni on the next turn. But if he Ultra Balls for Rocket's Mewtwo, put the highest HP thing in the active, cross your fingers that Cody doesn't have the pieces, he probably still would have been able to get there, but Rocket's Mewtwo does have a ton of HP. Yeah,
I mean, you hang out for another turn. Maybe you do find a card that you can move into the active spot and stall for a turn. You play to the clock, and you maybe give yourself that opportunity to make this a non-game, which makes you the winner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you find a way to just not lose, you would have won. And but Charles did try to go for the play to win the game, and I think it was a reasonable call. Probably either way, either play, Cody would have been able to close it out. So doesn't necessarily make a difference, but just another option that he could have considered.
Yeah, I mean, a wild game. I don't know if we're going to see anything like that for the rest of the tournament. It was pretty wild to see.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope we just have, no judge rulings, no mistakes. Let's have just good, clean Pokemon TCG gameplay.
I think that could be on the horizon. We have a lot of players that wrapped up their rounds already. We'll be moving into some round 7 action pretty shortly. I'm excited to see some of these players. Oh, so many great names already sitting at 7-0. Yerko Valencia, Ryan Antonucci, Ryuki Okada. I mean, we're talking about some of the greats here right now, getting the job done. And let's throw in Stefan Ivanov and Ray Chen there, too. Ray Chen doing it again. Portland was not a fluke.
That is wild to see. And Ray Chen had that kind of start at Portland as well. What a really cool story that is for Ray Chen. We'll have to see more of what happens with that story and all the many other ones we're following. We're going to take a quick little break, but hang with us. Swiss Round 8 coming up soon.
The first Pokemon game I ever played was probably Pokemon Diamond version. That was probably around 15, 16 years ago. Mew is my favorite Pokemon. No real reason, just it's always been my favorite. The farthest I've ever traveled has probably been to Australia for OCIC multiple times. At this point, I just look up to the player base in general. It's inspiring seeing us grow so much. I probably prefer to travel by plane and then by car if possible. During events, I'm really just too busy to eat consistently, so whatever's there. This is a controversial take. My favorite region is Hoenn, with all the water. It was just my favorite game in general, so I played Emerald a lot. It was just my favorite region. My favorite city, at least recently, has been San Antonio. It's been really nice there every time we go there. It's very walkable, lots of stuff to do. Probably an alternative most of the time. It's my favorite. Outside of Pokemon, my favorite hobby is probably like very casual bowling with friends.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had to start a Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast. Adam Watson here in front of the big stage here at NAIC, and I'm joined by Emmy. How you doing?
I'm great, Adam. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm so glad that we ran into each other. I feel like we've just been running back and forth, just being able to wave to each other as we're running throughout these tournaments, throughout the season. But you've been up to a NAIC has been for you so far?
It's been great. My personal tournament run wasn't so great, but I was helping my family prepare my partner and his little brother in juniors. So yeah, my partner's 601 right now, and his little brother's also doing well. So yeah, I'm feeling great.
That's exciting. I'm glad that you're able to provide that support and also have a little bit of a competition for yourself. And you've been supporting the community for a long time, and I just wanted to ask how you got started with Pokemon and what you've been doing recently to just help out the people around you.
Yeah, I started playing with Evolving Sky, so not too long ago. I founded a community called Girl Power TCG alongside other people as well. And that community came together and has really supported people who need it, which is really nice. We started something called the Team Mom Project, where someone has supplies with them in case anyone needs anything, which is really great. But yeah, more recently, I took a little bit of a step back, and other moderators have continued on the mission. And then I was just asked recently to be a Pokemon community ambassador.
Congrats.
Thank you so much, which is brand new, but I'm really excited to continue to give back to this community that has given so much to me.
That's super fantastic to hear and well-deserved. Remember, folks, you can't go it alone. Make sure you have friends, family, people in your corner that are going to provide the supplies you need, the testing you need, just the support and friendliness that you need, especially in this community that we all know and love. Can I get any final thoughts or shout-outs from you for the people at home before we get back to this TCG broadcast?
Well, if you haven't heard it today, you are loved, you are important, and I'm glad you're here.
Well said. We're going to get right back to some Pokemon action. Thank you very much.
Thanks a bunch, Scarzy. Great to catch up with Emmy. What an excellent member of the community. Emmy's so sweet, and she means all the words she says. You know, she really does feel like a mom to the community. She's there for people, for her friends, and anyone else. So great to catch up with her always.
Yeah, very cool. And we've got an excellent next game set up for us here as well, too. So we're very excited about the tournament action that we've got going on. My goodness, man. I mean, does it get better than this next one?
It does not get better than this next one. We'll get there shortly. Let's first take a look at the current tournament standings. Keep following that. There are currently 6 players who remain undefeated at a 7-0 record. Ray Chen leading the charge atop her Toad Scroll EX, and Ryuki Okada with one of the strongest seasons right there behind 7-0. What a start.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic to see. We've got so much diversity here as well. Ryan Antonucci getting the job done here now, 7-0. Stefan Ivanov with the 7-0 start. I mean, it's NAIC. What else did you expect?
This is his tournament. You know, he's made the finals at this tournament 3 times. He's won it twice. And he's playing Zoroark. He's got Trade in his deck. That is a pretty powerful pairing, Stefan alongside Zoroark.
Yeah, it feels like he's got the fast pass. He can get right over to the front of the line.
Let's go ahead and get him into
days.
Let's get him into Top Cut. We know it's going to happen, and we'll see how things shake out from there.
Well, maybe we can find out who will join him. We've got a lot of other great players here. We see Yerko Valencia as well. Owen Kammerman 6-0-1. Some big names here to round off the rest of our top 16.
Yeah, Kaiwin Kababe, who, of course, got top 8 at this event last season. He's sitting there at 6-0-1, traveling to this event all the way from Australia. One of the most consistent players from that region, I think respected very highly by all of his peers, as well as one of the better players in their group. He is doing very, very well. And a few other players we don't see on this list who are 6-0-1 that we may be seeing very soon we should talk about as well. Let's look at our feature matches. This is a big one here. Tord Reklev, the best player in the game currently, the most accomplished, the most decorated, multi-time international champion, multi-top cuts at Worlds. He'll be on one side of the table, and we'll have Andrew Mahone, a extremely long-time competitor, a well-respected member of this community, an excellent, excellent player, and I'm sure the Tricky Jim is here rooting him on through this event.
Yeah, this is one for the ages. So great to see. A great opportunity for both of these players to build on this record that they have. And for Andrew, this is his first tournament of this year. He has not been playing. He's been focused on the streaming, showing his platform and giving us a lot of tabletop games, which is so fun to watch, so refreshing to see the physical cards and get reminded that this game just has so many opportunities to play with friends and get better along the way.
Yeah, Andrew's extremely invested in his community, building his community and building his local store out as well, focusing on really what makes the Pokemon TCG great, the people, those who you play with. Has not competed this year. He's not played in any of these major tournaments, not been to ICs, not been to regionals. This is his first event, and he finds himself at 6-0-1. It's going to be tough for him to get to 7-0-1, though. On the other end of the table, it is Tord Reklev. I mean, this is just truly such a treat. These players played each other at the World Championships back in 2023. We missed streaming that game because the players were sitting at a 2-loss record, I think, at the time, something along those lines. It was pretty early in the day. We didn't quite get to it. Tord did come away with that win, and then Tord got second place at the World Championships that year. But Andrew still had a very strong finish. He finished in the top 32 at Worlds with Miraidon. He was one of the early adopters of that Turbo Miraidon style deck. So many great stories here. We'll see if Andrew's able to get his revenge here now on Tord.
Yeah, very cool to see. Great opportunity for us to watch alongside everybody. I mean, we see Andrew has so many people that love to watch him. This includes Tord Reklev. Tord is a Mahomie. He watches the stream as well as everyone else. It doesn't matter if you're a novice or if you're one of the best players in the world. We just love to watch this guy play.
That's one of the things I love about Tord as well, is he's not just an incredible player, but he's a genuine fan of the game. You know, so many of the top players, they don't spend their free time watching other people play Pokemon. They're going to spend time in their other hobbies and stuff. But Tord is just, he's all about it, man. He's always around in people's streams. He's always checking out what's going on. I'm sure he watches plenty of videos, reads the articles, all those things, because he wants to see what is happening in the community. Another really cool call out here for this matchup for these two players that we're going to see. They were both in top cut of the very first North American International Championship.
Yeah.
Andrew Mahone did lose in top 8 to Sam Chen, and Tord Reklev did end up becoming the champion. There was a path where these two could have potentially collided. Did not quite happen in that first NAIC. It is happening now here today. What a cool story to see.
Yeah, I remember Tord taking down somebody familiar to my life in the top 8 that time around. It was a pretty wild tournament, and we have history maybe repeating itself here now. These players get an opportunity to see each other now, see what could have happened at that point, and I'm so excited to get into this game.
Yeah, cannot wait indeed. Our players are at the table. We're going to get headed that way very, very soon. And the matchup here will be an interesting one. We've got Tord playing Dragapult, something that he's very experienced with, very familiar with. He played a Dragapult build to NAIC last season. And on the other end of the table, Andrew Mahone, Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, which seems to maybe have lost a little bit. When you see the Shaman, you understand that the baby Raging Bolt might not be doing as much in some matchups, but the power of this card is the fact that it does not care about hit points on the other side. One-hit KOs, left and right, multiple prize cards flying. That's something that Tord really has to consider coming into this match is 320. It's not always enough.
These players are getting set up, and they're familiar with each other. You know, they respect one another's game, I'm sure, but it's all serious here. You can tell that the competition is heating up at this point. They've started off very nicely so far in the event, but neither of them is going to get a free pass in this round. It's going to be a great game. We'll see how things play out. Tord Reklev, of course, multi-time international champion. We can only fit 3 of them on here. He's got a second place at the World Championships in Yokohama. Andrew's got plenty of strong finishes as well at regional championships. He got top 32 at that Yokohama World Championships. I know he's also won regional championships in the past as well, maybe a few years previous to 2020, but he's got that experience. He's been a champion. He knows the feeling, and he's looking to capture it once again.
Yeah, he's played against some great players over his near 20-year history in the game, and none greater than the one that sits in front of him now. Tord Reklev looking to continue to do what he does, which is build off of a nice, consistent deck and just take down great opponent after great opponent.
The Dragapult from Tord, the Raging Bolt from Mahone. This has been a classic matchup. We've seen this play out in some pretty high-stakes matches. You know, Christian Labella versus Makani not too long ago. The format has changed, we'll see how the matchup has changed alongside with it.
Yeah, it can be real fun. There's opportunities for these big swing turns, setting up for 4, 5, 6 prize knockouts occasionally from towards side of the board. And for Andrew, it's all about preserving those resources, giving yourself opportunities to draw out of some awkward situations. One that he does not have to worry about this time around is this is not a build featuring Unfair Stamp. It is the Neo Upper Energy, so has to only dodge a couple of those Iono in order to stick around and find those last few prizes.
So many different factors, so many different things that could come into play. I'm glad to be able to experience this game. I'm glad that this is one we're able to capture, to save for posterity's sake. It is surely going to be an exciting one. These opening hands are going to be extremely important, of course, and also the prize cards potentially as well as we lay those 6 out.
See if they can synchronize it with each other. Well, they're synchronizing energies. They've got 2 energies each to worry about. Maybe a little more unfortunate on Tord's side. He's only got 2 copies of each of those basic energies, so maybe a little more focused on the Luminous to start things off.
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty big deal. Luminous Energy provides an energy of every single type, but it only does that when it's not attached alongside another special energy. You can't stack up those Luminous Energies, so he'll only have 1 Fire, 1 Psychic to work with until he starts to take those prizes. It seems like Mahone is excited. Seems like Tord is excited. I'm excited, Kyle. Let's get into this game.
Yeah, this is what we came to see, and look at this. This is exactly where Andrew wants to start things off. He has the transformative Ditto ready to roll here.
The perfect starter. You can only use that transformative start on the first turn of the game. You can, and only if the Ditto is active as well. So the fact that he got it and that it is in the active spot, absolutely incredible. He's able to now search the deck for any basic Pokemon and put it directly into play, swapping the Ditto out, and sure enough, fan call from the fan. Rotom now able to find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less and add those to the hand.
It almost does not get better than this. Fan Rotom in the active. You have that opportunity later to turn this into an attacker, not have to leave pretty important Pokemon in the active spot. Assault Landing can handle those opening Pokemon, take down Dreepies, and maybe get you some cheap, easy prize cards, so long as you find that Stadium later on.
Off of the fan call, it will be a pair of Hoot Hoot as well as a Noctowl grabbed from the deck. Now Nestball will be played, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, finding that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, a key card of this deck. Teal Dance draws you cards, it gets energy cards into play so that your Raging Bolt EX is able to do more and more damage.
Yeah, also unlocking that Jewel Seeker ability. We saw the Noctowl added to the hand. This means 2 of any trainer for the following turn. This feels so great if you're Andrew, and it looks like he's not exactly done just yet. Has the Grass Energy, maybe a few more resources there too.
Yeah.
See Earthen Vessel, so maybe could see some more energies later on.
And looking at this list, actually a key thing here for Tord, he is not playing Shaman in his deck. That is the big card that people were kind of eyeing up in this matchup. It slows down that baby Bolt, the regular non-EX Raging Bolt, quite a bit from just wreaking havoc on your board. That is something that Andrew Mahone will be able to take advantage of here if he wants.
Yeah, if you have that information, you feel comfortable maybe going straight into that Raging Bolt, throw an energy down on that Pokemon, and then you can threaten to attack for 90 on any Pokemon on that side of the board on the next turn. If you move that Pokemon around with a Latios or however you can switch this Pokemon, you're doing some pretty great things.
Earthen Vessel sends a Raging Bolt EX to the discard pile. Andrew will in turn find 2 basic energy from the deck, add them to the hand. Does find a basic Lightning and a basic Fighting, and he will get that Raging Bolt established into play. Thunderburst Storm, dealing 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy you have attached to the Raging Bolt. Now the pass over to Tord Reklev. Let's see what he has, and it is a pretty strong opening already with the search cards, but I don't see a great supporter.
Yeah, we're missing out on that. 2 supporters to choose from, but it is the Professor Turo and the boss's orders, it looked like. Buddy Poffin, you love to see on that opening turn. Give you that opportunity to start building up on that bench, but it's just the Ultra Ball from that point forward to start to see some resources. And I mean, do you hold on to that so you can find a Dracloak on the later turns? Maybe you're missing out on some potential.
You might need to hold on to the
down.
You might need to hold on to the Ultra Ball so you can find a Pheasantipity, to be honest. if Mahone is going to take the KO on the next turn. Tord is going to try to slow things down if he can here with the Badoo, it seems. Buddy Poffin searches his deck for 2 basic Pokemon, 70 HP or less, does find a Dreepy, finds that Badoo. So long as he has an energy card or a Pokemon tool card, the rescue board be it, he'll be able to get into that Badoo to start using Itchy Pollen, try to slow things down on Mahone's side.
Yeah, and so often, especially in this matchup, it's not going to stick around for multiple turns. This is about slowing your opponent down just a little bit here. Make them hold on to some of those item cards. Buy yourself an opportunity to evolve these stage 1s, and maybe you don't see that prime catcher. Maybe you don't see that resource that leads to a boss's orders, and that's all that you needed.
Expensive switch. Yeah.
Expensive switch.
Yeah, Tord calls out the Turo there as the expensive switch. Is going to choose to not put an energy in play. You know, knows that there's a decent shot that that energy would just get erased from play with the Thunderburst Storm of Raging Bolt. And Andrew actually just has it right away. Crispin searches the deck for 2 energy cards of different types. You put one in your hand, and you get to attach one from the deck directly to one of your Pokemon in play. This can make the Raging Bolt attack this turn for 90 damage anywhere on Tord's board.
And we see the fighting energy already in hand. Well, this is to consider which energy is going where. If you place this lightning energy, I would think onto the Fan Rotom, that you'd have an opportunity to work that in and have a knockout. But he doesn't have the stadium to go along with it, so maybe we'll see a shifting here.
I actually think he does have the stadium, but he wants to go with the Thunderburst Storm. He's got Latias EX in his hand. That's what we're going to see come down. He has the attachment and the Latias to move. Going to use Teal Dance first, draw some cards, see what he can work with. Attachment for turn, into the Latias, into the retreat, into the Thunderburst Storm. This is the perfect start for Andrew Mahone.
This is not supposed to happen with Itchy Pollen. This was exactly what Tord wanted to prevent. He did not want to see energies accelerated, see Pokemon moved around, but sure enough, Andrew actually held onto all of the perfect resources, Latias, to move this Pokemon, to take the knockout on the Dreepy. And what do you do as Tord? You don't have an opportunity to evolve through into a Dracloak or into a Dragapult. You have to evolve to Dracloak, and it just gets knocked out again.
Dracloak is not able to be protected by anything here. He does not have something like the Luxurious Cape that we've seen from these decks before. He does not have that Shaman like we mentioned. He'll start things off with the Ultra Ball, discards 2 cards. Down goes a Dragapult EX. Down goes one of his 2 basic energy in the deck, and he is able to find the Pheasantipity EX. This is already looking really tough for Tord, and this is that kind of battle back and forth. The super strong, aggressive, basic deck up against the more technical, the more advanced Stage 2 spread deck. Sometimes the aggressive deck just runs over the Stage 2 before it gets it up and running.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see this. So often when we see now the Raging Bolt, it's just countered immediately by the Shaman, or you have the Cape to help out, buy you a little more time. We see a little bit of potential for stalling with the counter catcher if you can include Maractus into the mix. This is one inclusion that Tord thought of to potentially buy some time.
Yeah, the Maractus from Journey Together, a huge option to potentially have available, and he could go for it here. Corner, 20 damage during your opponent's next turn. The defending Pokemon cannot retreat. So this may be Tord's way to try to buy some time, stick things out. Andrew Mahone does have a few ways around this, though. He has Professor Turo Scenario in his deck. He has Prime Catcher in his deck as well. Ways that he can get out of this corner lock.
And you have to think that that's certainly on the table for Andrew. This does mean that Itchy Pollen is broken, so the opportunity to play those item cards works out so well. You can then also use your Noctowl, find exactly what you need. Plenty of ways to move around here.
Lock him up. 20, right?
Corner, 20 damage, locking that Latias EX up into the active spot, and Tord Reklev has 1 card in hand. Mahone very quickly going with the Noctowl, uses the Jewel Seeker, grabs that Professor Turo Scenario. He says, I'm getting this Latias out of here. You are not going to corner this thing once again. And now this will be an interesting choice. Mahone will probably go after the Dracloak. You could make a slight argument to target the Maractus so you don't find yourself in this situation once again. But probably preventing a Dragapult EX from coming into play is going to be the line.
Yeah, I want to remove that Pokemon because it could lead to some pretty ridiculous draws. You see the Dragapult, maybe you see the Neo Upper, and then you lose your best attacker right then and there. It's a pretty dangerous spot. And I'm not sure what that last card was from Tord in the hands, but I think we saw another counter catcher added in. So if you have that, maybe Maractus does its job once more.
Yeah, and I think that is the final card there. We'll get confirmation once it gets back over to Tord's turn. But we know Andrew does have the prime catcher in the deck. That is his one other way to get out of that retreat lock with the corner. It's going to be kind of tight margins here, to be honest. There is a scary world, I think, here for Andrew, where if something can get Maractus again, maybe he's in a tough spot. Now, Maractus does not just win the game. Corner does deal damage, so eventually that Pokemon would get KO'd, but it could buy Tord enough time to establish a board.
Right, and we're talking many, many turns, and the benefit of the Latios being targeted means that you don't have those hit points locked in at this point of the game. That would be plenty of turns to worry about.
And I do think we are not going to see Latios coming back into play. Mahone said, I'll pump the brakes there, but the Noctowl is still something that very easily could get stuck and dragged active.
Yep, a few turns available then if that were to be the case. Also, we still know plenty of ways to draw out of that. Any Ultra Ball, any Noctowl itself, will find more resources.
Noctowl can also attack, of course, right? Get in there on the Maractus. And we actually will see the Maractus be the choice of what to be KO'd here for Andrew. Decides to get rid of that as opposed to the Dracloak. And I guess what he's thinking here is, my opponent has a one-card hand. Sure, there's Pheasantipity. I'm going to play the odds that they can't get a Dragapult this turn, especially since Tord just discarded one.
Yeah, the rarely used Dragon Headbutt is a way to move this Pokemon, knock it out. So often we see the Thunderburst Storm as the attack of choice, but it's going to take the knockout here and give Tord that slight opportunity, but maybe it's for the best. You don't have the resources directly in hand as Andrew. He does not have that Noctowl. We'll see if Tord has a bit of a read on that.
The Maractus ability coming into play as well, dealing 6 damage counters to the active Raging Bolt. There will be the counter catcher. Let's drag that Raging Bolt EX into the active spot. 2 Lightning Energy already committed to the benched Raging Bolt. Tord hoping maybe that Lightning Energy is unable to be found for Mahone, and an Iona will be played as well.
I mean, there's definitely opportunities here for Tord. He plays cards like Hawlucha, 6 damage counters on this baby Raging Bolt. Does not line up too great for that. If we were to see a Dragapult in the near future, he could remove a ton of energies off of the board just like that. Think of a turn where maybe a Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt are targeted and a Boss's Orders or a counter catcher's played. Just taking away all of those energies would be unreal.
Lots of different lines, lots of different plays still available in this one. Ultra Ball will be the item card now. Discards of Brock's Scouting and a Professor's Research, searching the deck for any Pokemon. We're going to see another Dreepy get established, or is it time for Dragapult EX to come into play?
Yeah, I mean, it does go against everything that Tord preaches, which is give yourself opportunities to draw as many cards as possible. If you evolve this Pokemon without a backup plan in another Dracloak later on, and you're just left waiting to be knocked out and drawing additional resources with Pheasantipity. If that Pokemon's knocked out, what do you do?
It will be the Dreepy as the choice, getting that established. We know Tord loves his Pokemon that have abilities that draw you extra cards. Callbacks, of course, to Zoroark GX, which he won so many tournaments with. And probably just gonna see another Itchy Pollen, another 10 damage, another slow turn here for Tord Reklev. We'll see what Andrew has as a response.
Yeah, there is a Night Stretcher dedicating this energy, but this is what you have to do at this point. Play this energy down. If your opponent has the Boss's Orders, probably wasn't going your way anyways.
Itchy Pollen, draw for turn. Andrew Mahone unable to play any item cards, but he has that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. This can find the supporter cards that he needs to get the energy out of the deck. Crispin being found right away, and the basic Lightning is available.
Yeah, and you know what? That's calculated because the other fighting energy was in the prize cards, so he must have thought about situations just like this one to play around that situation.
Did he only grab 1 card from Jewel Seeker? I think he only got one.
Who needs the other?
He said, Crispin is what I need. That's what we're going with. And we're actually going to see him retreat here as opposed to attacking with this Raging Bolt. He wants to deal with that Dracloak, take that out of play immediately. He just realized.
He was so happy.
He said, I'm chilling, bro. It's good.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I got 2 energies. That's the same thing, right?
Pheasantipity now being used for Tord Reklev. 3 cards found. A bunch of Buddy Poffins. There's the Dragapult EX. Cannot evolve it. There's nothing like a rare candy in this list. There's no way to get into the Dragapult right away. I think Andrew is recognizing the build that Tord has going on here. He knows that targeting down that Dracloak was the proper thing to do, the most important thing to do, even if it was a very costly thing to do, discarding all of those energy cards.
Right. This is just a spot where Tord does not have answers. He has to continue to evolve into Dracloaks and try to slow down his opponent. Using Badoo to try to item lock at this point is one of those helpful things. So does he potentially find a boss's orders here and try to slow things down once more? There is an opportunity. Maybe you bring up that Raging Bolt or a Noctowl and try to slow down a little bit more.
In typical Tord fashion, he does have just the full 4 copies of boss's orders in his deck list. He will bring up that Raging Bolt and stick it active and probably use Itchy Pollen for a turn here. Now, did Andrew take his fighting energy off the prizes? He did. That is huge because he's got fighting energy and he's got the Sada. He's going to be able to pull off the attack.
Yeah, this is devastating for Tord. He's just trying to hold on at this point and avoid these exact resources. We've seen so many energies played to that point. It was nearly 10 energies that we had already seen go by, but finding that energy specifically out of the prizes unlocks this knockout here. Just need 1 energy to get the Badoo out of the way, but Prime Catcher's found ways to close out this game, starting to come to fruition as you stared on that Pheasantipity.
And Andrew Mahone has Prime Catcher in his hand. This game will be over on the next turn unless Tord can find some sort of miracle, something with Maractus or something, I don't even know. Prime Catcher stops that, so that's not even really a line available. Going to take note of Andrew's discard pile. Going to play the Buddy Poffin. He does have Badoo, so that shuts off Prime Catcher. If he has a boss of his own and can maybe stall up a Noctowl for a turn or 2, maybe slow down Andrew and prevent him from winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about every resource being used wildly and efficiently, but that's how he has to do it from this point forward. And energy, just to retreat this Dreepy would be so helpful, but we've seen so many already. It looks like he did find the Luminous energy, and he has the boss.
He needs some
can go for it once more.
He needs some Dracloaks. This is good. He can buy some time. He missed a Dracloak last turn. If he misses one this turn, he's still so many turns away from a Dragapult being able to attack.
Okay, this is the spot, though. This is what you were looking for. We've seen, there's 8 energies already on the board, maybe 3 in the discard pile, and we know there's 1 prized. There might not be an energy right now to move this Noctowl.
He's got nothing. He's just going to have to pass now. Tord draws return and is finally able to find the Dracloak.
Hold on, let him cook. He's finding it here. Dracloak starting to use Recon Directive, and he has an avenue. So many energies were played to this point. This Noctowl cannot move, and as you mentioned with the Maractus, you have a certain amount of turns. It's starting to build now with the Itchy Pollen.
We do see now Ursaluna comes into play for Tord. That is an option to take a multi-prize turn. Tord is finding a way to buy some time, get established, and he was really debating this Iono, and I think the reason was he knew that Andrew did not have the energy last turn. Playing this Iono gets him closer to finding energy, gets him closer to finding a way to retreat.
We don't know exactly the counts on it. There might be 1 energy left in the deck, but we know 1 energy is in the prizes, and that is so pivotal. That's information Tord is not playing with right now. So he was taking a bit of a risk, but maybe it'll all work out for him here. He's buying the time. You could see a world where you set up Hawlucha and get enough damage onto the Raging Bolt. Maybe knock out both bolts. We'll see if it's all possible, but he's just going to go for the knockout now and hope that this Iono did its job.
Putting Andrew to just 2 cards. No Hoot Hoots in play, but he will be able to play his item cards. We do see that Raging Bolt coming to the active spot. Draw for turn now for Andrew Mahone. Professor Sada, what else does he have? It's the Judge and the Noctowl. So not much to go with here. Probably just a Judge will be the option. Sada can get you another energy onto the active. but that doesn't do too much. Sure enough, Judge is going to be the move.
Yeah, Sada, a little tempting if you could build up more of those energies, find more energies, maybe even take knockout on a card like that Pheasantipity if you found enough energies, but we know they're not available.
That would have to be a lot of energy.
They're all sitting in the discard pile. You'd have to find Night Stretchers and move the energy around. It's just not going to happen, so you need to see more resources.
Yeah, he's not winning the game this turn. Ursaluna did just use its Blood Moon attack last turn, so he knows it cannot attack in back-to-back turns, and he actually finds his own Ursaluna. Interesting thing to note that he plays. It'll be a little while before Andrew Mahone's seasoned skill ability comes online, but he found a Night Stretcher. This can get back at Pokemon from the discard pile. What's he going to eye up?
Yeah, this is where Raging Bolt can try to lock up this game at this point. You have the Sada's Vitality. Finding any way to find one more energy will take that final knockout that you need. He takes the Dracloak off the board. He has a Blood Moon Ursaluna that can't attack in the active. How does Tord get out of this?
Yeah, I don't even think Tord has a way to move the Ursaluna this turn, to be honest. He's already used his Professor Turo. Oh, he does play 2. He has 2 Turo in his list, so that's what he has to find. Actually even has the Latios. That is massive as well. Skyliner giving that basic Pokemon free retreat. But what Pokemon can he move into as an attacker? There's the Dragapult EX. And does he have his Neo Upper energy?
Gosh,
he does. His A-Spec. Neo Upper. Iono. Sending Mahone down to just 1 card. Mahone has not established Pheasantipity into play. He has not established Mew EX into play. We could see the comeback of all comebacks right now from Tord Reklev. Just 1 card to work with on Andrew's side. Will he have the pieces here? This game has become a close one out of nowhere.
Oh, you have to set up the math perfectly. He's going to take the 2 prize cards here so that he only has to go after 2 more to close out the game. You can still find an answer here by placing the damage with the Hawlucha onto the Teal Mask and then Boss's orders to close things out and win the game. But it's all up to Mahone right now. He needs to find an answer. He's staring down an absolute behemoth in that Dragapult right now.
Wow, and he knows the situation. He draws, it's a Boss's orders.
Wow.
But there's no energy.
He's 1 energy short.
Oh my gosh. And Andrew extends the hand. There's nothing he can do. Tord Reklev fights back and finds a way to make the comeback. What a game 1 to kick off this set.
Tord Reklev just attacked with what? Itchy Pollen, corner, Itchy Pollen, and it won.
Oh my gosh. That, I mean, and Andrew is stunned. You can see it on his face. He's running through the replay in his head right now, trying to figure out where things went wrong. He should not have lost that game. He was so far ahead. And just 1 misstep, maybe somewhere along the way. I mean, he got the 1 card off the Jewel Seeker. That would have been an opportunity to find something else. You can see just how strong Badoo is into this Raging Bolt deck. That's what shut Andrew off of getting the Pheasantipity down, getting the Mew EX, and Tord finds the path to make the comeback.
Yeah, we might see it here in the replay of where things got a little too cute for Andrew, but what a start to get things rolling here. 90 damage, taking a knockout on the Dreepy, and we saw Tord trying to slow things down. He had the Maractus, he was using corner, he was using Itchy Pollen, but I think things got a little too cute right around here when we saw the Raging Bolt's EX retreating.
No, I don't think that was necessarily the problem. I think that was the problem. He discarded the Grass Energy off the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. If he discards the Grass Energy off the Raging Bolt, it wasn't necessary to have that extra energy card on there. 90 damage is enough to knock out all the Dracloaks. He would be able to have an attacker, and when he draws Boss's orders off the Iono to 1, he can win the game by KOing something on Tord's bench.
Yeah, it was tough to see, especially in the moment. You're not expecting that your opponent will continue to chain together these Itchy Pollens and slow you down. He just had no access to energies after that play, trying to piece it together, and it's just wow.
Oh, Tord cannot believe it. He knows he got away with 1 there. He knows that that game should very rarely have gone his way. That was a 90-10 moment, and he found that 10% line, played to it, and took the win. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, so fun to see, and I expect Mahone to, take that opportunity here that he has. It was only, what, 20 minutes or so? You still have plenty of time, especially with this deck in particular. Raging Bolt can take prizes very quickly, and he has the fan road to get things rolling.
Yeah, Andrew usually plays very, very quickly. He makes moves, he's grooving through the deck, and this deck specifically doesn't really attribute itself too much to ties. He does have one so far this tournament, so it can obviously still happen. But now with a one-game deficit, he's going to definitely need to make sure he's moving here.
Yeah, we saw last time go after that baby Raging Bolt. I think that's still the line in this situation. We know how important that is. If you're knocking out Treepies, your opponent doesn't get established. They don't find the right cards. And it was almost a miracle that Tord was able to find Maractus and Badoo and all those pieces, the counter catchers at the right time. To still hold on to all of that without any recon directive was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Andrew should know for sure now that Tord does not have Shaman. He maybe thought there was a chance when he got the Raging Bolt down game 1. Now you know for sure. There's no Shaman in Tord's deck. Your Raging Bolt can wreak havoc on Tord's board as much as you want it to. That will definitely be the ideal thing to set up here right away.
Yeah, the rest of the hand, it's okay, but it's not perfect. And this is maybe where he has to go a little off the beaten path. He has the Noctowl, but no Terra Pokemon just yet. So in that sense, do you then have to go after the Teal Mask?
And I think that's exactly what he's going to have to do. There's really not much playability in this hand outside of the Noctowl. So he has to find Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. There's nothing like Squawkabilly in the Raging Bolt deck these days. People aren't really playing that. It's all about the Mew and the Pheasantipity, the mid and late game draw, as opposed to that early game consistency. For that, you're relying on Fan Rotom.
Yeah, and thankfully so. We've seen Squawkabilly knocked out very easily throughout the course of this tournament, and you do not want to give easy prize cards to Tord Ratcliffe.
Teal Dance, Energy, draw for turn, not for turn. For the Teal Dance, there is that Slitherwing, not a great card in this matchup. Can get in there on that Blood Moon Ursaluna potentially, but not super strong right now. There is the Mew EX. He's going to debate putting that onto the bench. 2 Dragapult, 2 energy cards, the Pheasantipity and the Monkey Dory, and just an Itchy Pollen.
All right, if he figures this one out, then I'm done. I don't have answers for this.
And Mahone says, yes, I am going to get 2 cards this time on my Jewel Seeker. Now, Mahone can still get off the attack here. There's no energy in the hand currently, but from the Jewel Seeker, we could see Crispin, we could see the Stadium card being found, Assault Landing gets in there. Jewel Seeker is searching, of course, for any 2 trainer cards. He's actually going to choose Nest Ball here. Cannot play it right now. Does he have a Stadium? He must have a Stadium in his hand.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case. Crispin can get those additional energies into play, and you have an opportunity to draw that additional card with the Teal Mask Ogerpon to see a little bit more. We do not see it, but we do see the Prime Catcher. He says, oh my gosh, cannot believe
Andrew, he does not have the Stadium, and he could have totally gotten it instead of the Nest Ball.
It's ugly. He could go after another Ultra Ball for another Noctowl.
Can he?
Oh, never mind. He's got Itchy Pollen. Uh-oh,
He
never
can't
mind.
go after it.
Yep, we're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he could draw it off of Teal Dance, and I think that's what it's going to come to here.
YOLO.
So he's going to attach the Lightning from the Crispin. He has the energy in hand from the Teal Dance. He also could find another Grass Energy that would let him retreat and attack.
But he attached for the turn, though, so a little early there. But
not yet. No, that's the Teal Dance. The Crispin on the active.
Crispin, yeah.
And it's just going to be a pass. He cannot Assault Landing. He can Assault Landing. It just doesn't do anything. There's no Stadium in play. Wow.
I mean, look at this hand. There is nothing going on, and he finds Ultra
Oh, my
Ball.
goodness.
A little bit of help here, but it's not great.
And he's debating what to discard. I think he's thinking about discarding both Dragapult EX.
He didn't need him last time until the tail end anyways.
He plays 3. He only needed 1 last time. Maybe that's the same situation he'll find himself in.
He can't do it.
Just Itchy Pollen, just a draw. It is a Blood Moon and a pass.
Guys, what are we doing?
Oh my gosh. What is this game? What is the situation?
The third
Dragapult. That's a top deck right there. 3 Dragapult in the hand. Itchy Pollen. Take that, Andrew. Draw for turn. There's the grass energy. There's the Teal Dance. We're grooving now. Attach the energy. No ancient Pokemon in play.
Slitherwing,
but can get the Slitherwing from the hand, get the attachment, draw some cards, and now at minimum, Andrew can retreat and use Myriad Leaf Shower, and he finds that Area 0 under depths a couple turns later than he would have liked. but he's still going to start swinging. He's still going to take this KO.
Yeah, this does line up. Both players understanding what's happening here. This is ridiculous to watch two pros slap each other with pool noodles, but we are at this point.
It's a long tournament day. The situation we find ourselves in, and Andrew now able to take that knockout. But Tord has the perfect response to a KO. Pheasantipity, flip the script, drawing 3 cards, has the Ultra Ball in hand, has a Brock scouting. That can start to establish some Pokemon now. Getting a Dreepy, maybe getting another Badoo. There's a counter catcher in the hand. We could see the Maractus get into the mix onto that Noctowl. Lots of different lines.
Yeah, this is what Tord was waiting for. He held on to the Ultra Ball too. He knows that in a turn where you set up Dreepy, you also need to do something preventative with your opponent, Maractus. #1 fan right here. As you have a chance to take that Noctowl, slow things down, maybe buy yourself those turns you're looking for. But we know Andrew's also holding on to a ton of items.
Yes, that's right. Any Ultra Ball can lead to a Turo. Any Turo leads to picking up the Noctowl, which gets it out of the active spot and also resets the Noctowl, so you can bench the Hoot Hoot and use a Jewel Seeker again on a following turn.
I mean, Chip, there's a pink card in the hand as well. there's a lot working for Andrew right here, although it may not seem it.
Brock scouting, of course, pretty nice auxiliary type supporter. You get to do a couple of different things with it. Search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon or an evolution Pokemon. Kind of take your choose of whatever you need at any given time. Put those into your hand.
Okay, well, it's time to throw these bad boys away.
Who needs
has
them?
the 3rd Dragapult, so if we ever get there, maybe it'll find its time to shine.
Of course, there are 2 Night Stretcher in this deck.
Sure.
You know, it's fun to joke about, but he will still have access to those cards potentially later on if he needs them. In some aspects, you could say it's nice to actually have a Dragapult EX in the discard pile so that those Night Stretchers become live targets off of potential Disruption supporters from Andrew Mahone.
Yeah, you know where they are. You don't have to worry about them for later on. And certainly we'll see more knockouts in the future turns. Pheasantipity with a chance to draw even more resources in that regard.
And Counter Catcher will bring up the Mew EX, not the Noctowl. Doesn't want to give Andrew that easy out of the Turo to reset, I believe. And that is going to be 20 damage from the corner.
Yep, we see the 5 bench spaces there, but of course a little more now with the Area 0 underdepth, so a few more Pokemon could be played down, but the importance that we see here is that there is a Hoot Hoot available. Noctowl could find more additional resources. The Prime Catcher's there. If you want to use that resource, you know how valuable it can be, but maybe there's a knockout that could be lined up here with a Raging Bolt EX into that Pheasantipity and really start to take an impressive prize lead. We'll see what he values the most.
Uses the Nest Ball, will get that Pheasantipity out, something he did not have access to in the previous game. Now it will be established. Now Tord can find ways to deal with it, but he's going to force Tord to deal with it. And having both Mew and Pheasantipity in play means that you'll probably at least have some draw around later game disruption.
And now this is the one thing he didn't have in the previous game is he went with that commitment of his energies over to his baby Raging Bolt and tried to take some of those smaller prize cards, removing Dreepies and Dracloaks. But if you go for the Raging Bolt EX in this spot, then you have an opportunity to maybe keep some more energies on board, keep a threat that survives the Iono, and still puts on enough pressure to take these bigger knockouts.
Earthen Vessel discards the Fan Rotom, not super useful at this point, and can search the deck for 2 basic energy, add them to the hand. There's the basic Fighting and a basic Grass energy. Can, of course, use the Teal Dance. There's going to be Jewel Seeker. Let's see how many cards Andrew chooses to take off this one. Up to 2 trainer cards from the deck.
Yeah, and you know, you've always got options. He likes 1.
I get 1 more.
And he's thinking about the 2nd.
I don't think Andrew's going to forget that he can take 2 cards off Jewel Seeker anytime soon.
Yeah, he'll have Twitch chat to remind him. And this is a great spot here. You want to go for something that can stick around maybe through a Badoo. We've seen this before where your opponent slows things down. You want to have opportunities to play supporters instead of some of these additional items.
It will be the Turo added to the hand. Picking up the Mew, getting that out of play. Now, it's something you probably want to have in play, so I kind of would have expected to see something like the Prime Catcher this turn. Andrew does have that in hand. He could target down the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, I don't think we're done yet. This is certainly a spot, and he wants to count out his bench to see how he can maneuver this. But if you use this in combination with the Prime Catcher, focus on the Sada's Vitality as your supporter for the turn, you could do that. But yeah, he's going to bounce.
Going to bounce. He, I think, wants to deal with the Maractus. He recognizes the potential threat it could pose to his deck. It could slow him down a lot, really let Tord get established, and just wants to deal with this as soon as possible. Still has an energy to attach for turn, which he will do. And Myriad Leaf Shower takes a prize. Mahone goes up. 2 prizes taken towards 0.
You have Exploding Needles, leaving a lasting impact onto that Teal Mask Ogrepon. A little extra damage to go around, and we'll see if Tord can make that to his benefit. Not on this turn, man, not on next turn, but in a few turns. He's got a long way to go here, and it's on the back of Recon Directive.
All about the Recon Directives. Let's find some Dracloaks. Let's get them into play, and it's going to have to be Pheasantipity to find that. Ooh, that does not find much. Does Tord have a supporter?
Bosses.
Here's a Recon Directive. Okay. Finds one, gets it established. There's an Iono. That is huge.
Wants to check the hand count. It's plenty. It's enough. It'll work for this situation. But is this a spot where you feel comfortable using the counter catcher before the Iono? Can you go after a card like that Pheasantipity? Feel comfortable that you might be able to still squeak out an additional turn here?
The problem I think Tord is considering here is he doesn't have Badoo or anything in his hand. So he doesn't have a way to kind of stick anything active guaranteed. Now, he could draw into it off of the Iono, and he could maybe find another Dracloak to help him keep digging, but he's already had a Badoo go down. He's already used some of his search cards, so there's a chance that he'll have a tougher time finding it. Let's see if he's going to commit this energy attachment to the active, so it's a potential retreat option.
I mean, we're still talking about a triple retreat cost here on the Slither Wing. Finding the fighting energy is probably not that easy when you think about it. Already see a second one on the board on the Raging Bolt, so to find that final fighting energy to continue attacking with his active doesn't seem likely, but was that a Crispy Boy?
That was a Crispin found for Andrew off of the Iono. That will be pretty nice. Now, Tord did choose not to commit the energy to the active and hope to find a piece to get into a Badoo this turn. He chose to just play it a little safer, put the energy onto the Dreepy, and he would have found the out with the Buddy Poffins and the Ultra Ball, but there's no way to know. He's playing it as safe as possible.
And this leads to having opportunities for a little more of a setup, and if your opponent is going to find a way to attack, it's likely not in combination with the boss's orders, so that energy should be safe for the future turns.
Off the Ultra Ball, there is the other Dracloak. We can still see yet another Recon Directive. The Monkey Dory stuck in the active spot. I don't think Tord minds too much. It's not super good in this matchup. Monkey Dory really nice alongside Dragapult. It's got so much HP, but in this matchup, usually a Dragapult, if it comes into play, you're either going to win the game or it's getting knocked out.
Yeah, it's you don't leave much damage on the other side of the board when you're playing in this match. And I mean, for Tord, this might be the most comfortable he's been, which is sad because it's been a long time to get here. But he has 2 Dracloaks ready to roll. He has the energy.
Oh my gosh.
He's got some follow-up. What is Andrew working with?
Andrew has prized his 3rd fighting energy.
Oh.
His 3rd fighting energy is in the prize cards. He has the Crispin. He would have been able to find it to attach, to attack, to start swinging with the Slither Wing, but he will not be able to do that now.
Oh, let's see if he was able to track that. We know he was playing quickly in this game 2, knowing he was already down a game, knowing that over 20 minutes had passed. Is this news to him?
We're going to see right now. He actually only has 1 energy in his deck as well, which means that this Crispin has effectively become an energy search. He doesn't even get to attach it for free. He has to just put it into his hand.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see. Just not working for him in this sense. And one thing he does have is maybe he can find access to some items later on, but he's already drawn with the Teal Mask Ogrepon. He doesn't have any other resources here. No Hoot Hoot available. So he's just relying off the top of his deck for a little while. This is going to be a slower approach.
Just 1.
Just the 1, adding it to the hand, attaching to the Raging Bolt on the bench.
For turn.
And that's all he has. I mean, he can go for the Stomp Off, you know, discard the top card of Tord's deck. Maybe he hits something
Get the other
important.
Dragapult.
You know what? Let's get rid of all of them. Let's go for that Stomp Off, get rid of the card. See if maybe, I mean, at least do something, right?
This is where we're at.
There's the Badoo. honestly, not a bad card to get rid of there.
Yeah, it's been a great card, especially when you start to look at the resource race. We see 8 energies in play. We know there's an additional 1 prize. There's 1 in hand, but I mean, we're starting to get a little depleted on Andrew's side.
Buddy Poffin searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less. It looks like Dreepy is the only live target still in the deck for Tord Reklev. That Badoo, of course, going down. There is a Dreepy in the prize cards. Looks like a Dracloak as well with the other Monkey Dory that we've seen.
One of those Night Stretcher as well. It's 2 copies in this list, so when we see cards like that Dragapult, both of those copies hitting the discard pile, you have 1 more available, but maybe not as many resources to get that back.
Something to be mindful of here. There is only 12 minutes left in this game. If Mahone is able to piece together the win here, he's got to win a Game 3 in order to lock up a win in the set, and there's probably not going to be enough time for that, even with a deck as fast as Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and for Tord, this is something that you need to consider. You have a Pokemon that's basically stuck in the active spot right now. You have perfect information that this fighting energy is not available, or else this Slitherwing would have been attacking, trying to deal some damage, some knockouts. So can you slow down, maybe keep this Pokemon even more locked? We saw the Badoo, but can you maybe use that Night Stretcher a little inefficiently and grab it back?
An interesting thing with the Slitherwing, it is weak to Psychic, so Mind Bend can get it. It actually doesn't even one hit KO it with the weakness. It's 140 times 2. You'd only deal 160 to it. Andrew does have a Grass Energy. He can Teal Dance to draw another card. That is a loaded Teal Mask Ogerpon. I think he's hoping here for potentially the find of the Prime Catcher. Looks like he's just grabbing another Grass Energy. He does have another Teal Mask Ogerpon. Is he going to just keep on cycling here?
Yes, this is where you start to feel the pressure of the clock. If you think you need to get rolling in order to get this game for a tie or even move for the miracle win, you have to probably use this Teal Mask Ogerpon inefficiently, draw that extra card, try to find some help.
There's an Ultra Ball that can find the Mew, bring it back into play. Use that restart, or, oh, the Latias. Yeah. Very good. Yes, that will be a nice way to get this Slitherwing out of the active spot. Now, the question here for Andrew, is he going to use Raging Bolt EX to attack, get the energy in the discard pile so he can at least Sada in the future? Is that the move?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would expect it. You also threaten if your opponent goes for the Dragapult, you have the immediate answer. You don't lose a 6 energy Teal Mask to something pretty inefficient. And you can throw those energies away, force your opponent to use more resources in this spot.
Yeah, Slitherwing's never going to get stuck now with the Skyliner unless Tord can find a way to KO the Skyliner, Latias, and then move into some sort of locking option. That Latias being in play does open up some sort of Maractus plays now as well. Tord's a very intelligent player. You know, he's keeping track of all possible win conditions at any given time in a match, be it through traditional taking 6 prize cards or decking his opponent out by sticking something active, or even just buying enough time for the game to finish with a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, and every one of these actions takes a little bit of time right now, and he's going to do just that, and rightfully so. You need to see as many resources as possible. Try to come up with a game plan that works in this spot. And is it going to be a slower approach? Can you slow down here and try to move something else active? We don't exactly see the energy right now for Maractus. I think that was the one piece he wanted.
The more cards Tord finds, the more options available, the more decisions he has to think through, the more possible paths to victory that he could find. There's the Buddy Poffin, just going to fail it. Quick little search, make sure he knows what he has available. No Dreepies, that's right, the last one is prized. That last Dragapult is available, though. Is he going to start attacking this turn?
Yeah, we see plenty of energies that would have worked if he wanted to go for that stalling strategy. But if he wants to attack, those will do the same. He would have to use Iono in that spot, and that's not where he wants to be. Brock's scouting, moving on, probably for that evolution.
Yeah, he does not have an energy in the hand, which is awkward here because he can't go for a Maractus. He has the Night Stretcher to get the Maractus, but no energy in order to stick that Latias active.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate. He had nearly 11 cards in his hand after drawing with the Recon Directives and the Pheasantipity. Wanted to see that, and you could see a little bit on his face was just a bit upset that it just did not work out for him there. Has to switch the game plan up. He's got the Night Stretcher. He's got access to the fire energy you'd imagine here. And now he can attack, but he's walking right into the Raging Bolt knockout.
Yep, that is the problem here. You do not one-hit KO Raging Bolt EX, 240 hit points. Dragapult caps at 200 damage with its Phantom Dive attack. You get that extra 6 damage counters to sprinkle on the bench, but with all these energies in play, you have to know this Dragapult is just going to be knocked out.
Right, and in that sense, you understand you don't want to put that additional damage on the Raging Bolt EX. Instead, go after the most energies that you can remove from the board. You could even see Fan Rotom knocked out at this point. Just one additional energy that's moved off of the board here could be helpful to forcing Andrew to take the knockout while losing every energy that he has.
Latias coming into play as well. Phantom Dive takes the knockout on the active, is going to place 4 onto the Fan Rotom to KO it and spread the damage around onto Fezandipity, onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, putting those in range of future Phantom Dives.
Sub 7 minutes remaining now. Andrew Mahone, 3 prizes to towards 3. He has the Raging Bolt EX. He has not much else working for him other than the fact that he has flipped the script on his side for the first time in the set. Can he find some help?
He does find Prime Catcher. That'll be a nice piece later on. He finds the Mew EX. That would be really strong to establish here so that Tord can't clear both Fezandipity and Mew out of play. You will at least have the option to use one of those 2 pieces. And Bellowing Thunder, if he can find another energy card, will be able to KO this active.
I think we're looking at 3 Sada available to draw into at this point in the deck. About 10 to 12-ish cards remaining, maybe a little more. But if Mew can get down the hand size a little bit, Restart could find that resource here. Still has the Area 0 underdepths, 3 additional bench spots, the Hoot Hoot to go along with this. Maybe there's a world where he finds the right supporter.
Yeah, Andrew's line here is pretty straightforward. He needs to KO this active, go down to 1 prize card, and then just find a way to take 1 prize with the Blood Moon or Saluna.
Right.
Tord is at 3 prizes, so if he takes a 2-prize KO, he will... Oh, actually, this is an option as well. And Andrew is going to use the boss's orders to actually just take out the Fezandipity, not risk not drawing into a way to get more energy into play. Just going to go after this Fezandipity immediately.
Yeah, this isn't bad either. You have an ability now, and you can take this knockout with 3 energies, and you still have that Prime Catcher that you could find. It would just be the Prime Catcher and 1 additional energy. If you move every energy other than the Lightning, you have a chance to find the Fighting energy out of your prize cards.
Sure. We'll get rid of that Fighting and off the bench and the Lightning off the active. He'll take 2, and let's see what Tord has available. There's the Hawlucha to ping the Hoot Hoot on the bench, and the counter catcher to bring up the Fezandipity. Phantom Dive would take the KO. Andrew put that Hoot Hoot down, and that led to Tord taking the 3-prize turn.
There's just no way, but he continues to do just that. Has the perfect answer over and over again.
Wow.
And no one's building a deck list like this. I think when Andrew walks into this game, plays through the first few turns, he's thinking there's no way there's a second Turo. There's no way you have another way to grab this Badoo, this Maractus, this counter catcher, this boss, and it's always there.
Yeah, always there. Tord has the Gust, has the Hawlucha, is able to take that final KO. Andrew, you know, a very experienced tournament player. He's been competing for years and years and years. Though he hasn't competed much this season, he's got the experience. He knows these situations come and you make mistakes. He'll look back at this game and recognize that that is what happened. You know, mistakes were made. It led to his opponent closing things out. But he can shake it off. You know, he'll be 6-1-1. He's got plenty of time to still make a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah, we'll see how we got here through this replay. It was pretty unbelievable. Not what we typically would see from Tord. This very, very awkward approach. He's attacking with some of the goofiest Pokemon in the game.
But that's what he needed to do, and it bought him the time. It put Andrew in these awkward situations, and he just couldn't quite piece things together. And the Iono at the end of the game, the KO, getting rid of the key Pokemon on Andrew's board. He just didn't quite set things up exactly right. And then a few missteps along the way, of course, did not help his case.
Yeah, did not search out to full effect with the Jewel Seeker, did not use he didn't use the Jewel Seeker to find his stadium when he needed it.
Yep.
Just a little bit of an issue there. And look at this, down to that Iono, does not have the resources. Finally gets the ball rolling, has the fan rotom, has that inefficient find of the stadium. But Maractus started moving.
Maractus started moving and kept other things from moving. That was the big thing, right? Slowing everything down, giving Tord time, forcing Andrew to find the responses. And he had the responses every single turn, but it was made awkward for him, right? He was having to play things like Turo instead of Sada, right? Not establishing more energies into play. He was getting item locked at key turns. He wasn't able to get other Pokemon into play to protect himself against those late game Ionos. And that's why Tord is, one of the greats, right? Obviously, Andrew makes some mistakes there, but Tord finds those lines. He capitalizes on the mistakes of his opponent and is able to push himself ahead and come back in a game that he had no business winning.
Right. I mean, some people are intimidated when they look at the other side of the board and they see 8 or 9 energies, and he sees that as an opportunity. He knows that means you can't play an additional energy. I have to play to a couple more outs and start to manipulate what I can. If I can prevent you from retreating, prevent you from moving, then I can make you use these resources. You won't have them for the end of the game, and now I can use my Badoo. And it just works so perfectly in combination. He didn't attack for more than 30, 40 damage until that last turn, and that was enough in game number 1.
Yeah, he gets the Blood Moon attack, gets the Dragapult attack, and that's all he needed to close things out. Well, he's standing by on stage with Skarzig right now. Let's get down to the stage and hear from our winner, Tord Reklev, moving to 7-0-1 here at NAIC.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here on the big stage, and I'm joined by, to no one's surprise, Tord Reklev. How you feeling, my friend?
Fantastic. Put in a lot of work with this deck, and I'm happy it's putting up results today.
And so did you settle on Dragapult early? We know that you're kind of known for playing Gardevoir, Grimmsnarl, new on the scene. Seems like you had your pick of the litter for this metagame. What drew you to Dragapult?
So I think in this format, you get a lot of mileage out of knowing your spread decks. So if you pick one of, Grimmsnarl, Dragapult, or Gardevoir, then you get a lot of, say, multi-K opportunities. You can play around Iono, Counter Catcher, so timing of everything becomes so vital. And Dragapult is the one out of all of them that draws the most cards. So, easy pick for me.
I know that's what you love. That's what every Pokemon player loves, is to draw cards and manipulating your game state to take those multi-prize turns. Really strong read on the metagame. Were there any other versions of Dragapult that maybe you were considering, or you like this specific build? I know that there's a lot of variations right now that players are enjoying.
Oh, no, I had another deck I was working a lot on. I was actually between that and this for the longest time. Almost all up to the event. The other one was basically the deck I played last year, which was Pitch to Charge Dragapult. They were much thinner Dragapult line, but you can still use it consistently, even if it's not as many. But decided in the end to just go a little bit back to my roots. Played a lot of, say, weird builds lately, so I wanted a 4-4-4 type of deck list once again.
The classic Tord Reklev standard, tried and true list, and just wield your monumental skill against your opponents. I love to hear it. And I know that you've been kind of throwing down over in Japan, right? Training with a lot of trainers over there, meeting a lot of fans over there. Do you think that that's really helped you as well prepare for NAIC?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's awesome to get a lot of perspectives, right? And yeah, I've been a lot in Japan and China lately and played in their big events over there, and it was definitely an experience. Really happy to and fortunate to have gotten to do that. So, and it definitely helps me as a player. I get to play in China. I get to play with older formats, and in Japan I get to play with the newer ones. So I can go into the future or into the past, depending on which country you go to. And I hear we're just playing standard, of course, the middle ground.
I know a lot of players do enjoy revisiting their older decks, and especially I think for this standard era, being able to prep for upcoming formats over in other countries. It's really a great boon for you as a player. Do you think that there are any other factors that have contributed to your continued success in the Pokemon TCG? I know that you probably get asked this all the time, but just for anybody who might not have heard it, what really contributes to your success, would you say, the most?
hard work. But yeah, we're starting off this event pretty well. Still a really long journey ahead. Like there's so many players, and my ambitions are, always really high. So nothing is over yet.
Ambition and hard work. That's Tord Reklev, folks. He's still got one more round of Swiss here on day one of NAIC along with our other competitors. We're going to get to that next round soon after this break. So don't go anywhere.
And flip.
Tails. It's actually kind of close.
Plus free K go.
Alrighty, you guys are good to go. Good luck, have fun.
That's a leg.
I think Alex just got one card out this figure. Yeah, knock him out. All right, that's fine. Got Halucha, boss. Oh, do it to me, Tord.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokemon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat.
My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the final stable, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival?
Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat.
All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego.
We always have good games when we play.
We play each other a lot in local events, and then
in the top 8s, top 4s in major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. Hey, these two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities, Zoroark GX with its Trade, Lycanroc GX with its Bloodthirsty Eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench setup. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Golisopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale has shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Golisopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive, A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself one prize card away from tying it up. Framwat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Framwat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycepod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a one-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2-5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Framwat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycepod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 puzzle at a time allow Framwat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garboder in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Framwat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back from that short break, folks. Adam Watson here once again on the floor at NAIC. And we are heading into our last Swiss round of day 1. And while we're getting a closer look at the standings and prepping for our final stream match, I do have the names of some players that do need to win their next game to make day 2. So let's have a look. I've got Karis Jones on the winning end, Robin Schulz on the winning end, Consta Kalama on the winning end, Adam Hawkins and Fabian Puyo as well. These players have to play their hearts out in order to make it to day 2 here at NAIC. And I actually wanted to rope in the casters. We've got Shay and Alex once more on dock, ready to cast this next game and see how they're feeling about how the tournament has gone so far. How you feeling, gents?
Yeah, I'm feeling absolutely ecstatic, Adam. You know, this is the IC, you know, end of day 1, got 1 more round left, and as you just listed off those players there, they need to win this to catapult themselves into day 2, and that means we're going to have some very, very entertaining games.
Yeah, absolutely. I echo everything you just said there, Shay. Maybe I don't really think of this just as the last round of day 1. This is the precursor for day 2,
yeah.
And that's the main things we need to be thinking about, because there's still so much more to come. And we're just getting started.
Absolutely well said. And with these players that I just listed off, I know that you are also going to be looking at some names as well to keep our eyes on for this round and heading into day 2. So I'll let you break it down for our folks at home.
Thank you very much for that, Adam. Yeah, you know, round 9, win and in. As you said, you know, it's not all just about getting yourself into day 2, especially now when players... when the player base gets so big, you really want to try and catapult yourself, get as many match points as possible. So that means no matter where you are in the leaderboard, you just got to win.
Yeah, talking about leaderboard, let's actually get a look at the standings of where we are currently in this position of this North American International Championships here. I mean, just look at some of those names, and not only the names, but some of those records. I mean, we actually have the most recent international champion just at the very top once again, Ryuki Okada, once again 8-0 at an international championships.
Yeah, Ryuki's just making a mockery of these ICs this season. You know, just won EU IC, you know, not too long ago, realistically. Took that all home, all the prize money and all that. And now he's come to NAIC a few months later and said, you know what? Winning a UIC was good, but if I was to win NAIC as well, that would be even better. And you know, he's doing a perfect job of that so far.
And running it back with the similar deck to what he played at the very start of the season. That first tournament is Dragapult once again. But, you know, like we mentioned, there's so many other names on here as well. Ray Chen is a name that we've seen very recently, piling to that fantastic Toad Scroll deck to a fantastic finish as well. You got Kaiwen Kababe, 4th there, 701 records. There's so many good names. I mean, like William Azevedo and Tord Reckler, both big names. You know, we've just seen Tord there win on a feature match. William, we haven't had the chance to really fully showcase yet as well, but there's still so many more beyond this 16 that we have on the screen right now.
So I need to give a shout out to Stefan Even up there at 16th. He is Mr. NAIC, won it twice, got to the finals last year. And he's saying, you know what? Let's not forget about, don't forget about me. I'm coming in there with that 7-1 record. Knows his way around NAIC better than anybody else here, arguably in this room. So he's definitely one to keep an eye out for as well.
Yeah, I mean, so many things that are going right for Stefan right now.
Yep.
Again, piloting another deck, which is, you know, throwback to what he's utilized before at ICs, with that sort of trade ability, that refinements that he's had before, and all these other things going. You know, it wouldn't put it past him to make it to the very top into day 2 and beyond as well. But, you know, like I said, plenty more Pokemon to come for all of these players. Still one more round for today before we even think about day 2 and that continuation of those Swiss rounds.
Yep, you know, one more still all to play for, no matter where you are in this leaderboard, whether you are Ryuki or Ray Chen or whether you're battling it out just to try and get a slot in today too. You need as many match points as possible, and that means round 9 is going to be playing for all the marbles. And I tell you what, Alex, I just can't wait to get it started.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's so many players here still battling out for just everything that's on the line, right? And it's not only the opportunity to become the international champion, which there can only be one of in this Masters division, of course. But there's all those prizes at stake. There's all the championship points at stake. There's all that prize money, all the booster packs that are still available as well. I mean, we heard from Adam on sort of in the weeds of the sort of tables, just trying to reeling off some of the names that are still battling out to hopefully still make it into day 2 as well. And it was just great to hear so many sort of names we've heard before. You know, Adam Hawkins has had a great run at NAICs before, usually piloting something quite unconventional at times.
Top 16 London Worlds of Ag1 VMAX.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we can all sort of pick and cherry pick these moments that we've heard of and seen before, but there's so many players in that position because we have such a big tournament as well.
Yeah.
There's just so many of these names.
It really is. Speaking of names, let's see how some of them are matching up here in our round 9. We have notable matches that we can have a look at here. Owen Cowman versus Frank Minter at the bottom. Piper Lepi versus Bodie Robinson. Isaiah Cheville versus Makani Tran. Wow, big matchups here. But now we can reveal our Swiss round 9 feature match will be Ray Chen versus Ryuki Okada. Both players at 8-0 record. That means one of them most likely is going to advance to the perfection record of 9-0. And I tell you what, if you're trying to win the biggest event we've ever seen Pokemon so far in the West, going and starting off the event 9-0 is a fantastic way to do it.
Yeah, there's this one opportunity for one of these two players to get to that record, of course. Both players could still end up being just together undefeated if it does end up in a natural tie. But we get an opportunity to see right now, at this current moment in time, in this International Championships, two of the very best in this tournament, currently undefeated, currently won all of their rounds, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the very creme de la creme here, really piloting their decks to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, and that means we're going to see some high-octane action. You know, Ryuki defending, well, EU IC champion, and then coming back to the next IC and winning 8 in a row. You have to argue momentum's definitely on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, Ray's been in the position before, you know, coming from a previous great finish with the deck that they were piloting before. It's just great to see them be able to do it consistently as well. And that's one of the great things about seeing so many sort of common names that we regularly see throughout the season. It shows that kind of, as you mentioned, that momentum that they gain when they go through tournaments, play the different decks that they pilot as well. But it just goes to show you that level of consistency a lot of our sort of top players bring to the table.
Especially as events just seem to be getting larger and larger and larger, to still see the same names, you know, filtering to the top constantly and doing well and getting the big finishes. It's just a testament to their skill level, how much time they dedicate to the game, how much they practice, because it's not easy. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely.
You know, Ryuki might be making these ICs look easy. I promise you they're not.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we just have to go down the list of the actual notable matches here. Remember, this is just a snapshot. These are just 8 of the notable matches that we've got. There's plenty more as well within this current tournament, still currently going to be due to be played in this Swiss round 9. I mean, we mentioned a couple of players there. We haven't even mentioned players like Hermione Hirtalahti from Finland.
Yeah,
you know, it's been one of those areas, of course, because we are coming from Europe as well. We noticed that a lot of these Finnish players have been piloting themselves to fantastic finishes throughout this season and previous as well. You know, João Pedro Medeiros Zambrano there is a player very well known in the community, always piloting sort of very core decks, you know, building with his own testing groups at the same time. And he's matched up against a fellow countryman, Vinicius Fernandez, and we know, as one of the brothers of, well, the Fernandez brothers, as it were, they're always going to be in for a massive, incredible match that, you know, we'd love to show every single one of these.
We really would. If it was up to me, we'd be showing every single one of them. And, you know, Vinny, fresh off that top 8 finish at EU IC as well. But Alex, you know, you're a player that's found yourself in these scenarios, trying to catapult yourself into day 2. What do you think is going through our players' heads as they get ready for their round 9s?
I mean, especially with the players that we see on the names here, in these notable matches, they're in fantastic records already. They've been through it all, right? They know they have to keep themselves completely collected and just continue piloting to the best of their abilities. They don't have to worry about it too much. Just continue executing their game plan. They know they're going to be facing decks that they've been practicing against, right? Everyone's been testing for this big culmination of a tournament to try and win arguably the biggest tournament of the season.
Yeah, and you know, they're only one round away from, you know, getting themselves in that day 2. I think what you say there is just so correct. You know, you said, I've probably played most of the field now. I know my way around. I've practiced my deck a lot. So all I've got to do is just try and take this last one home, and then you get a nice big sleep and worry about day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a tomorrow problem.
Yes,
absolutely.
Exactly.
You know, like what we've heard from multiple of the interviews that we've had throughout today already, it's, you know, one game at a time, one round at a time, and then if so be it that you're in a fantastic spot, you just got to keep it going, keep that momentum going as well. You know, you do all the little things that you can, like some of our players will also say, just stay hydrated, you know, these kind of things. And that's what you just got to keep doing. I mean, like I said, you're the expert of your deck in your hands. It's all on you.
Yeah, just one more game. I think staying hydrated is a massive key. As you do say, you know, have a couple snacks every now and then. Stay on sharp of your game. And round 9. I tell you what, it's mentally fatiguing, though, isn't it? To be fair, the whole course of a day concentrating for 9 hours. That's why, you know, practicing your deck before the event, so you're not making any, you know, mistakes or anything like this can really come up.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you just try and minimize as much as possible. But as you've already mentioned, it can be a very long day, especially 9 rounds as well.
Yeah.
You know, we started the day at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. You know, everyone sort of sat at their seats ready for the first round. And everything kicks off, and everything just goes into that momentum. You go round to round, game to game, and it just becomes, it's a lot. But that's one thing we all do. We're playing this game because we love it. It's Pokemon after all. And that's why we're all here. That's why we're here as well. That's why you guys are here watching with us, alongside us. You know, and that's why we just want to make sure we get the best sort of games possible, the best sort of plays possible, and just make this a great show.
Yeah, I'm sure we're doing a fantastic job of that. I can't wait to get our round 9 started soon because, yeah, you know, both players definitely want the win. You know, they want to make sure they get themselves into it. Because day 2 is secured now for both of our players,
exactly.
in our round 9 feature match. So it's all about trying to get yourself, you know, as much as like a starting from a good position in that day 2, because then you need less match points to get yourself into top 8 and beyond.
Yeah, a little leg up. You know, goes a long way, especially if you can get it out of the way in the first. I guess the first day. The way we see these tournaments now, because of how day 1s and day 2s are sort of structured, it's really like a continuation of day 1.
Yeah,
day 2. That's why I kind of just said, like, it's not really like the end of day 1. I don't want everyone to think like this is the last round of day 1. This is really, like I said, just a precursor for the next sort of number of Swiss rounds that we're going to get tomorrow as well. And then before we really get into the nitty-gritty of the sort of potential top cuts, we have no idea how that's going to look with the asymmetrical sort of system that we have now. So plenty of opportunities, hopefully, to showcase so much more coming forward.
Oh, we definitely will, of course. We will going to show you as much as we can, so make sure you get involved there in the chat. Let us know what you want to see potentially tomorrow. Any players, you know, any of your favorite decks, any favorite tech cards, let us know, and we'll try our best to sort you out.
Yeah, and again, just that confirmation, if you are just joining us here in the Day 1 North American International Championship, just as you can see on your screens, the next match, the next feature match, that Swiss Round 9 will be Ray Chen versus Ryuki Okada, and it's going to be one for the ages. I mean, like we've already mentioned multiple times, Ryuki is already a regional champion in the EU circuit, is already an international champion in this side of the world, and he's come over once again to try and take down another international championship there.
And you know what? Not only trying to, but doing a fantastic job so far as well. Tell you what, that would be a statement, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Winning 2 ICs in the year and winning arguably the biggest ones by player base as well. Wow, what a season Ryuki's having.
Yeah, I think it's kind of enough from us now. I think it's finally time. Our players are situated, sat down, preparing for this Swiss Round 9. We're going to head straight to the table and finally get a glimpse of our players here. Ray Chen on the left-hand side, up against Ryuki Okada on the right-hand side. We get confirmation of the decks as well.
Here we go.
Ray Chen's running it back with that Toll Screw EX deck. Toll Screw EX alongside the Teal Mask Gogapon EX. And Ryuki is also running it back with essentially Dragapult or straight Dragapult EX once again alongside that Badoo that was ever so important in his EUIC run.
Yeah, it really was. You know, in case you don't know, Ryuki did win Dortmund Regional all the way back at the start of the season with the Dragapult EX archetype, now winning it back here for NAIC. And yeah, as we do say, Ray has played the Toad Screw archetype before to a top cut finish at a regional this season, rather recently as well. So both players definitely know their Ray around the decks, and that means that we're going to see an absolutely barnstormer of a game here for this Round 9. And regardless of whether both players are currently 8-0, they both want to be 9-0. Problem is that, Alex, both players can't win this round.
Absolutely not, but already both players in fantastic spots. Already, as we mentioned, locked in for Day 2, and it's all about now just trying to make it as easy as possible in that run tomorrow to try and find themselves in a top cut berth there. As both our players, double check, do have their cards now drawn. Just wondering if they do have basics to start the game. Of course, they both do. So we will be setting up here now for Game 1.
Here we go. Round 9 is about to get started. Both players want to try and finish the day with the perfect 9-0 record. They're both currently at 8-0. You know, both players desperately want this win to catapult themselves into Day 2 with as many match points as possible. And it looks like we do have both players starting off here. Prize cards are being dealt. Here we go. Fez and Dippity currently in the prizes. Rock Scouting, Jamming Tower, Ultra Ball, Buddy Poffin. And they for oh, the Prime Catcher and a Latias